As long as you slack off at home, you can earn 1 billion in a day. Can you succeed in slacking off for 24 hours? At the moment you were fired by your boss, a system notification suddenly rang in your mind. Congratulations, host. The system has arrived with a limited time mission for you to turn your luck around. Please slack off, host. It's a 24-hour task with a reward of 1 billion. Wow! These 2 words perfectly describe your current feelings. You unconsciously clenched your fists, excitement gleaming in your eyes. But as excited as you are, thinking of the newbie task just issued by the system makes your mind go blank. Slacking off for a day earns you 1 billion? This system is outrageous. Filled with excitement, you returned to your rented room and ordered a large portion of crayfish and grilled fish. Looking at the table full of delicious food, your stomach was already growling with hunger. Thinking about enjoying a hearty meal before happily slacking off, you unknowingly fell asleep on the bed. Task completed, reward received, 1 billion. You suddenly woke up, fully alert and wide awake. Your phone vibrated, and you quickly unlocked the screen to open your banking app. 10 digits, 1 billion. You excitedly stared at the balance and rushed into the bathroom. You splashed cold water on your face and slapped your cheeks hard to confirm this wasn't a dream, counting to 10 repeatedly. It really is 1 billion, just as you were bursting with excitement. The system notification rang again, a limited time task to spend 10 million at SK Mall within 3 hours, with a reward of a globally limited top supercar, the Ferrari Elfin. The reward is a Ferrari worth 20 million, and you not only didn't lose a penny but also gained an extra 10 million. What an enticing reward! What man wouldn't be tempted? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and spend 10 million at SK right now. Standing in the center of the mall, you felt a bit dazed after suddenly receiving such a large sum of money. But that doesn't mean you instantly know how to navigate the world of the wealthy. Usually, you think dressing clean and simple is enough, but now standing in the mall surrounded by so many luxury brands, you have no idea how to spend this 10 million. However, this confusion lasted only a moment, as the task is limited to 3 hours, and an hour has already passed since you left. That means you only have 2 hours left for shopping, so you must act quickly and can't afford to waste any more time. Your eyes lit up as you figured out how to use the money. You took out 1 million to casually select brands and planned to spend the remaining 9 million entirely on Hermes. Even ordinary people know the value of Hermes. Whether for personal use or gifting, it's the best choice. Next, you frequently entered and exited luxury brand stores, checking out with smooth and swift movements, not wasting a moment. Sales associates treated you warmly and enthusiastically, as you were a big spender. At the Hermes store, you made a single purchase of 9 million. You cleared out all the items in the store, earning the admiration of every staff member. You also received an exclusive Hermes card, and then casually looked for a restaurant in SK Mall. You enjoyed a lavish meal, and this shopping experience made you truly understand what it means to be an addicted customer. You also truly felt the power of money. Luxury goods are indeed expensive, 10 million. You spent it all within an hour, and after shopping, a group of sales associates followed you, each carrying large bags. You could say you returned fully loaded after completing the task of spending 10 million. Having completed the task, you were rewarded with a limited edition top supercar Ferrari. At that moment, your phone rang. Mr. Shi, hello. Congratulations on becoming the proud owner of a Ferrari. Your car has been delivered to SK Underground Parking, spot 8818. Please check. Upon hearing this news, your eyes lit up, and your heart raced. Cars have an irresistible allure for men, especially when it's a globally limited top supercar. So you hurriedly rushed to the underground parking lot. At that moment, an elegant figure walked toward you. He looked indifferent, casting a cold glance your way, exuding an air of nobility and pride that chilled the atmosphere. Your breath caught in your throat, and you involuntarily stopped in your tracks, having to admit you had never seen such beauty. The Hermes store manager saw this and immediately approached with a beaming smile, clearly not daring to neglect someone of such status. An extraordinary guest, the genius female CEO of the Whining Group in East Sea City, the little princess of the Lin family. Are there any new styles from Lin Yu? Her voice was melodious yet carried a hint of cold detachment, as if the surrounding noise had nothing to do with her. The manager nervously replied that today the new styles had just been completely bought by a customer, and the store was currently out of stock. Lin Yu slightly frowned and signaled to her bodyguard behind her. A bodyguard immediately entered the store and soon returned to her side, confirming that the store was indeed sold out. Lin Yu's expression instantly darkened. The manager's heart sank, realizing he had offended someone he shouldn't have. Though unhappy with Lin Yu, she didn't take it out on him. She simply turned away with a cold expression. Wait, you called out to stop her. Lin Yu halted, looking at you with slight confusion. You stepped forward, your tone a mix of excitement and testing. You asked me to wait, and I just happened to have some bags. Look at all these. If you like them, I'll sell them to you. You looked at her sincerely, thinking that you had no interest in these bags anyway. You only came to SK Mall to spend 10 million for the system task, and since the task was completed, you might as well take this opportunity to sell these bags. Any cash you get is a profit. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu let out a cold laugh, raised her head proudly, and replied through gritted teeth, "How ridiculous. You think I would buy second-hand bags?" In her eyes, this man was simply trying to gain her attention, showing off a pile of bags just to attract her. She glanced at the limited edition pink Dream Hua bag in your hand, thinking to herself that she wouldn't need such second-hand goods. You were taken aback, not expecting that your simple intention to sell the bags would be seen as showing off. Come on, what man would flaunt a bunch of bags? The important thing is that these bags can be exchanged for money. You shrugged helplessly, a hint of regret in your voice. Fine, if you don't want to buy, I'll leave. There will be plenty of opportunities to sell this bag later. So you turned around and continued walking toward the parking lot. Lin Yu watched you gradually walk away, and inexplicably felt a surge of anger, her eyes flickering slightly. She secretly thought that this man was actually quite interesting. You arrived at spot 888 on the second level of the underground parking lot. The Ferrari elf is quietly parked there, its body shimmering brilliantly under the lights. People around stop in their tracks, pulling out their phones to take pictures, their faces filled with envy and shock. A live streamer excitedly circles the car, snapping pictures non-stop, his admiration evident in the lens. At this moment, you walk up to the car with a group of salespeople. Although the salespeople have seen your spending power, they can't help but marvel at this top-tier sports car. They can't resist pulling out their phones to take pictures, thinking to themselves, this is the real deal, more genuine than gold. Watching everyone's fervor for the car, you can understand their feelings. If it weren't for the occasion, you would want to snap a few pictures yourself. However, you have important matters to attend to. You lightly cough and say to the live streamer blocking your car, "Sorry, you're blocking my car. Could you move, please?" The streamer is taken aback for a moment, then quickly realizes you are the owner of the Ferrari elf, hurriedly stepping aside with a look of surprise and respect on his face. The salespeople smile and wave goodbye as they load luxury goods into the car. "Thanking you, Mr. Shi, thank you for your visit. Looking forward to seeing you again." You nod at them, start the engine, and drive away. The Ferrari races through the city streets like a cheetah, the wind howling past, bringing a sense of exhilaration in your heart. It makes you feel as if you're experiencing the pride of galloping like the spring breeze, seeing all the beauty of Chang'an in a day. Before long, you drive the Ferrari back to the apartment building below, where a timed task awaits. Pack your bags and move out within 1 hour. The task reward is one of the 3 top luxury villas in Donghai City, Villa No. 1 in the Tianqiang Villa area. Seeing the task reward makes your heart race. Villa No. 1 in the Tianqiang Villa area is the most luxurious villa in Donghai City, a standalone residence that symbolizes status, worth up to 1 billion. As long as you complete the task, this invaluable mansion will be yours. You rush back to the apartment, staring at the humble little room, feeling a bit dazed. You left in the morning feeling unemployed, but by the afternoon, you've returned with immense wealth. In just half a day, your life has turned upside down. Just then, your phone lights up with a message from the landlord reminding you to pay the rent. You smile and delete the landlord's WeChat, deciding to completely bid farewell to rental life. You start packing your bags. There isn't much in the room. You quickly finish, discarding old clothes and daily necessities. The only things you're taking are a few books and your laptop, all packed into your newly purchased Hermes bag. In less than half an hour, you've packed everything up, holding the Hermes bag in one hand and a large plastic bag in the other. You stride out of the apartment confidently, having completed the task and earned the reward. As soon as you hear the system notification for Villa No. 1 in the Tianqiang Villa area, you almost lose your composure. This is a top-tier mansion worth 1 billion. At that moment, your phone rings, and you pick it up to hear a gentle voice on the other end. "Mr. Shi, hello, I am the butler of the Tianqiang Villa area. Congratulations on becoming the owner of Villa No. 1. When would it be convenient for you to come for inspection? I will be waiting for your arrival at the entrance." After hanging up, you're filled with excitement, tossing the plastic bag aside and getting into the Ferrari. You head straight to the entrance of Villa No. 1 in the Tianqiang Villa area, where the butler is already waiting. He smiles and hands you an envelope, saying, "Mr. Shi, hello, here are your purchase contract and property deed. Please keep them safe." Excited, you take the documents and carefully place them into your Hermes bag. The butler slightly steps aside and gestures invitingly, saying, "Welcome home." In the prestigious Tianqiang, the items from the car have been moved into Villa No. 1. Just as the villa is about to settle in, your phone rings. You glance at the screen and see it's your college roommate and best friend, who says, "Hey bro, I just got paid. Let's go to Hey De Leo soon." "I'm not going there. Let's try a different place," you reply with a smile. Sure, I'll treat you. You happen to need some help from Zhuo Zhanghao, so you quickly choose a high-end restaurant and send him a screenshot of the address. Wow, did you win the lottery? Wait for me, I'm heading out right now, don't back out. You chuckle, hang up the phone, and drive the Ferrari straight to the high-end restaurant called Guo. While making the reservation, you don't pay attention to the details. All you know is that it's an upscale restaurant. It isn't until just before you leave that you realize it's located in the mountains, away from the urban environment, in a peaceful setting. Upon arriving at the restaurant, two attendants dressed in traditional clothing smile and gesture for you to enter, saying, "Welcome, esteemed guest." As you walk into the hall, a subtle fragrance greets you. The restaurant features elegant Chinese decor, humorously arranged and exquisitely decorated, clearly showing the owner's effort. You can't help but imagine, if the system tasks continue like this, perhaps one day you could open a restaurant like this too. Just as you admire the setting, the attendant smiles and says, "Please proceed to the verification area and present your proof of funds." You are taken aback. Verification for dining? What sort of serious restaurant is this? Truly a world for the wealthy. Though you inwardly scoff, the idea of verification seems rather absurd, so you plan to look for an opportunity to slip away. While you hesitate, you notice a group of about 35 middle-aged professionals in suits gathered around a familiar figure, praising him. You squint your eyes and realize that the person is actually Lin Yu. You hear him say with a smile, "The status of Guo Restaurant is just a result of going with the flow," which shows the importance of seizing opportunities. Lin Yu's tone is calm, yet exudes wisdom, and the group immediately agrees, making the atmosphere suddenly tense. Lin Yu's most capable secretary, and adds, "Our general manager Yu attaches great importance to today's meeting and specifically reserved the best private room at Guo Restaurant." Listening to this, you become curious, realizing that Lin Yu is actually the owner of this restaurant. At this moment, the two attendants politely remind you again to proceed to the verification area, and you're just about to leave. However, Lin Yu's presence piques your interest. You hadn't expected him to have such a connection to this restaurant. Just as you're hesitating, Lin Yu and his group seem to notice the commotion over here and turn to look. At that moment, the two attendants again gesture for you to proceed to the verification area. Just then, Zhuo Zhanghao rushes in, looking as if he intends to treat you to a feast today, and appears before you. "You dare to invite me to dine at Guo Restaurant? Well, I won't be polite, don't worry, I won't cut you short." Zhuo Zhanghao grins, adding, "Speaking of which, this place is really remote. I drove my little old car and got here later than you. By the way, I just saw a limited edition Ferrari outside. There are only 3 in the whole country. Looks like some big shots are dining here today. I wonder if I'll get to meet them." As the car owner, Zhuo Zhanghao rushes in with a look of eager anticipation as he's already starving. "That car is mine." You decide there's no need to hide it and straightforwardly tell Zhuo Zhanghao. He instantly widens his eyes, unable to believe that the big shot he was just speculating about is actually standing right in front of him. You're about to explain to Zhuo Zhanghao, but he can't help but shout, his voice too loud. This draws the attention of Lin Yu's group, who looks over and questions, "How did these two kids get into Guo Restaurant?" "Manager Yu, wasn't it said that the rule here is to verify funds before dining?" "These two clearly can't afford it," one of them sneers, scanning you with disdain. "Yeah, Manager Yu, is the management of your restaurant a bit lax?" Others chime in, mocking you. "They're just two insignificant kids." Lin Yu furrows his brow slightly, clearly aware that these people are deliberately provoking. He glances calmly at and beside him, indicating for him to take a few liters to the private room. He then walks over to you, his expression cold as he says, "We meet again." Lin Yu's voice remains indifferent, carrying a hint of distance. You didn't expect to run into him here, feeling a bit surprised. Just as you're about to greet him, he continues, "You need to have a minimum fund of 50 million to dine here. That's my rule." 50 million? That's outrageous, you can't help but think to yourself. But seeing Lin Yu's icy gaze, you swallow your words. As Lin Yu approaches, carrying a hint of perfume, he whispers, "If you don't have money, just use your bag as collateral. Don't waste any time." "Use my bag as collateral? What bag?" You're momentarily taken aback before realizing he's referring to when you sold bags at the SK Mall. Did he remember that? Last time, he flatly rejected your bags with disdain. You didn't expect him to bring it up today. Since he has a need, why not let him buy all the bags? This way, you won't have to sell them off one by one slowly. You come up with an idea and calmly propose a condition. If he wants the bags, he can buy them all, not just use them as collateral. This takes both Lin Yu and Zhuo Zhanghao by surprise. Zhuo Zhanghao's shock is evident. His brother not only seems to have struck it rich but is also connected to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, on the other hand, is surprised. Your calm demeanor surprises them as you dare to negotiate. Lin Yu raises an eyebrow, a hint of misfortune in his expression. He knows your background well. He knows you're not the kind of person who can casually produce 50 million, and his verification requirement is already a concession. You nod, signaling that it's not a problem. Seeing this, Lin Yu doesn't say more and gestures to the two attendants regarding Guo Restaurant. Thanks to his genius marketing skills, Guo has become one of Donghai City's legendary restaurants. The rules won't be bent for a man he's only met twice. The two attendants seem a bit impatient but still politely invite you to proceed to the verification area. This verification system is officially certified by Hua Bank. You don't need to disclose any personal information. Just place your phone on the device for a safe and efficient fund verification. One attendant smiles and gestures for you to hand over your phone. You calmly hand your phone to the attendant. You carefully place it on the device, and the program starts. The verification process proceeds smoothly, quickly showing that your funds are not less than 50 million. The attendant smiles and says, "Congratulations, esteemed guest. You've passed the verification. As a first-time diner at Guo Restaurant, we will provide a free and sumptuous meal. Please enjoy." He smiles as he hands your phone back, and you feel quite good about it. This is the first time you're experiencing the privileges of wealth, and Zhuo Zhenghao is beside you. Though you appear calm on the surface, inside you're bubbling with excitement. Seeing the verification of 50 million, Zhuo Zhenghao can't help but feel envious, thinking, this brother must feel like he hit the jackpot. "I'll buy all your bags." At that moment, Lin Yu's cold voice comes from beside you, his expression somewhat complicated. He seems to be questioning whether his previous investigation was mistaken. The verification just showed that you're not short on money and don't need to use your bags as collateral. As the restaurant owner, as long as you don't break the rules, he would certainly be willing to buy all your bags. "I thought this restaurant would be a ripoff, but I didn't expect a free meal." You can't help but chuckle. Perhaps it's because there's more money in your bank account now that everything seems to be going smoothly. Lin Yu's expression returns to indifference as he holds out his phone to you. You casually take the phone, adding him as a friend on WeChat and casually noting down your name. Lin Yu puts his phone away and turns to leave with a cool demeanor, but as he walks away, you notice that his WeChat profile picture is a cute pink pig, which is completely at odds with his aloof image. You can't help but smile, thinking that while you don't understand women's preferences, having Lin Yu as a WeChat friend means a buyer for your bags. A weight has lifted from your heart. After Lin Yu leaves, the attendants guide you and Zhuo Zhenghao into the private room. The quiet atmosphere in the restaurant makes Zhuo Zhenghao nearly burst with excitement as soon as he enters the private room. He can't wait to ask, "That Ferrari elf outside, is it really yours? How much did you win in the lottery?" The Lin Yu you just met is the little princess of the Huaning Consortium in Donghai City. When did you meet him? And what is the situation of the bag you just said? Zhuo Zhenghao vomited out all the questions in his heart in one breath. You smile gently, patiently answer every question. "Ferrari elf is indeed I won 1 billion. I just met Lin Yu today, saw him once in the morning and once in the evening. As for the bags, I have some styles he wants, but I'm not sure which ones specifically. You know that with the system's help, your wealth will only grow, and sooner or later, it will be impossible to hide from others. However, you can't mention the existence of the system to anyone, you can only say you won the lottery. In the future, you plan to accumulate wealth through business, not just living off your earnings." Hearing your answer, Zhuo Zhenghao's face gradually reddens. He can't help but feel envious, thinking, wow, is it really that competitive now? My mindset is collapsing. You chuckle, then seriously say, "Alright, let's talk business. I do have something I need your help with, and there's a reward. 10 million. The room goes silent instantly, and Zhuo Zhenghao's earlier anger is replaced with excitement as he nods vigorously. "Deal, brother. You are at least a rich second generation. How did you end up like this?" You sigh helplessly. As Zhuo Zhenghao eats heartily, he retorts, "Stop lamenting and just send me the money." Complaining doesn't help. He directly shows you his payment app, not hiding his brazen attitude. You can't help but sigh at his frankness. Sympathy won't help, making money is what matters. Zhuo Zhenghao laughs as he puts his phone away and urges, "Didn't you say you needed my help? Hurry up and tell me, don't waste my time." Zhuo Zhenghao usually acts carefree, but he is extremely serious and responsible when it comes to work, just like his name implies, politically reliable. So, you tell him about the unjust layoffs at Tuan Company, where they didn't provide any severance pay. Zhuo Zhenghao listens, visibly indignant. What a terrible company. They actually let my brother suffer such injustice? If you put up with this, then you're not a real man. Don't worry, I will definitely help you seek justice. Anger ignites in his eyes as he pats your shoulder, his face filled with righteous indignation. Thanks, brother. You sincerely thank him, feeling grateful to have such a loyal friend. In fact, your plans go beyond this, and it's the right time to express your thoughts. Now that I have the initial capital, I plan to enter the business world and expand my commercial empire. I know you've always dealt with financial disputes. Resolving the compensation issue with 2 won will serve as a stepping stone. Once it's settled, there will be not just a 10 million reward, but I also want to invest in you to establish a personal law firm, so that you can handle all my business disputes in the future. What do you think? As you say this, you feel a bit nervous, wondering if Shuo Jianghao would be willing to start a business with you. Just then, a notification sound from the system pops into your mind, reminding you that acquiring 2 won will reward you with 1 billion from the company. You momentarily pause, feeling a rush of excitement. You originally just wanted to claim compensation through normal means but didn't expect the system to issue such a huge task. Shuo Jianghao ponders for a moment, rarely showing a serious expression, and then bursts into hearty laughter, saying, "How could I pass up such a good opportunity? I'm in. Once you invest, I'll set up the firm, and I won't have to struggle anymore." Hearing his enthusiastic agreement gives you a sense of relief. After a moment of silence, you can't help but ask, "Over the years, I see you've preferred to earn a few thousand a month, working hard at a small firm instead of going back to your family's company for a comfortable life. Why don't you ever seek help from your family?" He sighs, "Although I'm a rich second generation, I've seen the chaotic lives of the wealthy since childhood, more chaotic than what's written in novels. Maybe I have some psychological scars. We're wealthy, but there's no love," Shuo Jianghao says quietly, a hint of sadness and self-mockery flashing in his eyes. "My dad always brings different women home, a heartless father, a sad mother, and bizarre siblings, and a broken me." His words weigh heavily on your heart, and you begin to picture the life he's experienced. This is the first time you've heard Shuo Jianghao talk about his family matters, from college to now. You also dislike bringing up painful topics, especially since your own family background isn't perfect. Your parents are divorced. Having lived alone since childhood, you sense the atmosphere has become heavy, so you smile and suggest, "How about we change the subject?" Both of you agree, skillfully avoiding this heavy topic. Just then, your phone buzzes with a WeChat message. You open it to find a notification from the University Design Department group. The group admin has tagged everyone, stating, "Design Department lunch gathering tomorrow at noon 12 o'clock. Please don't be late." The Design Department has a gathering every year, and this year's date has long been set. You've been so busy with work that you've nearly forgotten about it. Looking at the group message, you can't help but recall last year's gathering. You had just graduated a year ago and had changed a lot, yet at that gathering, you felt like a background character, also having to deal with some classmates who loved to pick fights. What are you staring at so intently? It's not from Lin Yu, is it? Shuo Jianghao teases curiously. You snap back to reality and reply casually, "It's the design department's gathering tomorrow. The group is reminding everyone not to be late." Shuo Jianghao sighs upon hearing this. "I never attend our department's gatherings. I might as well leave the group. If you feel tired, just don't go." You shake your head, firmly responding, "Xia Nana will be there, so of course, I have to go." As soon as you say this, Shuo Jianghao almost throws his plate at you. "Bro, you've had a crush on her for 4 years, and you still work at the same company after graduating. You've been caring for her for 2 years. You've been saving up to buy her gifts, and I've told you countless times." Xia Nana appears innocent, but she's actually a scheming green tea girl. She's just stringing you along. Wake up, Shuo Jianghao says helplessly, having seen through Xia Nana's true nature. He has advised you countless times but has never been able to persuade you. You reply earnestly, "I plan to confess to her after the gathering tomorrow. This is the last time, regardless of the outcome. After all, she is the light of my heart, and confessing once will leave no regrets, at least I'll know for sure." Seeing your firm attitude, Shuo Jianghao knows he can't change your mind, so he sighs, "Then I wish you good luck." Dinner ends amidst laughter and conversation, and night falls. You and Shuo Jianghao walk out of the private room. Since the meal is free, you both head straight for the restaurant's exit. As you exit the restaurant, you suddenly hear the laughter of a man and woman not far away. "Baby, where are we going tonight?" "I'm feeling a bit dizzy," the man says with a slightly airy tone. "Didn't we agree to go home together tonight?" The woman replies playfully. You suddenly look over with wide eyes, realizing that the woman is actually Shuo Jianghao had sharp eyes. In the night, he discerned the direction of the sound, and then he saw Xian Ana dressed in a red short skirt, acting intimately with a young man. Shi Feng immediately looked in the direction Shuo Jianghao pointed, and upon seeing this scene, a wave of bitterness surged in his heart. "Do you want me to step in for you?" Shuo Jianghao noticed that Shi Feng seemed to have lost his soul, fearing that his brother would be hurt. Shi Feng gritted his teeth and forced a bitter smile. It wasn't that he was weak, but what identity did he have to seek trouble? Xuan Na was not his girlfriend, and he was not Xian Na's boyfriend. She could be with whoever she wanted. What right did he have to interfere? He had no right. But how could she keep fishing for him? Over the years, she had accepted the benefits he provided, clearly not liking him yet never outright rejecting him. In fact, she always said nice things to give him hope. So that was it. It had always been like this. He, who had been confused and sincere, was truly treated like a fish raised in a pond by her, Xianana. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes today, how much longer would he have been hooked? How much longer would he have been foolishly deceived? Last night's nightmarish scene struck Shifeng's heart like a heavy hammer, leaving him feeling heartbroken even now. Heartbroken for his heart that had been wantonly trampled upon. He stared blankly at the beautifully decorated ceiling that resembled a starry sky. Although he had fallen into a deep sleep last night, upon waking this morning, his head still felt heavy as if filled with lead. If it weren't for the bed in this villa being as comfortable as a cloud, his mental state would probably be even worse. After witnessing Xianana's ugly true face, he was completely awakened as if a divine light had shone upon him. It turned out that in Xianana's heart, he was merely an insignificant, dispensable little fish in her vast pond like the ocean. He had naively thought that the gifts he had saved up to give Xianana, his meticulous care for her, and his efforts to become friends with her would eventually touch her cold heart. Little did he know, the feelings he had sincerely invested were, in Xianana's eyes, as worthless as mere weeds. Shifeng trembled as he opened WeChat. And his pinned friend was none other than Xianana. Xianana's profile picture resembled a pure lily blooming by the sea, facing the ocean with a charming smile. That smile was so pure and beautiful. Yet at this moment, as he looked at that face, he only felt a wave of nausea. Without hesitation, he unpinned Xianana from his WeChat. When the interface appeared after unpinning, he intended to click delete, but his finger froze in midair. He stared at the phone screen, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Wouldn't deleting her be too easy for her? At the class reunion this afternoon, Xianana would definitely dress up to attend, and by then. Ding, time-limited task, tear off Xianana's disguise, task duration, 8 hours, task reward, 100% shares of MO1 Detective Studio. The system's prompt echoed in his mind, and Shifeng suddenly felt invigorated, as if a bright lightning bolt had flashed in his eyes. Great! This task came just in time. It was simply tailor-made for him. The reward for this time-limited task was a private detective studio with 100% shares, which meant he would become the sole master of that studio. If he owned a private detective studio of his own, the information gap in the business world would be like a sword in his hand, allowing him to navigate the commercial sea with ease. The same applied in the realm of love. Just like Xianana, this scheming green tea bitch, if he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes last night, he would probably have remained in the dark, thinking of himself as a fish at the mercy of others. Whether in the marketplace or in the realm of love, possessing more information can make one feel like a tiger with wings, standing invincible. Thinking of this, Shifeng's heart was filled with wild joy. He couldn't wait to open the browser and eagerly searched for information about the MO1 private detective agency, but it was as if a stone had sunk into the sea. He found no news at all. After searching repeatedly and still coming up empty, doubt filled his heart. However, the rewards given by the system should be reliable, right? With this thought, he put away his phone. Revitalized, Shifeng immediately threw off the covers and got out of bed to wash up like an arrow released from a bow. The servants in the villa, like a group of well-trained soldiers, carefully arranged breakfast on the large dining table, the enticing aroma acting like invisible ropes, tightly pulling at people's taste buds. Just as the servants were about to wake the villa's master for breakfast, they caught sight of a handsome and tall figure descending slowly from the third floor like a brilliant star. "Good morning, Mr. Shi," the servants greeted with smiles. Standing around the dining table like a group of loyal guards. Villa Tianqiong No. 1 resembled a sleeping castle, vacant for several years, but now it finally welcomed its new master. In the context of an economic downturn, keeping a job was like guarding a precious treasure, so the servants naturally put in their utmost effort to excel in their work. Among the servants, there was a leading housekeeper who resembled an experienced captain, around 50 years old, with a kind expression. He stepped forward like an elegant gentleman and introduced himself. "Good morning, Mr. Shi. My name is He Xing, the housekeeper of Villa Tianqiong No. 1. You can call me housekeeper He. Managing your daily life is like guarding your kingdom. This is my sacred duty. If there are any areas for improvement, please do not hesitate to let me know. Uncle He, can I call you that?" Shifeng felt that calling him housekeeper He was a bit distant. Looking at housekeeper He seemed to see the familiar figures of his parents' generation, so he decided to call him Uncle He, which felt more intimate and natural. Of course, Mr. Shi. The address of Uncle He felt like a warm spring breeze, blowing into the hearts of housekeeper He and the servants, making them feel a sense of warmth. Mr. Shi was not only young and accomplished, wealthy and handsome, but also so approachable. They all felt as if they had encountered a kind and good boss. Just a few days ago, Chiffon was still like a humble blade of grass, holding a meager monthly salary, curled up in a shabby little room. However, everything had changed dramatically now. In the morning, when he slowly woke up, he was surprised to see a group of servants greeting him like stars surrounding the moon. 4. Someone like him, who usually had a reserved personality and even some social anxiety, such a scene felt like a dream, leaving him at a loss and his embarrassment evident. He felt like a newcomer, stepping into the door of wealth, just beginning to taste the life of the rich, needing time to slowly adapt. Gurgle. Chiffon suppressed his social anxiety and awkwardness, steeling himself to walk towards the dining table. Looking at the array of breakfast items, the enticing aroma whispered like a demon, causing his stomach to rumble. How delicious! Chiffon, like a hungry tiger, pouncing on its prey, picked up a crystal-clear soup dumpling and devoured it, followed by several gulps of soy milk and a bite of dessert. Then, his gaze was drawn to the Western-style breakfast items on the table, which looked like exquisite pieces of art, exuding a mouth-watering charm. He couldn't wait to try a bit of each. After finishing an incredibly sumptuous breakfast, his appetite was satisfied like never before. Meanwhile, the servants watching Chiffon enjoy his meal felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction swell within them, knowing that their carefully prepared dishes were being genuinely appreciated. After finishing breakfast, he looked at the time and realized there were still 3 hours until noon. Chiffon then went to the villa's outdoor swimming pool to swim and pass the time. Time quickly flew by, and after a simple tidy-up, he drove his Ferrari out of the villa with a roar. At noon, the sun was just right, and the Guo Restaurant was bustling with people. A cool Ferrari sped in like a flash, screeching to a stop at the restaurant entrance. The driver was Chiffon, who looked at the character "C" on the restaurant sign and couldn't help but chuckle. It was quite fitting. He elegantly pushed open the car door and stepped out. This car is so cool. I have to take a few pictures and post them on Zaya Hongshu. Wow, I can't believe I saw a Ferrari here. There are only 3 Ferraris like this in the whole country. I wonder which big shot is here for a meal. I can't imagine how impressive this big shot must be. Oh my gosh. Look. Is that person getting out of the car our classmate Chiffon? Are you confused from staying up late last night? Chiffon is in my class, his family is poor, how could it be him? Oh my. It really is him. It really is Chiffon. The big shot driving the Ferrari is actually him. This astonishing scene left everyone around dumbfounded, instantly sparking waves of gasps. However, among the crowd, there was another quietly beautiful figure, like a picturesque poem. Chiffon, my deskmate. Long time no see. Li Shuefu was dressed in a light blue long dress, resembling a blooming orchid. Her shoulder-length hair perfectly framed her sweet face, and the bangs danced like lively musical notes in the gentle breeze. She stood quietly in the distance, gazing at the familiar back of her former deskmate, her mind replaying countless memories of watching him from behind during their 4 years in college, like a movie. Li Shuefu's heart raced like a drum, her small face flushed like a ripe apple. Since graduating from college, she had lost the excuse to meet this deskmate. However, she knew that Chiffon would definitely attend the annual class reunion to see Xia Nana, so she came without hesitation, like a moth to a flame. Chiffon ignored the voices around him, walking straight into the restaurant like a steady mountain. Upon entering the private room, the atmosphere was lively. Due to what had just happened at the entrance, a group of people closely followed Chiffon, perhaps out of curiosity or perhaps due to their unfamiliarity. Everyone seemed a bit reserved, too shy to speak to him. Chiffon, it's been a long time. I wonder where you've been working lately. Zhang Chang, the class representative, said, with a smile while raising a toast. Being extroverted and talkative, he had witnessed everything outside, so as soon as he entered the room, he quickly approached Chiffon like a nimble cheetah, ready to toast him. I haven't been working, I just got laid off. Chifeng's tone was as calm as still water. This statement was like a heavy bomb, stirring up waves of shock among everyone present. They had just seen Chiffon driving a limited edition supercar, shining like a star, looking every bit the wealthy man. How could he say he was laid off? Zhang Cheng's expression instantly turned worse than a chameleon, as he had always kept his distance from a poor guy like Chiffon. It was only because he saw him driving the Ferrari today that he had taken the initiative to toast him. Yet, Chifeng's teasing left him feeling a mix of emotions, but he still forced a smile on his face. Haha, I really didn't expect you to be such a humorous person. Zhang Cheng laughed as he poured wine into Chifeng's glass, but his smile looked more like a grimace. Now that the economy is declining, jobs are like an oasis in the desert, scarce and precious. We are all classmates from the same department, and today's gathering can also be seen as a sharing session. If you have a good job, it's like a bright light in the darkness, guiding your classmates. I can't recommend anyone. Shifeng knew the department representative, Zheng Chang. In the past, Zheng Chang had always looked down on him like a proud peacock, never bothering to glance his way. Now, however, he was humbly toasting and pleading. To be honest, he had no deep-seated grudge against these university classmates. Seeing them gaze at him with hopeful eyes, he really wanted to help them. But he truly couldn't recommend anyone. To be precise, he was also unemployed at the moment. He was a wealthy unemployed person. Shifeng surprisingly spoke so bluntly and without mercy. Zhang Chang's expression instantly darkened, as if shrouded by a heavy cloud, extremely gloomy. Just then, Zhang Chang seemed to have a flash of inspiration, suddenly thinking of something. His eyes lit up with a cunning glint. He then deliberately feigned confusion and asked in a sarcastic tone, "I say, Shifeng, that cool and flashy Ferrari parked outside, you didn't rent it just to show off, did you?" After a pause, he continued to mock him, adding fuel to the fire. "Look at you, this is just an ordinary gathering of classmates from our department. You shouldn't feel so inferior that you need to rent a car to put on a facade, right?" As soon as Zhang Chang's sharp and bitter words fell, those who had been oblivious immediately came to their senses, transforming into self-proclaimed know-it-alls. They whispered among themselves, casting scornful and disdainful glances at Shifeng, as if he were a heinous criminal. Faced with such reactions, Shifeng felt a wave of speechlessness. However, he had no intention of explaining or proving himself. After all, to him, this group of so-called classmates he had only met once was utterly insignificant. The Ferrari indeed belonged to him, but why bother explaining to a bunch of unrelated people? As long as he could genuinely enjoy the thrill and satisfaction of driving it, that was enough. Thus, Shifeng couldn't be bothered to say more and simply tossed out, "Think whatever you want, you say it is, then it is." After saying that, he resolutely turned around and quickly left this place of gossip with firm steps, leaving behind a proud and carefree silhouette for the still-dazed crowd. Subsequently, Shifeng walked alone to a secluded corner and casually found a spot to sit down. At last year's gathering, he had quietly found a seat like this. No one would notice him, nor would anyone come to chat with him. If it weren't for wanting to see Xianana, he wouldn't have wanted to be a background character, but that was in the past. After this time, he would have no reason to attend gatherings again. The earlier commotion was merely because everyone saw him driving a luxury car. Now that they mistakenly thought it was rented, he could enjoy some peace. Zhang Cheng felt he had the upper hand and wanted to mock Shifeng a few more times. "Look, the campus beauty is here!" someone suddenly shouted, instantly capturing everyone's attention. At that moment, the crowd began to stir and cheer. People turned their heads to see a stunning figure slowly approaching. Wow, the campus beauty is really beautiful. She is still as pure and charming as ever. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, today, Xianana was wearing a pink knee-length dress, resembling a blooming peach blossom, vibrant and dripping with beauty. The delicate color accentuated her already innocent features, making her look even more pitiful, and paired with the faint smile at the corner of her mouth, it was as if the warm sunlight of spring had poured into the heart, making one involuntarily feel joy. However, at that moment, everyone suddenly noticed that there was a man following the school beauty. This man was a completely unfamiliar face to most people present. In an instant, various speculations and discussions surged like a tide. Oh my, why is that man holding the school beauty's waist? Could he be her boyfriend? But I've never heard of the school beauty having a boyfriend during these years in college. I always held on to the fantasy that I might have a chance. Sigh. Sighs echoed through the crowd. Amidst the rising discussions, Xianana walked straight to the most prominent position in the entire private room with that man, under the gazes of surprise, curiosity, and envy from everyone. Despite being the school beauty, Xianana did not put on any airs of pride or unapproachability. On the contrary, her friendly and approachable demeanor made everyone who saw her involuntarily want to get closer to her. It was precisely because of this highly deceptive exterior that Shifeng was deeply attracted to her and regarded her as the moonlight in his heart. However, as the saying goes, paper cannot contain fire forever. Today, Shifeng decided to personally tear apart Xianana's seemingly flawless disguise. "Everyone, let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend Su Changming," Xianana said shyly, and as her words fell, the scene immediately erupted in an uproar. Wow, look at that! Just look at the outfit he's wearing, and that watch on his wrist, all of it is extremely luxurious brand name stuff. Xianana's boyfriend can't be a rich second generation, can he? A sharp-eyed female classmate was the first to exclaim, her loud voice instantly attracting the attention of many around her. Everyone followed the direction of her finger and saw a man standing next to Xianana, who looked average but dressed well. Due to his wealth, exuding a certain gentlemanly charm. Xianana looked up at Su Chengming like a little bird, making him the center of attention. Oh my, I really didn't expect Xianana to find such a wealthy boyfriend. No wonder she chose to bring him to show off at this class reunion, another girl said sourly, her words barely concealing her envy and jealousy. At this moment, other female classmates began to whisper among themselves, sizing up the man while discussing in low voices. However, Xianana took in all the envious and jealous gazes, feeling immensely proud and pleased. Just then, Su Chengming, who had been silent, smiled and said, "Hello, classmates. I came uninvited today to accompany Nana to this class reunion. I hope you won't mind my intrusion. If I have disturbed your originally pleasant gathering, I am willing to express my apologies. I will cover all expenses for today." After saying this, the man named Su Chengming slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a confident and composed smile. After all, for him, this expense was nothing significant. The reason he was so generous and magnanimous was simply that he wanted to take this opportunity to let Xianana shine in front of their classmates, thereby winning the beauty's favor. Thinking of this, Su Chengming naturally reached out his arm and gently wrapped it around Xianana's slender and soft waist, while quietly pinching her waist lightly when no one was paying attention. Xianana clearly did not expect Su Chengming to suddenly make such an intimate gesture, and her face instantly turned red as she playfully glared at him. However, this seemingly angry glance appeared to Su Chengming as a different kind of charm and provocation, causing his heart to race. The strength of his hand not only did not lessen but instead tightened a bit more. When Su Chengming announced he was treating, the crowd erupted in excitement. The department's annual gathering was usually a split-cost affair. This year, due to the ongoing economic downturn, those who were originally disinterested in the gathering were even reluctant to participate, even if they had to share the costs, ultimately chose to attend this gathering without hesitation. The reason was simple: they wanted to see if any of their former classmates had become successful and could lend them a hand in critical moments. Now that someone was generously treating everyone to such a lavish meal, it was only natural for them to be overjoyed. What excited them even more was seeing that Xianana had found such a wealthy boyfriend, which made them eager to ingratiate themselves, as this was indeed a rare opportunity. Zhang Chang, quick-witted, was the first to come back to his senses, his face filled with a flattering smile. Holding a wine glass tightly, he hurried over to Su Chengming, bowing respectfully as he toasted, "Brother Ming, you are truly generous and magnificent. Let me toast you a glass." Then, he began to praise endlessly, "Xianana and we are from the same department, and she has always been recognized as the campus beauty of our school." Back in the university days, the number of people pursuing her was simply countless. But no matter who it was, she never looked at any of them. Who would have thought that until this special occasion today, we would only learn that she already had a boyfriend. At this point, Zhang Cheng deliberately paused for a moment, then pretended to shake his head and continued, "I often wonder, what kind of person could successfully capture her heart? Someone as ordinary as me definitely cannot aspire to that. I wouldn't even dare to dream about it. He. Only someone as graceful and noble as you, a wealthy young master, would be worthy of her. Just look at the two of you standing together. You are truly a match made in heaven, a perfect couple that is so pleasing to the eye." Zhang Cheng wore a beaming smile, his words dripping with honey as he praised Su Chengming both openly and subtly. "Oh my, brother Su, you are truly remarkable. To be able to win over our university's stunning beauty, that's not something just anyone can achieve. I am simply in awe of you." Su Chengming smiled, feigning humility as he waved his hand and said, "Oh, no, you flatter me. To have a girlfriend as gentle, beautiful, and understanding as Nana is truly a blessing I must have earned over 8 lifetimes." Saying this, he took the wine glass that Zhang Cheng had offered, and without hesitation, raised it to his lips and drank it all in one go, leaving not a drop behind. In truth, Su Chengming was clear as day. He knew that Zhang Cheng's words contained a bit of flattery. But somehow, these praises felt like a spring breeze blowing into his heart, making him feel particularly comfortable and pleased. Although he was still being polite on the surface, inside he was already overjoyed. After all, having such an outstanding girlfriend truly made him feel incredibly proud and satisfied. Moreover, after spending this time together, he deeply understood the true taste of this happiness. In today's world, finding a satisfying job is not an easy task. Look at our classmates from the same department, each one of them is frowning. So, let's treat this gathering today as a sharing conference for exchanging experiences and sharing resources. Zhang Chan looked at Su Chengming, who was enjoying the flattery, and felt it was settled in his heart. Thus, he approached Su Chengming with a flattering expression and said with a smile, "Brother Ming, you are someone who has seen the world. I admire you so much that I could bow down to you. If you have any good job opportunities, please don't forget about your brother. Just do me a favor and recommend me." After saying this, he didn't forget to wink at Su Chengming. Upon hearing this, Su Chengming's heart suddenly stirred with doubt. His family was indeed well off, and there were naturally many job positions available. However, recently, he had been severely reprimanded by his father and was directly demoted to that obscure tooling company to do menial work. Although it was said to be for training, it was essentially no different from being a laborer. He himself was currently in a difficult situation, struggling to protect himself, so how could he spare the time to recommend a good job to someone else? But if he directly refused Zhang Cheng in front of so many classmates, wouldn't that make him seem too lacking in face and presence? Just as Su Chengming was in a dilemma, he suddenly heard a clear and pleasant voice from the side. "Zhang, you can rest assured. If there really is a suitable job for you, someone as kind-hearted as our brother Ming will definitely help you without hesitation, as long as it's within his capacity." It turned out to be Xiaonana, who was currently surrounded by a group of female classmates, chattering about various gossip and fun stories. Fortunately, she was sharp-eyed and had been paying attention to Zhang Chang and Su Chengming's conversation, otherwise, she would have missed such a rare opportunity to shine. After speaking, Xiaonana's cheeks flushed like the evening glow, and she gently bit her lip, looking up at Su Chengming with shy and timid eyes. However, at that moment, Su Chengming's heart was already at its breaking point. He racked his brain to think of how to politely refuse the current situation, but he never expected that his hesitation would be misunderstood by Xiaonana as trying to show off. She took this opportunity to shine, but little did she know the pain in his heart. At that moment, Zhang Chang, who had been waiting for an opportunity, finally seized the moment, unable to contain his excitement, and shouted loudly, "Brother Ming, Xiaonana, thank you so much. You are truly my great benefactors. I will definitely remember the promise you made, and I will drink this cup of wine as a toast." After saying this, he eagerly raised his cup and drank it all in one go, fearing that the other party would suddenly go back on their word. Upon hearing this, everyone raised their cups and rushed towards Xiaonana and Su Chengming, continuously expressing their gratitude and congratulations. For a moment, the scene was extraordinarily lively. Xiaonana could hardly believe how unreserved everyone was. Faced with this sudden situation, she felt a bit flustered and panicked. Especially when she caught sight of Su Chengming's dark expression directed at her, her heart grew increasingly anxious. She knew that she had only just managed to get close to this rich second-generation heir. How could she dare to offend him easily because of these unrelated people? Classmates, indeed, everyone's life is not easy right now. By the way, do you know Shifeng? I and he are not working at Tu & Company, but guess what, how is he doing now? In a moment of desperation, Shauna thought of a way to divert attention by using someone else's sorrow, so that she could shift everyone's focus. This method was indeed effective. Everyone fell silent. With a look of regret, Shauna said, "He was laid off from our Tu & Company. It's really terrible now." As soon as Shauna finished speaking, she was eagerly anticipating that everyone would rush over as usual to ask what had happened. However, the scene was surprisingly quiet, so quiet that it made one feel uneasy. The atmosphere was bizarre to the extreme. Just as Shauna was filled with suspicion and was about to break the silence again, she suddenly heard an incredibly familiar voice drifting from behind her. "Shauna, do you really think I'm that miserable in your eyes?" Shauna turned around sharply at the sound and instantly saw Shifeng's face, which looked so gloomy. It seemed like it could drip water. Shifeng's sharp eyebrows were like blades, and his high, straight nose added a three-dimensional quality to his features. His facial contours were as if meticulously sculpted, looking like they had been chiseled with a knife. At that moment, he was dressed in a pure black suit, perfectly tailored and seamless, as if it had been custom-made for him, perfectly showcasing his broad and sturdy shoulders, making him look handsome and elegant. "Shifeng, how could you be here?" Shauna asked in astonishment. Looking at the dazzling scene before her heart involuntarily skipped a beat. It was known that in the past, Shifeng was just an inconspicuous poor boy who followed her around, trying to please her. How could he have transformed into someone so radiant now? Shauna pondered, wasn't Shifeng already laid off from the company? Logically, he should be having a very hard time now, so how could he afford to spend money to attend this class reunion? Besides, shouldn't he be busy sending out resumes and looking for a job? Shauna thought this way, and since entering this place, she hadn't seen Shifeng at all. Thus, in that urgent moment, she had a sudden idea to joke about Shifeng's situation, trying to draw everyone's attention elsewhere. Little did she expect that Shifeng would appear right there, and even more surprisingly, he didn't seem as impoverished as rumored. For a long time, Shauna had always presented herself as a fresh and charming campus beauty, and to maintain this beautiful image, she would carefully select behaviors that were beneficial to her image in both social interactions and various affairs. Because of this, throughout her 4 years of college, no one had ever given her a negative evaluation. Her interpersonal relationships were exceptionally good. However, at this moment, she was mocking someone in front of everyone, which was completely contrary to the persona she had established. In an instant, Shauna seemed to transform into a child who had made a mistake yet looked innocent, her face revealing a sense of grievance. Soon after, her eyes slightly reddened, and tears seemed ready to spill at any moment. Shifeng, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to say that. I really didn't mean it. Shauna explained incoherently, her voice trembling and choked with emotion. Shauna's pitiful appearance instantly evoked the sympathy of everyone present. After all, in everyone's eyes, Xianana has always been a kind and gentle good person. At that moment, Su Changming, who was standing nearby, was instantly furious and shouted, "Who the hell are you? How dare you bully my girlfriend? You must be tired of living. Just watch how I deal with you today." Xianana felt a sense of delight in her heart at this action. Now she had become the weak object being protected. Her petite body was tightly shielded behind Su Changming, as if it were an indestructible fortress. However, despite this, her bright eyes seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, constantly glancing towards Shifeng's direction. How strange, she thought to herself. As in the past, she couldn't even be bothered to look at this man. You ask me who I am? I'm just the fool who has secretly had a crush on Xianana for 4 whole years, and has actively courted her for 2 years, yet has never received even the slightest favor from her. At this moment, Shifeng's expression was sorrowful, and his tone carried a hint of anger. His words were like a heavy bomb, instantly detonating in the crowd. Everyone was shocked, their gazes turning towards Xianana, their faces filled with curiosity and anticipation, as if waiting for a wonderful show to unfold. Due to Shifeng's sudden confession, Xianana became the center of attention. She slightly raised her head, a barely noticeable smug smile curling at the corners of her mouth. The feeling of being fought over by 2 men intoxicated her. She enjoyed it immensely. After all, she had always been aware of Shifeng's affection for her and was very willing to accept his pursuit and everything he offered. However, in her eyes, Shifeng was just a poor boy with nothing. She had never considered truly accepting him, merely treating him as a fish that could be discarded at any time, just toying with him. Who would have thought that the usually silent Shifeng would muster such great courage today to reveal his feelings in front of so many people? This was truly beyond Xianana's expectations. But she quickly regained her composure, blinking her watery big eyes and putting on a pitiful, completely clueless expression, as if she were bewildered by everything happening before her. In fact, she had already made up her mind. Even if she looked down on this poor boy, she absolutely could not reject him outright in front of everyone, or it would tarnish her pure and beautiful image. So, it was best to remain silent. She merely let out a few sobs. "You don't deserve her. Xianana is my girlfriend now," Su Changming said sarcastically, pulling Xianana into his arms to declare his ownership. "Xianana, I want to tell you something. I have always clearly understood that in the past, I was poor and destitute, and had no right to match with you. However, times have changed, I have completely transformed my fate." As Shifeng spoke, he slowly pulled out a shining car key from his pocket and held it high to show everyone. "Wow! Look, isn't that the key exclusive to the legendary Ferrari owner? Oh my gosh! This is really the exclusive key to that car. Unbelievable! Shifeng has hidden it too well, he really is the car owner." A gasp suddenly arose from the crowd, and everyone's gaze instantly focused on the key in Shifeng's hand. Xianana recalled being drawn to that Ferrari at the entrance, secretly wondering who was driving such a luxurious sports car to this restaurant. She never expected that the car would actually belong to Shifeng. She was completely stunned, her eyes revealing a hint of undeniable excitement. But soon this emotion was suppressed by reason. After all, although Shifeng now owned an eye-catching luxury car, it still seemed insignificant compared to Su Changming, who had a vast family business behind him. If she could marry him, she would truly become a wealthy lady in every sense. Thinking of this, the inner turmoil in Xianana grew stronger, and her gaze changed continuously in just a few seconds. Meanwhile, Shifeng, who had been secretly observing Xianana's reactions, keenly captured the subtle changes in her eyes. Seeing Xianana's excitement yet hesitation, Shifeng couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. Ha, she's hooked. All his previous actions and words were merely a carefully designed performance. To put it bluntly, he was just pretending. Just for fun. In the past, he was the one being baited, today, he would be the one doing the fishing. Xiaonana, as long as you choose to be my girlfriend, I'll give you this car to drive and I'll give you $1 million a month as pocket money. As soon as Shifeng said this, the entire private room erupted like a thunderclap. The group of people who didn't know the truth began to chatter excitedly. Oh my god. This Shifeng is simply insane, someone exclaimed. What do you mean insane? He's clearly a devoted admirer, and a particularly wealthy one at that, another person chimed in. Isn't that right? Xiaonana is so lucky to be pursued by two rich men at the same time. Hey, if it were you, who would you choose? Someone else curiously asked. Do I even need to ask? Of course. I'd choose Shifeng. Just look at how handsome he is, and his figure is top-notch. Most importantly, he's generous and extravagant with women. Compared to him, Su Changming is lacking in every aspect. The speaker answered with a lovesick expression. Yes, I completely agree. Our taste in men is exactly the same. If it were me, I would definitely choose Shifeng without hesitation. He. The person next to her nodded repeatedly, also wearing a dreamy smile. In the crowd, a quiet and graceful figure stood silently. She watched everything happening before her heart filled with endless sadness and disappointment. Li Shuifu's beautiful big eyes were slightly reddened, her eyes brimming with stubborn tears, yet she never let them fall. Her small, delicate, red lips were pressed together, pulling out a smile that was even uglier than crying. In truth, she knew very well that she had always been aware Shifeng was deeply in love with another woman. Just as she stubbornly loved him in silence. Xiaonana heard the waves of gasps around her, these sounds like beautiful notes, constantly plucking at the strings of her vanity deep within, filling her with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. In the past, she had always regarded Shifeng as a humble admirer, a pitiful creature with nothing to his name, living in poverty. However, times had changed, and the situation had undergone a dramatic transformation. Although she still didn't understand how Shifeng had become so wealthy overnight, it was undeniable that the conditions he proposed were jaw-dropping and incredibly generous. Xiaonana cast a disdainful glance at Su Changming beside her, secretly comparing the two. As for Su Changming, he was plain and unremarkable. With no outstanding features, when it came to being an admirer, he was far from Shifeng's attentive devotion. As for the extent of generosity, since dating Su Changming, she had only received a bag worth a mere 1 million, while at other times it was just some ethereal promises. To put it bluntly, it was like painting a big pie that could never be realized. In fact, she was well aware of the underlying dynamics. However, she had never focused solely on the trivial benefits of the present. What she truly valued was the vast family fortune behind Su Changming. As long as she could successfully marry into the Su family and become a part of it, the immense wealth of the Su family would naturally provide her with ample opportunities to enjoy. But at this moment, when she turned her gaze back to Shifeng, she found that this man seemed to have undergone a transformation. Just look at Shifeng, he was not only handsome but also had a perfect figure. The ordinary and simple appearance that once stemmed from poverty had long since vanished, replaced by a charming face and a tall, slender physique. Especially when she saw him in a finely tailored luxury suit. Casually playing with the keys to a luxury car, he instantly became radiant and charismatic. Xiaonana felt that Shifeng before her was simply flawless, with not a single defect to be found. Moreover, she knew Shifeng well, this man had always treated her sincerely, and his deep affection had never changed. Furthermore, now that Shifeng had become successful, he had a monthly allowance of up to 1 million, which was not just empty talk but a well-known and observable fact. With his good character and deep admiration for her, he would certainly not lie or deceive. Xiaonana secretly pondered, as long as she played a few little tricks and occasionally acted spoiled or threw a tantrum, Shifeng would definitely buy her all sorts of precious gifts to make her happy. After all, even when he was not financially well off in the past, he would find ways to give her thoughtful gifts to win her favor. Now that he was wealthy, the gifts he gave would surely be even more valuable. Thinking of this, Xiaonana couldn't help but feel elated. With a monthly allowance of 1 million plus gifts every now and then, her life would be incredibly luxurious. Xiaonana's face flushed slightly, and ripples of excitement stirred in her heart. Feng, in fact, deep down in my heart, I have always harbored a special feeling for you. For a long time, you have cared for me meticulously, giving me endless warmth and protection. However, because you have never openly confessed your feelings in front of me, I have always mistakenly thought that you only regarded me as an ordinary friend. That's why I thought there would be no possibility of development between us, so As this series of words flowed slowly from Xiaonana's mouth, she cleverly distanced herself from the entanglement of this relationship. Between the lines, she seemed to deliberately imply that the culprit for the current situation was Shifeng's failure to bravely express his love rather than her intention to keep him hanging. In fact, although Shifeng had not been as direct in expressing his feelings for Xianana as he was today, his concern for her was evident enough that even a blind person could easily perceive it. Only Xianana, all along, pretended not to see or hear. But it was not surprising, after all, the so-called fishing strategy was probably like this. If they could ultimately achieve a happy ending, they could naturally claim that they had feelings for each other long ago, but if it ended without any resolution, they could simply downplay it as the other party's unilateral infatuation, while remaining completely unaware of the true circumstances. Foam, I didn't realize how good you were before, but now, I promise to be your girlfriend. Xianana looked at Shifeng with affectionate eyes. Shifeng smiled gently and said, Nana, are you really willing to be my girlfriend? Don't forget how you treated me back then. Shifeng sneered inwardly, fully aware of Xianana's little schemes. But the onlookers didn't understand. What he intended to do was to tear off Xianana's disguise and expose it to the public. Xianana's face stiffened. For a moment, then she quickly regained her sweet smile and pouted, Foam, I was just being naive back then. Xianana, how could you do this? How can you face me? You're so fickle. You have no shame. Su Chengming's originally narrow eyes were now wide open, as if his eyeballs were about to pop out. His chest heaved violently, breathing rapid and heavy, a low roar escaped his throat, trembling with extreme anger. Until now, Su Chengming had always presented himself as a graceful and refined gentleman, but at this moment, that hypocritical mask had completely shattered, disappearing without a trace. Every word he uttered was like an arrow burning with rage, shooting straight at the other party, filled with endless accusations and deep confusion. Clearly, everything happening before him had exceeded what he could bear, making it hard for him to accept. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists, and due to the force, his knuckles turned white veins, bulging. Enduring such a humiliating disgrace, being publicly robbed of his girlfriend, he could no longer care about any image issues, his mind only focused on venting the raging flames of anger within. In fact, his anger wasn't because he liked Xianana that much, it wouldn't be accurate to say he had deep feelings for her. After all, a playboy like him, who spent his days surrounded by beautiful women, never lacked for female company. Moreover, he had seen through Xianana's pretended innocence from the very beginning, but even so, occasionally toying with such a seemingly pure woman could bring a different kind of amusement. So, he was merely not yet tired of her. According to his usual style, once the novelty wore off, he would naturally discard her without mercy. But now, someone dared to slap him hard in front of everyone, openly taking away his girlfriend, which undoubtedly meant he had lost to someone else in this romantic competition. For the proud and self-important Su Chengming, could there be a greater humiliation than this? However, facing Su Chengming's near uncontrollable emotional outburst, Xianana appeared completely indifferent, even unconcerned. The corners of her mouth slightly lifted, revealing a hint of disdainful smile, her eyes showing a coldness and contempt, as if the furious man before her had nothing to do with her. Then, Xianana's beautiful eyes sparkled with glistening tears. With a face full of grievance, she said, in the past, it was because I was too foolish and ignorant, not realizing how deep Fang's feelings for me were, which is why I foolishly missed him. After saying this, she turned her head and shot a fierce glare at Su Chengming beside her, continuing to cry out, Humph. Su Chengming, you will never compare to the deep affection Foam has for me. I, Xianana, am someone who values loyalty immensely. How could I bear to let down someone as kind, upright, and devoted as Foam? Foam, I will not let you down again. As she spoke, Xianana seemed like a frightened little bird, weakly nestling in front of Shifeng. At that moment, she appeared so pitiful that it was impossible not to feel a pang of sympathy. Shifeng, who had been standing silently in place, looked at everything happening before him with a blank expression. Inside, he felt an overwhelming disgust and aversion. Ha! So now you, Xianana, realize my deep feelings? This woman is truly hypocritical. And she pretends to say she will never let me down again? It's simply ridiculous. However, this is not the best time to expose her true self. I need to stoke the fire a bit more. Since that's the case, I might as well play along with her performance. Shifeng suddenly wore an extremely affectionate expression and said softly, Nana, in my eyes, you are like a goddess. Ah ha ha ha. You actually regard her as a lofty goddess? That's utterly laughable. Su Chengming, who had been fuming, suddenly widened his eyes upon hearing Shifeng's words, glaring at Xianana with a fierce look, as if he wanted to devour her alive. At that moment, a sinister thought surged in Su Chengming's mind. Since he couldn't have her, he might as well ruin her. So, he gritted his teeth and said, today I'm going to expose this woman's hypocritical true self. Let me tell you, Shanana is just a pretentious slut. You are just a fish on her hook. Don't be foolish and let her toy with you. Immediately, Su Changming, as if grasping a lifeline, quickly pulled out his phone, his fingers flying over the screen as he eagerly searched for the chat records with Shanana. Meanwhile, Shanana had no idea things would escalate to this point, her delicate face twisted in fear. It turned out that Shanana was always cautious when chatting with others on WeChat, desperately maintaining her pure and innocent image. Those slightly risque or flirtatious words, she only dared to say in person. However, there was that one time, in order to get a long-desired handbag from Su Changming, she lowered herself and flattered him in every way possible. She had said, "Oh dear, although many pursue me, they are either broke or useless, none can compare to you, who is both wealthy and capable. Only a man like you can truly give me a sense of security." Unfortunately, despite Shana's best efforts, Su Changming only promised her verbally and never actually bought the handbag for her. She ended up with nothing. Who would have thought that those words, meant to deceive Su Changming, would now become powerful evidence to expose her true face? Shanana's face turned pale, her eyes darting around as panic set in. No, these things cannot be seen by her classmates. Forgetting about maintaining her youthful and beautiful image, she quickly reached out to snatch the phone, trying to destroy the evidence. Of course, Su Changming wouldn't let her succeed. He protected the phone, and suddenly, the two of them were grappling with each other, the scene becoming a bit chaotic, and just like that, the phone fell heavily to the ground. Clatter! Shanana! You! Su Changming hurriedly went to check the phone, which had been thrown far away. He looked at the shattered screen, furious. I'm sorry. Shanana feigned an innocent expression and quickly apologized, but inside, she was secretly delighted. She had destroyed the evidence, and now the chat records would be invisible to others. Inside the private room, a group of people were enjoying the drama, not expecting such a gripping scene. Unfortunately, now that there were no chat records, without evidence, what could they say? The crowd couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. Phone, you have to believe me. Xianana no longer paid attention to Su Changming. After all, she couldn't see the chat records at this moment. She felt that maintaining her image in Shifeng's heart was the most crucial thing. A hint of malicious laughter flashed in Shifeng's cold eyes. But in an instant, his expression returned to one of infatuation. Nana, I believe you, he said, feigning deep emotion. At this moment, the private room began to boil again. The onlookers were surprised that the dramatic scene just now had not affected Shifeng's mindset at all. In fact, he still believed in Xianana so deeply. Without real evidence, everyone was still willing to believe in Xianana again, and it seemed they were all infected by Shifeng's deep affection, with some even cheering for him. Shifeng, well done. You're a real man. Wow. Are there still such passionate men around? If I were Xianana, I would throw myself at him right away. If this works out, they could become a legendary couple in our university. To be fair, I can't help but feel that Xianana doesn't deserve Shifeng's deep affection. Sisters agree. Honestly, from a woman's sharp perspective, a good man like Shifeng is truly rare, but Xianana really seems a bit unworthy. An ideal partner is both wealthy and affectionate. However, in reality, it is often the case that one is either wealthy but fickle or affectionate but poor. When both wealth and affection gather in one person, then that person is undoubtedly the most ideal choice. The public opinion surged like a roaring tide, lifting Shifeng to a prominent high point. At this moment, Xianana stood gracefully in front of Shifeng, the voices of the crowd rising and falling around her. Those voices were filled with praise and admiration for Shifeng, and deep down, she couldn't help but feel the same way. When she heard Shifeng say "I believe you" in such a heartfelt tone, an indescribable sense of satisfaction surged within her. At that moment, it felt as if the whole world revolved around the two of them, all eyes focused here, and she became the envy of everyone. This feeling of being surrounded and noticed by others brought her an unprecedented sense of vanity satisfaction. Xianana's heart felt as if a jar of honey had been overturned, the sweet taste spreading everywhere. She was acutely aware that as long as she could cleverly coax the loyal Shifeng in front of her, the happy life that belonged to her would surely follow. A good man like Shifeng, who was both wealthy and deeply affectionate, was a rare treasure in the world, an irresistible temptation for any woman. He was like a powerful aphrodisiac, making Xianana uncontrollably want to throw herself into his arms immediately. She secretly thought, if at this moment she could take the initiative to give Shifeng a kiss in front of everyone, wouldn't that dog who had been silently guarding her side be overjoyed to the point of losing his mind? After all, he had been pursuing her for a long time, and it was time to give him a little reward in return. With this thought, Xianana unhesitatingly opened her arms, like a light butterfly dancing gracefully. Then, she suddenly leaned forward, slowly closed her eyes, slightly puckered her pink lips, and began to imagine the passionate and romantic kiss that was about to come. Bang! Ah! Oh! Before Xianana could fully understand what had happened, a piercing pain suddenly shot through her body, as if thousands of steel needles were simultaneously piercing her marrow, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. She struggled to open her eyes, and what came into view was the cold, hard ground. It turned out that she had fallen heavily to the ground at some point, having an intimate encounter with this merciless earth. She couldn't understand how she had ended up on the ground. Xianana was filled with confusion and disbelief. She simply couldn't comprehend why she had suddenly collapsed. According to her original plan, she should have fallen into Shifeng's warm and broad embrace. But now, Feng? At this moment, Xianana really wanted to curse Shifeng fiercely in her heart. However, reason ultimately triumphed over impulse. She gritted her teeth and forced back the scolding that was on the tip of her tongue. With tears welling in her eyes, she cried pitifully, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Despite the intense pain surging through her body like waves, she still bit her lip tightly, trying hard not to let out a painful moan, presenting a weak demeanor that would never blame others and willingly endure all the bullying in silence. The fish was caught. Reel it in. Shifeng had finally succeeded in catching the big fish he had long anticipated, skillfully reeling in the fishing rod, yet there was not a trace of joy on his face. On the contrary, his originally deep and charming eyes had turned bone-chillingly cold, like a lake surface covered in frost on a winter day, making anyone who glanced at him feel a piercing chill. He coldly looked at Xianana and squeezed out a sentence through clenched teeth. Xianana, all of this is your own doing, you deserve it. Hearing this, Xianana could hardly believe her ears. She widened her eyes. Her face streaked with tears, and questioned, why? Feng, what's wrong with you? Why are you treating me like this? I can't believe you would change for no reason. You must have some unspoken grievances, right? In response to Xianana's questioning, Shifeng merely sneered. His tone was filled with sarcasm as he said, had grievances? You really know how to make excuses for yourself. When have you ever looked at me properly? In your eyes, I was just one of the many fish in your so-called pond. Now that you've ended up like this, who can you blame? In the past, even though I earned only a meager salary of a few thousand each month, I still had to live frugally and meticulously just to save up money to buy you those expensive gifts. However, what pains me the most is that the gifts I painstakingly gave you were so insignificant in your eyes that you didn't even bother to look at them. You only thought they were too cheap, but how could you know the countless times I was harsh and unfair to myself behind those gifts? At the company, whenever you encountered difficulties with a project, the first thing you thought of was to seek my help. And what about me? Time and again, I helped you without complaint, solving countless tricky problems. But in the end, to you, I was just a free laborer you could command without any cost. What's even more despicable is that I was foolish enough to be threatened and coerced by the Wand Company because of you. Looking back now, I was simply foolish beyond measure. And you, Xianana, you heartless woman, a complete scheming green tea bitch. Just the thought of you touching my shoes would make me feel incredibly dirty and disgusted. At this moment, Shifeng's gaze was as cold as ice, his anger seemingly about to burst forth from his eyes, as he mercilessly scolded the woman who had once captured his heart. Isn't it just playing emotional games and using tricks to lure someone? Today, Shifeng would return the favor in kind. First, lure Xianana into your grasp, then ruthlessly throw her away, exposing her hypocritical mask in front of everyone, letting them see her true, ugly face. He had waited too long for this, and today, finally, it was his moment to breathe easy. This feeling was just so damn satisfying. The onlookers finally realized what was going on. It turned out that the so-called pure goddess, Xianana, was actually a scheming green tea bitch skilled at manipulating others' feelings. And the one everyone regarded as a humble sycophant, Shifeng, was actually the true warrior, patiently waiting for the chance to strike back. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha, look at how embarrassed Xianana looks. Xianana, look at how you demean yourself. Thought you were a pure goddess, but it turns out you were just pretending. To be fair, her acting talent is too strong. We were all deceived to the core. Ha ha ha, thank goodness for Shifeng's brilliant actions today. He tore off Xianana's disguise. Otherwise, we would have all been fooled by her. I have to say, how has Shifeng become so handsome and assertive? Now. Oh my god, why didn't you tell me earlier that Shifeng was this amazing? If I had known, I would have pursued him. In the bustling crowd, a comically absurd scene suddenly unfolded, making anyone who saw it unable to hold back their laughter. At first, only one or two people laughed, but this joyful atmosphere seemed contagious, quickly sparking a wave of uproarious laughter. filling the entire room with deafening mockery. Among the noise, the one laughing the hardest was Su Changming, hands on his hips, leaning back slightly, his mouth wide open, his laughter almost breaking the roof. At this moment, Shifeng mercilessly shouted at the person in front of him. In the past, it was all because I was blind, thinking of you, this scum, as a lofty goddess. I did indeed invest my true feelings in you, but that doesn't mean I'm an utterly foolish person. Xiang Nana, now just seeing you makes my heart surge with waves of disgust. After saying this, Shifeng turned around without hesitation, striding away with firm and powerful steps, not looking back. Just as he turned around gracefully, a crisp and pleasant system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Tear off Xiang Nana's disguise, mission accomplished, reward, 100% shares of MO1 Detective Agency. Thus, Shifeng left an unforgettable silhouette for those still in shock in an extremely carefree and strikingly handsome manner. On the other side, Xiang Nana never expected that the image she had carefully maintained would be so ruthlessly torn apart in front of everyone. At that moment, she felt a burning sensation on her face, as if being struck by countless eyes. How could she have the face to stay in this place any longer? So, she hurriedly covered her face with her hands, sobbing as she stumbled towards the door. The proud and arrogant her could never have imagined that she would be so severely retaliated against by a humble sycophant she once looked down upon. At this moment, she felt wronged, tears pouring out like a flood breaking through a dam. At the same time, a strong hatred surged from the depths of her heart, directed at the just departed Shifeng. When she ran out the door, she saw Shifeng just opening the door of his roaring Ferrari, and in her heart, she was even more certain that Shifeng was really this rich now. At the same time, she still held a glimmer of hope. She thought that Shifeng was just angry because he had once been a devoted admirer, blaming her for not seeing his good side back then, blaming her for not responding to him. But this was simple, it was indeed her fault in the past, but now that she saw Shifeng's good side, she could change. As long as she comforted Shifeng, she could take the initiative to be the devoted admirer and please him a little. Wouldn't that work? Yes. She still had a chance. With this thought, all the sadness, disappointment, and heartache she felt earlier disappeared. In its place was a surge of confidence, so she hurriedly ran while shouting, Feng, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated you like a devoted admirer. You're not a devoted admirer. You're the idol in my heart. Feng. Think about our friendship over the years. Give me a chance, okay? I won't ignore you, not care about you, or use you like before. At this moment, Xian Nana had already rushed in front of Shifeng. Her face flushed as she stared at the luxurious interior of the roaring Ferrari, her heart racing. Her eyes looked even more pitiful, waiting for Shifeng's understanding. Don't touch me. Get lost. Shifeng didn't even glance at Xian Nana. He coldly shut the car door and drove away in an instant. Xian Nana, who had always been praised, couldn't bear the series of blows she faced today. She felt that she had humiliated herself like this, yet Shifeng was still so heartless. The grievances and anger in her heart turned into hatred. Nana, I really feel sorry for you like this. Su Changming appeared in front of her. Xian Nana looked at his pitying expression, and her self-esteem took a huge hit. She had relied on her image as the pure school beauty, and could still put on an act in front of Su Changming, the rich second generation. Who would have thought that after everything that happened today, she could no longer pretend? In fact, Xian Nana didn't know that Su Changming had long seen through her as a scheming green tea bitch, and being with her was just for fun. So, unlike Feng, who would be heartbroken for having invested genuine feelings, Su Changming had no real emotions. His appearance now was also to continue playing with Xian Nana. Nana, that guy Shifeng is just a scumbag, playing with your feelings. I'm different, I really care about you. Look, I'm still willing to be your boyfriend. What about you? Su Changming said with a gentle expression. Xia. Nana thought Su Changming was here to mock her. After all, she had just abandoned him for Shifeng in front of everyone. But now Su Changming was willing to continue being with her, yet, having just fallen for Shifeng's trick, Xian Nana suddenly became cautious. You don't want to trick me like Shifeng did, do you? No. Su Changming shook his head sincerely. Suddenly, he pulled Xia Nana close and gave her a passionate kiss. Although Xia Nana was momentarily stunned, she quickly reacted. Because she felt the heat from a certain part of Su Changming's body. She also understood that Su Changming was different from Shifeng. One was just after her body, while the other had once invested genuine feelings. This was fine. She and Su Changming had always been in a mutually beneficial relationship. She sold her body, and he sold his money. Such a relationship was the most reliable. As long as there was still profit to be made, she wouldn't consider herself unfortunate. And today, after Shifeng had made her lose so much face, she secretly vowed in her heart that she would never let him off easily. A long-anticipated college reunion ultimately ended in a jaw-dropping farce. As everyone was still immersed in the unexpected surprise, a luxurious Ferrari suddenly roared with a deafening sound, disappearing like a flash of lightning from people's sight. The driver of this luxury car was none other than Shifeng. His carefree and unrestrained figure gradually blurred as the Ferrari sped away. Meanwhile, Li Shuefu, who remained in place, kept her gaze fixed on the sports car that had already raced off. Until the sound of the Ferrari completely faded from her ears, a wild smile of joy reappeared on her face. Li Shuefu gently opened the WeChat app on her phone and skillfully clicked on Shifeng's profile picture. Looking at that familiar yet strange avatar, an indescribable emotion surged in her heart, and her fingers trembled slightly as she typed a line of text, "Classmate, this time, I won't miss you again." Then, without hesitation, she hit the send button, as if she was conveying the secret and determination she had hidden in her heart for many years to him. Meanwhile, Shifeng, speeding down the road, was completely unaware of everything happening behind him. At that moment, he was fully focused on the steering wheel, enjoying the thrill of speed. However, just then, a sudden urgent ringtone broke the tranquility inside the car. Shifeng glanced at the phone screen flashing with light on the passenger seat and saw that the caller was his friend Zhuo Jianghao. He frowned, hesitated for a moment, and then reached out to press the answer button. "Hey! Have you finished the party? Hurry up and tell me how exciting it was." Zhuo Jianghao's eager and curious voice came through the phone. "It's over, completely over," Shifeng replied, his tone seemingly carrying a hint of fatigue and helplessness. "Not only is it over, but I also vented some anger," Shifeng added, a smirk involuntarily appearing on his lips, revealing a slightly sarcastic smile. Hearing this, Zhuo Jianghao was first taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha! I knew it would be like this. I know you well, your personality is always reserved, and you never easily lose your temper. I didn't expect you to have such a big change now. What's this called?" "This is called a rabbit biting back when cornered." Shifeng took a deep breath and slowly recounted the intolerable events from the party. Zhuo Jianghao, on the other end of the line, sometimes sighed and sometimes expressed indignation. After Shifeng finished telling the whole story, Zhuo Jianghao was silent for a moment, then said earnestly, "Although you vented some anger this time, such a painful lesson must not happen again in the future." Zhuo Jianghao admonished him with a tone of disappointment. Shifeng tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his gaze becoming incredibly firm. "Don't worry, there won't be a next time." "That's my good brother." Zhuo Jianghao felt very gratified and continued, "By the way, I've settled your matter. The compensation from 2-1 Company has already been transferred to your bank account. Check it when you have time." During yesterday's dinner, amidst the clinking of glasses, Shifeng had entrusted Zhuo Jianghao to resolve the issue of 2-1 Company not providing compensation. However, Shifeng never expected that just over half a day later, Zhuo Jianghao would successfully handle it, as such disputes often require a lot of time and effort to resolve. Shifeng couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise and asked, You did it so quickly?" Zhuo Jianghao laughed heartily, patting his chest and said, "Although a man shouldn't say he's fast, for this matter, I'm proud of my speed." Hearing Zhuo Jianghao's confident tone, Shifeng couldn't help but laugh. Alright, you're proud. Once I finish driving, I'll immediately transfer the 10 million reward I promised you." Hearing this, Zhuo Jianghao quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, adoptive father." Shifeng smiled and nodded, then threw out an even bigger surprise. "Not only that, but I will also invest another 50 million in you, so you can smoothly establish your own personal law firm." This news was like a thunderclap, leaving Zhuo Jianghao stunned, and it took him several seconds to come back to his senses, so excited that he almost knelt down to bow. "Thank you, adoptive father." Villa number 1 Tianxiong. The car soon arrived at the villa entrance, and Shifeng drove back to the villa with great satisfaction. All the way, he felt incredibly elated. As if 2 heavy stones pressing on his heart had been lifted. First, he had successfully torn off the hypocritical mask of Xianana, exposing her true self. Now even the issue of the compensation from 2-1 Company had been satisfactorily resolved. Thinking of this, Shifeng couldn't help but hum a little tune. As soon as Shifeng got home, he saw a group of servants already waiting there. Each of them wore a warm smile and shouted in unison, "Mr. Shi is back." Uncle He, standing at the front of the crowd, quickly stepped forward and respectfully said, "Mr. Shi, you're back. Ready for a meal?" Shifeng smiled and nodded, then said to Uncle He, "I'm in a good mood today. I called ahead to have the kitchen prepare some sumptuous dishes." Uncle He replied, "Don't worry, young master, everything has been prepared according to your instructions. Please follow me." Saying this, Uncle He led Shifeng into the villa's dining room. Upon entering the dining room, he saw the table filled with a variety of delicious dishes including steamed fish, braised pork, and oil-braised shrimp, all of which made one's mouth water. Shifeng nodded in satisfaction and then sat down to enjoy this lavish dinner. After eating and drinking to his fill, Shifeng went straight to the study. He still had things to do. He took out his phone, opened the Hua Bank app, and saw the money transferred from Tuan Design Company, feeling quite pleased. However, that amount was too insignificant compared to his huge savings. Shifeng quickly transferred money to Zhuo Zhenghao, resolving the compensation issue with a payment of 10 million and investing 50 million for Zhuo Zhenghao to establish his personal law firm, totaling 60 million. After confirming the amount, the money was transferred. Now he had 30 million left in cash. Transferring such a large sum of money was certainly painful. He didn't understand financial law at all, and if he ventured into the business world and fell victim to someone else's schemes, it would be disastrous. This was about being prepared for the future. For long-term considerations, this investment had to be made. It was a safeguard against financial disputes. Ding ding. The phone notification sounded. Shifeng opened WeChat and saw a message from Zhuo Zhenghao. Zhuo Zhenghao, the money has been received. I have an urgent matter to consult with you, adoptive father. What should we name our law firm? A name? Shifeng couldn't think of one at the moment and replied, you can decide the name yourself. After all, the operation of the law firm mainly depended on Zhuo Zhenghao. He was just providing the funds, so it was better to let Zhuo Zhenghao choose the name himself. After replying, Shifeng exited the chat with Zhuo Zhenghao. Just as Shifeng was about to turn off his phone, the screen suddenly flickered, indicating a new message. Shifeng focused and saw that it was an unread WeChat message from Li Shuefu. Li Shuefu? Li Shuefu's WeChat avatar was a well-behaved white cat. Shifeng stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the beautiful scenery outside, his thoughts drifting away. A sweet smile unexpectedly appeared in his mind. That smile was like the warm sun of spring, bright and cheerful, causing his heart to tremble involuntarily. The owner of that smile was none other than his college desk mate, Li Shuefu. Recalling those youthful days, they spent a full 4 years together in college, maintaining a pure and innocent desk-mate relationship throughout that long period. However, this pure friendship quietly took root and blossomed without them realizing it. At that time, Shifeng's family was not well off. His parents sometimes forgot to send him living expenses due to their busy schedules, so he chose to support himself through part-time work. Despite his efforts, there were times when he struggled to make ends meet, even going without food. Yet, for some reason, the attentive Li Shuefu always noticed these subtle changes. Whenever Shifeng faced hunger, she would unhesitatingly offer him her meal card, always finding some excuse to comfort him. For instance, she would say that she was going to various gatherings with friends and had no time to eat in the cafeteria, so it would be a waste to keep the meal card with her. It was better to lend it to Shifeng for now. Such thoughtful gestures not only alleviated Shifeng's embarrassment but also made him feel a deep warmth. Moreover, in terms of classroom learning, Li Shuefu often sought Shifeng's help with questions. For the concepts she struggled to understand, Shifeng would patiently explain them to her until she fully grasped them. Thus, through mutual help and support, they spent 4 fulfilling and beautiful years in college together. In short, during those 4 years, they were good deskmates, helping each other out. Now, after graduation, Shifeng had already entered society, quickly starting the busy working person mode like many young people. Once close classmates had scattered across the country due to work commitments. Not wanting to disturb others' lives too much, Shifeng had not actively contacted Li Shuefu, hoping to leave a sense of tranquility between them. He couldn't help but wonder, after such a long time without contact, what could her message to him be about? With a heart full of curiosity, Shifeng gently opened that message. Li Shuefu, do you still remember the Happy Milk Tea shop outside the university? I have something very important to discuss with you. I'm waiting for you here. Li Shuefu, don't leave without seeing me. Li Shuefu has something very important to tell him? The Happy Milk Tea shop outside the university held special significance for Shifeng. It was where he had once worked hard to earn his living expenses. However, upon receiving Li Shuefu's message to meet there, countless questions surged in Shifeng's mind. Why did Li Shuefu want to meet him there? What could it be about? This series of doubts made Shifeng eager to find out, so he immediately set off without hesitation. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and according to his phone's navigation, it would take a full 2 hours to reach the university from his home. If he set off right now, he would arrive at the destination by 5 o'clock, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Li Shuefu had sent him the message at 1:30 in the afternoon, which meant that an hour and a half had already passed since then, and he had only just noticed this important information. Thinking of this, Shifeng's heart suddenly filled with anxiety, wondering if Li Shuefu had been waiting at the agreed location for a long time. With a restless heart, Shifeng hurriedly walked towards his garage. With a deafening roar, he drove out in his sleek Ferrari, speeding away like an arrow, disappearing in the blink of an eye at the villa's entrance. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After a long drive, Shifeng finally arrived in front of the familiar Happy Milk Tea shop, driving his Ferrari. With a roar, he saw Li Shuefu quietly sitting on a chair outside the milk tea shop, her beautiful and captivating eyes occasionally glancing towards the end of the road, as if eagerly awaiting his arrival. In her slender hand, she held a cup of milk tea that was already empty, clearly having waited there for a long time. Yet, even so, she did not give up. It was just that the once expectant look in her eyes gradually dimmed with the passage of time, and her mood became increasingly melancholic. It was as if the courage she had painstakingly built up was being slowly devoured by the relentless flow of time. She often opened WeChat, looked at the messages she had sent, then closed it again, then opened it. Having had a crush on someone for 6 years, she had waited for 6 years, finally waiting for the person she liked to have no one else in their heart. She had decided to confess today, but would Shifeng, now handsome and wealthy, look down on her? Li Shuefu had too many questions and worries in her heart. She could only rely on memories of the past to endure this torturous waiting moment. Looking at the time displayed on her phone screen, she suddenly felt regret. She regretted not being braver, that she should have confessed face to face during the gathering at noon. But at that time, she was too scared. She was really afraid of being rejected. Until she heard Virum, the Ferrari roared as it came to a neat stop by the roadside. A familiar and handsome figure stepped out of the car. Deskmate! Li Shuefu called out cheerfully. Seeing Shifeng walking towards her, her heart raced. Deskmate! Shifeng saw Li Shuefu sitting there alone, like a lonely and pitiful little kitten, and quickly took a few steps to stand in front of her. You. The two spoke in unison, and in the next second, they exchanged smiles. Deskmate, long time no see. I thought. As Li Shuefu spoke, her voice was like a gentle breeze in spring, or like the soft babbling of a stream in the mountains, delicately reaching the ears. Her big, watery eyes sparkled like the brilliant stars in the night sky. At this moment, for some reason, her fair little face was tinted with a rosy blush, resembling the vibrant hues of a sunset, making her look particularly shy and adorable. She wore a light blue long dress, the hem swaying gently in the breeze like a blooming blue lotus, exuding a fresh and elegant aura. This beautiful scene made one feel as if time had momentarily stopped, leaving only the serene beauty of the moment. Long time no see, my deskmate Li Shuefu said softly, her lips curving into a faint smile. Hearing this, Shifeng couldn't help but tease, did you think I wouldn't come? In response to Shifeng's teasing, Li Shuefu merely replied softly, Her gaze instinctively dropped, as if she couldn't bear to meet his eyes, and she could only squeeze out a faint voice that was almost inaudible. After all, they had been university classmates for 4 years, and they knew each other's personalities very well. Shifeng understood that Li Shuefu had always been a gentle and quiet girl, speaking softly and never raising her voice. Even when faced with difficult situations, she remained calm and composed, rarely getting anxious or angry like other girls. Yet, at the same time, it seemed that deep down, she harbored some timidity and insecurity, often appearing not confident or generous enough. At that moment, as Shifeng looked at the adorable Li Shuefu in front of him, he suddenly felt as if he were being driven by a mysterious force, and he involuntarily reached out his right hand to gently stroke the top of her head. In that instant, he felt her hair was as smooth and silky as threads, an exquisite sensation. However, when Shifeng realized what he had done, he was startled and quickly withdrew his hand. Sorry to keep you waiting. You said on WeChat that you had something important to tell me. What is it? Shifeng felt that his action seemed a bit frivolous towards Li Shuefu. At that moment, he noticed that due to his earlier touch, Li Shuefu's already slightly flushed face turned even redder, resembling a ripe apple, making one want to take a bite. When Li Shuefu felt Shifeng's gentle touch on her head for the first time, it was as if a warm current spread throughout her body in an instant. This intimate contact stirred an indescribable warmth and sweetness deep within her, as if she were cherished in someone's palm. However, beautiful moments are always fleeting. Just as she was still immersed in this warmth, Shifeng quickly withdrew his hand and hurried away like a startled deer. Li Shuefu felt a bit disappointed, but she did not show it. Instead, she gently bit her lip, trying to regain her composure. Then, she looked up at Shifeng with her big, watery eyes and cautiously probed, Do you still remember this Happy Milk Tea shop? Upon hearing this question, Shifeng was momentarily taken aback, then a nostalgic smile appeared on his face as he nodded and said, Of course I remember. I used To work part-time here. Back in the day. As he spoke, he fell into memories, his thoughts drifting back to that youthful time. At that time, the business of this shop was really not good. I worked hard for several hours every day, my back and waist ached, but in the end, the money I earned was meager. But thankfully, there was you. You saw how pitiful I was and would bring your good friends to visit this little shop every day, specifically to buy milk tea from me. Thinking back now, I really owe it all to you. Shifeng said with a smile, looking gratefully at Li Shuefu. Hearing this, Li Shuefu couldn't help but chuckle, playfully saying, who told you to be so unlucky to choose such a quiet milk tea shop for a part-time job? Besides, we genuinely thought the milk tea here was delicious, which is why we kept coming back. After saying that, she mischievously blinked. As a result, during the time I worked part-time here, you visibly gained some weight. As Shifeng said this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Li Shuefu didn't mind being called fat, she recalled that experience and laughed along. The two exchanged smiles and the atmosphere instantly became relaxed and joyful. However, just as they were laughing heartily, suddenly, the laughter seemed to be paused, abruptly stopping. The entire space seemed to freeze, leaving only the slightly awkward gaze between the two and the extremely quiet atmosphere around them. Have you ever thought about why I went to the shop where you worked? Part-time every day to buy milk tea? Li Shuefu's voice, as soft as a gentle breeze, floated into Shifeng's heart like a light feather, gently stirring the softest corners of his heart, making him feel a ticklish unease. Why is that? Shifeng looked at the beautiful and gentle girl in front of him with some confusion, unable to fathom the reason behind her frequent visits to his workplace. Perhaps, it's because you think I'm too poor, so you feel pity and sympathy for me. Shifeng slightly lowered his head, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Due to his impoverished background, he had endured the hardships and bitterness of life, so when faced with such a sudden question from Li Shuefu, the only reason he could think of was his own poverty. However, just as his words fell, a trace of undeniable disappointment flashed across Li Shuefu's originally bright and captivating eyes. But it was only for a moment. Immediately after, the light in her eyes gathered again, becoming incredibly firm. You silly deskmate, it's not sympathy at all. Actually, it's because I've been secretly in love with you all along. For as long as you've been obsessively in love with someone else, I've been obsessively in love with you. As these words slipped out, Li Shuefu felt her heart begin to race uncontrollably, as if it were about to leap out of her chest. At the same time, her breathing became rapid, her chest rising and falling sharply. Despite the tension and anxiety filling her heart, she still mustered the courage to pour out the feelings she had buried deep inside for so long without reservation. For Shifeng, this sudden and straightforward confession was like a bolt from the blue, striking his mind and leaving it blank in an instant, completely robbing him of the ability to think, leaving him frozen in place like a wooden puppet. She said she has a crush on me. She said she has been secretly in love with him for 6 years. The past became as clear as day, like a window paper that had been ruthlessly pierced. It was as if all the mysteries hidden in the fog had suddenly found their answers. The question that had always puzzled him, why she had always been so good to him, finally had its answer. She had been silently in love with him all along. This feeling was surprisingly familiar to Shifeng, because not long ago he had also spent a long 6 years secretly in love with another person. At that time, his heart and eyes were filled with that person's figure, completely ignoring the existence and efforts of others around him. Because of this shared experience, when he realized Li Shuefu's feelings, an indescribable complex emotion surged within him. At this moment, Shifeng's gaze quietly fell on Li Shuefu. Before him, he saw the shy blush on her beautiful face, and her bright eyes revealed a full measure of hope and desire. Faced with such a deeply affectionate gaze, a gentle smile involuntarily appeared at the corners of Shifeng's mouth. However, beneath this seemingly calm exterior, his heart had already stirred up a storm. He knew all too well how bitter and painful it was to have a crush on someone. The loneliness and disappointment of unrequited love eroded the soul like a shadow, that endless sadness and resentment could gradually make one lose confidence and fall into deep self-doubt without realizing it. Thinking of this, a sudden pang of pain struck Shifeng's heart, and a feeling of pity for Li Shuefu arose within him. Li Shuefu, thank you for loving me in silence, your deep feelings. I don't know how to respond, he softly murmured her name in his heart, his thoughts tangled like a mess. In fact, if he were to immediately accept Li Shuefu's confession at this moment, she would surely be overjoyed, right? Moreover, it seemed that he would not suffer any substantial loss. But everything had come too suddenly. In the past, he had devoted his heart entirely to someone who was not worth it, waiting foolishly for years without ever receiving a response. And now, just when he was almost disheartened about love, he was suddenly informed that there was a girl who had been silently in love with him all along. This unexpected deep affection left him momentarily at a loss. The key point was that he felt he could not disregard Li Shuefu's profound feelings for him. So, he couldn't agree, at least not at this moment. Classmate, were you feeling sorry for me at the student gathering when you saw me being deceived by Xiang Nana for so long? Shifeng was like a silent iceberg, single and introverted, like a tightly locked box, not good at expressing his emotions. After much thought, he came up with a clumsy excuse. Trying to refuse gently. I didn't. Li Shuefu was like a lily in a gentle breeze, her personality soft and quiet, yet at this moment her eyes were as red as ripe cherries, anxiously explaining. Seeing this scene, Shifeng couldn't help but curse himself for being a scumbag. His actions were no different from that fickle-hearted girl, Xiang Nana. If he had no feelings, he should have said so. Directly, why look for a clumsy excuse to refuse gently, and even toy with her feelings like a fisherman? Shifeng made up his mind to face it straightforwardly, yes. But actually, for me, being able to express my feelings today is already as satisfying as a blooming flower receiving sunlight. Silly classmate. I have a crush on you, just like the stars silently guard the moon. It has nothing to do with you. Li Shuefu's thoughts were delicate. She knew very well that Shifeng was rejecting her. She understood even more that Shifeng didn't want to hurt her but didn't know how to express it. In the past, Shifeng's gaze was always like a lost lamb, wandering aimlessly. If she confessed today, he would immediately agree, although she would be overjoyed. Would that really be heartfelt emotion? Li Shuefu's gaze shifted from expectation to disappointment and then gradually became resolute. For her, finally expressing her feelings today was already very satisfying. She didn't dare to ask for more. Yes, her crush on him was her own affair. It was okay if he rejected her. Moreover, she had finally bravely confessed her love. This was her first step. But it was definitely not the last step. She would not give up. I have a crush on you, it has nothing to do with you. This sentence, spoken from Li Shuefu's delicate voice, brought a strong shock to Shifeng's heart. He had experienced it, so he felt even more pain for Li Shuefu. He knew that no matter what he said, he couldn't change Li Shuefu's determination, so he would leave it to time. Since we're here, how about we take a stroll around the university campus? Sure, I haven't been back in a long time. Shifeng didn't want the atmosphere to become awkward, so he suggested going for a walk around the campus, which had carried 4 years of youth. Li Shuefu didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. Once they entered the university campus, everything remained unchanged except for the crowd of new faces. There were no familiar classmates anymore. Passing by the university cafeteria, Shifeng stopped. By the way, I was thinking about how many meals I had with your meal card during the 4 years of university. Li Shuefu, do you like bags? Shifeng recalled how he had eaten many free meals with Li Shuefu's meal card, now that he had money and felt sorry for her contributions, he wanted to make it up to her. Ha? What? I mean those luxury bags that you women like the most. Shifeng remembered Lin Yu's love for bags. It seemed all women liked luxury bags. I don't like them. Li Shuefu shook her head. Then what do you like? Shifeng gave up guessing and directly asked Li Shuefu. Li Shuefu finally understood that Shifeng wanted to give her a gift. She chuckled softly and then thought seriously, why don't you draw a portrait of me and give it to me? Li Shuefu recalled the time she spent painting with Shifeng in the studio. She had once had a guess. If Shifeng were to paint her, what would she look like in his brushstrokes? At 10 o'clock at night, all was silent. Shifeng returned to Villa Tianxiong No. 1 like a bird returning to its nest, lying leisurely on the lounge chair of the third-floor open balcony, like a solitary star in the night sky. Gazing up at the vast and boundless sky above, his thoughts surged like a tide, gradually sinking into deep contemplation. In college, he had promised Li Shuefu that he would paint a portrait for her. However, creating a painting required a considerable amount of time, so he decided to finish the work at home first and then present it to her. He had never ventured into the realm of love. Emotions were like an uncultivated wasteland to him. At this moment, images of Li Shuefu's confession flashed through his mind, her understanding smile, and every frown and smile of hers stirred ripples in his heart, leaving him feeling inexplicably flustered. Ding-dling! A crisp ringtone suddenly broke the tranquility of the night, like a sword slicing through the silence. On Shifeng's phone screen flashed an unfamiliar incoming call number, and he answered it without hesitation. Hello, Mr. Shi, I am the chief detective of the Mo1 Detective Agency, Holmes. A mature and deep voice came from the other end of the line, as if echoing from the depths of time. The agency spent half a day investigating Mr. Huang of Tu and Company and successfully grasped his weaknesses. Holmes's words were like a heavy bomb, exploding in Shifeng's Ears. It has been sent to your email, please check it. Holmes's voice resonated like a bell, making Shifeng's eardrums buzz. Shifeng suddenly awoke from his daze, recalling that he had completed the task of tearing off Xian Nana's disguise, thus obtaining 100% shares of the Mo1 detective agency. After that, he busily transferred money to Zhuo Jianghao and hurried to find Li Shuefu. As night fell, he almost forgot about this significant matter regarding the Mo1 detective agency. Shifeng quickly opened his email and clicked on the newly received message. When his gaze fell upon those shocking photos, it felt as if his eyes were burned. A sharp pain surged through him. This is actually a photo of Sally and Mr. Huang's affair. Shifeng's eyes widened in disbelief, his face filled with shock. I believe this will be useful to you. The other party's voice was like heavenly music, refreshing Shifeng like a spring breeze. This is indeed useful to me, to be precise. It has been a great help. But how did you know? Shifeng's heart was filled with confusion, as if shrouded in a fog. He had never disclosed his intention to acquire Tuan Company, nor had he had the chance to contact the Mo1 detective agency for help in investigating Tuan Company. This Mo1 detective agency was indeed a bit mysterious. How did Holmes know? You may not understand. But the Mo1 detective agency is a top-tier detective agency in the industry, like a brilliant pearl, shining brightly. From the moment you became the sole owner of the agency, all the detectives have worked like diligent bees, pouring their energy into you, gathering information about you, the people around you, and your opponents. The Mo1 detective agency will wholeheartedly provide you with services, like loyal guardians, protecting every inch of your interests. A top-tier detective agency in the industry. Indeed, the system's gifts are never lacking. Shifeng's heart felt as if he had taken a calming pill, instantly becoming much more at ease. However, he still had some curiosity about the Mo1 detective agency. Where is the agency's workplace? The agency does not have a fixed location. If you want to know anything about the investigation, just call me and give me your instructions. I have one more question. Please, Mr. Shi. Are you Sherlock Holmes' long-lost brother? Shifeng's gaze was like two bolts of lightning, fixed intently on the other person. No. The response was concise and clear, like a sharp sword cutting off the last thread of fantasy in Shifeng's heart. Are you sure you're not Sherlock Holmes' long-lost brother? There was a hint of reluctance in Shifeng's voice. No. The answer remained firm. All right then. It felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over Shifeng, instantly chilling him to the bone. After hanging up the phone, Shifeng stared at the few unsightly photos on his phone, his mind constantly recalling the challenge task released by the system, acquire the Tuan Company. He had originally planned to wait until Zhuo Jianghao properly handled the compensation issue, then used the compensation as leverage to negotiate the acquisition of Tuan Company. However, unexpectedly, Detective Chief Fu Erma had caught hold of General Manager Huang's weakness. Now, with these photos in hand, it was like a sharp sword, piercing directly at General Manager Huang's vital point. He could even easily acquire Tuan Company at a price lower than the market value. Ding! Congratulations, hosts business talent plus 5%, talent experience, business talent 30%, the system's prompt echoed in his mind, and immediately, like a sudden enlightenment, valuable business experiences surged into his consciousness like a tide. Shifeng's gaze instantly turned as cold as ice. Last time, he had been ruthlessly threatened by General Manager Huang. This time, he would return the favor. Let General Manager Huang also taste the bitter experience of being threatened. Shifeng quickly opened WeChat and unhesitatingly sent the photos to Zhuo Jianghao. Zhuo Jianghao? Shifeng, tomorrow at 10 a.m. Tuan Company, prepare the acquisition contract. 10 a.m. Tuan Company. A piercing roar suddenly erupted as an extremely cool Ferrari screeched in. Like a red lightning bolt, coming to a steady stop at the entrance. At the same time, another equally eye-catching red motorcycle followed closely behind, coming to an abrupt halt. TSK, I say, brother, your Ferrari is just too damn cool. Look at those smooth lines and domineering appearance, it's simply the king of the road. And then look at my wind firewheel, compared to it. It looks like a pile of junk made from scrap metal, oh my. Zhuo Jianghao said, his eyes filled with envy as he carefully admired the Ferrari, his mouth making clicking sounds. Faced with his friend's exaggerated reaction, Shifeng could only shake his head helplessly. Alright, stop being jealous here, we should hurry and get down to business. Right. Just thinking about seeing that son of a gun get his comeuppance makes me want to burst out laughing. He. As soon as Zhuo Jianghao heard they were getting down to business, he immediately shifted his focus from the car. He recalled watching videos of pretty girls before bed last night, their smiles brighter than flowers. However, when he received the few eye-watering photos Shifeng sent him, he couldn't help but wonder, has the standard of living really dropped this low? The content in those pictures was simply unbearable to look at. At this moment, he could finally help his brother vent his anger, while also getting a good laugh at the expense of those who bullied his brother, and conveniently make up for the mental distress he suffered last night. Zhuo Zhenghao's face revealed a smirk of glee, as if he could already see the other party's misfortune unfolding. After saying that, the two of them stepped forward in unison, striding towards the main entrance with an extremely arrogant and dismissive demeanor. Their strides were so large and their speed so fast that it was like a whirlwind passing through, causing people to glance over. The one in front, Zhuo Zhenghao, wore a look of pride, as if the whole world was his stage. At that moment, the receptionist at Tuan Company happened to look up and immediately recognized Shifeng. She was secretly surprised. Wasn't Shifeng just laid off? At the time, it was rumored among colleagues that he was coerced by manager Huang. How pitiful. Moreover, since then, the colleagues had become even more anxious, fearing layoffs, and even she, a receptionist, was caught up in the sweet 996 grind. The receptionist felt a bit of a rabbit mourning a fox, being a fellow worker. But why was Shifeng back? After being laid off? Was he unable to find a job outside? Was he back to beg his old employer for a meal? However, Shifeng looked even more handsome today than usual. He didn't seem like someone who couldn't find work and was worried about not being able to eat. Had he encountered some good fortune recently? Just as she was lost in thought, she saw Shifeng and Zhuo Zhenghao swaggering into the company. Hello, may I ask what you need? Although the receptionist was filled with doubts, she still approached and politely inquired according to her work protocol. After all, they were all workers at the bottom of society, and could somewhat understand and empathize with each other. We're here to acquire Tuan Company. Shifeng's voice was clear and firm, as if everything was under his control. Acquire the company? The receptionist couldn't help but widen her eyes, her face full of question marks. No, come on, don't pretend, okay? You just got laid off a few days ago and can acquire a company? Isn't that a fantasy? Wow, this is the first time someone has acted so pretentiously in front of me. This sudden news left her a bit at a loss. At that moment, another man in a suit approached, wearing a serious professional smile, and introduced himself. Hello, I am the chief lawyer of the Believe in Light law firm. My name is Zhuo Zhenghao. I am here today to discuss the acquisition of Tuan Company with you. Upon hearing this, the receptionist quickly nodded and said, okay, please wait a moment, I will notify manager Huang and Sally right away. But at this point, she hesitated and cautiously asked, what will happen if they refuse to negotiate? Zhuo Zhenghao smiled slightly and replied leisurely, please inform them that if they refuse to negotiate, we will present them with a big surprise package. So they must believe it could happen rather than not believe it. What the hell is the Believe in Light law firm? When Shifeng heard this, his expression changed. He silently cursed himself, regretting that he had entrusted such an important matter as naming the law firm to the unreliable Zhuo Zhenghao. Alright, so this is how you want to play it. Believe in Light. Shifeng couldn't help but turn to Zhuo Zhenghao and hiss through gritted teeth. He. Zhuo Zhenghao maintained his serious, professional smile. If it weren't for the public setting, Shifeng would have really wanted to punch him. Oh, look who it is. Isn't this the guy I personally laid off? Sally's sharp, piercing voice cut through the air like a nightingale, filled with heavy sarcasm. At that moment, she happened to cross paths with Shifeng, and just thinking about paying him compensation made her feel as if she had swallowed a fly. I originally thought the matter was settled, but I never expected that Shifeng would actually have the guts to come knocking. I've already paid every penny Oh, and I really don't know what this guy is trying to pull. Could it be that he thinks he can turn the tables? Today, I must have a good talk with him. Shifeng suppressed the waves of nausea rising from deep within and tried hard to remain calm and composed. He took a deep breath and then spoke slowly. That's right, I'm here to acquire Tuan Company. Acquire the company? Ha ha ha. As soon as Sally heard this, she burst into a fit of laughter, as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. With her hands on her hips, she laughed so hard that she could barely stand up straight. After laughing enough, she looked Shifeng up and down with a scornful gaze and mocked. I say, Shifeng, have you lost your mind? You dare to say you want to acquire our company? What a delusional dreamer. At that moment, Sally saw another man in a suit approach. He wore a meticulously professional smile and introduced himself. Hello, I am Zhuo Zhenghao, the chief lawyer of the Believe in Light law firm. I'm here today on behalf of my client, Mr. Shifeng, to discuss matters regarding the acquisition of 2-1 Company. Sally's laughter abruptly stopped, and her eyes widened as she stared at the lawyer in front of her, her expression darkening instantly. She realized that the reason 2-1 Company dared to dismiss Shifeng so brazenly without paying compensation was that there was a hidden hand behind the scenes trying to deal with a powerless character like Shifeng. And this lawyer, she had no idea what tricks he had played, but from the case being taken to its resolution, it had only taken half a day, clearing all obstacles like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, smoothly resolving the compensation issue. After a long pause, she finally forced out a sentence through gritted teeth. So it's you believe in light law firm that helped Shifeng settle the compensation issue. At that moment, Sally was like a cat with a popped balloon. Her earlier arrogance vanished without a trace, replaced by a face full of vigilance. You guys, with your lack of standing, dare to attempt to acquire 2-1 Company? It's simply a delusion. Sally's lips curled slightly, revealing a contemptuous smile. And she rolled her eyes dramatically, as if standing before her were not business partners but a group of clueless clowns. In the face of Sally's unabashed disdain and mockery, Zhuo Zhenghao seemed to be unfazed, merely responding with a couple of nonchalant hums followed by a standard, serious professional smile. That smile appeared polite, but in Sally's eyes, it was filled with provocation and disdain. If you insist on refusing to negotiate this acquisition, then I'm sorry, we will present your company with a super luxurious, unprecedented gift package. Believe me, this gift will definitely surprise you, so it's better to err on the side of caution. Zhuo Zhenghao said slowly, his voice not loud but carrying an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, Sally's expression darkened instantly. What do you mean by that? Are you threatening me? Yes, that's right. Zhuo Zhenghao replied succinctly, not even raising his eyelids. This completely infuriated Sally. Her eyes widened in anger as she pointed at Zhuo Zhenghao and shouted, You. Good. Since that's the case, let's talk. However, I must remind you not to expect to gain even the slightest advantage from me. After saying this, she suddenly turned around, holding her head high, and walked gracefully towards the conference room like a proud peacock. Yet, only she knew that deep within her heart, there was a hint of hidden worry. At that moment, a sharp female voice suddenly broke the silence in the corridor. Shifeng? What are you doing here? Xia. Nana approached quickly, her face filled with anger, her eyes revealing a strong sense of accusation. The originally exquisite and beautiful face now appeared somewhat twisted due to her fury. Ever since Shifeng had embarrassed her in front of everyone at the class reunion yesterday, Xia Nana had harbored resentment towards him, cursing this detestable man in her heart at all times. Moreover, worried that Shifeng had come to the company with the intention of humiliating her again, Xia Nana had arranged for Su Chengming to come and block him. Do you know why you were fired? Su Chengming smirked, looking at the person before him with disdain. At the same time, he extended a hand to protect Xia Nana closely behind him. He slightly raised his head and spoke in an arrogant tone. Just because I, the young master, am here, someone like you naturally has to step aside for me. After saying this, Su Chengming laughed recklessly, as if the whole world should revolve around him. This Su Chengming, relying on being a rich second generation, usually acted tyrannically and recklessly in the company. At this moment, he shamelessly boasted about his so-called glorious experiences, seemingly wanting everyone to worship him. However, he failed to notice that the diligent ordinary workers around him were gritting their teeth in anger, filled with resentment and dissatisfaction after hearing his words. They worked hard every day, enduring hardships, but in the end, they could not compete with a playboy who idled around all day, merely having a bit of money and influence. It was simply too unfair, too ironic. Standing aside, Shifeng coldly observed everything. In fact, even before coming to this company, he had anticipated that he might encounter the nauseating pair of Xia Nana and Su Chengming here. But he never expected that these two would be so shameless as to seek him out to cause trouble. Faced with Su Chengming's arrogant demeanor, Shifeng felt a wave of disgust. He frowned, shot a fierce glare at the other party, and then sternly shouted, "Get lost! Good dogs don't block the way." At that moment, Shifeng had no intention of dealing with this pair, he had more important matters to attend to. Hearing Shifeng's reprimand, Su Chengming was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting to be treated this way. Then, a surge of anger instantly welled up in him. He felt that his dignity had been greatly insulted, so without a word, he swung his tightly clenched fist and lunged at Shifeng. However, just as his fist was about to hit Shifeng, Shifeng's figure flashed, easily dodging the attack. At the same time, Shifeng kicked out, accurately striking Su Chengming in the stomach. Hiss. Ouch. With a scream, Su Chengming flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground in a sorry state. Su Chengming was furious, his anger erupting like a volcano. He could never have imagined that he would be so unlucky, not only completely ignored but also receiving a heavy blow from Shifeng. This humiliation was something he, who was usually so proud, could hardly bear. At this moment, Su Chengming's eyes were bloodshot, his face swollen and purple, with veins bulging on his forehead as if they might burst at any moment. He furiously scrambled to his feet, swinging his fists like a mad beast, ready to retaliate against Shifeng immediately. However, just then, a scream rang out, damn. Ouch. Before Su Chengming could get close to Shifeng, he once again fell flat on his back, his butt making intimate contact with the hard ground. Su Chengming grimaced in pain, rubbing his sore backside while lifting his head to see who dared to lay such a heavy hand on him. To his shock, he found himself staring at a burly man with a fierce expression, who was tightly clenching his fists, his large, bell-like eyes fixed on him, revealing a chilling intent to kill. I'm really sorry. Bro, my hand slipped. He. The man suddenly blinked, a look of innocent amusement spreading across his face, as if that punch had not come from him at all. Faced with such a bizarre scene, Su Chengming couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. Could it be that he had truly been knocked into a hallucination? Coming back to his senses, Su Chengming angrily questioned, who the hell are you? How dare you hit me? Humph. Listen up, kid, my name is Zhuo Zhanghao. What do you think, scared now? Zhuo Zhanghao replied, puffing out his chest with an arrogant expression. Pa. If you have the guts, don't run. Wait until I call the police, you'll be in for it. Su Chengming, seeing that Zhuo Zhanghao was not easy to deal with, felt a bit intimidated but refused to show weakness. He simply lay down on the ground, adopting a posture as if he was ready to play dirty and extort. However, Zhuo Zhanghao merely stared coldly at Su Chengming, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a disdainful sneer. His gaze was like two beams of cold light, piercing through Su Chengming's body and sending chills down his spine. I advise you not to go looking for the police, otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Zhuo Zhanghao's voice was deep and icy, carrying an undeniable authority. Shifeng was surprised. The Zhuo Zhanghao he knew, though thick-skinned and a bit of a drama queen, had never shown such a cold glint in his eyes. Oomph, what's wrong? Are you scared? Let me tell you, I'm determined to find you today. I'll make you understand clearly what kind of people you can mess with and what kind of people you should never even think about touching. Su Chengming thought to himself, secretly pleased. In his view, he had merely mentioned calling the police, and this Zhuo Zhanghao had instantly turned pale and panicked. Feeling increasingly confident, he picked up his phone and swiftly dialed the police station, reporting the incident. You don't know what you're getting into, Zhuo Zhanghao said, showing no sign of fear, but instead giving Su Chengming a cold smile. He then turned to look at Sally, who was standing by, seemingly enjoying the show, and said darkly, the police won't arrive. Hear that quickly. In the meantime, let's deal with this little mess first. The atmosphere was exceptionally tense, akin to being caught between a hungry wolf and a fierce tiger. Shifeng watched everything coldly, inwardly lamenting, what kind of sins had the Tu-Wan company committed to attract such a few bizarre characters? Given the situation, it was clear that the company had become so chaotic and disordered. Likely due to problems within the management itself. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. However, it's fortunate that as long as he can successfully complete the acquisition plan for Tu-Wan company this time, he will definitely clean up all the chaotic people and matters within the company without mercy. After all, he had worked in this company for a while before, so he still had some understanding of the situation here. Moreover, he was very clear that there were actually quite a few truly talented and capable people hidden within this company, but unfortunately, they had always been suppressed and buried by those mediocre individuals. Knock, knock. Sally knocked on the door of General Manager Huang's office, her heart pounding. With her years of experience as a human resources manager, she felt that these two people were indeed too suspicious. Come in. A few people entered the room. General Manager Huang had just dozed off when he was disturbed, his expression still displeased. Just as he was about to lose his temper, he saw a familiar face. Shifeng was staring at him coldly. That cold gaze was quite unsettling. Young man, what brings you here? Didn't you already receive the compensation? General Manager Huang instinctively thought Shifeng was here about the compensation. Hello, I am the chief lawyer of the Believe in Light law firm. My name is Zhuo Zhanghao. I am here today to discuss the acquisition of Tu-Wan company. Zhuo Zhanghao wore a serious Professional smile. Acquisition? I never thought about selling the company. General Manager Huang perked up, instantly wide awake, and directly refused. Oh. Zhuo Zhenghao didn't say much more but stepped forward and held out his phone to General Manager Huang and Sally. The moment they saw the phone screen, General Manager Huang and Sally's faces turned pale, their expressions panicked. You've been following us? Sally questioned sharply. Hee, not just following, we know much more. Shifeng sneered. For example, he is actually a Phoenix man married into a wealthy family, and all his money comes from his wife. He is afraid of her, and if she finds out about this. Last night, Fu Erma had sent him the photos and information from the investigation. He saw General Manager Huang's face growing paler, his gaze flickering, no longer maintaining that hypocritical demeanor of someone who had been through it all, and he finally felt a sense of relief. Stop talking. Please, just stop. General Manager Huang was like a deflated balloon, revealing so many fatal pieces of information, he was completely at Shi Feng's mercy. Ah. What should we do, General Huang? What if your wife comes looking for you? Woo. Sally no longer had her previous arrogance. She knew that if caught cheating, it would mean disgrace. Lily, I know I've made you suffer by following me. We absolutely cannot let this matter be exposed. If my wife finds out. General Manager Huang took Sally's hand, and the two looked like a pair of star-crossed lovers. What do you want? General Manager Huang, having experienced many things, asked calmly. To acquire the company, Shifeng replied. Fine. The company is yours. General Manager Huang gritted his teeth and said, this company is worth 30 million. Cash and evidence in hand. The company is yours. He had a plan in mind. Acquiring the company wasn't a free gift. He could still get a sum of money. As long as he got this money, he could run away with Sally, and then he wouldn't have to fear anything. Not possible. Why not? I'll only offer 5 million. Shifeng said. What? 5 million? Why don't you go rob a bank? General Manager Huang panicked. General Manager Huang was shocked. By Shifeng's offer, there was no way this company could be sold for 5 million. That would be a complete giveaway. Excuse me? Let's just say, I'm kindly reminding you. Do you think you have room to negotiate? What I'm saying is, if you don't take this money, we might just go find your wife. By then, don't say it's 5 million, you won't get anything at all. If you agree now, at least you can still get 5 million. Zhuo Zhenghao said with a sneer. You should thank us. You. President Huang was so infuriated by Zhuo Zhenghao's mocking words that he couldn't find his voice. 1 minute later. Alright, it's a deal. President Huang gritted his teeth, heartbroken, but he still recognized the situation because he had no choice. Then let's sign the contract. Zhuo Zhenghao slammed the prepared acquisition contract onto the desk and placed his phone on the table. President Huang signed the contract with one hand while deleting photos with the other. Feng transferred the money. Both parties were eager to avoid delays, and the entire process was completed in one go. Ding! Acquisition of Tuan Company, task completed, reward obtained, 1 billion. Shifeng acquired Tuan Company, valued at 30 million, for a base price of 5 million. Completing the challenge task earned him 1 billion, bringing his total personal funds to 1,250 million. With the acquisition contract in hand, President Huang and Sally took the 5 million and left in a hurry. Thus, Shifeng became the owner of Tuan Company. Hello, President Shi. Congratulations, President Shi, on the successful acquisition. The employees in the company witnessed this astonishing scene, each one stunned and unable to believe what they were seeing. For them, this series of changes felt like a complete upheaval, catching them completely off guard. They were still in a daze at this moment. Just a few days ago, the pitiful guy who was laid off had miraculously transformed into the big boss controlling the fate of the entire company. Although everyone was filled with countless big question marks in their hearts, at this moment, they had no time to delve into the reasons behind it, nor did they have time to gather and gossip as usual. After all, circumstances were stronger than individuals, and everyone quickly adjusted their mindset, eager to show goodwill to the new boss. How much could the power struggles and intrigues among the higher-ups matter to these low-level employees? As ordinary staff, they only needed to do their jobs diligently. However, in reality, they didn't even have the time or mood to be happy. Because deep down, they understood one truth: no matter who became the boss, it was essentially the same. It was just a matter of finding ways to extract more value from the employees. A truly conscientious and kind boss who treats employees well is as rare as a phoenix feather. Hard to find even with a lantern. Moreover, just thinking about the day President Xi was laid off, when he faced the company's refusal to pay compensation, and not a single employee had the courage to stand up and speak up for him. Thinking of this, a wave of shame flushed each person's face, and they collectively lowered their heads, not daring to meet anyone's gaze. At the same time, an indescribable feeling of unease spread in their hearts. They secretly wondered if the newly appointed President Xi would harbor resentment and hold grudges. If President Xi were a narrow-minded person who held grudges, then from now on, they might really find it hard to have stable and comfortable days. As the saying goes, a new official takes office with 3 fires. That day, no one helped, and this fire might burn even bigger. Who knows if the first fire would burn them? Xi Feng's sharp gaze swept over everyone, and he noticed that although they kept congratulating him, their faces were clouded with gloom. He thought to himself that these people must believe he would take this opportunity to seek revenge. However, only he himself knew the bitterness and suffering he endured during those days and nights of hard work as an ordinary worker, which still lingered vividly in his memory. Now, with ample funds in hand, he would never allow himself to become that once despised dragon. Nor would he tear apart others' umbrellas simply because he had weathered storms himself. Any excessive explanation at this moment would be futile. Only concrete actions could truly demonstrate his determination and sincerity. Back in the day, when I just stepped out of university, I entered to company with full of hopes and passion, starting my relentless struggle. I have sweated and poured my heart into this land, yet what I received in the end was a ruthless layoff notice. At this point, Xi Feng couldn't help but clench his fist slightly, a flash of indignation crossing his eyes. But soon, he took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and continued, "But it's okay, the past is the past. Now, I have returned here and successfully acquired To Company, determined to change everything. I solemnly promise you that I will never repeat the mistakes of the past." He then clearly outlined his reform plan. First, we must resolutely expel all those who entered the company through connections, making room for truly talented and capable individuals. Second, we will comprehensively rectify the internal systems and processes of the company, especially in terms of employee treatment, ensuring a people-oriented approach with ample care. The HR department will immediately compile a detailed list, cataloging all the connections that have been stuffed into the company, forming a unified table, and then ruthlessly eliminating them all. The technical department needs to thoroughly review and adjust the current work content, eliminating high-intensity and overloaded work arrangements, ensuring that every task can be scientifically and reasonably allocated. The finance department must comprehensively re-evaluate the performance of all employees and reasonably adjust salary levels based on actual labor results, truly implementing pay raises based on work. Chairman Xi's words were powerful, like a thunderclap echoing in the conference room. The administration department must immediately begin to change the company's current system. Starting today, we will officially implement a 9-to-5 work schedule, working 4 days a week and resting 3 days. Xi Feng's words were forceful, as if a thunderbolt had struck the conference room. As his voice fell, the entire conference room fell into a dead silence, time seemingly frozen. After about a full minute, the originally stagnant air finally began to flow, followed by an eruption of surging, passionate applause and cheers that were deafening. Like thunder. The previously worried employees now wore smiles of uncontainable joy, their excitement evident. Chairman Xi. Oh, whoa, wow. Long live Chairman Xi. Someone was so excited they danced and shouted loudly. Whoa. I can hardly believe my ears. Another person was moved to tears. Quick, tell me, my ears didn't hear wrong, and my eyes didn't see wrong, right? Is all of this real? Someone murmured in disbelief. It's true, absolutely true. Chairman Xi is so brilliant, I'm almost moved to tears, another person echoed. Ha, who would have thought that even those with connections would have a day of being expelled from the company, someone suddenly exclaimed from the crowd, causing everyone to burst into laughter. I have always been cautious and walking on thin ice in the workplace, never dreaming that I would have the opportunity to enjoy a coveted job with a 9-to-5 schedule and 3 days off after 4 days of work. An old employee said with deep emotion. In that moment, Xi Feng witnessed a showcase of human bewildering behavior. Some were jumping up and down, others were doing one-handed handstands, and some were hugging and lifting each other high. Xi Feng couldn't help but smile knowingly. While smiling, a bittersweet feeling also rose in his heart. What bad intentions could a worker possibly have? Emma, you truly are my brother. Bureau chief. A compliment in 2 parts. Zhuo Zhenghao not only admired that his brother was a conscientious good boss but also appreciated his own judgment in recognizing his brother from Zhuo's strict selection. Omega? At that very moment, it was truly baffling that someone could be gloomy and frowning. However, it was indeed the case, for in that dark corner, two people were curled up: Su Changming and Xia Nana. Su Changming lay on the ground like a pile of mud, muttering incessantly. Is he crazy? This guy is definitely a complete lunatic. He looked eagerly at the door, hoping the police would arrive soon. Clearly, he had already made up his mind to extort a hefty sum from the other party. When his gaze met Xi Feng's, the look of terror on his face was as if he had seen the most terrifying monster in the world, and his body trembled involuntarily. He silently cursed in his heart, "Damn it, I've lived this long and have never encountered someone as crazy as him. If he runs a company like this, it will definitely be doomed within a month." On the other side, Xia Nana stared intently at Xi Feng, who was surrounded by a crowd. In her eyes, Xi Feng seemed like a deity cloaked in brilliant light, exuding an indescribable charm that dazzled everyone. Xia Nana did not come from a wealthy family, she was an ordinary worker. Despite her outstanding looks, she still needed to work hard every day to make a living. Therefore, from the perspective of a worker, encountering a good boss like Xi Feng, who was conscientious and responsible, was enough to make one ecstatic and overjoyed. But just thinking about how she hadn't noticed Xi Feng's merits earlier filled Xia Nana with an indescribable sense of bitterness, and regret surged in her heart like a tide, wishing she could immediately give herself two resounding slaps. At that moment, Xi Feng suddenly turned his gaze to Haozi beside him and said firmly, "Haozi, please make sure to write those rules I just set into the contract in detail." He wasn't just talking big or making empty promises. "Okay," Zhuo Zhenghao affirmed. Upon hearing this, the scene erupted into chaos, with screams and cheers rising like surging waves, each wave higher than the last, plunging the entire atmosphere into extreme fervor. Just moments ago, when everyone was merely listening to President Xi's speech, his inspiring and passionate words were like fine wine, intoxicating and mesmerizing, with some already lost in beautiful fantasies. At this moment, no one would think about whether these promises were just an unattainable dream, for their trust in President Xi was as solid as a rock. However, to everyone's surprise, it was President Xi himself who took the initiative to propose writing these promises into the contract. This move undoubtedly acted like a shot of adrenaline for everyone present, igniting the already excited emotions to the utmost. Then, various passionate and generous shouts echoed through the sky. "Mr. Xi, don't say anything. Please sign my life away. Mr. Xi, I am willing to stand with our company for eternity. Count me in." "Me too." The calls rose and fell, seemingly breaking through the roof and soaring into the clouds. At this moment, every employee in the company wore a genuine smile, a joy that came from the depths of their hearts. Watching this lively and vibrant scene, Xi Feng felt a deep sense of comfort. He had once endured hardships and weathered countless storms, but those painful pasts had not extinguished his kind nature. On the contrary, it was precisely because he had experienced suffering that he was even less willing to see those around him repeat the same mistakes and endure the same hardships. Now, being able to create such a positive, united, and friendly work environment through his own efforts, where every employee could find a sense of belonging and achievement, was the greatest satisfaction in life for Xi Feng. With the company's matters arranged, Xi Feng remembered something else he almost forgot, and he hurriedly asked Zhuo Zhenghao, "Haozi, have you sent those eye-watering photos to Mr. Huang's wife?" Upon hearing this, Zhuo Zhenghao picked up his phone and boasted, "While you were showing off in the office just now, I was also making my moves." Zhuo Zhenghao wore a sly smile and said playfully, "According to the plan we discussed earlier, I sent those unbearable, extremely eye-watering photos to Mr. Huang's wife. He. I really wonder if Mr. Huang and that woman named Sally will have the fortune to enjoy themselves after receiving that whole 5 million. After saying this, he couldn't help but laugh again. Xi Feng's lips curled up slightly, revealing a teasing smile as he responded, "Well, we'll have to see if this unfortunate couple can escape quickly enough, or if the angry cheater can catch up faster." The two exchanged smiles, seemingly imagining the exciting scene that was about to unfold. At that moment, Zhuo Zhenghao suddenly put away his smile, his expression becoming serious, and he said, "Oh, right, there's something important. I didn't find the right opportunity to tell you face to face yesterday, but today I can finally talk to you about it." Xi Feng, curious, asked, "What is it?" Zhuo Zhenghao took a deep breath and said solemnly, "It's like this, you generously provided me with 50 million as an investment, helping me successfully establish my own personal law firm. Regarding the establishment of Believe and Light Law Firm and the equity issues involved, you have Never mentioned it. But I know very well that your trust in me comes entirely from the deep friendship and trust between brothers. At this point, Zhuo Zhanghao paused, looking firmly at Shifeng, and continued, however, even among brothers as close as family, some accounts must be settled clearly. Therefore, I believe we should split the shares of this law firm equally. After all, you provided the funds, while I dedicated my efforts to manage it. What do you think? After hearing Zhuo Zhanghao's words, Shifeng nodded without hesitation, expressing his agreement. Okay, no problem. Let's do it as you said. After receiving a positive response, Zhuo Zhanghao's expression softened slightly, but he still appeared very serious. He then said, now, although the Guan law firm has been successfully established, there is still a lot of preparatory work that needs to be completed before it can officially start operations. Don't worry, in the next few days, I will handle all related matters properly. In 3 days, the Guan law firm will officially be in operation. After saying this, Zhuo Zhanghao looked forward with anticipation, full of confidence. We are the 11th Division, 3rd Team of the Donghai City Supervisory Police Bureau. The leading supervisor shouted loudly with a serious expression, his voice booming like a bell, as if it were meant to penetrate the eardrums of everyone present. He stood tall, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, making it hard for anyone to look him in the eye. The few companions standing beside him also wore serious expressions, marching in unison as they entered the venue. We received a report stating that there was a fight and disturbance here, so we are now here to investigate according to the law. Please cooperate with our work, another supervisor added, his tone not as severe as the first, but still carrying an undeniable authority. However, just as these supervisors stepped through the door, the scene before them stunned them like a bolt from the blue. The company, which should have been chaotic and filled with the sounds of arguing and fighting, was now in a state of jubilation. People were excitedly cheering and jumping, each face radiating smiles brighter than the sun. The cheers and laughter intertwined, forming a warm and joyful current that filled the entire space. Where was the slightest hint of a conflict? Here? It was clearly a scene of immense celebration. Looking at this, the supervisors exchanged glances, inwardly lamenting, oh no! Could the information be wrong? Or is there some misunderstanding? The originally jubilant crowd, upon seeing the arrival of the supervisors, despite being law-abiding citizens on ordinary days, couldn't help but feel a sense of panic. After all, no one wanted to get into trouble for no reason. However, it was evident that someone had deliberately caused trouble, as all the people present almost simultaneously focused their accusatory gazes on the two individuals huddled in the corner, Su Changming and Xiaonana. Faced with the sharp and piercing stares of the crowd, Su Changming and Xiaonana remained as still as two statues, as if the accusations and glares from those around them were nothing but fleeting moments. Not only that, but surprisingly, they walked forward with determined and resolute steps, boldly facing the fiery gazes. Especially Su Changming, who unabashedly cast a mocking and derisive look at Zhuo Zhanghao standing to the side, his expression seemingly shouting, just keep your eyes wide open and watch. At this tense moment, Shifeng, who had been quietly observing, couldn't help but furrow his brows, his face revealing deep concern. He understood all too well that Su Changming was inherently weak, and after suffering such a fierce blow from Zhuo Zhanghao, he would likely collapse to the ground and struggle to get up. Although he appeared uninjured on the surface, based on Su Changming's usual behavior, he would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to exaggerate and fabricate stories. Thinking of this, Shifeng couldn't help but inwardly groan. Don't worry, so many of us will speak up for you. The crowd spoke with righteous indignation, expressing their willingness to stand up for and uphold justice. However, in the face of everyone's enthusiastic declarations, Zhuo Zhanghao remained silent, as if he were mute, simply standing there with his head bowed, making it difficult for anyone to grasp his true thoughts. Beside him, Shifeng's sharp gaze noticed Zhuo Zhanghao's unusual demeanor. But at that moment, the scene was chaotic, and there was no suitable opportunity to ask Zhuo Zhanghao what had happened. Just then, an exaggerated cry rang out, capturing everyone's attention. Su Changming began his clumsy performance, shouting loudly while flailing his arms and rushing towards the arriving inspectors. Comrades of the inspectors, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you here like a drought-stricken seedling longing for rain. I was just brutally beaten by someone. Oh, it hurts so much. Su Changming's cries were earth-shattering, and his appearance could only be described as horrific. His face was twisted in pain, resembling a terrifying demon, sending chills down the spines of those around him. The leading inspector frowned, glanced casually at Su Changming, and coldly asked, "Who hit you?" Upon hearing this, Su Changming immediately pointed to a spot in the crowd. At the same time, Xia Nana stepped forward with a sorrowful expression, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears, looking pitiful and heart-wrenching. She trembled as she extended her finger, unhesitatingly pointing out, "It's him." Following the direction of Xia Nana's finger, the inspector's gazes all turned in unison. In the crowd, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes without warning. "Is it? Rub your eyes. What the hell?" The leading inspector realized he had spoken inappropriately and quickly covered up. Ahem, could this be Brother Hao? Boss, isn't this Brother Hao? Su Chengming and Xia Nana were as confused as a monk who couldn't figure out the meaning of a scripture, their faces filled with doubt and question marks. As soon as the inspectors saw Zhuo Zhenghao, their faces lit up with flattering smiles, looking more eager than a lapdog. They hurriedly ran over to Zhuo Zhenghao's side. "Ha ha ha! Oh my, Brother Hao, your presence truly brightens our humble abode," one of the inspectors said with a beaming smile. Another inspector quickly chimed in, "Yes, yes. Brother Hao. We wonder if you have any important matters to attend to today?" However, the inspector's overly respectful and cautious attitude towards Zhuo Zhenghao left the onlookers baffled, completely at a loss. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion, as if they were lost in a thick fog, unable to see the situation clearly. Meanwhile, everyone's gaze converged on Zhuo Zhenghao like a spotlight. Shifeng, standing in the crowd, was even more suspicious, feeling as if thousands of little ants were gnawing at him, making him extremely uncomfortable. He pondered to himself, when did my brother get to know people from the inspector's office? What was even more puzzling was that these usually imposing inspectors were now so wary of him. At that moment, Zhuo Zhenghao casually waved his hand and smiled, saying, "Oh, it's really nothing much. Just some people trying to extort me." After he finished speaking, he mischievously winked, his innocent and naive expression resembling that of a child who had yet to experience the hardships of the world. The inspectors seemed to awaken from a dream, their gazes darting like lightning towards the two who had called the police. Then, they shook their heads and sighed. Su Chengming and Xia Nana looked at each other, confusion written all over their faces. Calling the police isn't the same as announcing a death. Why were they looking at them as if they were dead? The inspector's dad, the gang's mom, and the lawyer him. Tell me, why did you have to provoke him? The leading inspector looked at the two unfortunate kids before him, who resembled lost dogs, and felt a twinge of pity in his heart. WH. What? Xia Nana's face turned as pale as paper, as if all her vitality had been drained away, tears welling in her eyes but unable to fall. So what if that's the case? In Donghai City, those who hit others are like rats crossing the street, everyone shouts to beat them, and they will surely face judgment. Although Su Chengming felt scared, he forced himself to remain calm and stubbornly said. A few inspectors hearing this, were frightened like startled birds, hurriedly explaining to Zhuo Zhenghao, "That's what he said, not me. Brother Hao, you must be our witness, please don't let the inspector's office tell your dad the governor. And don't let the gang over there tell your mom the gang leader." Su Chengming and Xia Nana's faces seemed to be filled with question marks, so many that they were about to overflow, looking utterly confused. Forget it. I'm tired. Not just Su Chengming and Xia Nana, at this moment, everyone who was unaware of the truth, upon learning it, felt as if they had been hit by a petrification spell, instantly turning to stone. The onlookers silently prayed, who would dare to act recklessly in front of President Xi in the future? President Xi's brother. His background and connections were beyond what ordinary people could imagine, shockingly vast and terrifying. Meanwhile, Xi Feng's mood was not much better. After all, this brother was no ordinary person. He was his close roommate who had spent 4 whole years of college with him. Who would have thought that such a familiar person hid such an astonishing family secret behind him? Recalling what he had heard about his brother's family situation before, about a philandering father and a heartbroken mother, but now it seemed, things were far from simple. Could there be more to the story? A sense of foreboding surged in Xi Feng's heart. Could it be that because he knew these things he shouldn't know, he would be silenced? Just thinking about it sent chills down his spine, and he broke out in a cold sweat. At that moment, the leading inspector approached with a fawning expression, resembling a begging puppy, cautiously asking Zhuo Zhenghao, "Brother Hao, you're so busy, I wonder what you've been up to lately?" Upon hearing this, Zhuo Zhenghao's expression was as resolute as iron, standing tall and exuding a powerful aura. He slowly extended his right hand, that large hand resembling a towering mountain carrying immense solemnity and authority, gently patting Xi Feng's shoulder, and loudly declared, "I came here today specifically to support my good brother." As soon as he finished speaking, the originally serious inspectors turned their heads, directing their gazes towards the brother Zhuo Zhenghao referred to as Xi Feng. The envy reflected in their eyes surged like a tidal wave, overwhelming She foamed as if they wanted to drown him in this sea of jealousy. To know that being called a brother by brother Hao in public is equivalent to holding a pass for both the underworld and the official world. Whether in the martial world or the political arena, one can move freely, and no one dares to provoke them lightly. However, at this moment, Shifeng, who was enjoying the envious gazes of the crowd, feels anxious and uneasy inside. His gaze flits around, looking this way and that, like a flickering candle swaying in a storm, ready to be extinguished by a sudden gust of wind at any moment. His heart races, flustered like a startled deer, unable to calm down at all. Because he desperately wants to traverse time and space to return to the past. Really? That call of foster father. How could he dare to agree to that? Is today's matter an attempt by you two to extort brother Hao? The leading inspector suddenly turned around, his sharp gaze piercing like a hawk towards the two who reported. Yes. That's right. The onlookers hurriedly nodded in agreement, speaking in unison. All right, there's nothing going on, everyone disperse. The leading inspector spoke lightly, as if this were just a trivial matter. Immediately, he took Su Chengming and Xia Nana, who had completely given up on resisting, away like lambs being led to slaughter. Hey, I kindly reminded you not to look for the inspector's office, didn't I? Zhuo Zhenghao wore an innocent smile, like a child unaware of the world. Su Chengming. Xia Nana. Just as the inspectors were about to take Su Chengming and Xia Nana away, they heard Zhuo Zhenghao shout loudly. Stop. The inspectors froze in their tracks, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads, their hearts beginning to doubt, was there something they hadn't handled properly? I will go with you, hee. Zhuo Zhenghao casually ran over to a few inspectors. Let's go. He turned and shot Shifeng a look that said, I'll be right back. Then, with his left hand gripping an inspector's shoulder like a vice and his right hand draped over another inspector like a vine, he swaggered away. The group quickly exited the company and got into the police car. Zhuo Zhenghao's expression instantly turned as cold as frost. He said sternly, Do you know about my severed relationship with that old man? If you still have some sense, then shut your mouths. Understood? Understood. The inspectors nodded repeatedly like chicks pecking at rice. Looking at such a brother Hao, the inspectors couldn't help but recall the terrifying face of the governor. Truly a father and son, this reprimanding demeanor was an inescapable nightmare in the hearts of all inspectors in Donghai City. Seeing that the inspectors had expressed their stance, a huge stone finally fell from Zhuo Zhenghao's heart. He worked hard outside as a small lawyer just to escape this terrible original family. He absolutely did not want that old man to know about his affairs. After finishing his instructions, Zhuo Zhenghao casually said, All right, let's set off. The inspectors replied in unison, Okay. As the car door closed, the leading inspector quickly picked up his phone like an arrow released from a bow. He dialed the governor's number. Governor, I saw brother Hao. He was just extorted. Su Chengming and Xia Nana looked confused. X4 Forget it, I'm tired. Let it be destroyed. Hurry up. Inside the inspector's office, the atmosphere was so tense it felt like it could drip water, the surroundings solemn, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Governor Zhuo Dingyang sat at his desk, his expression dark as if a storm was about to break. He hung up the phone with a fierce motion, his hand holding the phone trembling slightly from the force. His face, originally as dark as the bottom of a pot and fierce like a night demon, was now shrouded in a thick layer of dark clouds, making him appear even more intimidating. His thick eyebrows were tightly knitted together, forming a deep character, his eyes wide open, sparkling with angry flames, and even his lips were pressed into a straight line, revealing an unspoken authority and coldness. The supervising officer standing beside him was so frightened by this scene that he trembled all over, not daring to breathe. He cautiously stole a glance at Governor Zhuo Dingyang, his heart racing like 15 buckets of water being drawn up and down. After much hesitation, he finally mustered the courage to ask, trembling, Gee Governor, what's the big deal? However, Governor Zhuo Dingyang seemed to have not heard his words at all, still lost in his own thoughts. Then, he suddenly grabbed the phone on the table again with great force, his movements so quick as if he feared missing some important information. He swiftly dialed another number and pressed the phone tightly to his ear, waiting for the other party to answer. As soon as the call connected, a roar erupted from the other end, deafening like a volcanic eruption. Shut up and don't disturb me, you dead husband. This sudden outburst made the supervising officer shiver involuntarily, and he instinctively took 2 steps back, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. At this moment, Governor Zhuo Dingyang's expression grew even darker, almost blacker than that of Bao Gong. He clenched his teeth, his cheeks bulging, squeezing out a few words through his teeth. Your son has been framed. The person on the other end was momentarily stunned, then a string of foul language erupted. What the hell? Who the F asterisk asterisk asterisk? Faced with such an enraged response, Zhuo Dingyong coldly replied, please investigate it yourself. The supervising officer stood there dumbfounded, staring at Zhuo Dingyong, secretly lamenting. He knew that today's turmoil would not easily subside, and having inadvertently witnessed all of this, he might have unknowingly stepped onto the path of death. Damn it! There is one more crucial matter. Your son will officially open his own law firm in 3 days. I believe you have always hoped he would inherit your position as the leader, but unfortunately, that wish may be difficult to fulfill. Because I prefer to have him take over the next governor's position, but regrettably, after much effort, this matter ultimately ended in failure, Zhuo Dingyong's voice on the phone said, neither hurried nor slow, with a strange tone. What? Where did that little brat get so much money to open a law firm? Leader Mei, upon hearing this news, was instantly furious, questioning angrily. As far as I know, a person named Shifeng funded him with 50 million, and it is this huge sum that made this matter possible, Zhuo Dingyong answered truthfully. What is the background of this Shifeng? What kind of person is he? Leader Mei continued to press, his tone growing more urgent. I'm afraid I can't provide more information on that, you'll need to investigate it yourself, Zhuo Dingyong said, and the other party fell silent. Just then, there was a loud bang. Before the person on the other end could even curse, Governor Zhuo Dingyong decisively hung up the phone. After hanging up, Zhuo Dingyong's brows were tightly knitted together, resembling two caterpillars slowly wriggling on his face. He then turned to his secretary, Shaoli, and instructed Shaoli postpone the lecture scheduled for 3 days from now. And at this moment, within the Wind and Cloud gang, Mei, the leader, was originally filled with joy and excitement as she sat with her sisters in the gang, happily playing mahjong. Her face radiated a brilliant smile, like a vibrant flower in full bloom, delightful and captivating. However, a sudden phone call shattered this joyful and peaceful atmosphere. When Mei saw the familiar yet strange number on the caller ID, her late husband who had passed away many years ago, an unusual feeling surged within her. After she finished the call, she felt as if she had been struck by a bolt from the blue. Standing there in a daze, the smile that had just graced her face vanished in an instant, replaced by a pallor that was as white as a sheet, and her previously beautiful mood disappeared without a trace, giving way to deep worry and anger. The others, seeing Mei so agitated, were like startled birds, not daring to provoke her. What's wrong, aunt? Only Qi Mengwei, with her star-like sparkling eyes and her alluring red lips that seemed to smile yet not smile, like a blooming rose exuding charm, dared to ask. Her fiery red wavy hair cascaded down her fitted tank top, outlining her curvaceous figure, enchanting and ethereal, as if she had stepped out of a painting. Your cousin's law firm opens in 3 days. The position of the leader of the vast Fengyun gang has no one to succeed it. Mei cried, her expression as if she had lost the entire world, not just a position of leadership. She tightly clutched Qi Mengwei's delicate arm, begging, Weiwei, I beg you. But Qi Mengwei firmly refused. Her voice as clear and pleasant as a lark, oh no. The others shook their heads in unison, like a rattledrum, oh no, no, no. They were not foolish, running the vast Fengyun gang was like carrying a heavy burden, exhausting to the point of breathlessness. Moreover, the security in Donghai City was as solid as a copper wall and iron bastion, and the gang had long lost its former glory, everyone was merely struggling to survive in this bustling metropolis. In summary, the position of leader was like a hot potato, no one dared to take it, purely a thankless task. Alright. Then, quickly investigate someone named Shifeng. Hurry! Mei's command thundered in everyone's ears. Villa number 1 Tianxiang, like a majestic palace, exuded a mysterious and alluring aura. Shifeng drove his Ferrari back to the villa like an arrow released from a bow. However, he was completely unaware that he had become the focus of attention from both the underworld and the law. During the day, he successfully acquired Tuan Company and immediately set about restructuring it. It was a day of great harvest. Even more unexpectedly, his good brother had such an astonishing background. His father was a formidable police chief, his mother a mysterious gang leader, and he himself was a lawyer well versed in the law. Shifeng couldn't help but ponder whether he had ever acted excessively in the past. Mr. Shi, good evening. A warm greeting came, like a refreshing spring, soothing to the heart. Dinner was already prepared, the enticing aroma seemed like an invisible hand gently guiding Shi Feng toward the dining room. He could smell the rich fragrance of the food from afar, and his steps became lighter. Looking at the table full of sumptuous dishes, his stomach began to rumble, and he couldn't wait to pick up his chopsticks. Uncle He, Aunt Wang, Aunt Li, the food you made is simply fragrant for miles. Shifeng exclaimed, I'll give you an extra 10,000 yuan bonus this month. He ate with great satisfaction, perhaps because of the various events that had occurred today, which made him particularly joyful. "Thank you, Mr. Shi." The servants beamed with joy upon hearing the good news, their cleaning actions becoming more enthusiastic. Shifeng treated them like family, and the time spent together over the past few days had gradually eased his initial awkwardness, making their relationship increasingly harmonious. "Mr. Shi, here is the invitation to the owner's dinner at the Tianxiang Villa area." Xing gently presented a luxurious black invitation. "Dinner invitation?" Feng had just finished his meal and was washing his hands, now drying them as he took the invitation. "This is a dinner exclusive to the owners of the Tianxiang Villa area, and the participants are the 10 owners of the 10 villas," Xing explained. After leisurely finishing his meal, Shifeng felt quite energetic, showing no signs of drowsiness. So, he strolled towards the spacious and scenic outdoor balcony on the 3rd floor. On the balcony was an incredibly comfortable lounge chair, seemingly prepared just for him. He gently lay back, instantly enveloped by softness, a sense of comfort washing over him. In his left hand, he elegantly held a delicate wineglass filled with jewel-like, splendid wine. In his right hand, he held the gold-embossed invitation to the owner's dinner at the Tianxiang Villa area. He slightly squinted, glancing at the date marked on the invitation 7 days later. This date felt like a mysterious promise, filling him with both anticipation and a hint of unease. The Tianxiang Villa area is one of the 3 most renowned luxury residential areas in Donghai City. This is not a place for just anyone to step into. The entire villa area consists of only 10 villas, each a masterpiece of architectural art. The owners of these villas are certainly not ordinary people, they are all influential figures in Donghai City. Just the thought of meeting these legendary owners made Shifeng's heart race uncontrollably, a sense of nervousness gradually rising within him. After all, for someone like him, a newcomer in the business world, facing so many industry giants was indeed a daunting task. At that moment, he couldn't help but recall what his friend Zhuo Zhenghao had mentioned about Donghai City. It was said that this city boasts an impressive list of the top 100 enterprises and the top 10 wealthiest individuals. When he heard those astronomical figures of wealth, he was left utterly stunned. If he were to attend the dinner as an inexperienced rookie in the business world, he would likely not only face ruthless ridicule but also risk missing out on a rare opportunity to expand his network. In the harsh world of business, establishing a foothold and achieving success requires more than just ample funds and a clever mind. Extensive and high-quality connections are equally indispensable. Only through mutual benefit and close business cooperation can a truly powerful corporate empire be built. Those companies that remain stagnant and isolated will ultimately become lonely islands in a vast ocean, gradually swallowed by the tides of time. Shifeng, like a shrewd accountant, began to carefully assess his assets. It was a staggering fortune, funds like a mountain of gold, amounting to 1,250 million, a billion-dollar luxury mansion resembling a resplendent palace, 20 million in limited edition top-tier supercars, akin to a wild stallion, and a medium-sized company valued at 30 million, like a brilliant pearl. However, on one hand, despite possessing such substantial funds, compared to those business tycoons, his wealth was merely a drop in the ocean. On the other hand, in the tumultuous business world, he was like a novice just starting out, as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. Today, the acquisition of Tuan Company marked his first successful battle in his venture into the business realm. From now on, he would pounce on companies like a hungry tiger, establishing his own business empire. To grow bigger and stronger, unstoppable like a bamboo shoot breaking through the ground. Climbing onto the list of the top 100 enterprises would be like reaching a lofty peak that people look up to. Making it onto the list of the top 10 wealthy individuals would be akin to becoming a star that draws everyone's attention. Ding! Congratulations, hosts business talent plus 5%, talent experience, business talent 35%, a prompt from the system echoed in his mind, followed by a flood of insights about business filling his thoughts. Shifeng shot up from his seat like a rocket ignited, swiftly moving like a gale towards the railing of the open balcony. He stood firm, facing the vast and magnificent sea, feeling the sea breeze and the sound of crashing waves. At this moment, the passion within him surged like a roaring tide, constantly rising. Because he knew that only 7 days remained until that important banquet. These precious 7 days were crucial for his preparations. He absolutely could not appear as a novice in the competitive and challenging environment of that occasion. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists tightly, determined to quicken his pace. Now, he held a substantial fund of 1 billion in his hands. This money was like an incredibly sharp sword, but how to use it to rapidly expand his business territory was of utmost importance. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. The clever strategy that led to the successful acquisition of Tuan Company today illuminated the path ahead. Like a bright lamp. It was known that the number of enterprises, big and small, in Donghai City was as numerous as the stars, totaling in the tens of thousands. However, finding targets with existing problems among so many enterprises was not a difficult task. First, he could commission the MO1 detective agency to conduct a comprehensive and in-depth investigation of these potential problem enterprises. Then, leveraging the experience gained from the previous acquisition of Tuan Company, he could use the detailed and accurate investigation results as strong negotiation chips to smoothly achieve low-cost acquisitions of those problematic enterprises by lowering the prices. After all, for a top detective agency with a stellar reputation in the industry, completing such investigative tasks was a piece of cake. Ding, challenge task, acquire 100 companies, task time, no time limit, task reward, 100 billion. Acquire 100 companies. Reward of 100 billion. Shifeng's excitement had not yet faded. He felt as if his heart might leap out of his chest. He was too thrilled. Receiving the newly released challenge task from the system meant another substantial reward was on the way. Shifeng picked up his phone and called Fu Erma. Fu Erma, can you investigate 100 companies within 7 days? Mr. Shi, it won't take that long. The MO1 detective agency won't let you down. That's wonderful. I look forward to your investigation results. Shifeng hung up the phone, gazing at the starry sky, eagerly anticipating the arrival of tomorrow. Around 7 in the morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains onto the dining table. Shifeng hurriedly sat down at the table, swiftly finishing the sumptuous breakfast before him like a whirlwind. He didn't even have time to savor the taste of the food before he stood up impatiently. He quickly walked towards the door, grabbed the car keys placed nearby, and then dashed towards the fiery red Ferrari like an arrow released from a bow. With a deafening roar, the car sped away like a wild horse breaking free, disappearing in the blink of an eye at the end of the road in front of the villa. Last night was destined to be a sleepless night for Shifeng. With his mind filled with thoughts and excitement about the acquisition, he tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. The mere thought of successfully acquiring the companies he had long desired ignited a blazing fire within him, preventing him from calming down. Early this morning, while Shifeng was still immersed in his dreams of the acquisition plan, his phone suddenly rang. He hurriedly grabbed his phone and saw that it was a call from Fu Erma. Upon hearing the news from the other side, the flame in Shifeng's heart was instantly ignited to the extreme, and he could no longer suppress his eagerness to go out and implement the acquisition action. It must be said that the efficiency of the MO1 detective agency was astonishing. Just one night later, Fu Erma had already sent Shifeng detailed investigation materials regarding the problematic companies compiled up to this morning to his email. There were as many as 50 documents, each containing important information such as the financial status, management situation, and potential risks of the target companies. After a preliminary screening, Shifeng found that most of the companies had a market value of around tens of millions. If he were to acquire each at a base price of 5 million, it would take about 500 million in total to complete the acquisition of these 100 companies. However, this amount of money was not a big issue for the wealthy Shifeng. Long before deciding to acquire Tuan Company, Shifeng had already arranged for his capable assistant, Zhuo Zhanghao, to prepare the relevant acquisition contracts and a series of documents needed for subsequent company restructuring. At this moment, Shifeng tightly held the valuable materials obtained from Fu Erma and the various contract texts that had long been prepared, confidently stepping onto this path of acquisition filled with challenges and opportunities. In the bustling center of Donghai City, a towering skyscraper stood proudly. This magnificent commercial building resembled a dazzling pearl, embedded in this precious golden location. Every day, crowds surged, bustling with countless workers passing through, some hurrying to work, while others, weary-faced, were heading home after a long day. This busy and orderly scene intertwined to create a vibrant and prosperous urban tapestry. After in-depth market research and careful planning, Shifeng had gathered detailed investigation materials on 15 large companies within this skyscraper. With his keen business insight and decisive decision-making ability, he successfully completed the acquisition of these 15 large companies in just 3 hours. These companies spanned multiple fields, including finance, technology, and media, each occupying an important position in their respective industries. This acquisition would undoubtedly further consolidate Shifeng's influence in the business world and add a new, glorious chapter to his business empire. In another lively area of Donghai City Financial Exchange, the scene was quite different. This place gathered numerous sales-type companies, forming a competitive, yet opportunity-filled business circle. Unlike the skyscraper, the atmosphere here was more dynamic and varied. Every day, various promotional activities and new product launches attracted large numbers of consumers. Similarly, Shifeng also collected comprehensive investigation materials on 20 medium-sized companies in this area. With his excellent negotiation skills and strong financial backing, he successfully brought these 20 medium-sized companies under his wing in just 2 hours. Finally, he arrived at the relatively more affordable Shang Bailey commercial building. The companies here were generally smaller in scale, primarily engaged in low-profit businesses. Compared to the previous two places, this area seemed a bit desolate and barren, with quite a few vacant office buildings visible. However, even in the face of such circumstances, Shifeng did not give up. By carefully studying the investigation materials of these 15 small companies, he discovered potential business opportunities and development space among them. Ultimately, after 2 hours of intense and busy operations, he successfully acquired these 15 small companies as he had wished. This acquisition not only brought Shifeng more resources and market share but also showcased his unique vision and spirit of challenge in the business field. As night fell like a huge black velvet cloth covering the entire Donghai city, the lights in the city gradually lit up, resembling brilliant stars scattered throughout. The people who had been busy all day could finally relax a little, putting away the fatigue and tension from their daytime work, and enjoy their own evening time. On this seemingly ordinary night for Shifeng, it was filled with surprises and achievements. In just 7 short hours, as many as 50 companies were successfully acquired. This astonishing result thrilled Shifeng, filling him with a sense of accomplishment. It is worth noting that if the night had not quietly descended, if that powerful Sherlock had not provided detailed investigation materials for 50 companies, with Shifeng's current high spirits, he probably wouldn't have even thought about going home. For Shifeng, this large-scale company acquisition was as easy and enjoyable as indulging in shopping at a luxury mall. The feeling of being in control and unstoppable was simply exhilarating. With this lingering excitement, Shifeng drove his cool Ferrari, racing away with the roar of the engine, heading straight for his luxurious villa located at Tianqiang No. 1. When Shifeng returned to the villa at lightning speed, the well-trained servants had already prepared a sumptuous and delicious dinner. However, at that moment, Shifeng did not rush to the dining table to feast. Instead, he hurriedly headed straight for the study. Upon entering the study, he carefully opened the safe and neatly placed the 50 heavy acquisition contracts inside, as if these contracts were his most precious treasures. After doing all this, Shifeng finally contentedly made his way to the dining room to enjoy a delicious dinner. Although he had just had a hearty meal, his heart had already flown to the next day. He eagerly anticipated that Sherlock would send over the detailed investigation materials for the remaining 50 companies as soon as possible. However, reason told him that no matter how anxious he felt inside, it would be of no use. After all, if Sherlock had completed the relevant investigation work, he would undoubtedly call him without hesitation at the first opportunity. Thus, Shifeng could only suppress his impatience and patiently wait for tomorrow to arrive. Moreover, the speed was simply beyond imagination. Shifeng was surprised to find that he seemed to have become addicted, deeply immersed in it and unable to extricate himself. The feeling of bravely fighting on the battlefield and expanding territory was simply too thrilling and exhilarating. After a whole day of non-stop busyness, he had no time to catch his breath, yet strangely, he felt not the slightest bit tired. Instead, he remained in a state of extreme excitement. Watching one company after another being successfully acquired, his assets were accumulating like a snowball, and at that moment, he could hardly wait to instantly leap into tomorrow and acquire all the remaining 50 companies in one go. With such strong anticipation and excitement in his heart, he tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. In fact, he had been unable to sleep all night because his mind was filled with work, and after a whole day of rushing around tirelessly. If he continued to lose sleep tonight, although he still maintained a state of mental excitement, his body would likely not be able to hold up and would become extremely weak. No, he had to find a way to calm himself down quickly. Just then, Shifeng suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh no! How could I have completely forgotten about this? It turned out that the day before yesterday he had promised Li Shuefu in person to paint a portrait for her. However, since yesterday he had been busy acquiring the Tuan company, and today he had been frantically sweeping through various enterprises, he had been so focused on his career that he almost threw this important promise to the back of his mind. At this moment, he couldn't sleep anyway, and painting was something that could help him calm down. So, he decided to paint. In the luxurious Tianqiang No. 1 villa, there was a carefully decorated studio. Sunlight poured in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the neatly arranged various painting tools and materials inside. Everything appeared so orderly and complete. Shifeng gently pushed open the door to the studio and walked in. He slowly walked to a blank canvas and stopped, staring at it as if trying to find some inspiration from the empty white space. However, gradually his thoughts drifted away, and he began to involuntarily immerse himself in memories of Li Shuefu. Whenever he thought of Li Shuefu, her sweet and quiet smile would always be the first thing to flash in Shifeng's mind. A gentle breeze would pass by, and her white dress would flutter slightly, like a blooming lotus flower, light and beautiful. Sometimes she would lower her head, a shy blush on her face, secretly glancing at him from the corner of her eye. When he was focused on taking notes, she would slightly tilt her head, quietly watching him, her eyes filled with tenderness and affection. And there was that winding path covered with fallen leaves, where she silently followed behind him, carefully making no sound so as not to disturb him. Just like that, one warm and beautiful scene after another flashed before Shifeng's eyes like a movie, each memory so clear and profound, as if it had happened yesterday. Ever since Li Shuefu confessed her feelings to him, Shifeng, reflecting on the little moments they had shared, suddenly realized that those small details of life he had once overlooked were filled with her deep affection. But why had he not noticed these back then? Unknowingly, night had quietly fallen, and the clock pointed to 3 in the morning. Yet the lights in the studio remained bright as ever, enveloping the entire room in warm light. The originally blank canvas was now covered with colorful paints, intertwining and merging together, ultimately forming a stunning piece of artwork. Shifeng stood in front of the painting, carefully examining the work he had just completed, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Because this painting depicted the one and only Li Shuefu in his heart, the girl with a sweet smile, a shy demeanor, who always silently accompanied him. In the morning, a blinding ray of sunlight came through the window. Shifeng opened his eyes and realized he was in the studio. He rubbed his eyes. After painting all night, he was too tired and had fallen asleep on the studio floor in a daze. Right, the painting for Li Shuefu. Shifeng turned his head and saw that the painting on the canvas was intact, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The painting was done, so of course, he had to contact Li Shuefu. Shifeng opened his phone, wanting to send a message to Li Shuefu. What? It was already noon. His phone displayed a missed call from Fu Erma. Oh no, the investigation materials for the remaining 50 companies must have come out, but he slept too soundly and didn't even hear the ringing. He quickly called back. Firmo, have the investigation materials for the remaining 50 companies come out? Yes, Mr. Shi, I called you this morning, but you didn't answer. Ah ha ha. Shifeng felt embarrassed. He had been so excited yesterday, and today he slept until noon. Then send me the materials immediately. Okay, Mr. Shi. After hanging up, Shifeng received the materials sent by Firmo in his email. Gurgle. He was hungry. Well, he had been painting all night and then slept until noon, so Shifeng felt very hungry at that moment. After a quick wash, he went to the restaurant for a hearty lunch. Restored in energy and strength, his excited state returned as well. Shifeng hurriedly drove off in his Ferrari, the engine roaring. Although it was already noon when he set off today, with the experience from yesterday's acquisitions, he was more familiar with the entire acquisition process. So, in just half a day's time, Shifeng completed the acquisition of the remaining 50 companies. When he held the acquisition contract for the last company in his hand, it meant that the acquisition of 100 companies was complete. Ding! Acquired 100 companies, task completed, reward 10 billion. At the same time that the acquisition of 100 companies was successful, Hua Bank sent a message notifying him of the deposit of 10 billion. The acquisition of 100 companies cost 500 million, and completing the task earned him a reward of 10 billion. Currently, Shifeng's funds totaled 10,500 million. Seeing the huge sum in his account, Shifeng smiled with satisfaction. Ding ding. The notification sound from his phone rang. Shifeng opened WeChat to find a message from Zhuo Zhenghao. Shua Zhenghao. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, the Guangxin law firm opens. Oh, V? Shifeng, okay, I will definitely be there on time. Time had passed so quickly, tomorrow was the opening day. After sending the message, he remembered to contact Li Shuefu. Shifeng, the painting is done. When are you free to meet? Just after sending the message, he received a reply from Li Shuefu. Li Shuefu, I just got off work and am on my way home. Li Shuefu, how about you bring the painting to my place? Li Shuefu sent a location. Bring it to her place? Shifeng looked at the sky outside the car window. Alright, he couldn't refuse, could he? Shifeng drove the incredibly cool red Ferrari, speeding like lightning, accompanied by the roar of the engine, into the quiet community where Li Shuefu lived. As soon as the car stopped, he quickly picked up the carefully wrapped painting from the passenger seat and hurried towards Li Shuefu's home. This was his first time visiting a girl's home, and thinking about it made Shifeng's heart race uncontrollably. A wave of nervousness surged over him. Standing at the door, he took a deep breath, trying to calm his excited heart. Finally, he mustered the courage to press the doorbell. Ding dong. The crisp and pleasant sound of the doorbell broke the silence inside. Before long, he heard light footsteps approaching, and then the door slowly opened. You finally came, silly deskmate. Come in. Li Shuefu's melodious voice reached Shifeng's ears. He saw her wearing a light yellow floral dress, as beautiful and vibrant as flowers blooming in spring. Her beautiful big eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation, her lips curved into a sweet smile, as if she had been waiting for a long time just to welcome him. Shifeng walked into the house a bit shyly, curiously looking around. This is a small and cozy one-bedroom apartment. Although the space is not large, it has been tidied up by Li Shuefu in an orderly and clean manner. The room is decorated in a sweet style, with the walls painted a light pink, and a beautiful crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling, casting a soft and warm light. The furniture is arranged in a pleasing manner, and every item reveals the owner's thoughtfulness and care. In the living room, there is a comfortable white fabric sofa, on which a cute little white cat is lazily lying, half-closed eyes as if pondering the profound philosophy of cat life. Seeing this, Shifeng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It is clear that Li Shuefu must be a girl who loves life very much. This is the gift I promised to give you, but my drawing skills are limited, so it might not be very good. I hope you don't mind, Shifeng said, carefully handing the painting scroll to Li Shuefu. Oh, I can't wait to see it. Li Shuefu exclaimed joyfully as she eagerly took the scroll and unfolded it to get a glimpse. Shifeng looked at Li Shuefu's expectant eyes, his heart racing uncontrollably, and the nervousness he felt earlier tightened like a taut string. He secretly worried that the painting he created would not meet Li Shuefu's expectations, fearing to see her disappointed expression. On the other side, Li Shuefu tightly hugged the scroll, her cheeks flushed with a light rosy hue, as tempting as a ripe apple. She murmured softly, "So, this is how you see me." As soon as she finished speaking, she bounded into the bedroom like a joyful little deer. Clutching the scroll, she happily placed the precious painting in a very prominent position, as if it were a rare treasure. At that moment, Li Shuefu suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "Oh, I rushed home from work just now and didn't even have time to eat. You must be hungry too, right?" With a playful wink, she continued, "I just made a simple meal, silly classmate. Do you want to come and try my cooking?" Her words were filled with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Shifeng's heart stirred. He realized this was his first time visiting Li Shuefu's home, and she was so warmly inviting him to dinner that it would be quite rude to refuse. Besides, he indeed hadn't had a chance to eat yet. So, he gently nodded and replied, okay. Hearing Shifeng's agreement, Li Shuefu's mood instantly brightened, blooming like flowers in spring. She cheerfully turned and walked into the kitchen, and in no time, she brought the carefully prepared dishes to the dining table, smiling at Shifeng as she said, "Come and try it. If it doesn't taste good, please don't hold it against me." As she spoke, she even mimicked Shifeng's usual polite demeanor, making him unable to suppress a smile. Then, the two sat across from each other and began to enjoy this warm dinner. For Shifeng, this was the first time in his life dining with a girl. This brand new experience made him feel a bit shy, yet a sweet, indescribable feeling spread in his heart. For a long time, due to his introverted and shy personality, as well as his awkward financial situation, he had little appeal in the eyes of the opposite sex, making it naturally difficult to win the favor of girls. At this moment, on a wooden dining table of moderate size, 3 dishes and a steaming bowl of soup were neatly arranged. Although this could not be compared to the rare delicacies he had enjoyed in luxurious villas, this homely stir-fry filled with the warmth of life brought an unprecedented warmth to his heart, as if he truly felt the cozy atmosphere of home. He elegantly picked up a piece of bright red, sweet and sour spare ribs and brought it to his mouth, savoring it carefully before reaching out with his chopsticks to gently pick up a piece of tender, fragrant steamed base and place it in his bowl. At that moment, sitting beside him, Li Shuefu asked softly, a bit nervously, "How does it taste?" At this moment, her heart was like 15 buckets of water being drawn up and down. After all, as the saying goes, to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. What if he showed no interest in the dishes she had personally cooked, or even disliked them? However, before she could dwell too much on her worries, she heard Shifeng respond with appreciation, "It's really delicious." It turned out that Li Shuefu's superb cooking skills were indeed commendable. Each dish was perfectly made and very much to Shifeng's taste. Therefore, faced with such delicious food, Shifeng naturally did not hold back his compliments. After Receiving his affirmative response, Li Shuefu couldn't help but beam with joy, her cheeks flushing with a hint of shyness once again. Just as the two were chatting and laughing, the little white cat, which had been quietly lying on the living room sofa, suddenly attracted by the enticing aroma of the food, changed from its usual lazy demeanor and gracefully walked over to the dining table. Seeing this, Li Shuefu quickly comforted it gently, saying, "Bye-bye, your food is over there, be good and don't cause trouble here, you call it bye-bye?" Shifeng greeted the little white cat. Meow. 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 Bye-bye stared at the unfamiliar man in the room, its cat eyes alert. The owner's eyes were all on this strange man? How infuriating. Not putting this cat in its eyes. Bye-bye jumped up. Bye. Bye. Li Shuefu watched in shock as Bye-bye's round eyes widened, its body arched in anger, revealing sharp claws, and it pounced towards Shifeng like a flash of lightning. This sudden scene startled her, and in a panic, without thinking, she stood up abruptly and rushed in front of Shifeng, opening her arms to tightly hug him. Just as she embraced Shifeng, Bye-bye's sharp claws had already ruthlessly landed on her back. A startled cry escaped her lips, ah! Accompanied by the sound of fabric tearing, Li Shuefu's already thin clothing was easily ripped by Bye-bye, exposing her delicate, fair skin. Underneath, several bright red claw marks appeared on that pure white skin, as striking as blooming red plums. Bye-bye seemed to realize it had caused a great disaster, obediently retracting its claws and quickly crouching down. Its pair of cat eyes looked at Li Shuefu pitifully, letting out a low whimper. Meow. Oh, too. That expression was full of guilt and regret. At this moment, Shifeng seemed to awaken from a dream, anxiously asking, "Are you okay?" However, he was solely focused on checking the injury on Li Shuefu's back, completely unaware of the intimate position they were in at that moment. To better protect Shifeng, Li Shuefu had almost her entire upper body pressed against him, and due to Bye-bye's earlier attack, when Shifeng was concerned about her, he instinctively pulled her upper body a little closer. In an instant, a strong masculine scent rushed towards her, filling her nostrils. It was a unique scent mixed with a faint hint of tobacco and the warmth of sunlight, causing her heart to race uncontrollably, as if a little deer was crashing around in her chest. But Shifeng's gaze remained fixed on the injury on Li Shuefu's back, his brows furrowed, a look of worry on his face. He had heard that if a cat scratch was not treated promptly, it could lead to illness. Therefore, he decided to take Li Shuefu to see a doctor immediately. However, for someone like him, who had never had any experience with pets, he felt completely at a loss in the current situation. The anxiety in his heart made him blurt out, "I'm really sorry, I've never had a pet before, and I have no idea how to deal with an injury like this on the back." At that moment, Li Shuefu's originally fair face turned a rosy red, looking as cute and charming as a ripe apple. She softly replied, "First, you need to take a clean cotton swab and dip it in some iodine, then gently apply it to the injured skin to disinfect the wound." Upon hearing this, Shifeng hurriedly asked, "Where do I put the medicine?" At this time, Li Shuefu shyly said, "You need to let go of me first. I'll go get it." It was only then that Shifeng realized that he had been so focused on the scratch on Li Shuefu's back that, in his concern for her injury, he had unconsciously pulled her upper body closer to him. As a result, the current situation had turned into him tightly embracing Li Shuefu. After Li Shuefu's reminder, Shifeng instantly became aware of the strange feeling transmitted from the points where their bodies were pressed together. His heart raced like a startled fawn, flustered and at a loss. Tap tap tap. The moment Shifeng finally released his hands, Li Shuefu, like a frightened little rabbit, blushed and ran away. Meanwhile, Shifeng, left standing there, also felt a faint blush on his cheeks that lingered for a long time. Meow. Meow meow. Bye-bye looked at the strange man in front of its owner with disdain and let out a warning meow. Thus, a standoff ensued between the person and the cat. This state continued until Li Shuefu appeared, at which point both the person and the cat settled down. "This is the medicine, thank you." Li Shuefu lowered her head and handed the disinfectant to Shifeng. "Not a problem, not a problem," Shifeng quickly replied. Little did he know that this response only made Li Shuefu's face turn even redder. She immediately turned around, not daring to look at Shifeng again. Shifeng didn't know what he had done wrong. However, it was still important to apply the medicine. He gently applied the ointment to the scratch on Li Shuefu's back, being careful with his movements, worried that he might hurt her delicate skin. As a big man, he genuinely feared that if he was too rough, it would cause her pain. After applying the medicine, Li Shuefu shyly ran back to her bedroom. In the hall, the standoff between the person and the cat resumed. A minute later, Li Shuefu came out of her bedroom, having changed out of her torn floral dress into a new white nightgown. Li Shuefu's beautiful big eyes blinked, as if she wanted to say something, but ultimately said nothing. At that moment, the air was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. It's getting late, I have to go. You should sleep early, good night. And bye-bye, good night. Shifeng bid farewell to Li Shuefu and bye-bye. The sky outside was already quite dark, and he felt that given their current relationship, it was not appropriate for him to disturb Li Shuefu's rest any longer. Silly deskmate, good night. Li Shuefu waved goodbye to Shifeng as he walked out the door. Meow. Bye-bye, scoffed. Because this cat is a night owl. At 8:30 in the morning at the Believe law firm. Today was the opening day, and Shifeng arrived half an hour early. Looking at the law firm in front of him, Shifeng couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Just a few days ago, both he and Zhuo Zhanghao were still just unknown small employees doing odd jobs at other companies. However, who would have thought that just a few days later, both of them had already emerged in their respective industries and successfully secured a place of their own. Among them, the most astonishing was undoubtedly Zhuo Zhanghao. In such a short time, he not only smoothly selected the office building for the law firm but also efficiently completed the recruitment of outstanding talents. Now, as the law firm was about to grandly open, Shifeng felt genuinely happy and delighted for his brother from the bottom of his heart. As soon as Shifeng stepped through the door of the law firm, he immediately saw a beautiful female secretary quickly approaching him. Greeting him warmly, "Hello, Mr. Shi." She then added, "Mr. Shi, you really came early, there's still a whole half hour before our law firm officially opens." Hearing this, Shifeng couldn't help but feel curious, so he asked, "May I ask how you recognized me?" The female secretary smiled slightly and softly replied, "Shuolu sent your photo to every employee a long time ago." Upon hearing this, Shifeng was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but mutter to himself, only that guy Zhuo Zhanghao could pull off something like this. He then continued to ask the female secretary, "So, where is Zhuo Lu right now?" The female secretary quickly raised her hand, pointed in a certain direction, and replied, "He's over there, busy emphasizing some important points to everyone." Following the direction pointed by the female secretary, Shifeng indeed saw Zhuo Zhanghao, dressed in a sharp lawyer's suit. At that moment, he was standing among a group of similarly dressed lawyers, focused and serious as he explained various important matters to everyone. "Zhuo Lu, congratulations." Shifeng strode over. Just then, Zhuo Zhanghao slowly turned around, casually glanced over, and instantly froze because he saw that the person calling him Zhuo Lu from a distance was actually Shifeng. To be honest, he really didn't expect it to be Shifeng calling him, and for a moment he was a bit surprised, but he quickly regained his composure, his face breaking into a smile as he warmly responded, "Oh, isn't this our famous Mr. Shi? It's been a long time." Hearing Zhuo Zhanghao address him this way, Shifeng also smiled broadly and quickly clasped his hands, saying, Zhuo Lu, congratulations. Today is a big day." The two of them exchanged pleasantries and congratulations, appearing very polite and courteous. Yet both knew in their hearts that it was merely a formality. Their back-and-forth dialogue and feigned gestures made the surrounding lawyers unable to help but burst into laughter. The laughter rose and fell like a joyful wave sweeping through. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! After a while, the laughter gradually subsided. Shifeng looked at Zhuo Zhanghao and asked seriously, "Alright, enough of this small talk. Howsy, quickly tell me, is there anything your law firm needs help with? Just say the word if there's anything I can assist with." Zhuo Zhanghao, upon hearing this, was first slightly taken aback, then he smiled wryly and shook his head, sighing, "Alas, Mr. Shi, you're kind. There are indeed some matters that need handling, but given your current situation, I'm afraid you can't take on this burden." At this point, Zhuo Zhanghao paused slightly, then added, "You see, the work in the law firm is not like the field you're familiar with. If you rashly intervene, you might just complicate things for us." After being told this by Zhuo Zhanghao, Shifeng was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled generously and said, alright, since that's the case, I won't make things awkward for myself. I know my own limitations and understand what I should do and what I shouldn't. Fine then, I'll just step aside and won't delay you from handling your important business." After saying this, Shifeng nodded at Zhuo Zhanghao and then turned around, leisurely walking away. It must be said that Shifeng was very clear in his heart that he knew nothing about the legal profession. If he forced himself to get involved, not only would he not be able to help in any substantial way, but he might also end up making things a complete mess. Rather than that, it was better to wander around for a bit, enjoy the environment of this newly established law firm, and quietly wait for the moment of its official opening to arrive. Time passed second by second, and about half an hour later, suddenly, a cheerful and festive music filled the entire law firm. It turned out that the classic song Good Days had started playing. Immediately, all the employees came out from various corners, each holding colorful confetti poppers. As the rhythm of the music began, everyone pulled the strings of the poppers at the same time, and countless colorful ribbons and petals flew through the air like celestial maidens, scattering flowers, decorating the entire law firm beautifully and vibrantly. The opening ceremony of the Xiangxingguan law firm was officially completed. Brothers and sisters, charge! Shuo Jianghao shouted excitedly, and all the lawyers rushed towards the door. In a law firm, the reputation of the chief lawyer is of utmost importance, as reputation is equivalent to clientele. At this moment, in front of the Xiangxingguan law firm, a small group of clients was lined up, waiting. Among the crowd, some were longtime clients personally led by the lawyers, having established a stable and long-term cooperative relationship with them, while others were new clients attracted through the diligent distribution of flyers in recent days. Shuo Jianghao, the chief lawyer of the Xiangxingguan law firm, had always been quietly working in this industry. In the past, he had worked at a smaller law firm, where although he had outstanding professional abilities, his reputation had not spread far due to the limited platform. Therefore, while the number of clients appearing at the firm's door was not negligible, compared to the bustling scenes of well-known large law firms with clients queuing like dragons, it still seemed a bit sparse. Zhuo Zhenghao quietly gazed at the scene before him, and a faint sense of disappointment surged in his heart. Just then, Shifeng, who had been following Zhuo Zhenghao with a puzzled expression, suddenly realized when his gaze fell upon the not-so-large line of clients at the door Zhuo Zhenghao was experiencing what was known as client anxiety. Don't worry, I firmly believe that under your careful management and operation, the Xiangxingguan studio will surely thrive and develop better and better. Shifeng stepped forward, gently patting Zhuo Zhenghao's shoulder, his tone firm and full of encouragement. That's right, we always believe, the lawyers beside them echoed, each face brimming with confidence and ambition. Hearing such sincere words from everyone, Zhuo Zhenghao felt a warmth in his heart, and the brief moment of disappointment seemed to dissipate in an instant. He took a deep breath, straightened his back, and said loudly, "All right. Since everyone has high hopes for me, I will definitely not disappoint your trust and expectations." With these words, the atmosphere on site instantly became lively. Zhuo Zhenghao smiled, turned towards the firm's main door, and shouted, "Now, let's start welcoming our guests." So, everyone energetically threw themselves into their busy work. He believed that in the future, his reputation would surely grow more and more famous, and by then, he was sure that the Guan law firm would have long lines every day. Zhuo Zhenghao collected his emotions and passionately took the lead, striding ahead. The other lawyers followed closely behind. They reached the door and immediately put on even more enthusiastic smiles to greet the clients. "Big brother, I'm here to serve you. Big sister, you came to the right person. Auntie, I will provide you with the most reassuring service. Uncle, come to me, it's super cheap." Shifeng watched the scene, feeling that something was a bit off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. An hour later, time seemed to freeze at that moment. A group of people stood quietly at the door, staring blankly at the empty street outside, then slowly turned their heads to look inside the law firm, which no longer had any trace of clients. Every face clearly displayed deep loneliness and frustration. Just 1 hour after opening, were they really facing the fate of closing down so soon? Sigh, I really didn't expect this. These days, no matter the industry, it's so tough. Someone couldn't help but let out a long sigh, their tone filled with helplessness and emotion. Come on, we can't just sit here and wait for death. We have to take the initiative. Let's hand out flyers. Let's canvass buildings. Even if I have to cover all 800 buildings, I must bring in clients. At this moment, Zhuo Zhenghao, who had been silent, suddenly raised his head, his eyes firm yet lacking luster. Clearly, he had been pushed to the brink and had to entertain the somewhat thankless idea of canvassing buildings. Because in his heart, he firmly believed that as long as he was willing to put in the effort, even if it meant canvassing 800 buildings, there would surely be a chance to bring in 1 or 2 clients. Don't be anxious, everything takes time. Take it slow, accumulating clients isn't something that can be done overnight. Shifeng, seeing this, quickly comforted and encouraged him. After all, our law firm has just opened, there are still many days ahead. I believe that the good fortune belonging to our firm is definitely waiting for us in the future. However, Zhuo Zhenghao wore a face full of worry, shaking his head and sighing. I understand the reasoning, but the key issue is that clients are just too hard to find. For a moment, a heavy and oppressive atmosphere filled the entire law firm, and everyone fell into worry about the future. Just when this group was fretting over not being able to find clients on the first day and the first hour after the law firm opened, someone finally broke the deadlock. Shifeng calmly analyzed, actually, the biggest challenge right now is our reputation. If we can quickly spread the word about our firm, letting more people know of our existence and recognize our abilities, then clients will naturally come to us in droves. Next, as long as we can successfully retain these clients with our solid professional skills, we can gradually form a positive cycle. By that time, the normal operation of the firm will no longer have major issues. This statement was like a ray of light cutting through the darkness, allowing everyone to see a glimmer of hope. It's so tough right now. At worst, we can increase our investment, advertise and promote. Advertise, and we need to hire big stars for promotion. Big promotion. As long as we make our name known, I believe Guan will definitely succeed. Shi Feng said firmly. After thinking for a moment, he decided to increase the investment to solve the current difficulties. Ding! Congratulations, hosts business talent plus 5%, talent experience, business talent 40%, a prompt from the system echoed in his mind, followed by some insights about business flooding into his consciousness. At that moment, outside the originally quiet and peaceful law firm, a sudden uproar erupted, as if a pot had exploded, with waves of noise coming from all directions. Following that, a cacophony of footsteps approached and two groups of people charged into the law firm with great momentum. On the left, a group of individuals dressed in immaculate white police uniforms stood tall and serious. On the right, another group donned pitch-black gang attire, each face showing a fierce expression, exuding a chilling aura. If one had not witnessed it with their own eyes, anyone would have mistaken it for a life-and-death confrontation between the forces of law and crime. However, despite the deep-seated animosity and hostility that usually existed between these two groups, at this moment, they all simultaneously suppressed their inner hatred and anger, forcing smiles onto their faces as they hurriedly made their way into the law office. Leading each group was a figure at the forefront. It seemed as if an invisible wall lay between these two leaders, maintaining a certain distance that neither could easily cross. Looking at the leader on the left, he was tall and robust, like an iron tower standing there, with dark, shiny skin and a fierce, intimidating appearance. This man was none other than the infamous governor. On the right stood the leader, a woman with a curvaceous figure and beautiful features. Though she was past middle age, she still exuded charm, radiating the unique allure of a mature woman in her every gesture. She was the formidable Mei gang leader. Those who were unaware of the situation were left dumbfounded by the spectacle, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. They silently lamented, "This is it. We're about to be surrounded by this group of fierce-looking individuals." Except for Zhuo Zhenghao. He wore an awkward expression, reluctantly greeting them. "Old man. Old woman. What brings you here?" Zhuo Zhenghao felt a sense of collapse within. He knew the old man was eager for him to take over as governor, and the old woman wanted him to lead the Feng Yun gang. Yet, he had chosen to be a small lawyer. So, these two must have brought a group of brothers to cause trouble. Wait, how did the old man and old woman find out he had opened for business? Damn it! That sycophant must have spilled the beans. Just don't let me catch you, Zhuogu. You little brat, call her old woman one more time. Just a moment ago, Mei gang leader had been radiating maternal warmth and smiles, making her seem incredibly kind and comforting. Yet in an instant, her expression changed dramatically, like a powder keg ignited, exploding with rage. She reached out a hand and swiftly twisted Zhuo Zhenghao's ear, showing no mercy whatsoever. Ouch! Ouch! Please spare me, mother! Zhuo Zhenghao immediately grimaced in pain, letting out a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. You little brat, you've really grown some skills. You didn't even inform your mother about such a big event as opening a law firm? Mei gang leader glared angrily, scolding loudly, while her grip tightened even more. As her emotions escalated, her initially furious expression gradually turned somewhat aggrieved, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Standing aside, Shi Feng witnessed this dramatic scene and suddenly realized, it turned out that Zhuo Zhenghao lively and theatrical demeanor was inherited from his fiery-tempered mother. Faced with the questioning from the leader Mei, Zhuo Zhenghao kept begging for mercy while explaining with a bitter face, this. Mother, you are so busy with your affairs every day, I really can't bear to disturb you, afraid you won't be able to handle it." Hearing this, Mei coldly snorted, clearly not believing Zhuo Zhenghao's words. Just then, a charming voice came, "Xiaoao." Everyone turned to look, and they saw Qi Mengwei gracefully walking over. Qi Mengwei had a stunningly beautiful face, as enchanting as a blooming peach blossom. Her red wavy hair was tied up high, forming a neat ponytail that swayed gently with her steps, adding a touch of liveliness and agility. She wore a tight black leather outfit that perfectly outlined her sexy curves, especially the lace decoration on her chest, which not only failed to conceal her pride but instead attracted even more attention. Today was the auspicious day of her cousin Zhuo Zhenghao's law firm opening, and as his older cousin, how could she not come to join the fun and lend her support? But, ha ha ha, the onlookers couldn't help but chuckle when they heard the chief lawyer Zhuo being called Xiaohao. "Cousin, can't you leave me a little face? So many people are watching. I'm begging you. Zhuo Zhenghao looked helpless. Standing in front of his passionate and renowned cousin, known as the Blood Rose of the gang, he appeared like a docile little sheep, completely showing the demeanor of a humble younger brother. Humph, how boring, Chi. Manhwa said with a slight smile before releasing her grip on him. At that moment, the governor, who had been standing by for a long time, could no longer hold back and said with a dark face, the affairs at the police station pile up like mountains every day, and I came here today just to bring you some commercial cases on the way, there's nothing else. Just as Zhuo Zhenghao felt an impulse to vent his frustration, no one asked you, you old man. He swallowed the words that were about to come out when he heard the old man mention the commercial cases, forcibly suppressing his desire to complain. The governor expressionlessly ordered, bring the things up. As soon as he finished speaking, several police officers quickly stepped forward, each carefully holding a thick stack of commercial cases. Here, this should keep you busy for a whole month, the governor said in an extremely bland tone. However, Zhuo Zhenghao merely glanced at the commercial cases and already understood in his heart this was hardly enough to last a month. In his view, these cases could probably sustain him for half a year. Looking at the seemingly calm face of the old man, Zhuo Zhenghao found it hard to suppress his urge to complain. This really proves the old saying, that invisible show-offs are the most deadly. Nevertheless, in order to smoothly obtain this batch of commercial cases that could last for a long time, Zhuo Zhenghao ultimately chose to set aside his so-called pride and dignity, bowing deeply to the governor with a flattering face and loudly exclaiming, "Thank you for your generous gift, father." After all, he often slid on his knees. What is dignity? Ahem. Good. The governor's coal-black, wolf-like fierce face surprisingly softened for a moment, melting like ice and snow. Humph, I really didn't expect that my late husband could come up with such a trick, but luckily, I'm not a pushover either, I have my own countermeasures. All that could be seen was Mei, the gang leader, with her arms crossed and a proud expression on her face, as if she were an unattainable mountain peak while everyone else were merely ants at the foot of the mountain. Little brat, I've specially prepared a big gift for you, consider it a wish for your prosperous business. After saying this, Mei excitedly waved her hand and shouted, quick, bring the things up. Before her words had even finished, several little yellow-haired kids dressed in colorful clothes, their hair dyed as vibrant as a rainbow, rushed forward like a gust of wind, each tightly holding a thick stack of documents, as if it were their most precious treasure. Mei, with a face full of pride, introduced to everyone, look, these are all cases of fighting, brawling, and provoking trouble. However, at this moment, standing aside, Zhuo Zhenghao's face turned pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, and his back was already soaked with sweat. Mother, what are you trying to do? Zhuo Zhenghao stomped his feet anxiously, his voice trembling as he shouted, I just want to run my business peacefully, why do you have to make such a big fuss and do something that might harm our wind and cloud gang? Unexpectedly, Mei was completely unfazed, casually tossing her waterfall-like short hair, and coldly snorted, humph. You little brat, what do you know? These cases were all committed by other gangs. Just go ahead and deal with them without being polite to your mother. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Zhenghao was first taken aback, then quickly realized, secretly giving his mother a thumbs up. Zhuo Zhenghao silently praised, 666. Mother is still amazing. Just then, the governor, who had been watching the mother-son farce with cold eyes, could no longer hold back. His face was as cold as water, his gaze sharp and icy, staring intently at Shifeng not far away, and in a calm yet threatening tone, he slowly asked, are you Shifeng? Shifeng, who had been enjoying the show, suddenly shivered at the governor's question and hurriedly replied. Yes. Is it you who invested in the little brat stream? Yes. Not enough, invest another billion. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone held their breath. A billion. Truly the governor. He dares to ask. Old man, are you being shameless? Zhuo Zhenghao glared angrily at the old man in front of him, deeply worried. He knew that if this old man used his power to suppress his brother, the consequences would be unimaginable. So, without hesitation, he began to curse. Little brat, I've tolerated you for a long time. Upon hearing this insult, the governor's anger erupted like a volcano. His eyes seemed to burn with fierce flames, staring fiercely at Zhuo Zhenghao, his gaze like two sharp swords, seemingly wanting to pierce through the other. At this moment, the atmosphere was so tense it was suffocating, a fierce conflict between father and son was about to break out. However, just at this critical moment of fatherly kindness and filial piety, Shifeng, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. I agree. These three simple words were like a shocking bomb, instantly plunging the entire scene into a dead silence. It turned out that from the very beginning of the business, Shifeng had keenly sensed that the current operational situation was like a lone boat struggling through a storm. After careful consideration, he had long harbored the idea of additional investment. However, initially, the amount he had in mind was only a mere 100 million. But who would have thought that this Shuo father would be so generous, opening his mouth to ask for 10 billion? This is undoubtedly a huge fortune. If he can successfully obtain this investment and use it to build a large-scale law firm, it will surely rise like a brilliant star in the legal field of Donghai City, becoming the top-tier law firm. Ha! The little brat really has no brothers to rely on. The governor first froze, then burst into a hearty laugh that echoed throughout the room, completely breaking the previous silence. I will definitely not let you invest this 10 billion for nothing. If anyone dares to cause trouble in the future, just come to me. After laughing, the governor's expression suddenly turned cold, and he said in a chilling tone, "So will I." Master Mei was not to be outdone. This statement was like a bolt from the blue, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. Both the black and white factions were backing him up. With 10 billion invested, he never dreamed he could get the governor and Master Mei's guarantee. It was simply a windfall from the heavens, and he was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. From now on, even if he offended some big shot in the business world, he could do so without fear. Fingzi, you can't be really crazy. Where the hell are you going to get 10 billion to promise that? Zhuo Zhanghao thought to himself. Fingzi must have lost his mind. That's right, the old man's and old lady's power was indeed tempting, but where would he get so much money? Fortunately, he hadn't lost his head. No, he had to persuade him to calm down. With brothers backing you up, you can rest assured. The old man definitely wouldn't dare to use his power to pressure you. Moreover, I know the old man is afraid of the old lady, and the old lady is afraid of me. You little brat. I will make you shut up forever. Master Mei suddenly had a stick in her hand, like a venomous snake spitting venom. Ah! Help! Zhuo Zhanghao was so scared he rolled away, quickly covering his head and fleeing, while Master Mei chased after him relentlessly, hitting him as she went. Zhuo Zhanghao offended two people with one sentence. However, the governor didn't have time to teach Zhuo Zhanghao a lesson. He was staring at the calm Shifeng in front of him. After all, he is that little brat's associate, so I must be cautious. I need to investigate thoroughly to see if he is truly innocent. The governor's gaze was sharp as an eagle, closely examining the information in front of him. From the information we currently have, you come from a very ordinary family, and your parents divorced many years ago. Since graduating, you have only been barely making ends meet with a meager salary of a few thousand. If it were just this, it would indeed be unlikely for you to possess such immense wealth. The governor continued, his tone calm and certain. However, at that moment, a new report appeared before everyone, but recently, we discovered that a large amount of money has suddenly flowed into your bank account. These funds were transferred through legal and legitimate channels from overseas banks. Based on this situation, it is highly likely that you inherited a large fortune left by a relative overseas. Sitting aside, Shifeng felt his back instantly drenched in sweat. He knew very well that since that day when Zhuo Zhanghao inadvertently exposed his family situation, he had probably become a key target for investigation. However, when he heard that these remittances were legal and legitimate, the tension in his heart finally eased a bit. As time went on, the amount of money in his bank card kept increasing, and it was clearly no longer appropriate to use the excuse of winning the lottery to explain it. Who would have thought that this mysterious system would be so generous? Occasionally, when he was alone staring at the jaw-dropping large number in his bank card, a trace of worry would involuntarily rise from deep within. It felt as if it were an unexpected fortune that had fallen from the sky, leaving him with a sense of uncertainty and illegitimacy. Looking at it now, it was indeed time to find a reasonable justification for this large sum of money in his hands. Thus, Shifeng had a sudden inspiration and casually concocted a nonsensical rhyme. That's my great-grandfather's cousin's son's daughter's. Oh dear, anyway, it's just a very distant relative. Quick, invest, don't miss the opportunity. Let's go. The governor had no time to listen to this. His expression was as dark as the sky before a storm, and he waved his hand impatiently. After saying that, he swept away with a group of officers like a gust of wind. Beside him, the bored Qi Mengwei, with her gaze shifting, resembled a keen cheetah, instantly locking onto a target. She fixed her eyes on the handsome man before her, as if he were a cake exuding an enticing aroma, making her mouth water. She leaned forward, her movements light and graceful, like a blooming flower, radiating an enchanting fragrance. Only 10 centimeters away from the man's face, such a close distance felt as if she could sense his breath. Qi Mengwei's voice was as clear and pleasant as a warbler. Hey, handsome? Shifeng was startled by Qi Mengwei's sudden intimate gesture, involuntarily taking half a step back. However, Qi Mengwei was like a flash of lightning, quickly grabbing his bow tie, pulling him back in closer. Her eyes revealed an irresistible charm, as if they could draw in one's very soul. Be good, don't be afraid. Chi Mingwei's voice carried a hint of teasing, like a mischievous little fox. Her red lips curled into a wickedly charming smile, one that seemed to hide endless secrets, making one unable to resist the urge to explore. She didn't say the latter part, sister eats men, as if deliberately teasing the already blushing and racing-hearted man before. Horror. Her gaze was like two blazing flames, igniting a fire within Shifeng, making him feel a wave of heat. Ahem. Shifeng tried hard to remain calm, reminding himself to be composed and cool. However, Chi Mingwei's alluring face was like a powerful magnetic field, drawing his gaze. He couldn't help but stare into her captivating eyes, as if a mysterious and enticing world was hidden within those deep orbs. He awkwardly averted his gaze, trying to escape this embarrassing situation. Yet, fate seemed to enjoy playing tricks on him, and his eyes inadvertently glanced down, catching sight of lace adorning her chest, the lace like a thin veil, obscuring that proud display just enough to tease. That proud display was like the brightest star in the night sky, impossible to ignore. He felt his body temperature rise rapidly, as if he were engulfed in flames. Suddenly, a warm, ticklish breath brushed against his ear, like a playful little hand gently caressing his earlobe, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Still a rookie, Chi Mingwei's voice held a hint of surprise, yet seemed to carry a touch of satisfaction. Her gaze pierced through Shifeng's heart like two bolts of lightning, leaving him nowhere to escape. Shifeng stood frozen, unable to see Chi Mingwei's face, but that word filled with schadenfreude seemed like an invisible bridge, instantly transporting his thoughts to her. He closed his eyes, his mind beginning to sketch her expression at this moment on that beautiful face, surely a smile as radiant as spring flowers was blooming. The lady. Shifeng steadied himself and softly spoke, trying to politely remind the woman in front of him that her behavior was a bit excessive. However, before he could finish, a loud and exaggerated laugh erupted like thunder in his ears. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. The laughter was deafening, carelessly echoing in the air. Shifeng was startled by the sudden laughter, instinctively opening his eyes, only to see the woman in front of him laughing so hard that she was gasping for breath, her body trembling slightly from the excessive mirth. This handsome guy is so young yet so old-fashioned, ha! The woman laughed heartily, pointing at Shifeng, her eyes filled with mockery. Then came another string of laughter like silver bells. Pfft. Lady, ha ha ha. It seemed she had heard the funniest thing in the world, as Chi Mingwei laughed so hard she nearly fell over. This unrestrained laughter made Shifeng feel a wave of embarrassment and helplessness, while also instilling a bit of fear in him towards this fiery woman. At that moment, Chi Mingwei finally managed to stop laughing, straightened up, placed her hands on her hips, puffed out her chest, and tried to calm her breathing. Then, she lifted her head, her beautiful big eyes staring directly at Shifeng, a lingering smile still on her lips. Alright, sister, ha ha ha. My name is Chi Mingwei. Chi Mingwei pronounced each word clearly, her tone firm and powerful, as if declaring her identity to the world. After saying that, she seemed to remember something amusing and couldn't help but chuckle again. But, I still prefer you to call me Sister Chi. Mingwei smiled sweetly at Shifeng, throwing him a flirtatious glance, her captivating eyes sparkling with anticipation, like brilliant stars in the night sky. As a man who had never ventured into the realm of romance and was extremely innocent, how could he withstand Chi Mingwei's teasing and provocation? At that moment, his heart raced like a drum, as if it would burst from his chest, his breathing was rapid, nearly reaching the edge of suffocation, his mind was a blank, completely devoid of thought. He felt that no matter what he said, it would only serve as fodder for Chi Mingwei's further teasing. Thus, his only thought was to escape this place that made him feel incredibly awkward and embarrassed as soon as possible. Shifeng's expression was flustered, his gaze darting around like a frightened deer, desperately searching for any help to extricate himself from this predicament. However, what made him feel utterly hopeless was that not far away, Zhuo Zhanghao and Mei Bangzhu were leisurely sitting there, munching on sunflower seeds while watching everything unfold with great interest. When he cast a hopeful glance at them, these two carefree guys not only showed no intention of helping, but instead made a gesture of encouragement towards him. How infuriating! Shifeng cursed inwardly, realizing that seeking help from others was already hopeless. At this moment, his originally fair face turned bright red from extreme embarrassment, resembling a ripe apple. Finally, he could no longer endure it, suddenly reaching out to forcefully swipe away Chi Mingwei's delicate hand resting on his shoulder, and feigning calmness, he said loudly, "Miss Chi, please have some self-respect." In response to Shifeng's reprimand, Chi Mingwei not only did not get angry but instead laughed even more. Her silver bell-like laughter ringing in the air, drawing curious glances from those around. She playfully said, "Oh dear, this little brother is really quite amusing. I, sister, just love boys with Such a strong personality like you.
After saying that, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and the glimmer in them revealed an indescribable charm. Seeing this, Shifeng took a deep breath, trying to
calm the surging emotions within him.
Then, he gathered his courage again and looked directly into Qi Mingwei's eyes, stating with righteous indignation, "Miss Qi, your behavior is truly a bit
excessive. Please do not continue to entangle me."
Upon hearing this, Qi Mingwei lightly raised her slender eyebrows, the corner of her mouth still holding that elusive, enchanting smile, and replied
leisurely, "Oh? What's this? Our little brother is actually angry? But, this pouting look of yours makes you seem even more temperamental." Before she finished speaking, she unexpectedly extended her delicate finger and, seemingly casually, gently poked Shifeng's solid chest. Shifeng felt a strange sensation in his heart. Just now, when Qi Mingwei got close to him, that unique aura and carefree attitude made it somewhat unforgettable. He shook his head, secretly deciding to stay away from this dangerous yet charming woman. Shuo Zhenghao and Mei Bangzhu were munching on sunflower seeds while animatedly discussing. "Kid, how many moves do you think your cousin needs to take him down? If it's an ordinary person, 3 moves at most, and they'll surrender. But, who is my brother? Who is he? A pure and single man. Ah." The two fell into contemplation over the unclear situation. "Call me sister, sister will take you to experience something fun." Qi Mingwei's eyes sparkled, her delicate body swaying as she leaned closer to Shifeng, her alluring voice seemingly carrying a hint of magic, making it hard to resist. Shifeng felt his back tense up instantly, a wave of heat rushing from his feet to his head. He gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the impulse within, but this stunning woman, so fiery and charming, was simply too lethal, almost making him surrender. However, asking him to call out sister in front of so many people was simply harder than climbing to the sky. Absolutely impossible. At least not now. He secretly encouraged himself to hold the last line of defense. Yes. He was incredibly determined. But just then, Shifeng suddenly caught sight of Qi Mingwei casually playing with a beautifully crafted small knife in her hand. The blade glinted coldly, reflecting a chilling light under the sun. Shifeng's heart tightened, and a layer of fine sweat broke out on his forehead. Sister, sister. In the end, under the threat of that small knife, Shifeng still yielded. He lowered his head, his voice barely above a whisper, but his eyes involuntarily revealed a layer of dark undercurrents. How shameful. He secretly vowed that this was definitely not what he truly wanted to call her. If he could do it all over again, he would rather face 1,000 troops than bow to this woman. Hearing Shifeng's address, Qi Mingwei smiled with satisfaction. She parted her red lips, letting out a clear, bell-like laugh. Little Feng is so obedient. After saying that, she skillfully sheathed the small knife at her waist, her movements elegant and cool. Looking at Qi Mingwei's flower-like smile, Shifeng felt a wave of regret in his heart. This is bad. He had actually been teased by a fiery beauty like this. And it was right in broad daylight, under the watchful eyes of everyone. At that moment, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Shuo Zhenghao and Mei Bangzhu stared wide-eyed, no longer munching on their sunflower seeds. He was taken down. Confirmed taken down. Truly worthy of the blood rose of the underworld. Kid, I have a question. Mother, please ask. If your cousin takes down your brother, then how will you address your brother in the future? Ah, this. Xiao Fengfeng, it's really too boring here, let's go out and play with sister. Qi Mingwei blinked her alluring eyes. Ahem, today is the first day the law firm is open, I still have to stay and handle matters. Sorry, I don't have time to go out and play. Shifeng argued firmly. He refused. Damn it. He couldn't let this woman lead him around by the nose. Oh, then fine. Qi Mingwei pouted, looking quite aggrieved, her eyes filled with disappointment. Qi Mingwei's eyes turned, a plan forming in her mind. Then how about sister? Stays here to keep you company while you work? Shifeng, helpless, could only let her stay. During the work process, Shifeng found that Qi Mingwei wasn't causing trouble, just quietly watching him. Occasionally, when he looked up, he would meet Qi Mingwei's focused gaze, and for some reason, a strange feeling arose in his heart. After a while of busy work, Shifeng stretched and found that Qi Mingwei had actually fallen asleep against the chair. She looked less cunning and more innocent while sleeping. Shifeng, acting on impulse, took a piece of clothing and covered her with it. At that moment, Qi Mingwei woke up, saw the clothes covering her, and her eyes lit up. Xiao Fengfeng, you do care about me. Shifeng turned away with a flushed face, muttering softly, who cares about you? Qi Mingwei looked at his back, a triumphant smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Can Xiao Fengfeng go out and play with sister now? Qi Mingwei asked pitifully. Ugh. Just a moment ago, Shifeng was furious, but now he felt he was truly damned.
Seeing her dejected look, it wasn't as flamboyant as when she was arrogant, but that sense of fragility was truly heart-wrenching.
Just as Shifeng was regretting, Chi Mengwei revealed her exquisite little knife. Xiao Fengfeng, do you think my knife is fast? Or, Chi Mengwei had an innocent expression, as if she was really pondering seriously. Your knife is fast enough already. However, Shifeng could only complain about this in his heart. What kind of life is it to bungee jump here? Let's go. Play. Right now. Shifeng moved with the wind, without a hint of hesitation. Wait. Shifeng turned his head and saw Zhuo Zhenghao calling him. Brother. It had to be a brother. Sure enough, you couldn't stand seeing me being bullied. Right? You came to rescue me, right? Shifeng was full of expectations, but reality poured cold water on him. Fengzi, remember to transfer money to the law firm. 10 billion. Zhuo Zhenghao said seriously. What the hell? Can this be tolerated? This can actually be tolerated. Who told his brother to have a gangster mom and a gangster cousin? And what about himself? Sigh, why not just give up this miserable life? No, can't I arrange some muscle around me? Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening the martial talent experience, martial talent 5%, a system. Prompt echoed in his mind, followed by some insights about martial power flooding into his brain. System. You are my god. Just a moment ago, Shifeng was still bowing to martial power, and now he had awakened his martial talent. Although his body was well protected, he had never practiced martial arts or fought with anyone, and he didn't know any martial arts moves. The further he went, the higher he stood, he would inevitably encounter strong enemies. If he only looked for bodyguards for protection, it would still be difficult to avoid enemy ambushes. So, it was still best to be strong in martial power for the most security. It's just a pity that he had just awakened his martial talent, and he really hoped that talent experience could reach 100% quickly. But the problem at hand still needed to be solved. Okay. 10 billion. Transfer it immediately. Shifeng gritted his teeth. He had been bullied and threatened like this, and his former good brother actually stood by and did nothing. What kind of heart is that? He. Got it. Zhuo Zhenghao smiled and made an okay gesture. Be careful. Zhuo Zhenghao sent a knowing blow. I care about your safety. What's the difference between you and a brother for sale? Ah. Shifeng's heart surged with anger. However, it was just impotent rage. Chi Mengwei slightly curled her delicate fingers. He followed her eagerly. Inside the bar, the lights swayed dreamily, rendering the entire space hazy and ambiguous. The atmosphere here was heated to the extreme, as if an endless carnival was being staged. The central area of the bar resembled a pool of wine and a forest of meat, filled with the scent of extravagance and indulgence. Various male hosts dressed in sexy outfits showcased their unique seductive techniques. They either raised their eyebrows, twisted their waists, or threw charming smiles, each movement full of provocative meaning, making the aunties below feel their hearts flutter and go crazy. At that moment, Shifeng was half-dragged, half-pulled into the bar by Chi Mengwei. The instant he stepped through the door, the fiery and explosive scene rushed into his view without warning. Looking at this scene, Shifeng felt his blood run cold and involuntarily began to tremble. My god! This is too terrifying. Crying face, to know, he was a pure and single man who had never set foot in a bar. His first bar experience turned out to be such an exhilarating sight. Shifeng thought in confusion, didn't they say that bars are filled with gentle and beautiful women? But what's with all this male beauty in front of him? Could it be that he really couldn't keep up with the trends of the times? Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed fiery gazes fixated on him. Without thinking, he knew that besides the scheming Chi Mengwei beside him, there was no one else. Look at her, clearly racking her brain to get him to drink. Women. As a pure and upright 7-foot man, being forced into this smoky bar was a great humiliation for him. He resolutely glared at the drink Chi Mengwei handed over, secretly swearing that even if it was just a drop, he would never touch it. God knows if drinking this would compromise his innocence. He didn't want to foolishly bury his single life here. Xiao Fengfeng, since you're at the bar, why not have a drink? Chi Mengwei twisted her slender waist seductively, presenting the crystal-clear glass to him, a faint smile playing on her lips, her eyes filled with teasing and mockery. However, faced with such a scene, Shifeng chose to remain silent. Because he knew that in front of this woman who was threatening him without restraint, any verbal rebuttal would seem pale and powerless. However, his silence was also a form of silent resistance, indicating that he would never easily succumb to her tyranny. Xiao Fengfeng, could it be that this is your first time stepping into a bar? Seeing Shifeng remain silent, Shi Mengwei couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, her laughter crisp and pleasant, yet carrying an irresistible allure. No way, no way. I really didn't expect there to be such a pure man in the world. As the voices of those around them echoed in agreement, Shi Mengwei smiled even more brightly, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of barely perceptible pride. A man as pure as this is truly exciting. After saying that, Shi Mengwei leaned slightly forward, almost pressing her entire body against Shifeng. She gently exhaled a breath rich with the aroma of alcohol, like orchids and musk, lingering at Shifeng's nose, causing his heart to race. At this moment, Shi Mengwei's face was flushed from the effects of the alcohol, her originally stunning beauty now appeared even more enchanting, like a poppy flower blooming in the dark night, exuding a deadly allure. Shifeng stared blankly at the scene before him, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Besides a heart full of speechlessness, there was also an unprecedented sense of panic and helplessness. It was only at this moment that he truly experienced what it felt like to be openly teased by someone. Burp, a loud burp escaped from Shi Mengwei's mouth, as if it were a unique note in the lively atmosphere. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, her gaze dreamy, yet she still held her wine glass steadily, calling out to the person beside her, Xiao Fengfeng, come on, drink up. Even though she was already a bit tipsy, she hadn't forgotten the important task of getting Shifeng to drink. However, faced with Shi Mengwei's enthusiastic invitation, Shifeng remained calm, adopting a strategy of silence, and the glass of wine hadn't been touched at all. This infuriated Shi Mengwei. In a fit of anger, she took the wine glass and gulped down several mouthfuls herself. Oh dear. Xiao Fengfeng, why are you so boring? Shi Mengwei pouted, her already alluring face becoming even more rosy and tempting due to the alcohol, like a ripe apple that made one unable to resist taking a bite. Seeing that persuading Shifeng to drink was hopeless, she suddenly felt bored, her eyes twinkling as she thought of a new idea, excitedly suggesting, how about we go dance? Come on, let's go. Dance. With that, she stood up, swaying her body towards the dance floor. I'm not going to dance, you go have fun by yourself, as long as you're happy, Shifeng replied without looking up, his gaze beginning to wander around. He had no interest in dancing, after all, being made to twist and turn on stage like those male hosts was simply torture. So, no matter what, he was determined not to dance. Shi Feng originally thought that, given Shi Mengwei's personality, she would surely pull out her exquisite little knife to threaten him after hearing his refusal. But unexpectedly, this time Shi Mengwei merely smiled slightly, then turned around without hesitation, fluttering towards the dance floor like a cheerful butterfly. Watching Shi Mengwei's departing figure, Shifeng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, no one was forcing him to do something he didn't want to do, he could relax a bit. However, his eyes were not idle, curiously observing everything around him. Who says only children are curious? At this moment, Shifeng, with years of pure single life, was now stimulated by such a vibrant environment, filled with a desire to explore this unfamiliar yet lively setting. This was his first time in a bar, and he had to take a good look at the bar's charm. After looking around, Shifeng couldn't help but sigh in his heart, saying that the times have changed, male hosts are just as flamboyant as female hosts now. Just as Shifeng was looking around, a sudden uproar erupted from the dance floor. Even sitting in a remote corner, it was hard to resist the piercing sounds. Strong pull on his attention. Wow! Look! This beauty is simply a stunning goddess. So wild and enchanting, one person shouted loudly. Li Gu, if you like this type, we need to hurry and get her, another chimed in. Beauty, our Li Gu is calling you. Did you hear? Hey! Hey! Someone shouted at the top of their lungs. However, in the face of such cries, the woman showed no reaction, as if she hadn't heard at all. Humph! How dare she look down on us like this, she really doesn't know what's good for her. The earlier speaker immediately roared in anger. Bitch! Ouch! Ah! Help! A piercing scream shattered the night sky, followed by a series of terrified cries echoing throughout the bar. Ah! Not good, a fight has broken out. The crowd erupted in screams. Oh my god, someone is going to get killed. Panic quickly spread, and people began to flee in all directions. What? Someone actually died? Could it be that coincidental? I just stepped into this bar for the first time. And now I'm faced with such a shocking scene? Shifeng thought to himself, his feet unconsciously quickening towards the edge of the dance floor. When he finally arrived, the scene before him left him dumbfounded. He saw Shi Mengwei's long, slender legs slightly bent like a bow, and the black high heels she wore were firmly planted on the body of a fat man. Due to the heavy pressure of the shoe, the man's originally round face was now distorted beyond recognition, making it hard to distinguish his nose and eyes.
Blood gushed from his head like a fountain, the crimson liquid flowing down his cheeks and pooling on the ground, forming a shocking puddle of blood. At the same time, his agonizing wails echoed in the air, as if they could penetrate one's soul. Help, help, me.
Just then, several
burly, muscular men with bare torsos moved in response to the sound, quickly surrounding Chi Mengwei like hungry wolves. Each of these strong men had bulging muscles, exuding a strong smell of sweat
and a violent aura.
However, behind this group of strong men stood a middle-aged man with a shiny face, a lewd smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He leered at the trapped Chi Mengwei, shouting lewdly, "This beauty is wild enough. I like it. Ha 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 ha." After saying that, he waved his hand and viciously ordered, "Go. Capture this little girl for me." Upon hearing the command, the strong men responded in unison, "Yes, brotherly." They then began to attack Chi Mengwei. Some swung their fists, the wind whistling as they struck at her, others lifted their thick legs, attempting to kick her down. And some charged at her with their elbows as weapons. In an instant, various moves emerged, dazzling to behold. However, in the face of such fierce attacks, Chi Mengwei showed no signs of panic. Her figure moved like a ghost, effortlessly dodging all the attacks with swift movements. The strong men seemed fierce, but their punches and kicks always missed by a hair's breadth.
Not only that, but Chi
Mengwei also seized the opportunity to counterattack decisively when they exposed their weaknesses. Her strikes were as fast as lightning, each move clean and precise, hitting the vital points of her
opponents.
The sounds of screams rose and fell, and the few strong men who had just been showing off were quickly beaten to a pulp, their faces bruised and searching for their teeth on the ground.
The entire scene was thrilling, and the onlookers were left speechless.
Meanwhile, Shifeng, who had been silently observing the battle from the side, couldn't help but nod in praise.
Chi Mengwei's speed of attack was simply too fast, others could only see blurred after images flashing through the air.
Perhaps due to awakening his martial talent, he could clearly see how she dodged and attacked, including her strategy of fighting multiple opponents. At that moment, Chi Mengwei was fighting with blood boiling, and he was also filled with excitement. Congratulations, host, martial talent plus 15% talent. Experience, martial talent 20%. A prompt from the system echoed in his mind, followed by a flood of insights about martial prowess. What the hell? If he remembered correctly, his business talent experience had only accumulated to 40% after so much hard work. Each increase of 5 points had him cursing the system for being stingy thousands of times in his heart. And watching Chi Mengwei fight, she could trigger a 15% increase in martial talent experience.
Is the difference really that huge? System, let's be honest, do you just enjoy watching? Perverted system. */omega**. Woohoo! Awesome. Awesome plus. Beautiful lady, add me on WeChat. No other intentions. Please don't misunderstand. The crowd in the bar cheered and applauded for Chi Mengwei. Chi Mengwei proudly lifted her chin, tossing her fiery red ponytail. The alcohol made her face even more radiant, and after the fight, her complexion was flushed. Am I amazing, sister? Amazing. Am I beautiful, sister? Beautiful. Am I handsome, sister? Handsome. Burp, several burly men lay on the ground, moaning. The middle-aged greasy man namely turned pale instantly, looking at this wild and flamboyant woman with fear in his eyes. Chi Mengwei pointed her finger at the middle-aged greasy man. You. The moment he was pointed at, beads of sweat the size of soybeans slid down his forehead, and he immediately knelt. Thud. I'm sorry. I spoke carelessly. Please spare me. Ha 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 ha, Chi Mengwei laughed wildly, as if she had heard the biggest joke. Suddenly, her expression turned cold, her beautiful eyes flashing with a chilling murderous intent. Teasing sister means death. Insulting sister means death. Underestimating sister means death. Death. It was like hitting a sandbag. At this moment, Shifeng felt as if he could hear himself swallow. Luckily, he hadn't plotted anything against her. Otherwise, he would be the one lying on the ground moaning. This woman was truly terrifying. On the surface, she seemed fiery and beautiful, but when she fought, she was cold and ruthless. This is so boring. Chi Mengwei casually clapped her hands. Her gaze swept over the group of opponents she had just defeated effortlessly, her face showing a hint of boredom. She gently twisted her slender waist, like a proud peacock, stepping lightly and a bit unsteadily towards Shifeng. When she reached Shifeng, Chi Mengwei unhesitatingly extended her right hand, hooking it around his broad and sturdy neck, pulling him towards herself with force. Due to the close distance, Shifeng's neck was instantly buried in the rising and falling of Chi Mengwei's chest, causing his heart to race and his face to flush. However, before Shifeng could react. Chi Mengwei was already dragging him towards the bar entrance. As they walked, she kept chattering, "Xiao Fengfeng, let's go, we'll change places and keep having fun." Her voice was crisp and pleasant, but carried an undeniable dominance. Hearing this, Shifeng couldn't help but silently groan in despair. What? Change places? Still want to keep having fun? My God. Can I refuse? But, looking at this willful and reckless woman in front of him, and thinking about her usual temper, Shifeng knew very well that if he dared to defy her orders now, the consequences would definitely be unimaginable. Thus, despite 1,000 unwillingnesses, in his heart, Shifeng could only obediently let Chi Mengwei drag him along, following closely behind her as they left the bar. As soon as they stepped out of the bar's door, Chi Mengwei's steps began to sway unsteadily. Her fiery red wavy ponytail swayed left and right with her movements, resembling flames dancing in the wind, drawing much attention. Seeing this, Shifeng couldn't help but mutter to himself, what on earth is wrong with this woman? As a big sister in the underworld, how can her alcohol tolerance be so poor? And she still wants to go to another bar to continue the revelry? However, while he thought this, Shifeng dared not slacken his grip. He carefully supported Chi Mengwei, fearing that she might accidentally fall. After all, with Chi Mengwei's fiery temper, if she were to fall because of his negligence, it would be him who would be in trouble. So, everything he was doing at this moment was merely to protect himself, absolutely without any ulterior motives. Yes, it must be so. Thus, the two of them leaned on each other and slowly walked through several narrow and deep alleys. At that moment, Chi Mengwei suddenly turned her head, her drunken eyes hazy as she looked at Shifeng and playfully asked, "Xiao Fengfeng, how old are you this year?" "Oh dear. Look at my memory, aren't you just calling Xiao Haohao your brother? So your age must be about the same as his." Chi Mengwei said with a smile, her beautiful eyes fixed on the man in front of her. "And oh, Xiao Fengfeng, you look so handsome and dashing, and it's obvious you have substantial wealth, but why is there not a single woman by your side? Could it be you plan to live a lonely life?" Chi Mengwei blinked her big eyes, her face full of curiosity as she pressed on. Well. Shifeng was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to answer this question. Just then, Chi Mengwei seemed to suddenly remember something, and she slapped her forehead. "Oh dear, look at my silly brain. I almost forgot, you recently inherited a huge fortune." As soon as the words left her mouth, Chi Mengwei immediately stopped, her eyes darting around as if calculating something. Then, she swiftly moved closer to Shifeng, almost standing right next to him. She slightly tilted her head back, her red lips parted, revealing a mischievous and wild smile. At that moment, Shifeng, faced with Chi Mengwei's sudden closeness, although not as flustered as the first time, still felt a jolt in his heart. Especially when he heard her mention the inheritance, his expression instantly turned a bit unpleasant. After all, it was quite abrupt for a woman he had only met once to directly inquire about his financial situation. Thinking of this, Shifeng couldn't help but start to speculate, could it be that this woman is after my money? Or even plotting something sinister? He instinctively glanced around with his peripheral vision, noticing that the alley was dimly lit and eerily quiet, with not a single passerby in sight. A sense of foreboding suddenly surged in his heart. Could it be that she deliberately brought him to this secluded place to carry out her unknown scheme? Ha ha ha. Ha ha. I was just teasing you. Chi Mengwei's lips curled up, laughing freely like a blooming flower. Money? That's just a mundane thing. I've lived my life freely, and I have no interest in money at all. Come on, let's hurry to the next place for some fun. Chi Mengwei turned around, gracefully stepping away like a dancing butterfly. He seemed to catch a hint of loneliness and hurt in her carefree smile, as if the calm surface of a lake had been stirred by a gentle breeze. What on earth is going on? Did he see it wrong? Boss, blood. Rose is here. She's over there. Oh my goodness. We've finally waited for her. Brothers, charge. Charge. In the desolate alley, a group of people suddenly surged out like a tide. They were like a pack of hungry wolves, each gripping knives and clubs, glinting coldly. Compared to the troublemakers in the bar, they were worlds apart. 3 leaders emerged from the crowd, their faces filled with hatred, as if they wanted to swallow Chi Mengwei alive. Blood Rose. We've finally caught you. We've been suffering here for half a month to ambush you. The man in the floral shirt shouted furiously, his voice echoing like thunder in the alley. I've heard for a long time that you like to hang out in bars. Finally, we've brought you to this bar. The man in the black t-shirt gritted his teeth and said, "You crippled our brothers half a month ago. If we don't avenge this grudge, how can our flying tiger gang have any face in the underworld?" The man in the red vest was furious, his roar deafening. Yes. Avenge our brothers. A group of small-time thugs also began to shout, their voices rising and falling like a disturbed swarm of bees. It's over.
I just wanted to walk through the alley, but I didn't expect to run into a
black-on-black situation. Shifeng looked at the hundreds of Avengers standing in the alley, feeling as if he had been struck by lightning.
Although he had seen Chi Mengwei's skills in the bar, after all, these were hundreds of Avengers.
1 against 100?
This was simply a fantasy. He hated that his combat talent was only 20%, otherwise, perhaps, it wouldn't be impossible to take on 100 with 2. Oh. Chi Mengwei faced the group of Avengers like hungry wolves, seemingly indifferent and
unconcerned. Sister. You really are my own sister. Damn oh. The other side is here for revenge, can we at least show them a little respect? Sure enough, upon hearing Chi Mengwei's extremely contemptuous oh, the hundreds of Avengers instantly erupted like a volcano. Damn it. This is simply unbearable. Brothers. Kill them for me. Hundreds of Avengers raised their knives and clubs, charging towards Chi Mengwei like a tide.
Chi Mengwei's lips curled into a wicked and wild smile, and the
exquisite little knife appeared in her left hand once again. The knife danced in her hand like a lively spirit, spinning out dazzling arcs. Little Foam, are you scared? Are you asking if I'm scared? Hurry up and make your move, sister. Stop playing around. The enemy is almost in our faces. You're still messing around with acrobatics?
Shifeng watched as the distance between him and the enemy grew closer, while Chi Mengwei was still leisurely playing with the knife, feeling like an
ant on a hot pan, extremely anxious.
But he could only mutter in his heart that his combat power was low, so he should just hold on for now.
Just as he thought this, in the blink of an eye,
the little knife in Chi Mengwei's hand suddenly changed
shape as if by magic.
Shifeng focused closely and saw that the handle and blade of the knife had separated, connected by a silver thread as thin as a hair. In the blink of an eye, the entire weapon transformed into a long metal whip.
And that whip,
under Chi Mengwei's fluid and skillful movements, danced like a lively silver snake, the tip piercing into the enemy's bodies like a venomous snake striking, while the silver thread sliced through the enemy's bodies like a sharp blade.
Ah! Ugh! So painful! Ugh! Brothers! I can't hold on anymore! Thud! Bang!
In just 10 short minutes, the Avengers fell like wheat stalks ravaged by a fierce wind, more than half of them down. Chi Mengwei stood in the center like a war god, her gaze as cold as ice, as if she could freeze the entire world, brandishing her whip in a show of force.
Who else? This roar echoed like thunder in the alley, making people's eardrums ache. The remaining Avengers looked at their brothers wailing.
On the ground, their hearts already shattered, like a flood that had burst its banks.
Blood rose. You're ruthless. Brothers, run.
A large group of Avengers, like a frightened flock of sheep, hurriedly took to their heels, fearing that if they ran slowly, Blood Rose's merciless whip would chase them down like a venomous snake.
Done. Xiao Feng, let's go to the bar and continue the fun.
Chi Mengwei's lips curled into a triumphant smile as she snapped her fingers, as if declaring her victory to the world.
Ding.
Congratulations, hosts. Combat talent plus 15%, talent experience, combat talent 35%, a system prompt echoed in her mind, followed by a surge of insights about combat flooding into her consciousness.
To be honest, it felt like a shock had suddenly hit her. Hee, good, let's have fun.
Hearing Shifeng respond so enthusiastically was a rare delight for Chi Mengwei, and her smile blossomed like spring flowers.
Just as the two were about to turn and leave,
suddenly, the man in the red vest who had been lying on the ground lunged at Shifeng like a dying but still ferocious beast, reaching out and grabbing his leg tightly. The man's eyes were bloodshot, and he growled fiercely, "Die!" Clearly, he had fallen into a state of madness, with only one thought in his mind: even if he was about to die, he wanted to take someone with him. In the blink of an eye, this Avenger used the strength of his grip on Shifeng's leg to leap up, raising the two sticks in his hands high, like a long hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, using all his strength to smash down on Shifeng's head. At that moment, Shifeng had no idea such a sudden attack was coming. His body hadn't even had time to turn around and react before he felt a scorching heat coming from behind, as if a blazing flame was burning against his back.
He let out a muffled grunt. Ugh. Chi Mengwei. Just at that critical moment, a figure rushed in like lightning. It was Chi Mengwei. Chi Mengwei let out a sigh of relief, her face blooming with a radiant smile like spring flowers, her beautiful eyes gazing tenderly at Shifeng as she softly said, "I'm so glad you're okay." Without hesitation, she dashed to Shifeng's side like an angel descending from the heavens, spreading her seemingly fragile yet incredibly steadfast wings to protect him in her embrace. Then, there was a loud bang as the two sticks struck Chi Mengwei's slender shoulder with full force. Despite enduring such a tremendous impact, Chi Mengwei gritted her teeth and didn't take a single step back. Ding, time-limited mission, eliminate the enemy, mission time, 5 minutes, mission reward, Elite Guardian Corps, the system prompt sounded. Shifeng's eyes seemed to burn. With fierce anger, eliminating the enemy was exactly what he desired.
Chi Mengwei had put herself in harm's way to save him at such a critical moment, which undoubtedly meant he had dragged her into this. Otherwise, with her agile skills even, if an enemy were to sneak attack from behind, she would surely be able to easily counter it. The man in the red vest's eyes suddenly lit up. He had originally just wanted to pull someone in as a scapegoat, but he never expected to injure the blood rose. This was an unexpected surprise for him. Since that was the case, he decided to go all out and continue the attack while the momentum was still there. The man in the red vest raised his dual sticks high, charging forward like a hungry tiger,
pouncing on its prey once again. Xiao Fengfeng, quickly take this knife.
Chi Mengwei's shoulders were already injured, and she could no longer use her weapon. She tightly gripped a small knife in her hand, as if it were her last hope, and gently
placed it in Shifeng's broad palm.
Shifeng was like a long-dormant giant dragon, awakening an astonishing martial talent in a very short time. At that moment, he happened to witness Chi Mengwei's brilliant performance in combat, and a strong desire surged within him. He urgently needed an opponent to spar with, someone to hone his skills against. Just as he thought this, the man in the red vest, with a fierce expression, raised the heavy wooden sticks and charged at Shifeng from both sides like a
sudden storm. However, Shifeng displayed an extraordinary sharpness and agility, easily sidestepping the fierce attack. Immediately after, the man in the red vest did not relent. He gripped the sticks tightly and began to spin rapidly, as if he had transformed into two sharp blades, rushing towards Shifeng with a whistling sound.
Facing such a fierce offensive, Shifeng remained calm, his figure flickering like a ghost, narrowly dodging the enemy's attacks time and again. As time passed, the man in the red vest saw his moves continuously miss, and his heart gradually became anxious. He glared with wide eyes, letting out a roar, pouring all his strength into his arms, swinging the wooden sticks wildly, trying to break through Shifeng's
defense with brute force.
But as the saying goes, haste makes waste. The more impatient the man became, the more obvious the flaws in his moves became. At that moment, Shifeng, who had been calmly observing the situation, finally caught the enemy's
fatal weakness.
His eyes suddenly brightened, and he struck like lightning. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng seized the opportunity, wielding a sharp knife, launching a series of fierce stabs like a storm. With a few muffled sounds of puff, the knife
in Shifeng's hand accurately pierced the enemy's arm.
Ugh! The man in the red vest let out a painful howl, blood instantly staining his sleeve. At the same time, due to the injury to his arm, he could no longer grip the dual sticks.
Bang! Ah!
Accompanied by two crisp sounds, the wooden sticks fell heavily to the ground. At this point, the man in the red vest was already covered in wounds, and this sudden blow became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Pain surged like a tide. Darkness enveloped his vision, and after swaying a few times, he finally collapsed to the ground, unable to endure the torment.
Ding!
Congratulations, hosts martial talent plus 5%, talent experience, martial talent 40%, ding.
Enemy defeated.
Mission completed, reward, Elite Guardian Corps. Xiao Fengfeng, you're amazing. Chi Mengwei gritted her teeth, enduring the piercing pain from her injured shoulders, but she still tried to make her expression look relaxed and playfully
winked at Shifeng.
At that moment, Shifeng had just finished dealing with the enemy, and his gaze anxiously turned to Chi Mengwei. When he saw her pale face and slightly trembling body, a strong sense of gratitude surged within him.
If it weren't for Chi Mengwei's reckless act of shielding him from the enemy's fatal blow just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Without a moment's hesitation, Shifeng rushed forward, extending his hands to gently yet firmly embrace Chi Mengwei.
Suddenly being held so intimately by Shifeng left Chi Mengwei stunned, her eyes filled with astonishment. For all this time, Shifeng had maintained a distant and cold attitude towards her, making this unexpected gesture truly surprising.
Holding Chi
Mengwei, Shifeng quickly made his way to the Ferrari parked nearby, carefully placing her in the passenger seat after opening the door. He then swiftly climbed into the car and started the engine.
With the roar of the engine, the Ferrari sped away like an arrow released from a bow.
Throughout the journey, Shifeng's expression remained anxious. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes focused intently on the road ahead, wishing he could instantly fly to the hospital.
Despite the astonishing
speed of the car, he still felt it wasn't fast enough, as he couldn't guess the severity of Chi Mengwei's injuries. In stark contrast to Shifeng's worry, Chi Mengwei, sitting in the passenger seat, appeared completely relaxed.
She seemed to have forgotten her pain, instead taking a keen interest in the luxurious sports car.
Wow,
Xiao Fengfeng, your car is super cool,
Chi Mengwei said with a grin, a hint of envy in her eyes. Shifeng replied absent-mindedly, his attention still on the
road. It looks pretty new. Am I the first woman to ride in your car? Chi Mengwei blinked, teasing him deliberately.
Upon hearing this, Shifeng's cheeks flushed slightly, and he unconsciously pressed his lips together.
Just then, Chi Mengwei let out a triumphant laugh. Aha! Got it. Ha ha ha.
Xiao Feng, you can't just wear your thoughts on your face like that. By the way, your reaction is quite sharp, but when it comes to fighting, you're still too clumsy, you must not have practiced
much.
What a pity. If you had trained in martial arts since childhood, you might have been a martial arts prodigy.
But now, TSK, you're too old.
Jinkong Hospital, a medical institution standing in the bustling area of Donghai City,
is renowned for its exceptional medical skills and top-notch facilities.
It shines like a brilliant pearl, attracting countless patients seeking treatment.
Amid Qi Mengwei's incessant chatter, time quietly passed, and before long, they arrived at the
hospital. After entering the hospital, they passed through the spacious and bright lobby and took the elevator to a luxurious ward on a high floor.
The ward was exquisitely decorated, with high-end equipment showcasing its unique status. Xi Feng
carefully placed the Qi Mengwei, who resembled a sleeping beauty, onto the soft and comfortable hospital bed. At that moment, Qi Mengwei had her eyes tightly closed, her face pale as paper, as if she had lost all her strength.
Just then, a well-dressed
attending physician in a white coat approached quickly, smiling and speaking firmly. Sir, please rest assured, our hospital has the most advanced medical equipment and the most professional medical team in the city.
We will do our utmost to
ensure this lady's injuries are treated and that she recovers as soon as possible. Xi Feng nodded slightly, expressing his trust in the doctor, but then added, I'd like to deposit 5 million here. I hope your hospital can provide her with the best
treatment conditions and care.
Upon hearing this, not only was the attending physician taken aback, but even the other medical staff around them cast surprised glances. It is known that while there are clients who deposit 5 million at Jinkong Hospital, it is rare for someone as young as Xi Feng to have such a substantial amount of money readily available.
All right, sir. Rest assured, we will do our utmost to treat this lady. The attending physician quickly replied and turned to instruct
the medical staff behind him.
Everyone, get to work immediately and prepare for the surgery.
With his command, the entire ward instantly became tense yet orderly, as the medical staff each took on their roles, some busy adjusting equipment, while
others swiftly prepared the necessary medications and instruments for the surgery.
Please step outside the ward and wait for a moment so as not to interfere with our normal treatment, the attending physician reminded Xi Feng politely.
Without any
hesitation, Xi Feng slowly walked out of the ward and gently closed the door behind him. However, his anxious heart could not be at ease. Inside the ward, the doctors were performing treatment. Xi Feng sat on the cold chair, recalling the moment when Qi Mengwei shielded him from harm. He still felt guilty. Even though he had just met Qi Mengwei, he understood how powerful she was, known as the blood rose of the gang. To save him, he had become a burden, and she was the one who got hurt. This incident made Xi Feng realize how important strength was. Currently, his combat talent experience was at 40%, and he could clearly feel the changes in his body. His movements were more agile, and he was more skilled in using techniques.
On one
hand, the increase in talent experience enhanced his personal strength, allowing him to handle uncomplicated situations. On the other hand, if faced with a complex situation of one against many, his current strength would be insufficient.
Right. The Elite Guardian Corps. This was the reward for completing the system's time-limited task. But why had no one from the Elite Guardian Corps contacted him? He recalled when the system rewarded him with the MO in detective agency, he had been busy, and it was Fu Erma who had reached out to him. Why hasn't the Elite Guardian Corps contacted me? He felt frustrated as he muttered to himself. The Elite Guardian Corps is a top-tier security team. The security team hides in the shadows and does not reveal themselves easily. The only condition for the security team to appear is to sense that you are in danger. System. Have you grown a mouth again? Why does watching Qi Mengwei fight trigger a 15% increase in combat talent experience? Quick, tell me why. Let's be honest, is it because you enjoy watching? Alright, you are noble. You play the invisibility game.
Not waiting for the system's response, Xi Feng let it go. He carefully recalled the system's
explanation.
The security team hides in the shadows and does not reveal themselves easily. The only condition for the security team to appear is to sense that you are in danger.
Got it.
He thought of a good method to increase his combat
talent experience.
Based on the situation where watching Qi Mengwei fight increased his combat experience, he could deduce that simply observing would increase his combat experience. Since the security team would appear when he was in danger, then as long as he put himself in danger, the security team would surely come to his rescue. And at that time, it would be the perfect opportunity for him to observe. Having thought of a method, he immediately took action. At this moment, the night was deep, and the wind howled, as if the entire world was swallowed by darkness. In a dilapidated and rundown square in Donghai City, the dim streetlights emitted a weak yellow light, barely illuminating this desolate area.
A group of idle young men with yellow hair were playing recklessly in the square, either shouting loudly or chasing and wrestling with each other, releasing their excess energy and youthful vitality. Just then, a man dressed in a black suit, handsome and striking, slowly walked towards the group. He had a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth, which looked particularly eerie under the dim light. "Who the hell is this?" One of the young men with yellow hair was the first to notice the stranger approaching and muttered in confusion, "Who cares? If he's annoying, just hit him," another young man shouted fearlessly, his voice filled with the impulsiveness and recklessness of youth. With that, this group of hot-headed guys picked up their beer bottles, ready to fight. However, just as they were about to charge at the mysterious man, suddenly, 10 figures appeared out of nowhere like ghosts. These figures moved with incredible speed, quickly and uniformly blocking the man with the sinister smile. Who the hell are they? Faced with this sudden turn of events, the young men with yellow hair were taken aback, exclaiming in unison, "Who cares? If they're annoying, just hit them." Despite feeling a bit of fear, they still forced themselves to remain calm, gripping their beer bottles tightly, ready to face the unknown challenge. The 10 figures moved like lightning, their actions incredibly swift, leaving only blurred afterimages. Before the young men could react, a flurry of punches and kicks descended upon them like a storm. "Ah! Spare me, good sir. I'm kneeling down, please let me go." In just a moment, the originally aggressive young men were beaten to the point of having no strength to fight back, each one crying out for mercy. Meanwhile, the man in black, who had been smiling all along, stood quietly to the side, watching this farce with cold eyes. Ding! Congratulations, hosts martial talent plus 10% talent experience, martial talent 50% a prompt from the system echoed in his mind, followed by some insights about martial prowess flooding into his brain. This was the elite Guardian Corps of Victory. Chiffon was finally excited to see the Guardian Corps appear, but in the blink of an eye, the 10 figures vanished without a trace. Not a word was left behind. Not even a greeting. Alright then. Chiffon could only smile wryly. Fortunately, he gained talent experience from watching the fight. But why was it only 10%? System, you really love to watch. Thus, having mastered the method to gain martial talent experience, Chiffon was busy all night. The elite Guardian Corps of Victory, are you sure it was you who was busy all night, / in the streets and alleys? Above ground and below. Ding. Congratulations, hosts martial talent plus 10% ding. Congratulations, hosts martial talent plus 10%. Talent experience, martial talent 80%. Talent experience, martial talent 100%. Ding ding ding. Chiffon was jolted awake from his sweet dreams by the sound of his phone ringing early in the morning. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and groggily looked at the caller ID, only to find it was Zhuo Jianghao. He had barely managed to catch 2 hours of sleep after staying up all night grinding for martial experience. Fengzi. Ah! How did my cousin get hurt? Zhuo Jianghao's roar was like thunder, exploding in Shifeng's ears. Shifeng was startled awake by this sudden shout. Just as he was about to explain, Zhuo Jianghao rushed in like a whirlwind, his tone filled with astonishment. The Wind and Cloud Gang is a leader among the gangs, and she is the strongest force in the gang. Now that the strongest force of a gang has fallen, what does that mean? It means all of this is my old lady's doing. She even forced me to extort 10 billion from you. This has nothing to do with me. But don't worry, Fengzi. Not only am I your brother, but I'm also a righteous lawyer. How can I not uphold fairness and justice? So I helped you negotiate to 100 million. Howzy, you really are my good brother. Shouldn't I be grateful to you? Chiffon gritted his teeth in anger. Ha ha ha. Who are we to each other? No need to thank me. No need for thanks. Zhuo Jianghao feigned humility as he spoke. Chiffon looked speechless, his heart as clear as a mirror. This guy's skin is thicker than a city wall. By the way, hurry up and go to the hospital. My cousin has been calling me like a death knell since 6:30 looking for you. She said if you don't show up within half an hour, the consequences will be unimaginable. Then why did you call me at 6:40? Ah, well. Anyway, brother, I can only silently pray for you. He seriously suspected this guy was doing it on purpose to mess with him. Damn it, only 20 minutes left. Time is tight, and there's no room for delay. He quickly finished washing up like a gust of wind, packed a breakfast like lightning, and sped off in his car. 7 a.m. Chiffon held a sumptuous breakfast in both hands, rushing into the hospital room just in the last few seconds. Xiao Fengfeng, why are you here? Qi Mengwei called out sweetly, her voice filled with surprise. Her stunning face instantly blossomed with a flower-like smile, charming and captivating, as if she were completely unaware of Shifeng's arrival. What does this mean?
Shifeng wondered inwardly, but seeing Qi Mengwei's enchanting appearance, he momentarily lost his focus.
Wow! Xiao Fengfeng even
brought breakfast. That so thoughtful. Qi Mengwei gently clasped her hands together, her beautiful face revealing a look of full expectation. However, at that moment, she suddenly seemed to remember something, her delicate brows slightly furrowing.
And in a pitiful tone, she said, "But my shoulder is injured, even eating is a problem, what should I do?"
As she spoke, her eyes gradually reddened, looking incredibly wronged.
Goodness!
Shifeng silently lamented in his heart, this whole family
is simply a bunch of drama queens. No doubt about it.
At this moment, Qi Mengwei blinked her captivating eyes, staring intently at Shifeng, seemingly waiting for what he would say next.
Shifeng took a deep breath, silently swearing that he was absolutely being forced.
But when he recalled how Qi Mengwei had risked herself to protect him last night, his heart softened, and he ultimately couldn't bring himself to refuse to cooperate with her in continuing this act.
So, he softly said, "When I woke up this morning, all I could think about was your condition, fearing that something might happen to you. So I specially brought you this breakfast. Since your shoulder is injured and it's inconvenient for you to eat, then let me feed you." After saying this, Shifeng couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. "Xiao Fengfeng, I knew you were the best." Qi Mengwei slightly squinted her autumn water-like eyes, gently throwing a highly charming glance. Her fair, jade-like cheeks instantly
flushed with a light rosy hue, as beautiful as peach blossoms blooming in spring. Then, she slightly parted her alluring red lips, letting out a long, tempting pout. Such an ambiguous scene made him, standing aside, feel a surge of heat within, his body temperature involuntarily rising. As a man who had never had such intimate contact with a woman, he appeared somewhat at a loss at this moment. His gaze fixed tightly on Qi Mengwei's tempting red lips, his hand holding the spoon trembled slightly in the air, hesitating, unable to lower it. Seeing that he had not moved for a long time, Qi Mengwei slightly furrowed her beautiful brows and once again urged in her soft, glutinous voice, with a hint of barely perceptible urgency. Hearing this prompt, Shifeng took a deep breath, as if he had made a huge decision, gritted his teeth, and slowly brought the spoon in his hand to Qi Mengwei's lips. However, just as it was about to touch her lips, he suddenly felt a wave of tingling sensation rising from his heart, causing his whole body to tremble slightly, but he still tried to suppress the strange feeling and carefully fed a spoonful of food into Qi Mengwei's mouth.
Qi Mengwei chewed the food in satisfaction and then elegantly swallowed it.
Seeing the satisfied expression on her face, Shifeng felt a slight relief in his heart.
Next came the second spoon, the third spoon.
The two of them took turns feeding each other, their movements slightly awkward but filled with an indescribable warmth. Time passed slowly, and they enjoyed this special dining moment at a leisurely pace. Each feeding, each exchange of glances seemed to stir ripples in their hearts. Finally, after a long delay, they
managed to finish the meal.
After eating, Qi Mengwei lazily leaned back on the hospital bed, extending a delicate, fair hand to Shifeng, shaking it as she coquettishly said, "Hey Xiao Fengfeng, quickly add me on WeChat.
You don't know how painful my heart was when I woke up this morning and didn't see you, and without your contact information, being alone in this cold hospital room. Boo-hoo." As she spoke, she even pretended to cry, looking so pitiful that it was hard not to feel a sense of pity for her. Qi Mengwei held a piece of paper as if cradling a fragile crystal, wiping away the non-existent tears. With her other hand, she carefully handed her phone to Shifeng. "Aren't you just confessing?" Forget it, Shifeng was too lazy to expose her. He quickly picked up the phone and added Qi Mengwei on WeChat.
Qi Mengwei's WeChat profile picture was like a little figure outlined in lines, holding a weapon and striking a pose as if wielding a whip. Wasn't that just how she looked
when she swung the whip? TSK, it couldn't be simpler. It couldn't be more crude. It couldn't be more abstract. Such a unique profile picture. Was she trying to scare someone? After a hearty meal, Qi Mengwei needed to undergo rehabilitation treatment for her shoulder and then required some quiet rest, so he left the hospital without anything to do. Yesterday, he first attended the opening ceremony of the Believe in Light law firm, then was forcibly taken away by Qi Mengwei, and later encountered a black-eat-black scenario. Last night, he felt as if he had discovered a new world, finding a way to grind his combat talent experience points, and in just one night, he had maxed out his combat power. When he woke up this morning, he noticed an astonishing change in his body. He had become even stronger, as swift as a cheetah. Faced with this change, he was very pleased. Ding, challenge task, establish a group, task duration, 3 days, task reward, 2 billion. After acquiring 100 companies, he hurriedly established a group, aiming to complete this daunting task within 3 days. Calculating carefully, the date of the Tianqiang Villa District Owners' Banquet was approaching like a drumbeat of war, drawing nearer day by day.
Before that, if he wanted to shake off the uncomfortable label of being a rookie in the business world, he had to successfully carve out a vast territory of his own in the turbulent and fiercely competitive business sea. To this end, after careful consideration, he resolutely decided to take a crucial step, merging the 100 companies he had previously acquired into a massive group enterprise like a jigsaw puzzle. Undoubtedly, this was a groundbreaking and shocking move. However, how could he accomplish such a daunting and complex task alone? Thus, he meticulously planned and devised a detailed action plan, personally conducting thorough inspections of each of the 100 companies. At the same time, he needed to identify and select those truly talented individuals with leadership potential from among the many employees, promoting them to the management positions of the soon-to-be-formed group. After all, only by relying on these outstanding talents could the newly established group operate smoothly and thrive. It can be said that all the preliminary preparations necessary for the formal establishment of the group urgently depended on the wisdom and efforts of this group of excellent talents. At this moment, accompanied by the deafening roar of an engine, a stunning red Ferrari raced in like a flash of lightning, finally coming to a steady stop in front of the 10th company among the 100 he had acquired. Although this company could only be considered medium-sized, it had its unique qualities. It turned out to be a long-established and traditional publishing company. In today's era, where internet information technology is highly developed and various new media are emerging, many traditional publishing companies have fallen into operational difficulties and are even on the brink of bankruptcy. However, this seemingly ordinary traditional publishing company not only survived but also managed to operate steadily, firmly establishing its place in an intensely competitive market. This shows that the company must possess exceptional qualities and unique secrets. Hello, General Manager Shi. General Manager, why didn't you inform us before coming? Did something urgent come up? The secretary greeted him warmly with a smile. Shifeng waved his hand and casually replied, "It's not anything particularly urgent, I just suddenly wanted to understand the current operational status of our company." With that, he stepped into the company. As soon as he entered, a strong cultural atmosphere greeted him. Looking around, he saw that each employee's desk was neatly arranged with various books, and many were engrossed in writing with pens in hand. Shifeng curiously looked around, and suddenly, he noticed a large area near the window that was cordoned off, where a man wearing black-framed glasses was sitting, also writing vigorously with a pen. Who is that? Shifeng couldn't help but feel curious and turned to ask the secretary. Following Shifeng's, the secretary looked over and immediately showed a face of reverence, quickly introducing, "Oh, that's our company's renowned literary director, Mr. Yu. You know, the reason our company's publications can hold their ground in such a competitive market is entirely thanks to his talent and hard work." After hearing the secretary's words, Shifeng felt as if a curious cat had scratched his heart, and he became even more curious about this director Yu. So, he strode over to the workstation where Yu was located. As he approached, Shifeng spoke first, his voice deep like a bell. "Hello, Director One." Hearing the sound, Yu, who had been focused on writing, slowly raised his head like a startled deer. His expression was as calm as a tranquil lake, with not many ripples, just a slightly dull nod as he responded, "Hello, Mr. Shi." Immediately, he stood up in a very orderly manner like a well-trained soldier, extending his right hand to shake firmly, with Shifeng indicating his welcome. "I dare to ask Director Wen, in this era where online information surges like a tidal wave, how have you managed to operate a traditional newspaper company so successfully?" Wen Shu adjusted his glasses and calmly replied, "Mr. Shi, we focus on in-depth reporting and exclusive content while cultivating a loyal readership. The internet is fast, but there is a lot of fragmented information." Shifeng nodded thoughtfully. "Have you considered expanding online business?" A glimmer of light flashed in Wen Shu's eyes. "I have thought about it, but we lack funding and technical support." Shifeng smiled. "What if I provide you with resources now?" Wen Shu's eyes widened in surprise. "Then we could definitely create a brand new digital newspaper platform to attract more young readers." Shifeng patted his shoulder. "Good, I'll leave this matter to you." An hour later, Shifeng walked out of the company, satisfied. After a pleasant chat with Wen Shu, he felt as if he had discovered a rare treasure and decided to appoint this talented individual. If he were to place him in a position to promote the group's image and culture, he would surely thrive and bring unexpected gains to the company. After leaving Wen Shu, Shifeng continued to inspect other companies. He found that some companies had issues with chaotic management and wasted talent. He decisively adjusted the management team, promoting capable grassroots employees. As time passed, 100 companies gradually integrated, moving towards a group structure. Shifeng looked at the initial group structure chart, filled with confidence, knowing that as long as he seized the opportunity, he could create even greater waves in the business world. 3 days later, Shi Feng's schedule was busy and fulfilling. He had 2 important tasks. First, to go to the hospital and care for Chi Mangwei like a spring breeze, personally delivering warm food to her. Second, to inspect the 100 companies he had acquired, like a talent scout selecting outstanding horses among many. Fortunately, Chi Mangwei had practiced martial arts since childhood, and her physical condition was as resilient as steel. After just 3 days of recuperation in the hospital, she recovered like a phoenix reborn. Meanwhile, during these precious 3 days, Shi Feng tirelessly completed a comprehensive inspection of the 100 companies. After careful selection, he successfully identified 10 elite individuals among the 100 companies who could be considered top talents. These 10 were like brilliant stars, shining with unique brilliance among the 100 companies. They not only possessed outstanding abilities and talents but were also leaders in the industry. To ensure everything was foolproof and for safety's sake, Shi Feng specifically instructed Fu Erma to conduct an in-depth investigation into the backgrounds of these 10 individuals. Fortunately, the investigation results were as clear as a mirror with no abnormalities. Once he received this detailed investigation report, the heavy stone that had been hanging in his heart was finally lifted, allowing him to confidently entrust the heavy responsibilities of the group's senior management to these 10 top talents. He then decisively appointed the trusted believe-in-light law firm, as if handing a sharp sword to an unparalleled master, to handle all the complex financial procedures required for the establishment of the group. At this point, everything was ready, only waiting for the right moment, and thus, the rising windstorm group was about to emerge. A magnificent, grand, and aesthetically designed skyscraper stood before him like a towering peak, proudly rising into the sky. Its appearance is like a magnificent painting, with every detail radiating the charm of art. The sunlight spills onto the building's glass curtain wall, reflecting dazzling light, as if showcasing its brilliance and glory to the world. This skyscraper is not only a masterpiece of architecture but also a symbol of the rise of the Storm Group, leading the company towards an even more glorious future. Ding! Group established, mission accomplished, reward obtained, 2 billion. Shi Feng stands like a brave warrior in the center of the Storm Group's plaza, his eyes sparkling with excitement, resembling the brilliant stars in the night sky, shining brightly. Tens of thousands of employees surge like a roaring ocean. Standing in the plaza of the Storm Group, each person raising waves of enthusiastic cheers. Today marks the first day of the Storm Group's birth, like the rising sun, filled with hope and vitality. Shi Feng strides confidently onto the beautifully laid red carpet, as if walking towards the battlefield of victory. He steps onto the stage, and the joyful gazes from below are like beams of scorching sunlight, fixated on him, making him feel an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. However, this is just the beginning. What he has to do is far from over. He stands on the stage like a passionate orator, confidently raising the microphone. His voice is like a thunderous roar, deafening, echoing throughout the plaza. I solemnly promise. From the moment the Storm Group is established, it will be an indestructible fortress, building solid walls of welfare protection for every employee. 9 to 5, like a precise clock, injecting a harmonious rhythm into your lives. Woohoo! This is a cheer of victory, and also an infinite yearning for the future. 4 days on, 3 days off, giving you more leisure time to savor the beauty of life. Chairman Shi is mighty. His words are like the stirring drums of war, inspiring everyone to forge ahead. 6 insurances and 2 funds at the highest level, like warm sunshine, illuminating your life path. No rescheduling of holidays, timely vacations, and an additional 3 days off for all holidays. This is undoubtedly the most beautiful reward for your hard work. Chairman Shi YYDS. His promises shine like brilliant stars, lighting up your dream journey. And countless surprises springing up like bamboo shoots after the rain, waiting for you to explore. Let us work together, hand in hand, to create an even more brilliant tomorrow for the Storm Group. Shi Feng spoke passionately on stage for nearly an hour, recounting all the benefits he could think of as if they were treasures. No show of power. No discipline. No pua. Below, the cheers rose higher and higher, accompanied by thunderous applause. But in the end, a tide of weeping surged forth. It was nothing but the stark contrast formed by the bitter history of the exploited workers at that moment. It turned out they were people, flesh and blood, and indeed, they were dignified people. It turned out that work could be done this way, this easily and joyfully. The entire scene was extraordinarily lively, like a grand carnival, and it also stirred up a huge wave online. Yu Chao was responsible for the group's online promotion on the day of its opening, and she was passionately explaining this heart-stirring scene in front of the live broadcast equipment. As she spoke, her voice trembled with excitement, like a candle flickering in the wind. The live broadcast presented this scene unreservedly to the public, like a mirror reflecting the deep desires and grievances of the workers' hearts. The workers who had long suffered grievances found Resonance at this moment, their emotions surging like a flood that had burst its banks. The comments on the screen rolled in like snowflakes.
God, what kind of divine CEO is this? What kind of divine group is this?
Is there still a position
available?
I'll jump ship to the Storm Group right away.
Storm Group.
So wild.
It's just like a storm coming to rectify the market. To see this scene in this lifetime, I am fulfilled. CEO, she is so handsome. CEO, she, I want to have your babies.
Compared to the overwhelming promotional methods of live streaming, Wenchu here seems so lonely and cold, like a solitary star twinkling in the night sky.
However, beneath Wenchu's calm exterior, seemingly unaffected by his surroundings, beat a heart as hot and restless as a volcano.
His gaze was firmly locked on CEO she standing on the stage, as if drawn in by an invisible force, completely immersed and unable to extricate himself. He wrote furiously, each word like a burning flame, vowing
to craft an extraordinary article worthy of CEO she's noble actions.
This promotional article, he aimed to launch an assault on the Supreme Award.
On the other side of the square, in the guest area, Shuo Zhanghao, Mei Bangzhu, Qi Mengwei, and Li
Shuefu were at this moment as if under a spell, their eyes vacant, as if they had lost their souls. The four of them had been invited by Shifeng to attend the founding ceremony of the Storm Group.
But they never dreamed that everything happening before
their eyes would be so shocking. Until Shifeng walked in front of the four, they finally awoke from their shock, coming back to their senses.
You crazy. Zhuo Zhanghao was anxious, sighing repeatedly. What kind of entrepreneur runs a business like you? Can you even make money like this?
His voice thundered in the air.
Kid, does your brother have a disease called spending money like water?
Mei Bangzhu's gaze was filled with concern, as if looking at an injured child.
Ah, Xiao Fengfeng is really kind, but kindness can't be eaten.
Qi Mengwei waved her index finger gently, like a flower swaying in the wind.
Classmate, it's okay to take big steps as it's your first time being a group president.
Li Shuefu's beautiful big eyes
blinked, sparkling with encouragement.
Shifeng knew they were genuinely looking out for him, which is why they spoke so frankly. He understood their concern for him, but there were some things he had to clarify.
Establishing a group is not just based on passion.
His voice was deep and firm, resonating like a bell in everyone's hearts. Providing employees with benefits far exceeding those of other companies is not just out of passion. His gaze swept over each person's face, his eyes shining
with determination. You won't understand, as a humble worker, the pain of being oppressed by life to the point of suffocation. Once I too wandered in the storm, once drenched by the rain. But I will never allow myself to tear apart someone else's umbrella.
His words were like a sharp sword, piercing through the void, making people feel the immense power within him. As soon as he finished speaking, it was as if the entire world fell into an endless silence, deafening.
The four were struck as if by lightning, shocked by Shifeng's vast mindset, as broad as the starry sky. What a magnificent mindset this is.
He was not bound by gains and losses, like a lotus that emerges untainted from the mud. He did not indulge in corruption. From a high position, much like a proud pine standing tall, he was not indifferent to the weak, akin to the warm and gentle spring breeze. Having long been accustomed to the survival of the fittest and the ruthless competition, they were suddenly enlightened, and recalling the words of persuasion from Shifeng, an endless shame surged within their hearts. The founding ceremony of the Confronting group, after Shifeng stepped down from the stage, burst forth like a brilliant firework, only to vanish.
In an instant, all the employees dispersed like a tide, leaving behind an empty venue.
Shuo Zhanghao, Mei Bangzhu, Qi Mengwei, and Li Shuefu each carried their own missions and hurried away.
However, the heat and influence left by this celebration
did not extinguish with the end of the ceremony. Instead, it grew even more intense, as if it wanted to ignite the entire world.
After the ceremony, Shifeng gracefully arrived at the top floor of the Confronting group, where his exclusive president's office resembled a magnificent palace. Ding ding. The notification sound from his phone was like a heavenly melody, resonating in the tranquil air.
Shifeng quickly opened WeChat, his gaze like two bolts of lightning, instantly focusing on the
message sent by Lin Yu.
In fact, after graduation, Shifeng was like a lonely traveler in Donghai City, knowing very few people, and Lin Yu was one of them. Therefore, he invited her without hesitation. However, after sending the message, it sank like a stone in the sea, with no response. At this moment, Lin Yu's message was like a brilliant shooting star, piercing through the darkness in Shifeng's heart, leaving him filled with immense confusion. He gently clicked on the chat message, and Lin Yu's words unfolded before his eyes like a mysterious painting.
Ha!
This simple word seemed like a light mockery, yet it also felt like a unique recognition of him.
Interesting. These two words were like a key, opening a door deep within Feng's heart, allowing him to feel an unprecedented resonance. Rare.
These two words were like a spring breeze, caressing Shifeng's soul, making him feel a warmth of being understood. Shifeng gazed at the few short words sent by Lin Yu, and a feeling of being seen surged within him, as if he had finally found someone who understood him in the vast sea of people. These few short words, clearly seeming perfunctory, shone like the brightest stars in the night sky, illuminating his path forward, making him feel that these words were more precious than 1,000 others. It turned out that while the world laughed at his madness, there were those who could appreciate his madness. This feeling was like finding a spring in the desert, refreshing his parched soul. The corners of Shifeng's mouth slightly lifted, revealing a barely noticeable smile. He knew that in this world, he was not alone. Inside the police station, the governor, Chua Dingyong, with eyes as sharp as a hawk, was fixated on the live stream from the office computer. Good kid, quite bold. His voice, like a bell, echoed in the air. It's a blessing for that little brat to have such a brother. At this moment, a smile of appreciation, like the warm sun of spring, appeared on the governor's dark and fierce face. The entrepreneurs of Donghai City also watched the livestream like hungry wolves. Humph, ignorant newcomer. Let's see how long he can be arrogant. Their words were filled with disdain and mockery, as if the newcomer was merely an insignificant ant in their eyes. Just a jumping clown, someone coldly echoed. Not worth fearing. Others appeared more composed, as if they had already seen through it all. Meanwhile, at the Huaning Consortium, Mr. Lin Hua stood quietly in front of the giant glass window of the president's office, his gaze like a torch overlooking the entire Donghai city. The prosperity and hustle of this city appeared to him like a magnificent painting. In the office, the company executives sat upright, their expressions serious and solemn, as if waiting for a storm to arrive. The huge television screen flickered with live broadcasts, seemingly heralding a great change about to occur in the city. Mr. Lin Hua smiled slightly and said softly, "This Donghai city is about to change." His voice was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples in the air. Ding, challenge task, expand into a 10 billion group, task time, 1 day, task reward, 30 billion, expand into a 10 billion group? After receiving the challenge task issued by the system, Shifeng, sitting in the spacious and bright office, began to focus intently on calculating the economic account. His gaze was sharp as he quickly sorted through various data and information in his mind. After careful consideration, he decided to acquire a total of 100 companies at an average low market value price of 5 million each. This would amount to an astonishing total expenditure of 500 million. However, to his surprise, after detailed investigation and assessment, it was found that the actual average market value of these 100 companies was as high as 30 million each. There was a staggering six-fold difference. This meant that if the market values of these 100 companies were added together, the total could reach an astonishing 3 billion. Thus, by cleverly integrating these 100 companies and successfully establishing a group named Hurricane, the initial total market value of the entire group was already firmly fixed at the astronomical figure of 3 billion. However, Shifeng's ambition was far from satisfied. If he wanted to further expand this group into a giant enterprise with a market value of 100 billion, he would have to unhesitatingly invest an additional 70 billion. Thinking of this, Shifeng couldn't help but take a deep breath and quickly calculate the available funds he had on hand. Just after successfully completing the arduous established group challenge task, the amount of funds he currently possessed had already reached an impressive 295 billion 2 million. At this critical moment, the system once again released a highly challenging task: expand into a 10 billion group. Undoubtedly, to successfully achieve this task goal, he would need to generously invest a full 70 billion. But it was okay, because even after deducting this 70 billion expenditure, he would still have 225 billion 2 million in strong funds left. Even more exhilarating news followed. As long as he could excellently complete this new challenge task, the reward amount would be unimaginably high, soaring directly to a terrifying 300 billion. Thus, when all challenges were successfully completed, the total amount of funds he possessed would surely skyrocket, easily surpassing 525 billion 2 million. Just thinking about this made Shifeng feel as if a raging flame was wildly spreading in his heart, making him so excited that he could hardly contain himself. Therefore, he could no longer suppress the surging excitement within him and suddenly grabbed the private phone that was placed on his desk. In 5 minutes, start the emergency meeting for the management. Okay, Mr. Shi. 5 minutes later. This was a spacious and grand conference room, simply yet elegantly decorated. In the center of the room stood a huge rectangular conference table, surrounded by 10 comfortable chairs. At this moment, 10 imposing generals were sitting around the table with serious expressions, their gazes fixed intently on Mr. Shi. The Storm Group had only been officially established for a day, so what could have prompted such an urgent meeting? A layer of uncertainty hung over everyone's hearts, and a sense of unease permeated the air. Shifeng stood tall at the front of the conference table, his handsome face appearing particularly solemn, as if bearing a heavy burden. Everyone knew that what he was about to announce was of great significance. Xingshu, Changku, Shangxian, I have decided to increase the investment in the research projects you three are responsible for. Shifeng's voice was steady and powerful, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Upon hearing this, the three who had been in a state of high tension instantly widened their eyes, their faces showing disbelief and joy. Previously, they had remained obscure in their former company, their talents and efforts not receiving the recognition they deserved. However, everything changed dramatically after the company was acquired by Mr. Shi. They not only received unprecedented appreciation and opportunities but were also entrusted with important responsibilities in the newly established Storm Group, rising to high management positions. Moreover, the benefits and treatment provided by the Storm Group were considered industry-leading, far surpassing any other company in Donghai City. This care and generosity filled them with deep gratitude, further solidifying their determination to showcase their abilities and strive for progress here. They understood that only by fully committing to their research work could they live up to Mr. Shi and the entire group's expectations, contributing their share to create a more brilliant future for the Storm Group. On this milestone day, the first day of the group's official establishment, Mr. Shi made a jaw-dropping decision to add a substantial investment to the research projects he valued. When Mr. Shi announced this news, the venue fell into silence, but just seconds later, cheers and gasps erupted like a tidal wave. I have decided to increase the investment by 5 billion. Shifeng declared emphatically, his determined gaze seeming to penetrate all obstacles. For Shifeng, he knew that to ensure the group remained undefeated in fierce market competition and achieve long-term stable growth, research and development were undoubtedly the most critical factors. Only by continuously promoting technological innovation could they lead industry trends and carve out their own vast territory. At this point, it is essential to mention the three core figures responsible for the group's research projects, Xingshu, Changku, and Shangxian. During the talent selection process, these three stood out from numerous competitors due to their extraordinary professional skills and unique foresight. Now was their perfect opportunity to showcase their talents and ambitions. However, it should be noted that research projects are traditionally significant consumers of funds. Countless cases have shown that after a large amount of money is invested, it is often difficult to see immediate significant results, and sometimes not even a ripple is created. Yet, despite this, Mr. Shi's determination remained unwavering. He understood that to reap abundant fruits, one must have enough patience and courage to sow and cultivate. At this moment, upon hearing the astonishing figure of 5 billion from Mr. Shi's mouth, Xingshu, Changku, and Shangxian were instantly overwhelmed by a surge of intense excitement. It is worth noting that the entire Storm Group's current market value was only about 30 billion, yet Mr. Shi unhesitatingly directed 50 billion towards the research projects. This kind of decisiveness and foresight was truly admirable. Chairman Shi actually had the audacity to invest a full 5 billion in research projects, which undoubtedly demonstrated his extreme seriousness about the matter. For the three people present, the feeling of gratitude in their hearts was almost indescribable. Shangxian, filled with appreciation, said, "Thank you, Chairman Shi. We will definitely give our all and live up to our mission." She bowed deeply, expressing her sincere gratitude. Beside her, Changku quickly echoed, "Chairman Shi, you can rest assured. I will do my utmost and will never disappoint you for your kindness and expectations." His words were filled with determination and confidence. Xingshu was even more excited, tears welling up in his eyes, and he said with a slight tremor in his voice, as the saying goes, "There are often good horses, but it's hard to find a good judge. Chairman Shi, you are the great benefactor in my life. Without your recognition and support, I might still be struggling to make a name for myself." After saying this, he repeatedly bowed in thanks towards Chairman Shi. At that moment, a thunderous applause erupted in the conference room. Clap. Clap. The cheerful rhythm seemed to be the best interpretation of the people's joyful feelings. However, the surprises did not end there. Soon after, Shifeng announced again, "Listen up, the 7 generals in charge of the company's human resources, marketing, sales, products, finance, paper publicity, and online publicity, I will add an investment of 2 billion to each of these 7 departments under the group." As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a heavy bomb dropped into a calm lake, instantly stirring up waves. In an instant, the entire conference room was drowned in even more enthusiastic and deafening applause. Clap. 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 The passionate sound seemed to break through the roof and soar into the sky. At this moment, the other 7 generals who heard this good news also broke into joyful smiles. They exchanged glances, seeing genuine
happiness and full anticipation for the future in each other's eyes. Ding!
Congratulations, hosts business talent plus 5%, talent experience, business talent 45%, ding. Expanded to 100 billion group, task completed, reward 300 billion. After careful consideration and meticulous planning, Shifeng finally arranged the direction and use of the entire 70 billion funds properly. With this massive investment and a series of exquisite business operation strategies, he successfully expanded the original scale of the group and smoothly promoted it to become a super enterprise group valued at 100 billion. At this moment, Shifeng had accumulated an astonishing total of 525 billion 200 million in funds. However, with the rapid development and expansion of the group, the previously invested total of 70 billion funds brought about a brand new transformation and upgrade for the Confronting group in terms of production operations and business expansion. One of the most significant changes was that the scale of the entire group had greatly increased, and at the same time, the demand for various professional talents and grassroots employees had also shown a doubling trend. Faced with such an urgent and massive personnel demand gap, Shifeng decisively made a decision. He quickly summoned and notified his 10 capable subordinates, requiring them to all mobilize to the talent market for a large-scale recruitment campaign. Thus, a group of people arrived at the talent market located in Donghai City. It was the annual graduation season, and the talent market at this time was bustling with activity, filled with job seekers looking for employment opportunities. As the widely circulated saying goes, if you don't want to work, there are plenty of people willing to do it. In this bustling sea of people, Shifeng led his 10 fierce generals without hesitation into the intense and busy work. The 10 generals had clear divisions of labor and each performed their duties, and before long, they had set up their own exclusive recruitment booths for their respective departments. Once everything was ready, this grand formal recruitment campaign officially kicked off. Did everyone catch that heart-stirring live stream this morning? You know, that was the grand inauguration ceremony of the Storm Group. And at this important occasion, the remarkable speech delivered by President Xi instantly went viral online, breaking through all barriers. Isn't that right? The current economic situation is showing a downward trend, and the market environment is extremely harsh. But against this difficult backdrop, our president Xi, like a brave and fearless warrior, resolutely chose to swim against the current and forge ahead. Such spirit and courage are truly admirable. Look at how outstanding this president is. And look at the rapidly developing Storm Group, where isn't it a good place to work? But if one is fortunate enough to work for this group, it would definitely be a unique and extraordinary work experience. Oh dear, you guys actually have the leisure to chat here. Those clever and insightful people have long rushed to line up for the job positions. What? No way. My goodness. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped as if waking from a dream. Without another word, they dashed towards the recruitment booth set up by the Storm Group. Coincidentally, just 5 minutes earlier, the 10 capable aides had just finished setting up the recruitment booth. However, who would have thought that in such a short time, a long and winding queue had formed in front of each booth. Moreover, interestingly, many of the job seekers who had originally gathered at other companies' booths, upon seeing the bustling scene at the Storm Group, immediately shifted their positions and flocked here. Now, those other companies, which were not really short on staff, suddenly found themselves deserted and cold, with a sharp decrease in employee numbers, truly a scene of desolation. At this moment, standing high above and overlooking the lively scene before him, Shifeng witnessed the enthusiastic support and love from the job seekers for the Storm Group he had personally founded, and an indescribable joy surged within him, causing a brilliant smile to bloom on his face. As for the recruitment conditions, Shifeng had long instructed the 10 generals. Employee benefits must be equal for all. Recruitment should not emphasize work experience or educational background, but rather focus on personal ability. For applicants facing family difficulties, the ability requirements could be appropriately lowered. Every job seeker coming to the Storm Group was shocked upon hearing such recruitment conditions. In the context of an economic downturn, companies are increasingly raising their educational requirements for employees with a monthly salary of a few thousand. Experience requirements are getting higher and higher. There are even cases where fresh graduates are required to have 3 years of work experience. This harsh employment situation has left a large number of applicants stuck. And now, the recruitment conditions of the Storm Group tell applicants that work experience is not emphasized. Educational background is not emphasized. Instead, personal ability is what matters. Which of these recruitment conditions is not a bombshell compared to the market? The recruitment event of the Storm Group was like a surging storm, sweeping in with overwhelming force, instantly plunging into a fiery and bustling scene. It was unknown which well-meaning person captured the lively and crowded recruitment site of the Storm Group in videos or photos and posted them
online.
This site was akin to a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves, triggering an unimaginable fervor and
widespread discussion.
Amid this wave of excitement, many people had long grown weary of their current jobs, feeling as if they had a thorn in their throat.
Upon seeing the grand recruitment scene of the Storm Group, they unhesitatingly chose to resign from their current positions and wholeheartedly joined the ranks of applicants for the Storm Group.
These individuals harbored beautiful visions and eager expectations for the future, yearning to showcase their talents on this new platform filled with opportunities and challenges, and to achieve a leap in their self-worth.
However, some people,
for various reasons, could not attend the event in person, but this did not diminish their enthusiasm for the Storm Group.
They were like little sprites active in the online world, actively cheering and rallying for the Storm Group in various ways. In no time, both social media and major forums were flooded with praises and eager anticipations regarding the Storm Group. As time passed, online entries related to the Storm Group emerged like mushrooms after rain. From
Storm Group recruitment to Storm Group development prospects, from Storm Group employee benefits to how to successfully apply to the Storm Group.
A myriad of topics surged forth, attracting countless netizens' attention and participation. The entire internet seemed to be dominated by the Storm Group, becoming one of the hottest focal points of the moment. Live statistics: the line of applicants on site has reached the 8,888th position. High price sought. Recruitment slots. Shocking. A group's recruitment scene is actually like this.
This graduation season is a bit unusual. Storm Group, a group that truly cares about its employees.
Join the Storm Group and enjoy a prestigious life. Due to such explosive
popularity, the scene resembled a barrel of gunpowder, attracting numerous live streamers. They held their phones like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey, wildly capturing the recruitment
scene.
Some streamers came to chase the heat, and after the live broadcast, they felt even more deeply why the Storm Group's recruitment fair was so fiery, like a blazing fire that could not be
ignored.
Meanwhile, some streamers were rebellious, firmly believing this must be a show and vowed to expose it. However, when they arrived on site and witnessed it with their own eyes, their
rebellious spirit shattered like ice, disappearing without a trace. Of course, the scene also attracted news media.
At this moment, Chiffon was surrounded by a pack of hungry wolves. These reporters, dressed in professional attire, shot questions at him like sharp arrows, piercing to the core.
Mr. Shi,
according to investigations, you previously had an experience of being laid off.
Is this the reason you chose to go against the trend? Mr. Shi, with you increasing employee benefits, have you considered the company's profit pressure?
These questions came at him like a storm, leaving
him overwhelmed.
Chiffon stood like a steady mountain, quietly overlooking this group of eager reporters. Their gazes were like hungry wolves, gleaming with greed, tightly locking onto Chiffon, as if they wanted to tear a piece of tender flesh from him. Faced with one sharp question after another from the reporters, Chifeng's heart was like a vast ocean, surging and tumultuous, difficult
to calm.
They were as eager as a pack of leeches, wanting nothing more than to drain more blood from him. Since that was the case, Chiffon decided to play along.
Endless sorrow shone in his
eyes, a sadness like a heavy dark cloud, pressing down on him until he could hardly breathe. His complexion was as pale as paper, and the expression of pain on his face seemed as if it were being
gnawed at by thousands of ants, making one's heart ache. This is a sad story. Once
I was caught in the rain, such a painful experience.
I really.
Chifeng's voice was low and hoarse, as if each word carried a heavy sorrow. His words fell like pearls from a broken string, intermittent and weeping, moving everyone present.
I really, sigh, this really. The eyes of the
group of reporters were focused on him like spotlights, their breaths quickening, hearts racing, as if they were a pack of hunters waiting for prey, fully concentrated and poised to pounce.
It's really too sad. That's it.
Chifeng's voice was like a flickering candle in the wind, unsteady, as if it could extinguish at any moment. His words struck the hearts of everyone
present like a heavy hammer, the echoes lingering, unending.
Disappointment showed on the reporters' faces. They had expected a sensational revelation but received such a mundane conclusion, like a bucket of cold water thrown over them, instantly extinguishing their enthusiasm.
What are you doing here?
This group of reporters was collapsing.
Inside,
they tilted their heads back, holding up their microphones, listening for so long.
Just to hear this? The key was, they didn't even dare to complain, because they saw that President Xi's sad eyes were becoming even sadder. They concluded that President Xi was lost in his sorrow, unable to extricate himself. So, this interview was declared over. Finished.
Once the reporters, like locusts, disappeared without a trace, Shifeng finally felt a sense of relief as he put away his performance, which was as exquisite as that of an award-winning actor. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. Had he really been influenced by Zhuo Zhenghao and Qi Mengwei, picking up a bit of their dramatic flair? However, no matter what, this outcome made him feel exhilarated. Shifeng's mood was as clear and bright as the sky after the rain. He leisurely admired the sunset, which cascaded like a golden veil across the horizon, as the entire recruitment event was nearing its end. With anticipation in his heart, he took light steps, planning to check on the recruitment situation of the 10 generals. Just as he was slowly approaching the recruitment line, a low murmur, like the buzzing of flies, reached his ears. He focused his gaze and saw a couple whispering to each other. The man looked frustrated, like a deflated balloon, complaining, "The Quanfeng group is simply at its peak. It's all my fault for being such a slow turtle, arriving too late, which caused us to miss the chance to get to the front of the line. The clock is about to strike off work, and this recruitment is about to come to an end." The woman's face was equally filled with anxiety and helplessness. She sighed softly, like a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. "What are we going to do? We just stepped out of campus like fledgling birds without wings, and now the market environment is like a storm. As for applying to other companies, not to mention whether we can even get in, even if we do, we'll probably have to endure a hellish ordeal, being skinned alive. And now, such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is like a shooting star passing before our eyes. Are we just going to watch it slip through our fingers, disappearing like a fleeting flower?" The man's eyes flashed with determination as he lowered his voice, as if groping in the dark, and said, "I saw online that there are scalpers selling high-priced job positions. Why don't we grit our teeth and resolutely seek out these scalpers, betting everything like gamblers, and buy a job position at a high price?" The woman's brows furrowed tightly, and she replied with concern, "Oh, I saw that trending topic too, but from the comments I learned that the prices for job positions are already outrageous, astronomical. Where would we get that much money to buy one?" The man sighed helplessly, his voice revealing endless melancholy. Like leaves falling in the autumn wind, drifting down. "Oh my God. What an absurd situation is this? There are actually scalpers selling job positions like ghosts? And the prices are so high, like astronomical figures, reaching as much as 100,000 yuan for a position." Shifeng happened to overhear their conversation, and he could hardly believe it. He hurriedly opened his phone, and the news trending online struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him dumbfounded. "My God. This is actually true. 100,000 for a job position. And it's so scarce, like a precious drop of rain in the desert. Once released, it's snatched up by people like hungry wolves." Filled with suspicion, he quickly clicked into the comments section like an arrow released from a bow. Is there still a position available? Waiting online. I'm as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Is 100,000 expensive? Of course it's expensive. But spending 100,000 to buy out this useless person is as precious as gold. Am I buying a position? No. It's a ticket to escape a life of servitude. Compared to living a lifetime in an environment of exploitation like a walking corpse, I willingly spend 100,000. The key is that there are currently no positions for sale. Ah. Yes, 100,000 for a position. It's almost my turn. I'm not lying because I'm already retired. Me. Foster father. I'm begging you. These comments were like sharp swords, piercing Shifeng's heart, leaving him shocked and confused as if struck by lightning. He couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation. What is happening in this world? Why are people so crazily pursuing a job position, even willing to risk everything and go all in? Is this the cruel reality, as piercing as a cold wind, making one shiver? This. Shifeng looked at these comments, feeling as if a bottle of mixed flavors had been overturned in his heart. Not a pleasant taste. He had merely shown a bit more care for the employees and a little less exploitation, that was all. He never expected that people would rather spend a huge sum of 100,000 to buy a position. Isn't that an endless pit? His original intention was to provide good benefits for the employees, yet it had led to scalpers profiting from selling positions. Such behavior is extremely unfair to those disadvantaged and financially struggling applicants, isn't it? He absolutely cannot sit idly by and let this situation continue to develop. Shifeng walked with firm steps to the recruitment desk, gazing at the long line of applicants, feeling as if he were being struck by a heavy hammer, deeply pained. He took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "Tomorrow, the Storm Group will hold another recruitment session." His voice echoed like a bell among the crowd. Then, he spoke with a resolute tone, "For those who previously purchased positions from scalpers, the Storm Group will fully reimburse your position fees. Furthermore, from now on, the Storm Group will firmly resist the behavior of scalpers selling positions. His words were powerful, like a sword cutting through the scalper's profit chain. Finally, he declared with righteous indignation, those who buy positions will never be hired. This statement struck like thunder in everyone's hearts, causing those who attempted to take shortcuts to hesitate. Resist scalpers. Fair competition. Woohoo! Chairman Shi is mighty. Chairman Shi, you are my god. Confronting Group truly lives up to its name. The job seekers on site wore expressions of surprise and joy, like flowers blooming in spring, vibrant and dripping with beauty. The couple who had just moments ago looked dejected now appeared revitalized, like seedlings rejoicing in the long-awaited rain. The woman exclaimed excitedly, "That's great! We, the applicants without enough funds to buy a spot, can finally have a fair chance to compete." The man responded enthusiastically, "And tomorrow, Confronting Group will hold another recruitment event, so even if we miss today, we still have a chance to apply tomorrow." The woman nodded firmly, as if declaring war on fate. "Yes. We must seize this rare opportunity tomorrow." The man confidently said, "Let's not go back today, we'll sleep on the ground here at the job market. That way, when Confronting Group comes for recruitment tomorrow, we can immediately line up and seize the opportunity." The woman agreed, "Right. This is truly a brilliant idea. This way, our chances of success will be even greater." However, the couple was completely unaware that their decision was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up ripples. When other applicants heard that Confronting Group would hold another recruitment event tomorrow, they, like hungry tigers pouncing on prey, decided to sleep on the ground at the job market tonight. Some even rushed to the job market like arrows shot from bows after work, bringing along mats for sleeping, as if a war without gunpowder was about to break out. The job market instantly became a bustling hub, lively and extraordinary, like a sea full of hope, with everyone striving hard for their future, like the surging waves, never ceasing. At exactly 12 noon, sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows into the spacious and bright dining room of the villa. Shifeng sat leisurely at the dining table, fully enjoying this incredibly sumptuous lunch. The table was filled with a variety of delicious dishes, including tender and juicy steak, fragrant lobster, and exquisite desserts, making it a feast of culinary delights. Remembering the exceptionally lively scene at the Confronting Group recruitment event yesterday, Shifeng couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Due to the applicant's high enthusiasm, the number far exceeded expectations, prompting him to promise an additional recruitment event to meet everyone's needs. Indeed, he had personally gone to the recruitment site to inspect the situation all morning. When he arrived, the sight before him truly surprised him, a long line twisted and turned, arranged neatly like a giant dragon. Seeing so many outstanding talents favoring and looking forward to Confronting Group filled Shifeng with great comfort. In fact, such recruitment matters did not require his personal involvement, but he still chose to be on site, both to gain a more intuitive understanding of the company's appeal and influence, and to demonstrate to the outside world his commitment to talent selection. Of course, he entrusted the specific execution of the tasks to his 10 capable subordinates, and he was completely at ease. After all, these individuals were carefully selected elites with outstanding abilities, sure to complete the tasks excellently. Thus, after confirming that everything was progressing smoothly, the morning's work came to a close. Just then, with no other important matters at hand, Shifeng decided to return to the villa for a short rest. At this moment, he was savoring delicious delicacies while leisurely scrolling through his phone. Sure enough, the online world today is still bustling with activity, with new entries about the recruitment by the Storm Group springing up like mushrooms after rain. Live statistics: the queue of applicants on site has already reached the 18,888th position. It's a nightmare. No scalpers, but a whole bunch of people laying down on the ground. Shocking. Why aren't those who can't queue on site laughing? Are they naturally unable to smile? Another chance to reverse fate. Have you seized it? In-depth interview: why aren't other companies following suit? Because they can't afford it. In the online world, various social platforms and forums are filled with personal sharing posts about the recruitment situation. Some of the scenes are astonishing, those who usually thrive in live broadcasts, making a living by attracting viewers. Upon arriving at the recruitment site, unhesitatingly abandon their ongoing streams and eagerly join the queue. There are even newcomers who just got hired, eagerly filming their onboarding experience with their phones, detailing the company's internal environment, facilities, and benefits. Once these videos are released, they instantly attract the attention and envy of many workers, as if a kind of emotional plague called envy syndrome is rapidly spreading. At this moment, Shifeng is sitting comfortably in front of his computer, his
fingers continuously scrolling the mouse wheel, browsing through post after post on the webpage. As he delves deeper into the reading, the corners of his mouth, which were already slightly raised, become increasingly difficult to control, almost more uncontainable than the recoil of an AK. The reason is simple: he has finally realized his long-held dream. He not only founded his own large group but also ascended to the position of president. More importantly, he always remembers his original intention and is determined to do his utmost to secure better benefits for his employees. Even in the current economic environment, which is under immense downward pressure, he aims to inject a touch of warmth into this cold world through his own efforts. Even though such actions might make him a target for attacks from the business community and peers, Shi Feng's faith has never wavered. He firmly believes that as long as he stays true to the right path, he will ultimately overcome all difficulties and obstacles. Thus, Shi Feng continues to refresh the page, and before he knows it, half an hour has passed. Looking at the stable and positive development trend displayed on the screen, his mood becomes increasingly relaxed and joyful. After all, in the past few days, he has been busy preparing for the establishment of the group, with hardly any time to enjoy a moment of leisure. He stares intently at the astonishing numbers on his bank account page. A surge of indescribable excitement and exhilaration rising within him. Such a huge sum of savings lies there, as if beckoning him, calling him to fully enjoy the beautiful moments of life. Indeed, this afternoon, he decided to treat himself well, allowing his long-suppressed material desires to be thoroughly released and satisfied. After finishing a sumptuous lunch with great satisfaction, Shi Feng eagerly strides with a light and powerful step towards his garage. The Tianqiong No. 1 villa he resides in is not just any luxury. The garage alone occupies 3 whole floors. However, since moving in, the vast garage has only housed a solitary Ferrari, quietly parked. Although he adores this Ferrari, it does not diminish his desire for other luxury cars. After all, as a real man, who would complain about having too many cars? So, now is the time to go on a shopping spree. Thus, without hesitation, Shi Feng jumped into his beloved Ferrari, pressed the accelerator, and with the deafening roar of the engine, sped out of the villa gate like the wind, racing towards the major car dealerships in Donghai City. Along the way, his mood was as joyful and free as a bird set free. In no time, he arrived at the first dealership, the Maybach showroom. As soon as he entered, the sleek lines and elegant designs of the Maybach models instantly captured his attention. Without much hesitation, he waved his hand grandly. "I'll take this one." Then, like a whirlwind, he rushed to the next dealership, the Bugatti showroom. The same scene played out again. Upon seeing the Bugatti sports car he desired, he didn't even blink and shouted, "Bring me one." Just like that, Shi Feng swept through, buying everything that caught his eye, whether it was the top luxury Rolls-Royce or the high-performance Lamborghini. As long as it was in stock and met his standards, he took them all. In just a few hours, he had nearly visited all the well-known car dealerships in Donghai City, buying luxury cars as if they were free. When he tallied up the expenses, it turned out to be a staggering 1.5 billion. But at that moment, Shi Feng felt no pain in his heart, because these were the fruits of his hard work, the best way to reward himself and enjoy life. With a full harvest and a heart full of joy, Shi Feng drove home in a grand convoy filled with new cars. After buying the cars, he hurried to the renowned watch shops in Donghai City. As soon as he walked into the store, various luxurious and dazzling watches instantly caught his eye. Without hesitation, he pointed at an exquisitely crafted Patek Philippe in the display case and said, "I'll take this one." Before the staff could react, he pointed to another shiny Rolex and shouted, "And this one, pack it up too." Then, his gaze fell on a uniquely designed Omega watch, and with a slight smile, he casually said, "This one is nice too, wrap it up for me." Just like that, any watch that piqued his interest, regardless of the price, he bought with a wave of his hand. This shopping spree totaled a whopping 1 billion. However, his shopping journey did not end there. Next, he arrived at a luxurious high-end clothing store. Upon seeing the new Gucci suit displayed in the window, he said to the staff without a second thought, "Let me try this on." "Oh no, never mind, just pack it up." After that, he walked over to the rack filled with Louis Vuitton clothing, casually picked out a few pieces, and tossed them into the staff's arms, commanding, "Wrap all of these up for me." Not only that, but he also immediately set his sights on a Prada bag in the corner, instructing the staff to ring it up without a second thought. The entire purchasing process could only be described as a whirlwind. He didn't try on any clothes or care if they fit, as long as he liked them, he took them all. In the end, just for the clothes, he spent another 500 million. After this series of frenzied spending, he finally felt a bit exhausted, but at the same time, his heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and joy. Reflecting on when he first received the system reward of 100 million, he remembered how he had to meticulously
plan every time he spent 10 million thinking about how to resell it later to break even and make a profit.
But now,
casual spending amounts to hundreds of millions, even over a billion, and he wouldn't even blink, as if this money was just a meaningless string of numbers to him. At this moment, he held a staggering sum of 505 billion million, having truly become a super rich individual.
Wait, a good return?
Just then, a thought suddenly flashed through Shifeng's mind. Several days ago, he had encountered Lin Yu at the Juniper restaurant and had taken the initiative to add her contact information, vowing to sell her a handbag. Oh dear. Since that day, he had completely forgotten about it. As if it had vanished from his memory. No wonder, during the group establishment ceremony a few days ago, despite sincerely inviting Lin Yu, he had received no response. But, was
he the only one who forgot about this? Could it be that Lin Yu had also left it behind in some corner? It seemed possible.
Since adding him on WeChat, Lin Yu had never mentioned a
word about buying the handbag. It must be just as he thought.
With this in mind, Shifeng decided to immediately express his deep apologies to Lin Yu. After all, he had promised
to sell her the handbag.
Thus, Shifeng quickly opened the WeChat interface, his fingers flying over the keyboard as he sent a message to Lin Yu. The screen displayed the following text: I'm really sorry, I completely forgot about selling you the handbag until just now. I wonder if you still have the need to buy it.
After successfully sending the message, time
ticked by, and 10 whole minutes passed, yet there was still no response from the other side, as if it had sunk into the sea. Shifeng stared intently at the message he had just sent,
and couldn't help but wonder, was he being a bit too pushy? How could Lin Yu be the type to beg for a handbag?
So much time had passed, she might have lost interest in
that handbag long ago.
He was selling it to her, not giving it away. He forgot about it. Did Lin Yu really expect him to sell her a bag?
Suddenly, Lin Yu replied to the WeChat message. Lin Yu, alright then. This can't be blamed on Lin Yu, it was he who forgot about it.
Now that he brought it up, not to mention selling it to her, even giving it to
her, with Lin Yu's personality, she wouldn't want it. Moreover, just now he was unclear, mentioning selling the bag, not even offering it for half price. Sigh, after thinking it over, Shifeng felt that Lin Yu wouldn't buy the bag anymore, and he had offended her because of it. Forget it, that 9 million bag couldn't be sold, so let it sit in the villa as decoration. Just right, the villa was empty. Shifeng looked at the new Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. It was 4 in the afternoon. There was an important event tonight, the owner's dinner at the Tianxiang Villa area, starting at 8 o'clock. With a few hours to go, he wouldn't be buying anymore, but rather going out to have some fun. In the past, when he was poor, he had never been to any proper entertainment venues. Now he wanted to experience them all. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and Shifeng slowly stretched, feeling as if he had been reborn, filled with an unprecedented vitality and sense of comfort. This wonderful feeling made him unable to help but smile, revealing a satisfied grin. Then, he leisurely sat into the brand new Maybach, started the engine, and with the deep and powerful roar of the engine, the car sped away like an arrow. Before long, he arrived at the impressive Tianxiang No. 1 Villa. The Tianxiang Villa area covers a vast area, resembling an independent small city. As a veritable model of top-tier luxury residences, the interior arrangement of each villa is exquisite, with every piece of furniture and decoration carefully selected. The public facilities are comprehensive, whether it's the swimming pool, gym, or garden, all providing an ultimate sense of comfort and enjoyment. Because of this, in addition to the 10 uniquely designed villas, there is also a specially designated leisure area for the owners to relax and unwind during their free time. At this moment, Hixing is driving a small vehicle specially assigned to the villa, carrying Shifeng as they navigate the winding paths of the Tianxiang Villa area. Lush trees line the road, and a gentle breeze rustles the leaves, as if playing a soft melody. After about 10 minutes of driving, the small vehicle finally comes to a steady stop in front of the central hall, the venue for the owner's dinner party in the Tianxiang Villa area. From a distance, the overall architectural appearance of the central hall presents a rich European palace style, with its magnificent decorations making it look resplendent, exuding unparalleled luxury and grandeur. Shifeng gently gets out of the car, elegantly adjusts his attire, then raises his wrist to glance at the valuable Patek Philippe watch. The hands point precisely to 8 o'clock. Perfectly on time. Standing before the tall and heavy door of the central hall, Shifeng takes a deep breath, trying to calm the surging emotions within him. At this moment, his heart is filled with both anticipation and excitement for the unknown, mixed with a hint of indescribable nervousness. After all, what kind of people are the other 9 owners in this mysterious Tianxiang Villa area? With such questions in mind, Shifeng resolutely extends his hand, gently pushing open the door that symbolizes nobility and glory, and strides inside. As night quietly descends, it feels like a huge black satin cloth gently covers the earth. The lights in the city gradually illuminate, twinkling like stars scattered across this prosperous land. At this moment, a grand and luxurious banquet is slowly unveiling its mysterious and eagerly anticipated curtain in a magnificent banquet hall. Entering the banquet hall, people seem to be in a dreamlike world. The hall's arrangement is simply stunning, with countless dazzling lights shining like the brightest stars in the night sky, illuminating every corner. As bright as day. Vivid flowers and colorful ribbons intertwine, decorating the entire space into a sea of floral splendor, exuding a charming atmosphere that is both romantic and passionate. As a pleasant melody begins to play, the melodious tune dances like light butterflies in the air, quietly entering everyone's ears, making all present unable to help but become entranced. In such a dreamlike scene, the owners of the Tianqiang Villa area are all dressed to the nines, gathering here. They wear exquisite, high-value gowns, holding crystal-clear champagne glasses, their faces radiating warm and elegant smiles as they engage in cheerful conversations. Meanwhile, well-trained waiters buzz around like busy bees, providing meticulous service to these esteemed owners. However, amidst this originally harmonious atmosphere, a subtle change suddenly occurs. Under the astonished gazes of many owners, a figure slowly walks towards the crowd. It is none other than Shi Feng. Look! That person, isn't that the owner of Villa Number 1? Who knows who was the first to shout this phrase, instantly breaking the original tranquility of the scene. Immediately, various surprised voices rose and fell. Oh my! That Villa Number 1, which has been vacant for several years, has actually been bought by him. To have such substantial financial power at such a young age is truly remarkable. He is indeed a force to be reckoned with. What? Is he the president of the Windstorm Group, which has recently gained fame in the business world? And is unstoppable? For a moment, the entire banquet hall became lively due to Shifeng's appearance. Humph. I think this person is just ignorant and arrogant. He has no real skills. Lin Yu, dressed in a simple yet elegant black evening gown, was slowly strolling around the banquet, feeling quite bored. This Tianqiang Villa area holds an annual owner's banquet, and every year, without exception, she becomes the focus of everyone's praise and admiration. Although this made her feel somewhat uninterested, she could not miss this banquet. After all, there has long been an unspoken potential rule in this Tianqiang Villa area. These prominent figures from all walks of life in Donghai City gather here, and it is certainly not just an ordinary owners' gathering. Just then, a sudden exclamation from the crowd broke Lin Yu's boredom. She instinctively turned to look, her gaze instantly locking onto an incredibly familiar face. It's actually him? A hint of surprise unconsciously slipped into Lin Yu's cool voice. What him? A woman in a red backless gown, adorned with pearls and jewels, had somehow appeared beside Lin Yu. This woman looked a few years older than Lin Yu, and her features bore some resemblance to Lin Yu's. However, their temperaments were completely different. Lin Yu was like a cold and pure orchid in a deep valley, while the woman before her was more like a charming and beautiful rose. Almost simultaneously, Shifeng, amidst the crowd, also noticed that familiar face that left him astonished. His gaze shot through the throngs of people like a lightning bolt, accurately capturing the figure in a white long dress. It was Lin Yu. There was no way to ignore her. In this bustling crowd, Lin Yu in her white long dress shone like the brightest star in the night sky, making it hard not to notice her. Lin Yu is also a resident of the Tianqiang Villa area? Of course, Lin Yu is a genius female tycoon. How could she not afford a top luxury home in Donghai City? He didn't expect that he and Lin Yu were actually neighbors, and Shifeng was just about to greet Lin Yu. He had been thinking about the inconvenience he caused her by forgetting to contact her regarding the sale of bags, and he wanted to express his deep apologies to her in person. Just then, a voice came. You must be the owner of Villa Number 1 in Tianqiang, right? Are you the famous President Shi of the Windstorm Group? Following the voice, he saw a tall, distinguished man walking towards him. The man wore a smile, walked steadily, and exuded a unique confidence of a successful person. As he approached, the man politely extended his right hand and introduced himself. Hello, I am Zhou Zhang, the president of Biao Group. It's a pleasure to meet you here. Seeing this, Shifeng quickly extended his hand to shake his and replied, Hello, my name is Shifeng. Nice to meet you. In fact, Shifeng was the type of person with a more reserved personality, not very good at socializing. However, facing this first person who took the initiative to greet him and showed such friendliness and enthusiasm, he couldn't help but feel a strange fondness for him in his heart. Zhou Zhang continued.
The Tianqiong number 1 villa has been vacant for many years, and I never expected it to be bought recently.
Moreover, the new owner is so young and accomplished, it's truly admirable, really a formidable youth. As he spoke, Zhou Zhang's eyes revealed a deep sense of envy. Hearing such praise, Shifeng couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed and quickly waved his hand, saying, "Oh dear, you flatter me, really too much. I'm just a little lucky, that's all." To be honest, Shifeng had thought that the owners living in this place were mostly wealthy people who were extravagant and self-important. They might present themselves with an air of superiority and arrogance towards each other. However, he never expected to meet someone as humble, polite, and amiable as Zhou Zhang today, which genuinely surprised and delighted him. Zhou Zhang
smiled as he took a delicate red wine glass from the waiter and elegantly handed it to Shifeng.
He softly said, "Brother, this is your first time attending our Tianqiang Villa area owners' dinner, so you probably don't know much about this event. And I guess you don't know most of the owners here either. Don't worry, let me introduce you properly." Then, Zhou Zhang leaned a bit closer to Shifeng and lowered his voice, continuing, "This Tianqiang Villa area holds such an owners' dinner every year. But don't underestimate it, it's not just a simple gathering for owners to have a meal. There is a crucial and important aspect to this banquet, which is that the owners provide each other with various valuable resources." Upon hearing this, Shifeng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity and surprise flashing in his eyes. Zhou Zhang further explained, "This has actually become an unspoken rule among the owners of the Tianqiang Villa area for a long time. You see, those who can reside in our villa area are all big shots who can command the winds and rains in Donghai City. They are not only financially strong but also wield immense power. Therefore, through such dinners, they can achieve resource sharing and establish mutually beneficial cooperative relationships." After listening to Zhou Zhang's words, Shifeng began to ponder. So, this banquet hides such profound meaning and opportunities behind it. Thinking of this, his originally anticipated heart became even more eager. At this moment, Zhou Zhang pointed towards a window on the left and said, "Do you see that person standing by the window over there? That is General Lu from the Shengtai Group. Their company is a leader in medical research and development, and they just made it onto the Donghai City Top 100 Enterprises list this year." Shifeng looked towards the left window. General Lu was in his 40s, tall and thin, with a faint smile on his face. Not far from General Lu stood two prominent figures in the financial sector. The one on the left, dressed in a finely tailored blue suit, was General Wu, who had been deeply involved in the investment banking industry for many years and was well known. The one on the right, clad in a striking red suit, was General Wang from Shishing Investment Bank. Both of them appeared to be in their 30s, at the prime of their lives, and were animatedly engaged in conversation, yet it was easy to detect an unusually close camaraderie in their demeanor. Shifting his gaze to the center, there stood two individuals, General Long from the Baochuan Group in real estate and General Wan from the Wanshan Group in manufacturing. It should be noted that the groups they lead are among the strongest enterprises, both ranking high on the top 100 enterprises list. At this moment, Shifeng focused on these two, noticing that they both wore friendly smiles and were enthusiastically discussing business strategies. Looking at their faces, it was clear that these two individuals were both over 50, the marks of time quietly creeping onto their features. Yet, because of this, their expressions appeared particularly calm and composed. Shifting his gaze to the right, he was met with the sight of two stunning beauties. Zhou Zhang took a sip of the brilliantly colored red wine, the hue of a gemstone, and with a slight smirk, teasingly remarked, "Hey, look over there." As he spoke, he pointed in a direction. Upon hearing this, Shifeng instinctively turned his head to look in that direction. These two ladies are not ordinary, they hail from the renowned Huaning Consortium in Donghai City, and they are the daughters of the esteemed Mr. Lin Hua of the Lin family. The lady on the left, dressed in a striking red gown, is Lin Chuchu. Unlike most, she has not ventured into the business world but instead immersed herself in the dazzling entertainment industry. With her outstanding talent and charming charisma, she has already become a shining star in the spotlight. Look at you, young man. Staring at her without blinking, could it be that you are captivated by her beauty? Ha ha ha. After Zhou Zhang's further explanation, Shifeng finally understood. It turned out that the woman standing next to Lin Yu was her sister. Zhou Zhang continued to enthusiastically introduce Lin Yu. "Now, take a look at the lady on the right, dressed in a pure white gown, that is Lin Yu. She is known in the business world as the genius female CEO. From a young age, she displayed astonishing business acumen. Just this year, at the age of 18, she successfully made it onto the top 10 wealthy list with a personal fortune of 100 billion.
At this point, Zhou Zhang's voice unconsciously rose a bit, clearly becoming more excited, as if he felt immense pride in being able to introduce this legendary figure in such detail. All the owners present, even those seasoned veterans of the business world over there, hold Lin Yu in high regard and admiration. When Zhou Zhang introduced Lin Yu, his tone was noticeably more enthusiastic than before, making it clear that he himself held Lin Yu in great esteem. Then, Zhou Zhang shifted his focus, pointing to another direction and said, "Alright, now let me introduce the last owner. This one is not simple, he is a huge star in the entertainment industry right now, and also a highly regarded basketball star." Following Zhou Zhang's gesture, Shifeng looked in that direction and instantly widened his eyes, exclaiming in disbelief, "Yao Lan?" Seeing this, Zhou Zhang wore a proud smile and nodded, "That's right, it's him." Shifeng couldn't help but gasp, secretly marveling, "Oh my! I can't believe I have the fortune to be neighbors with Yao Lan. This is simply unbelievable." He had to have a good chat with Yao Lan to build a strong neighborly relationship. That way, he could casually invite Yao Lan to play basketball together. Who cares about business tycoons when Yao Lan is right in front of him? Shifeng picked up his glass of red wine filled with excitement and walked towards Yao Lan. "Hi, Yao Lan. I'm your fan, and I'm also the owner of Villa Tianqiang No. 1. My name is Shifeng, I look forward to your guidance in the future." Shifeng excitedly rubbed his hands together and reached out for a handshake. Yao Lan, sensing the enthusiasm of the young man before him, tightened his grip and smiled. "Owner of Villa Tianqiang No. 1, Shifeng, nice to meet you. Let's play basketball together sometime." Oh yes. That was exactly what he was waiting to hear. "Yao Lan, add me on WeChat, it's settled that we'll play basketball together when we have time." "Sure." Yao Lan smiled and took out his phone to add him on WeChat. Once added, Shifeng was overjoyed. He had always had a dream in his heart, hoping to play a game of basketball with Yao Lan. At that time, he wanted to see whether his blue butterfly Huayun's agility was more impressive or. As the banquet reached its midpoint, the originally dazzling lights like brilliant stars suddenly fell like shooting stars, and the entire hall seemed to be dragged into an endless abyss of darkness by an invisible black hand. The melodious music also came to an abrupt halt, as if it had been choked by a merciless hand. The waiters vanished swiftly and silently like trained phantoms, as if they had never existed in this world. Suddenly, a bright beam of light split the darkness like lightning, shining directly in the center of the hall. Zhou Zhang appeared like a messenger descending from the light, his steps as firm as a rock, steadily walking to the center of the banquet hall. His voice was high and passionate, like the beating of war drums, as if it could penetrate the endless darkness. "Dear owners, the resource exchange game officially begins. Please listen carefully to what I am about to say. The rules of the game are as follows. Each owner will provide a precious resource. These resources are like the twinkling stars in the night sky, each radiating a unique and enchanting glow. Owners can freely choose the resources they wish to obtain based on their inner desires and needs, like birds soaring freely in the starry sky. Ultimately, the success of the resource exchange depends on whether both parties are satisfied, like a test of mutual understanding. Competition is allowed. This is like an intense duel. When multiple people desire the same resource, they can engage in a thrilling contest, using strength and wisdom to fight for the treasures they long for. A special note, the Tianqiang Villa area has a mysterious and desirable rule. The owner of Villa No. 1 will enjoy supreme power in this resource exchange game. Zhou Zhang's voice carried a hint of mystery, as if this power was a golden key that could unlock the door to treasures, radiating an enticing glow. This power, like an emperor's decree, allows the owner of Villa No. 1 to forcibly seize the desired resource if they wish to exchange with another party that is unwilling. After Zhou Zhang thoroughly explained the game rules, the beam of light in the center of the hall suddenly extinguished as if under a spell, transforming into 10 dazzling beams of light, like twinkling stars in the night sky, shining brightly and illuminating the positions of each rectangular table. At each spot illuminated by the light, there was a beautifully arranged table, neatly set with 10 seats and 10 pieces of paper and pens, as if waiting for their owners, like a group of loyal guards, patiently awaiting their master's arrival. Zhou Zhang, as both an owner and the host, calmly took his seat first, like a general strategizing in a war tent, firmly seated in the center. Following closely, the other 9 owners also took their seats quickly and in unison, like a group of well-trained soldiers swiftly finding their positions, standing ready. Shifeng carefully sat beside Yao Lan, like a gentle sheep snuggling next to its master. "Shifeng, you are the owner of Villa No. 1, so make sure to seize your power well later," Yao Lan reminded him softly, her eyes sparkling with friendly light, like the
Brightest star in the night sky, dazzling and captivating. Okay, no problem. Shifeng confidently gave Yaolan an okay gesture as if to show his determination and courage, like a sharp sword about to be drawn, ready to reveal its brilliance. One by one, the homeowners settled down like birds returning to their nests. However, what was surprising was that no one dared to choose the empty seat to the left of Shifeng. They seemed to be filled with a sense of awe towards that position, as if it were an endless black hole that would swallow anyone who approached. It turned out that the other homeowners had some understanding of each other, to varying degrees, and had a certain grasp on resource exchanges. Shifeng, holding a chance of power, undoubtedly made him the target of everyone's attention. If someone sat next to him and caught his eye using his power, the passive homeowners would likely suffer significant losses. Faced with such a situation, Shifeng could only sigh helplessly. He knew that such a chance for power was like a tempting poison apple, easily inciting jealousy and becoming a target for attack. Tap, tap, tap. A crisp and rhythmic sound of footsteps approached, like a symphony of fate, growing clearer as it drew near. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, was fixed on the figure gradually approaching until he saw Lin Yu, her demeanor as cold as ice, stepping in high heels, resembling a proud queen, gracefully walking to the remaining empty seat on his left. Lin Yu, hi. Shifeng's voice trembled like a candle flickering in the wind, betraying a hint of nervousness. His heart raced like a wild horse, galloping madly in his chest. In fact, from the moment he entered the banquet, he felt like a hungry cheetah, eager to greet Lin Yu, primarily for the matter of selling bags. However, faced with Lin Yu's indifference, he could only scratch his head like a startled rabbit, feeling like a child lost in a vast ocean. Lin Yu read his message but did not reply. Her silence was like a cold, bone-chilling sea, completely swallowing Shifeng's enthusiasm. It felt as if a fog enveloped his heart, filled with confusion and misunderstanding. He simply could not comprehend why Lin Yu would choose the empty seat that everyone else avoided. Was this a coincidence of fate, or was there a deeper meaning? The homeowners' gazes were like spotlights, all directed at Lin Yu. They saw her actively choosing to sit in that dangerously precarious position, and a sense of curiosity surged within them. Although puzzled, they were filled with anticipation for the upcoming segment, like a group of spectators waiting to unveil a mysterious veil. Lin Chuchu looked at her sister, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes, like stars twinkling in the night sky. She recalled the scene at the beginning of the banquet, her speculations like countless stars flickering in the darkness, as if searching for clues to the truth. Homeowners, please take your seats and write down one resource you can offer. Zhou Zhang's voice resonated like a grand bell, deafeningly echoing throughout the banquet hall. At that moment, Shifeng suddenly realized why Zhou Zhan was chosen to host. Among this group of homeowners, finding someone skilled in business was not difficult, but finding someone who spoke clearly and with authority was indeed rare. In an instant, he even felt as if he were in a competitive variety show, the tense and thrilling atmosphere stretching his nerves to the limit. The sound of paper and pen scratching began to fill the air, like silkworms munching on tender mulberry leaves, or the hurried footsteps of time passing by. Shifeng took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. He began to ponder what kind of resource he should present for exchange. This question loomed over him like a heavy mountain, making him feel somewhat suffocated. Beep, time-limited task. The host provides resources as funds and completes at least one resource exchange. Task duration, 2 hours. Task reward, return as much funding as spent. Return as much funding as spent? System, are you sure? Isn't this like a pie falling from the sky? In other words, by exchanging resources, not only does he not need to spend his own money, but he can also obtain others' resources for free. Then I shall not hold back. He. Shifeng's heart was as sweet as if smeared with honey. Just moments ago, he was deep in thought, but after receiving the system task, inspiration flowed like a fountain, as if the star of literature had possessed him. Write him 100 billion. Why not write 500 billion? 1,000 billion? It was only because he had a sudden idea, although this funding did not require him to spend personal money. If the resources provided by the owners present were worth less than 100 billion, then the more he invested, the more the other party would benefit. Therefore, he decided to proceed cautiously, like an experienced hunter holding his breath and waiting for the best opportunity, striving for a one-hit kill. Beep. Congratulations to the host for a 5% increase in business talent experience, business talent 50%, a prompt from the system echoed in his mind, followed by some insights about business flooding into his consciousness. Please, owners, display the papers in your hands as if they were treasures. Zhou Zhang's voice was like a
Great bell, resonant and powerful, as if a sharp sword had pierced the stillness of the conference room. His hand was like that of a magical magician, gently picking up the paper and elegantly presenting it to the audience as if it were a rare treasure.
20% dividend from Buy AO.
Group's latest technology research and development. The words on the paper shone like the brightest stars in the night sky, radiating an enticing glow, as if telling people of endless hope and dreams. Shifeng's gaze was sharp and keen, like that of a hawk, closely watching the expressions of the owners across from him. He noticed a hint of hesitation, like thin ice, on the faces of a few seasoned veterans.
No wonder, he thought to himself.
This 20% dividend was like an enticing bait, exuding a tempting aroma that made one drool.
However, this latest technology research and development was like an unfathomable treasure at the bottom of the sea, its value as unpredictable as the ocean. Difficult to estimate.
If it could thrive in the market and shine brightly, it would undoubtedly be a massive fortune, like a mountain of gold, driving people mad, but if the market did not respond, it could plunge into an abyss, losing everything. Therefore, the resources
provided by Zhou Zhang were like a thrilling gamble, filled with endless uncertainty. Next, it's my turn. After Zhou Zhang, the next two present was General Lu, who spoke softly, his voice like a gentle stream, soft yet firm, like a heavenly sound that soothed the heart. He slowly picked up the paper in his hand, as if holding a rare pearl, carefully displaying it to everyone. Shanghai Group's medical devices.
Sold at half price. Once General Lu's resource exchange conditions were presented, the owners immediately began to murmur, as if a pot had
exploded. In stark contrast to the hesitation after Zhou Zhang's presentation, the faces of the crowd clearly showed a strong interest after Lu's display. Shifeng analyzed the reasons like a detective. Shanghai Group had just made it onto the top 100 enterprises list this year. Undoubtedly a strong testament to its powerful capabilities. Moreover, their group was so eager to sell medical devices at half price. It must be in urgent need of cash flow, like parched land desperately needing the nourishment of rain. Selling medical devices at half price, although the profit was reduced, could rapidly increase sales volume like a rocket, thus obtaining considerable returns. Selling at market
price, although higher, is as slow as a snail's crawl, requiring a longer cycle. Here, selling at half price clearly yields faster results.
Like a sudden storm. If it weren't for the urgent need for cash flow, General Lu would never choose this method, just as fish would never leave the water. For the owners, being able to purchase specialized medical equipment at half price is undoubtedly an extremely attractive proposition, like discovering an oasis in the desert, bringing immense joy. It can be said that this is a good thing with clear expectations and guaranteed profits. Alright, it's finally my turn.
General Wu couldn't hide his excitement, like an adventurer about to embark on a treasure hunt. He picked up the paper in his hand as if it were a mysterious map leading to a treasure trove, carefully
unfolding it before everyone. The next trend in long-term investment banking, General Lu's resource exchange conditions were like a dazzling pearl, radiating an enticing glow.
Not only the seasoned veterans but even Shifeng, who usually had only a superficial understanding of
finance, was deeply attracted, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation, like twinkling stars in the night sky. In this tumultuous and unpredictable world of investment banking, experts know well that the market is like a rapidly changing battlefield, with fierce battles of shorting, bearish, and bullish plays unfolding every day. Without the experience of a seasoned expert, even a battle-hardened professional could find themselves overwhelmed in this thrilling struggle. However, if one could grasp insider information about the market trends, it would be like wielding an indestructible sword, sure to cut through the battlefield with unstoppable force. Yet, Shifeng was not trained in finance. His knowledge of the stock market was as clueless as a rolling pin blowing on a fire, completely ignorant. He was like a lost lamb in a financial maze, looking around in confusion, unsure of what to do. But fate is always full of drama and surprises. The funds he had seemingly carelessly placed in Huahai Bank were like a sleeping lion, quietly awakening, yielding astonishing returns that left 99% of people in the dust. Wow, old Wu, take a look. What we wrote is practically from the same mold. Don't you think we have a telepathic connection?
General Wang beamed with joy, like a blooming flower, proudly holding up the paper in his hand and showing it off to those around
him.
The content on the paper was precisely the next trend in Shurshing investment banking. However, the crowd had already cheered for this news once before, and now seeing the same conditions again, their enthusiasm was clearly doused like cold water, not as fervent as before. In contrast, General Wang and General Lu seemed to have discovered a rare treasure, engaging in a heated discussion around the so-called telepathic connection. Just then, General Wang made a striking entrance. He silently picked up the paper in his hand like a statue, then slowly unfolded it before everyone, as if revealing a precious scroll. When everyone saw the content on the paper, the scene erupted like a boiling pot. Manufacturing industry chain 1-year cooperation discount of 40%. It is worth noting that Wanshun Group is a well-known giant, ranking among the top enterprises, and as a long-established, powerful manufacturing company, it has always held an unparalleled reputation in the industry. If a partnership could be established with Wanshun Group, it would be like boarding a direct train to a treasure trove, not only ensuring rock-solid quality but also drastically reducing costs. Such enticing conditions stirred everyone's hearts, their eyes sparkling with greedy light, as if they could already see mountains of gold and silver treasures rushing towards them. Finally, it's my turn. Mr. Long, as if holding a rare treasure, carefully picked up the paper in his hand and slowly displayed it to the crowd. Funding 5 billion. These words exploded in Shifeng's ears like thunder, his jaw nearly dropping in surprise, secretly pondering. Someone actually offered the same amount of funding as him, and it was a full half less than he expected. Shifeng knew well that Mr. Long, as a seasoned player in the business world, would only offer a lower price, so this 5 billion was undoubtedly the bottom line. He couldn't help but feel relieved in his heart, glad he hadn't written 50 billion, otherwise, in the eyes of these owners, he would have become an easy target, giving others a free ride. Shifeng's gaze swept over the other owners again, noticing their expressions were as grim as the overcast sky. Extremely unpleasant. Perhaps it was because Mr. Long's price cutting was too ruthless, like a sharp blade, mercilessly severing their profit chains. If resources were exchanged at this price, they might only make a small profit, or even risk losing everything. All of this depended on how the owners valued their resources. In short, Mr. Long's deal was like walking on the edge of a cliff. One misstep could lead to a bottomless abyss. It's my turn. It's my turn. Lin Chuchu's voice was as clear and pleasant as a yellow oriole emerging from the valley, her face blooming with a charming smile, as radiant as a blossoming peach flower. She lightly picked up the paper in her hand, displaying it to everyone as if showcasing a precious piece of art. Endorsement. These two words were simple and clear, meaning to endorse for the group. For celebrities, the amount of endorsement fees often depended on their market value, and for those household name superstars, the value of their endorsements was immeasurable. However, Lin Chuchu Shifeng knew little about the stars in the entertainment industry, so he was unaware of her situation. Whether Lin Chuchu's resource exchange conditions were in demand completely depended on whether the owners present were interested in her offer. In any case, for Shifeng, all of this was irrelevant. He had no interest in such matters. Actually, I do the same every year, the old owners all know. Yaolan picked up the paper in his hand, as if holding a brilliant pearl, carefully displaying it to everyone, as if this paper contained endless mysteries. This was what he was best at. 1-year basketball companion. Wow. Not knowing was one thing, but seeing it was shocking. The other owners remained indifferent, like a calm lake, not stirring a single ripple. But he seemed to be under a spell, completely captivated by these enticing conditions, his whole being enchanted. Such alluring conditions were like the brightest star in the night sky, radiating an irresistible charm. Shifeng secretly resolved that when the resource exchange began, he must get his hands on 10 billion in exchange for Yao Lan's resources. It was as if this 10 billion was merely a pawn in his hand, while Yao Lan's resources were his ultimate goal. Then it was Shifeng's turn to showcase. He showed no hesitation, like a warrior charging forward, directly presenting his conditions to everyone. Funding 10 billion. His conditions were like a lightning bolt, cutting through the previously silent sky, garnering the loudest discussions from the crowd. The funding condition he offered was like surging waves, imposing and grand, doubling that of Mr. Long. So, apart from Mr. Long's gloomy face that looked like a dark cloud, everyone else in the room appeared pleasantly surprised, as if they had seen the dawn of hope. Right, he suddenly thought, resource exchanges don't have to happen just once. As long as he could afford the funds and the other party was willing to exchange, what harm would it be if he exchanged multiple times? With this thought ignited in Shifeng's heart, it was like a blazing fire that could no longer be extinguished. He didn't care whether Mr. Long's face would become even gloomier later, like the darkness before a storm, because he had only one goal in mind: obtaining Yao Lan's resources. Finally, it was Lin Yu's turn. This was the moment all the owners had been eagerly anticipating. After all, behind Lin Yu was the Huaning Consortium, and the resource exchange conditions she offered would surely be as dazzling as the brightest stars in the night sky, drawing everyone's attention. Huaning Consortium's quarterly cooperation dividend of 50%. 50%. 1 quarter. The
Excitement among the crowd surged like a tidal wave, reaching a peak in an instant.
This was a collaboration with the Huaning Consortium, not only as stable as a mountain but with a dividend as high as 50%. Although it was only for a short quarter, the earnings from this quarter were enough to equal a year of hard work. At the beginning, Zhou Zhang had offered a resource condition of 20% dividend, which was a stark contrast to Lin Yu's terms, making Zhou Zhang feel somewhat embarrassed.
At this point, all 10 owners had presented
their resource exchange conditions.
Start the free exchange, Zhou Zhang announced loudly.
As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples.
Some owners who had already made plans quickly stood up like arrows leaving the bow, eager to compete for the resources they favored. 3 minutes later, the long-awaited moment finally arrived, and the top 3 popular resource exchange conditions were unveiled one by one.
First to catch the eye was Lin Yu's enticing condition, Huaning Consortium's quarterly
cooperation dividend of 50%. Once this condition was announced, it was like the brightest moon in the night sky, attracting the
attention of all the owners present. Everyone whispered to each other, praising this generous offer, as if Lin Yu had become the absolute protagonist in this transaction, receiving the spotlight in favor like the moon surrounded by stars.
Next, Shifeng's condition was also presented to the crowd, funding of 10 billion.
This enormous figure was like a towering mountain of gold, shining with a dazzling light.
Its appearance instantly ignited the atmosphere in the room, and many couldn't help but marvel at it, considering it an excellent choice, second only to Lin Yu, firmly securing the second position. Finally, Mr. Wan's condition of manufacturing industry chain 1-year cooperation with a 40% discount was also revealed. This condition was like a carefully crafted precious gem, radiating a unique and charming brilliance. Although it was slightly inferior compared to the first 2, it still successfully made its way into the top 3 due to its inherent value.
At that moment, Zhou Zhang, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Mr. Lin, Mr. Wan, may I ask for an opportunity to collaborate
with you?
As he spoke, he unconsciously touched his nose, revealing a hint of embarrassment on his face. After all, compared to the resources offered by the first 3, he knew that his bargaining chips were somewhat lacking, but he still mustered the courage to ask them. Meanwhile, another owner, Mr. Lu, appeared relatively calm. He smiled and slowly walked up to Shifeng, sincerely saying, Mr. Shi, I am very interested in the conditions you have offered and sincerely hope to have the opportunity to reach an exchange cooperation with you. Some people's conditions are as brilliant as spring flowers, highly sought after, while others' conditions wither like autumn leaves, ignored by all. General Long's funds of 5 billion are like the light of fireflies compared to the exchange
conditions proposed by Shifeng, a stark contrast that no one pays attention to. At this moment, the owners seemed to transform into a group of spirited, unyielding fighting roosters.
Each one of them was flushed, their emotions so agitated. They seemed ready to burst into flames. Everyone was spitting words, arguing fiercely, trying their utmost to gain the upper hand in this intense resource exchange battle. However, in sharp contrast to these noisy owners, Shifeng stood like a cold, hard stone, quietly observing the chaotic scene before him. His deep-set eyes sparkled with wisdom as he calmly assessed the tumultuous situation. He pondered to himself, which resources are completely unnecessary for him, and which exchange proposals are simply a losing deal, not worth considering at all? For instance, General Long proposed to exchange 50 billion for certain resources in his hands, but Shifeng knew very well that if he agreed to this deal, it would be equivalent to trading a full 100 billion for that insignificant 50 billion. Such a losing business would never be done by anyone with a sound mind. Then there was Lin Chuchu's endorsement opportunity, flashy yet impractical. Shifeng didn't even need
to think before dismissing it outright.
After all, the Storm Group he led has always been committed to providing the best benefits for its employees, which in itself is the best promotion and endorsement for the company.
After careful consideration, Shifeng finally filtered out some owners among the crowd who were worth further exploring for exchange possibilities. The conditions proposed by people like General Wang, General Wu, Zhou Zhang, General Lu, General Wan, and Lin Yu seemed reasonable enough to be considered. But the most crucial figure was still Yao Lan. The emotional value that Yao Lan's resources could provide made them indispensable. Shifeng was determined to find a way to secure them. With his mind made up, Shifeng no longer hesitated and began eagerly searching for Yao Lan's figure among the bustling crowd.
Hard work pays off. Soon he spotted his target. From a distance, he saw Yao Lan sitting alone in a secluded corner, quiet as a solitary wild goose.
Seeing the scene, Shifeng couldn't help but frown, thinking, how could such an important person be neglected? This is simply unacceptable.
So, he took big strides, heading straight towards Yao Lan without hesitation.
Don't these old foxes in the Business world know how to cherish? 100 billion deal. Shifeng's voice thundered, full of dominance. This left Yaolan astonished. He was surprised that among this group of business enthusiasts, there was someone who was also passionate about basketball. Even more surprising was that someone was willing to exchange 100 billion for a year of basketball companionship. Deal. Yaolan beamed with a sunny smile like a bright young athlete. Great, Shifeng had realized a long-held dream. His exchange with Yaolan was a success. Next, Shifeng prepared to find Lin Yu. Lin Yu's resource exchange conditions were recognized as the best among the owners. For his Storm Group to grow and thrive, it naturally needed strong partners. He could spend this 100 billion however he wanted, but it must be spent wisely. The exchange with Yaolan was to satisfy his emotional needs, to fulfill a dream. And the exchange with Lin Yu was to pursue commercial value, so he had to choose the most valuable investment. However, Shifeng suddenly remembered that he seemed to have offended Lin Yu over the bag-selling issue, and he couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Would Lin Yu refuse to exchange with him because of this? But, as the owner of Villa Number 1, he had an opportunity to exercise his power in this resource exchange game. If Lin Yu didn't agree, he would have no choice but to use this privilege. Just as Shifeng was about to find Lin Yu, he was stopped in his tracks by General Manager Wu and General Manager Wang. General Manager Wu, dressed in a blue suit, spoke with a steady tone, like a solid mountain, exuding masculinity, while General Manager Wang, in a red suit, had a more lively personality, like a burning flame. General Manager Wu's aggressive gaze was like two sharp swords, piercing straight at Shifeng, as if wanting to stab him. General Manager Wang's smirk was like a cunning fox, making it hard to decipher his intentions. A sense of unease arose in Shifeng's heart, as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping his heart. However, he quickly thought to himself, in such a public place, as a tall and strong man, what was there to be afraid of? So, he resolutely agreed to General Manager Wu's request. Okay. Seeing Shifeng agree, General Manager Wu gestured to walk towards a deserted corner. General Manager Wang's smile grew increasingly malicious, as if mocking Shifeng's ignorance and naivety. At this moment, Shifeng felt even more uneasy, beginning to doubt whether his decision was correct. Could he really continue down this path? His heart was filled with fear and anxiety, as if he had fallen into a bottomless black hole, sinking deeper and deeper, unable to extricate himself. I've changed my mind. Shifeng's voice was calm as a lake, yet it stirred up a storm in the hearts of General Manager Wu and General Manager Wang. General Manager Wu, General Manager Wang, if there's something to discuss, just say it here. Shifeng's expression was indifferent, as if he were talking about something utterly mundane. However, his gaze was as deep as a well, making it hard to fathom. Upon seeing Shifeng suddenly refuse, both men panicked, like two startled rabbits. Oh dear, did you scare Mr. Shi? General Manager Wang asked, startled, his voice tinged with a hint of fear. This man was the financial backer of the evening. His decision could affect the success or failure of the entire project. Mr. Shi, I. General Manager Wu, seeing this, also lost his composure, his face changing colors like a chameleon. His lips trembled slightly, as if he wanted to say something but didn't know how to start. It's fine, I just didn't want to walk a few more steps. Shifeng's tone remained flat, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. However, his heart was already in turmoil. He really wanted to retort to General Manager Wang, I was scared by you, okay? Oh. General Manager Wang patted his chest, letting out a sigh of relief. A flattering smile appeared on his face, as if trying to curry favor with Shifeng. Oh. General Manager Wu nodded, also relieved. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes, as if he was contemplating something. What exactly do you want to discuss? Shifeng's tone carried a hint of impatience, as if he had lost his patience. His gaze swept over General Manager Wu and General Manager Wang like a sharp sword, making them shiver involuntarily. With this time wasted on these two, he could have already gone to discuss matters with Lin Yu. His time was precious, and he didn't want to waste it on these trivial matters. Mr. Shi, please don't be in such a hurry, we just want to make a deal with you, General Manager Wang said playfully, his voice carrying a hint of flirtation. Shifeng's gaze was as vigilant as a hawk, closely watching the two in front of him, as if trying to see through their exterior to their true intentions. A deal? What kind of deal? Shifeng's voice was deep and powerful, carrying an undeniable authority. Oh, come on. It must be a serious deal. President Wang covered his mouth and chuckled lightly, the sound is crisp and pleasant as silver bells, yet somewhat grating. Actually, the terms of our resource exchange are quite good, definitely worth 50 billion. We just went to find President Long for the resource exchange and he has already agreed. President Wu said.
leisurely, as if recounting something utterly mundane.
Then why are you two wasting time with me?
Shifeng was somewhat speechless, secretly pondering whether all this fuss was just to show off.
President Xi, don't be anxious, we're getting to the key point. The crux is, President Long is only offering 50 billion for one.
President Wang's expression suddenly turned pained, as if he were suffering immense torment.
If President Long exchanges his resources but not mine, wouldn't that create conflict between us? Then it would become unpleasant, and we are supposed to be in this together.
President Wang's voice was filled with grievance, like a spurned woman.
Okay, I understand. Shifeng's face remained expressionless, but
inside, his emotions churned like a raging sea.
This is the situation, so, President Xi, would you consider it? For 100 billion, you could exchange for the next direction of 2 investment banks?
President Wu cautiously probed his eyes,
revealing a desire akin to a hungry wolf eyeing its prey. President Xi, I can assure you, you won't lose out by exchanging with us. President Wang looked at Shifeng with eager anticipation, her eyes sparkling with greed, as if she could already see the 100 billion in cash beckoning to her. These two were indeed circling around, their words dripping with intrigue. After all this build-up, they just wanted to say they could exchange 100 billion for the next direction of 2 investment banks? Why beat around the bush? Shifeng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. These business people were also shrewd. His gaze shot like lightning towards the direction where Lin Yu was, seeing the crowd bustling and lively. A wave of irritation surged within him, as if countless ants were crawling over his heart. However, he knew everyone was here for mutual benefit in business, so he made an effort to calm himself and carefully consider the terms proposed by the two. Due to the resource exchange, everything had been set in stone, and prices could not be arbitrarily adjusted in subsequent transactions. The 50 billion price set by President Long, an old hand in the business, was like an unassailable fortress, solid as a mountain, while the 100 billion price he proposed was double that, like a peak soaring into the clouds. At this banquet, he had seemingly become another focal point of attention, aside from Lin Yu, a veritable god of wealth. Fortunately, he had the system as a strong backing, so he wouldn't have to bear any losses himself and could easily take advantage of the other party's valuable resources. The exchange terms from President Wu and President Wan were already within the scope of his careful consideration. If these two hadn't approached him for negotiations, he might have unhesitatingly exchanged with one of them at the high price of 100 billion. Now, they were bundling the sale, which was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. What would have required a price of 100 billion could now yield resources from 2 investment banks. This news was like a treasure to Shifeng. Deal. His voice was firm and powerful, like a sword cutting through all hesitation and doubt. Great. Mr. Wu and Mr. Wang exchanged a glance, their eyes revealing a deep bond forged through adversity, like 2 relentless rivers converging to form a powerful force. Woohoo! Cheers erupted, rising and falling like a passionate war drum, heralding the melody of success. Having completed a resource exchange deal worth 10 billion to shift the direction of 2 investment banks, Shifeng felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He turned around hurriedly, like an arrow released from a bow, continuing his search for Lin Yu's figure. He had just caught a glimpse of her side, bustling with activity, as if a grand banquet were taking place, a scene dazzling like 100 flowers competing for beauty. As he approached, the sound of Mr. Wan and Lin Yu's discussion thundered in his ears, like the deep resonance of a great bell, deafening. Ms. Yu, you are well versed in Wan Shun Group's manufacturing supply chain, there's no need for me to elaborate further. Mr. Wan said, calm and composed, his voice booming with confidence, as if declaring his authority to the world. Understood. Lin Yu's cool voice was like a celestial melody, yet carried a hint of imperceptible determination, much like a cold plum standing proudly in the ice and snow. Mr. Wan's Wan Shun Group and Lin Yu's words were like a gentle breeze softly brushing past Shifeng's ears, akin to a tender spring wind soothing his restless heart. At that moment, Shifeng strode forward like a burning meteor streaking across the sky, urgently calling out, wait! You? Calling me? Lin Yu's cool tone held a hint of surprise, as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples that shimmered under the sunlight. Wait? These 2 abrupt words pierced the previously silent air like a razor-sharp sword. Upon hearing this, both Shifeng and Lin Yu involuntarily shuddered, frozen in place. Their previously wandering gazes converged at that moment. In an instant, time seemed to freeze, and an indescribable awkwardness filled the air. Shifeng cleared his throat and spoke, slightly awkwardly, ahem, Ms. Yu, actually, I want to say, I would like to make a deal with you. His voice sounded somewhat dry, as if a lump of cotton had been forcefully stuffed into his throat, making it quite uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu merely raised an eyebrow slightly, the corners of her mouth lifting in a faint smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown.
Within that smile, there seemed to be a touch of disdain and mockery, as if she were coldly ridiculing Shi Feng's overreach.
Oh dear. This is really a disaster. Shi Feng silently lamented. Due to the unpleasantness caused by the previous incident with the bags, now bringing up the so-called deal in front of Lin Yu felt like walking on thin ice, each step fraught with danger and uncertainty, where a slight misstep could lead to a bottomless abyss. However, even so, he absolutely could not retreat a single step. Because, for him, this deal was crucial. No matter how many difficulties lay ahead, he had to grit his teeth and persist, striving for even the slightest chance of success. Thus, Shi Feng took a deep breath, steadied himself, and mustered the courage to continue. I want to use 100 billion to exchange for 50% of the upcoming quarterly cooperation dividends from the Huaning Consortium. Before he could finish, his words struck like a thunderous clap, reverberating throughout the banquet hall. In an instant, all eyes in the room turned toward him, everyone wearing a look of astonishment. At this moment, Shi Feng was staring intently at Lin Yu, trying to catch even the slightest emotional fluctuation on her coldly beautiful face. However, Lin Yu's expression was like a still pond, not rippling in the slightest. Indeed, such conditions were hardly enough to shake Lin Yu's heart, which was as hard as steel. Lin Yu, not only had substantial personal wealth, but the Huaning Consortium also possessed endless riches. Moreover, the resource exchange conditions offered by the Wanshan Group were truly tempting, and they were once business partners who had collaborated closely, making their partnership far more valuable than a dry 100 billion. So how could Shi Feng snatch the cooperation rights with the Huaning Consortium from the Wanshan Group? If that's the case, then don't blame me for using force. Shi Feng gritted his teeth, steeling himself as if he had made a certain resolution. If President Yu does not agree, then I can only use my power. This statement pierced the tranquility of the banquet hall like a sharp sword, leaving everyone stunned with their mouths agape. That was the genius female president of the Huaning Consortium in Donghai City, the little princess of the Lin family, Lin Yu. Who would have thought that someone would dare to use force against her? This was simply a desecration of her. Including Lin Yu herself, her cold beautiful eyes now concealed shock, anger, humiliation, and a fleeting excitement. Well, Lin Yu, respect the rules of the game. Lin Yu's voice was crisp and firm, like a yellow oriole emerging from the valley, akin to a heavenly sound. However, this statement carried an undeniable pride, as if declaring her resilience and pride to Shi Feng. Ha, men! Lin Yu secretly scoffed in her heart. Her agreement to participate in this game was not due to yielding to his power, but because of her own commitment. Once she participated in the game, she would never back down. And this was certainly not because a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. Lin Yu held her head high, proud as a peacock, and under the gaze of the crowd, she slowly raised her head and shot Shi Feng a provocative glance. That look seemed to say, bring it on. Shi Feng couldn't help but feel a wave of confusion. He had originally thought that his use of force would make Lin Yu submit, but now it seemed the situation was completely the opposite. Could it be that this genius female president was the one truly wielding power over him? President Wan watched helplessly as the duck that was about to be caught flapped its wings and flew away like a startled swan. He was anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. President Shi, do you not know that using force against President Yu of the Huaning Consortium is simply akin to having the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? President Wan was furious, his voice like a thunderclap, exploding in the air. Business is not done this way. Your vision is even shorter than that of a frog at the bottom of a well. Today, you gain some trivial benefits through force, but what about in the future? President Wan's tone was filled with reproach and regret, as if he were a disappointed elder. President Yu respects the rules of the game today, but you and President Yu have created enmity over this matter. Have you considered the consequences for the future? A deep worry was evident in President Wan's eyes, like a sky heavy with dark clouds. Shi Feng smiled softly, his smile radiant and confident like flowers blooming in spring. If business is not done this way, then how should it be done? Shi Feng's voice was slow and steady, yet it weighed heavily on President Wan's heart like a heavy scale. The business world is like a battlefield. If I do not use my power today, then when I have no power in the future, would I not be like a rootless duckweed, with nowhere to stand? Shi Feng's words revealed determination and decisiveness, as if he were an unyielding mountain. Who can predict the future? General Wan never expected that Shi Feng would confront him so mercilessly in front of everyone, and he did so with such eloquence that it left Wan trembling with anger, his finger pointing at Shi Feng quivering slightly, like a withered branch swaying in the wind. You, truly unaware of your own insignificance. General Wan was furious, his voice almost squeezed out between his teeth, like an enraged lion. Enough, General Wan. Shi
Fang's tone remained calm as he reached out and gently patted Wan's shoulder like soothing a startled steed. I know you're anxious right now, but please don't rush. I am willing to offer 10 billion as a bargaining chip for a 1-year cooperation in the manufacturing supply chain, with a 40% profit margin. With such generous terms, do you still think you're at a disadvantage? Feng's words were like a warm spring breeze softly brushing past everyone's ears, evoking a sense of warmth. General Wan's resource exchange conditions, though slightly inferior among many options, still ranked third, shining like a brilliant pearl, radiating unique charm and allure. Feng was determined to succeed. Upon hearing this, General Wan, who had been as restless as an ant on a hot pan, suddenly felt like a flower basking in the spring breeze, letting out a sigh of relief. This was undoubtedly the last opportunity. If he did not agree to the exchange, he would likely miss out on such favorable conditions. 10 billion was 10 billion, compared to the exchange conditions proposed by other owners, it was simply worlds apart. All right. General Wan frowned slightly, although he was secretly delighted, he still had to show a hint of helplessness and compromise on his face. Good. Feng did not expose General Wan's thoughts, as both Wan and Long were like two respected elders at this banquet. What harm was there in yielding to this old man? Successfully negotiating this deal. For General Wan not only expanded business partnerships but also added a touch of brilliance. At this moment, he looked around the hall, the resource exchanges of the other owners seemed to him not only of low cost effectiveness but also utterly unappealing. Mr. Shi, I didn't expect you to be so generous at such a young age. Zhou Zheng approached with a beaming smile, his grin as radiant as flowers blooming in spring. Ha ha ha, not at all. Feng humbly responded, his gaze following Zhou Zheng to where Long and Lu were. It seemed Zhou Zheng intended to exchange resources with them, but it appeared he had not succeeded. Zhou Zheng couldn't possibly think he would suffer a great loss for a small profit by exchanging with him, could he? As he pondered this, Zhou Zheng straightforwardly stated his purpose. Mr. Shi, you see, at today's banquet, I was the first person you spoke to, and I introduced you to quite a few people. There was a hint of pride in Zhou Zheng's words, as if he were showcasing his importance to Feng. You've exchanged so many resources, don't you want to consider exchanging with mine? His eyes sparkled with expectation, shining like stars in the night sky. The 20% dividend from BIAO Group's latest technology research and development is indeed a drop in the ocean. I know it all too well. Zhou Zheng said sincerely. Then why are you still rambling? Feng silently complained in his heart, but on the surface, he still wore a smile like a gentle spring breeze. However, BIAO Group's latest technology research and development will surely be thriving, bringing in abundant wealth. Zhou Zheng said passionately, as if he were already standing at the pinnacle of success. Perhaps President Xi knows nothing about scientific research. Our country's research is now flourishing like bamboo shoots after a rain, with a dazzling array of achievements on the market, and BIAO Group possesses unique R&D technology. Zhou Zheng spoke about his group, and as he became more animated, he was like the surging waters of the Yellow River. But what does Zhou Zheng's grandiloquence have to do with me, Feng? Faced with Zhou Zheng's bombardment, Feng not only remained unmoved but felt a chaotic irritation in his heart. President Zhou, I'm truly sorry. But I have no interest in this. Feng smiled as he declined, his tone as firm as a rock. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, and time appeared to pause for a minute. Zhou Zheng was speaking with great enthusiasm, thinking he could easily manipulate this young man who knew nothing about scientific research. However, contrary to his expectations, the other party decisively rejected him. All right. Zhou Zheng sighed helplessly, having to accept this harsh reality, but a fiery resentment ignited in his heart like a volcano. Throughout the night, he tirelessly tried to persuade others, yet no one showed any interest in his resources. These people simply did not recognize greatness. When BIAO Group's research project emerges, it will be too late for you to regret and weep. Especially Feng. So young and accomplished. Yet wealthy. Living in the Tianqiang No. 1 villa. And he even used his power against Lin Yu. Thinking of this, a resentful light flickered in Zhou Zheng's eyes, as if he wanted to devour Feng alive. Zhou Zheng angrily left, his back turned. Feng shook his head as he watched Zhou Zheng's retreating figure. Don't think that just because you're the first to talk to me, I have to be bound to you like a fool. If I give you a little favor, I'll just suffer a little loss. Following Zhou Zheng's departing figure, Feng saw General Long and General Lu smiling and shaking hands, seemingly having successfully exchanged something. General Long traded 50 billion for General Lu's company to sell medical devices at half price, both benefiting from the deal, mutually advantageous. It must be said that both General
Long and General Lu were neither greedy nor self-deprecating.
They knew when to stop, steady as old dogs.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening negotiation talent, talent experience, negotiation talent 10%.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for gaining 5% business talent, talent experience.
Business talent 55%. Ding!
The host provided resources as funds, completing at least one resource exchange, task completed, reward 400 billion.
The
system's notification sounded continuously, and for the first time, Shifeng felt his head buzzing.
awakening negotiation talent? Another new talent. He awakened negotiation talent just by discussing with these business owners.
So, as long as he engages with entrepreneurs in the business world, he can gain experience points for
negotiation talent, right?
With the previous successful case of quickly gaining martial talent experience points, Shifeng began to plan how to gain negotiation talent
experience points in the future.
This time's time-limited task was to obtain 400 billion, but that money was paid to others.
He had gained a total of 4
resources, a year of basketball companionship, the next trend in investment banking for Shishing and Changyan, a quarterly cooperation dividend of 50% from the Huaning Consortium, and a 40% profit sharing for a year of cooperation in the manufacturing supply chain.
All 4 resources could bring him great benefits. A bountiful harvest.
The end of the banquet was like a magnificent symphony, gradually lowering its passionate and surging curtain. Thus, the resource exchange game,
filled with excitement and challenges, was successfully concluded amidst thunderous applause. Inside the spacious and resplendent hall, the dazzling lights shimmered like twinkling stars in the night sky, illuminating every corner with an extraordinary brightness.
At this moment, the melodious music flowed gently through the air. Like rippling water, its beauty akin to a babbling brook, soft and continuous, seemingly able to effortlessly penetrate the depths of people's souls, causing everyone
present to be entranced and unable to extricate themselves.
A group of well-trained waiters flitted about like graceful butterflies, weaving through the bustling crowd.
With smiles on their faces, they busily attended to the esteemed guests, providing the most thoughtful and attentive service.
Shifeng was undoubtedly one of the biggest winners of the evening, having successfully acquired 4 precious resources. At this moment, his mood was even better than the vibrant and blooming flowers of spring. He walked towards the dining table with a light and confident step, his eyes eagerly searching for delicious dishes to satisfy his discerning palate.
Just then,
a strikingly beautiful figure in fiery red suddenly entered Shifeng's line of sight like a flash of lightning. Upon closer inspection, it was Lin Yu gracefully approaching with poise and charm. She elegantly held a delicate wine glass in her hand, the deep red wine swaying slightly with her movements, reflecting an enticing glow. Looking at her exquisite face, adorned with a captivating smile, she resembled a blooming rose, exuding an intoxicating fragrance.
Do you know my sister? Lin
Yu asked tentatively, her voice soft and melodious, yet containing an undeniable strength. This seemingly simple question transformed into a sharp sword, piercing
directly at Shifeng's heart.
Faced with such a sudden inquiry, Shifeng felt a tightening in his chest. To say they knew each other would be an exaggeration. Their interactions had only amounted to a few brief exchanges, perhaps not even 10 sentences in total. Yet to say they didn't know each other seemed disingenuous, as there were indeed some unnameable feelings stirring beneath the surface during those few encounters. Shifeng's brow furrowed slightly, like ripples forming on a lake disturbed by
the wind.
His gaze instinctively began to evade Lin Yu's probing eyes, and after a moment of hesitation, he slowly replied, I guess, we know each other.
As
he spoke, his tone was somewhat uncertain, as if each word had been painstakingly extracted after deep contemplation.
Upon hearing Shifeng's ambiguous response, Lin
Yu was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but cover her cherry-red lips with her hand.
Ah ha ha.
She then burst into a clear, melodious laughter, like
the sound of silver bells. This laughter ignited the previously dull atmosphere, making everything around them bright and lively.
Knowing each other is knowing each other, why use the word guess?
Lin Yu teased, winking playfully.
Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief and jest, gazing at Shifeng with a knowing
smile.
Faced with Lin Yu's persistent questioning, Shifeng found himself momentarily speechless. He opened his mouth, but didn't know where to start, ultimately shaking his head helplessly, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. However, Lin Yu clearly had no intention of letting him off the hook, and continued with great interest, my sister, you see, is usually like a shy little deer, especially afraid of those lively party occasions. Generally, unless the gathering has enough allure, she would never easily show up. She usually waits for something that makes her heart flutter to appear at the party, like precious resources and such, before She flits over like a little bee that has caught the scent of nectar. Just like today's gathering, it must be because there are some special resources that attracted her. At this point, Lin Yu suddenly paused, a fleeting glimmer of cunning flashed in her originally bright eyes, as if she had discovered a world-shattering secret. Then, she abruptly raised her head, staring directly at Chiffon, and raised her voice, saying, "Oh, I wonder, could there be a possibility? Could it be that she came to this party not for those so-called resources, but specifically because you are here?" After saying this, her voice was filled with surprise, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up ripples. Lin Yu's lips curled into a meaningful smile, waiting for Shifeng's reaction. Impossible. Shifeng shook his head in disbelief, secretly pondering how such baseless, fabricated things could possibly happen. He and Lin Yu had barely exchanged a few words. Not to mention that they were unaware of each other's status as neighbors, their daily interactions were also minimal. Lin Yu was known for being a cold and aloof female tycoon, her innate cool demeanor had never changed in the slightest. To say that she would come specifically to attend this dinner just because they had exchanged a few words was simply absurd. "Second sister, you really talk too much." At that moment, a cold and slightly chilling voice came through. Everyone turned to look, and there was Lin Yu, dressed in a long gown as white as snow, gracefully descending like a fairy. She seemed untouched by the mundane world, yet her identity as a top capitalist was unmistakably evident. Lin Yu slightly furrowed her brows, her cold gaze directed straight at Lin Yu, revealing a hint of dissatisfaction and displeasure. Clearly, she was very annoyed by someone discussing her behind her back, especially when that person was her second sister, Lin Yu. Since they had both come of age, the relationship between the two sisters had gradually grown distant, far from what it used to be. Now, they were merely maintaining a superficial harmony, and many times even that little pretense was unnecessary. "Alright, I was just teasing him." Lin Yu seemed a bit afraid of Lin Yu. Seeing her sister's displeasure, she quickly smiled and explained. Why should the third sister be so angry? Lin Yu gently covered her cherry-red lips, letting out a soft laugh, but in that instant, a shrewd and cunning light quickly flashed in her beautiful, captivating eyes. Not good. The atmosphere between the two sisters was clearly off. Shifeng stood quietly to the side, observing everything happening before him, secretly pondering. Even someone like him, who was usually carefree and oblivious to romantic nuances, could clearly sense the tense atmosphere between the two. One of them had a cold demeanor, like an ice mountain beauty, exuding a powerful aura with every gesture, clearly a decisive female tycoon. The other was charming and graceful, radiating an alluring charm, clearly a seductive star who had been navigating the entertainment industry for many years. The two young ladies of the Lin family have personalities that are worlds apart. Second sister, you spend all day mingling in that chaotic entertainment circle. So of course you value your reputation the most. But remember, spreading rumors and causing trouble is not a good behavior. Lin Yu's lips curled slightly, her words sharp as a knife, showing no mercy to her opponent. Hearing this, Lin Yu's face turned pale with anger, her silver teeth clenched tightly, her fury evident. You. After glaring fiercely at Lin Yu, she turned on her heel and stormed away from the scene. There was no way she could match Lin Yu's sharp tongue. After so many confrontations, she was always the one returning defeated. Once Lin Yu left in a huff, the once lively atmosphere instantly turned cold. I want to ask, is this how you and your second sister always interact? Shifeng asked with a puzzled expression, curious about the hidden family feud between them. Recalling the so-called plastic sisterhood depicted in the dramas he had watched, which often showed a facade of harmony while secretly plotting against each other, he wondered if reality was the same. However, surprisingly, the sisters were attacking each other without any reservations in front of him, not even pretending to maintain a sisterly bond. They engaged in a direct verbal battle, as if he were not an outsider at all. Shifeng couldn't help but wonder, shouldn't sisters at least slightly conceal their conflicts? Yes. It is indeed like that, Lin Yu replied softly, her tone so flat that it conveyed no emotion. The scene then fell into an awkward silence. Suddenly, Shifeng thought to himself how nice it would be if Lin Yu were here right now. Although her arrival might spark a fierce argument, at least it would liven up the atmosphere, preventing it from being as cold and dull as it was now. After all, for a reserved and straightforward man like Shifeng, initiating an interesting topic was quite a challenge. Just as he was racking his brain on how to break the deadlock, Lin Yu suddenly awkwardly uttered two words, that. Which one? She. Feng looked at her with suspicion, trying to glean more information from her expression. Just that. Lin Yu slightly lowered her head, seemingly a bit shy to meet Feng's eyes, while gently covering her face with her hand, as if trying to hide something. At that moment, the wine glass in her hand began to shake uncontrollably. The liquid inside sloshing about. Which one is it? Feng felt increasingly confused, his brows tightly knitted. Hearing Feng's repeated questioning, Lin Yu seemed a bit annoyed, scolding, "The bag." As soon as she finished speaking, her originally cool face flushed with a faint blush, as beautiful as peach blossoms blooming in spring. Meanwhile, the wine in her glass shook even more violently, almost spilling out. "Ah? What's wrong with the bag?" Feng still couldn't understand Lin Yu's meaning, filled with confusion. Why was she suddenly bringing up the bag? Was this matter really never-ending? At first, adding the other person on WeChat was simply to sell that expensive bag. However, as time passed, the trivialities of life gradually occupied his attention to the point that he completely forgot about this matter. It wasn't until he recalled it by chance one day that he hurriedly explained to her the reason for his earlier rejection on WeChat. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu let out a light hum, and her originally fair face instantly flushed with an alluring shade of red, which deepened further, looking less like shyness and more like anger pent up inside her with no outlet for release. She silently took the initiative to bring up that bag but refused to elaborate on her true feelings, occasionally simmering with suppressed anger. Witnessing this scene, a bold guess suddenly flashed through Feng's mind like lightning. Could it be? The seemingly delicate and lovely Lin Yu was actually a full-fledged tsundere? At this thought, it was as if a dazzling spark of insight suddenly illuminated his mind. As a boy who had dabbled in many comic works, he suddenly realized what Lin Yu's previous series of puzzling behaviors truly meant. At the same time, he deeply understood the true meaning and weight of the widely circulated saying, "Tsundere, tsundere, even in death must be tsundere." Since he had already grasped the reason behind it, the issue of the bag had to be resolved completely tonight, no matter what. Because if he couldn't handle this matter properly, it would be difficult to get past Lin Yu in the future, and from then on, every time he communicated with her, the only topic left to discuss would be that damned bag. After much contemplation, Feng finally made up his mind to give Lin Yu the expensive bag worth 9 million as a gift, considering it a compensation for his previous mistakes. After all, the whole incident did originate from his side, and during that intense resource competition game tonight, he had ruthlessly used his power against Lin Yu. Anyway, he wasn't lacking that 9 million now, and giving that bag to Lin Yu might even lay the groundwork for future business partnerships. "The bag is all yours." As soon as Feng said this, Lin Yu immediately responded with a hum. Her tone was very flat, but he could clearly see the flush on her face and a glimmer of excitement in her beautiful eyes. "No. ? Just as the excitement faded, Lin Yu suddenly changed her mind. But this time, the flush on her face disappeared, and her beautiful eyes coldly fixed on Feng. She said proudly, "I'll pay double the price to buy it." What the hell? He had offered it as an apology, and instead of accepting it, she wanted to buy it for double. Indeed, one cannot provoke a tsundere. This time, Feng remained calm. After all, facing such an enticing double price, he had no reason to refuse. "You wait at number 1, and I'll stay at number 8. The excitement in Lin Yu's bright eyes flashed like a shooting star once again. Then, she quickly glanced at Feng standing beside her, let out a light hum from her nose, and resolutely turned away, walking away with light and proud steps. Feng quietly watched Lin Yu's increasingly distant and incredibly proud figure, shaking his head helplessly. He sighed inwardly, "Oh dear, this stubborn tsundere. Does she really not know what she just said? Look at what she said, bring it over and I'll wait for you. Forget it, after all, she is the big spender who offered double the price to buy it." As time passed, the banquet finally came to an end. Feng hurriedly returned to the villa located at number 1, deftly packaging the bag worth up to 9 million and carefully placing it on the small vehicle specially equipped for the villa. However, due to the numerous packages taking up considerable space, along with his own presence, the once spacious interior of the car had become cramped to the point that it could not accommodate the driver, Uncle He, as well. Thus, with no other choice, Feng had to take the wheel himself, starting the car and slowly driving towards the villa at number 8. Little did he expect that his solitary drive along this long road would be witnessed by other homeowners passing by. Upon seeing this scene, the homeowners couldn't help but start speculating, and various misunderstandings and doubts quietly spread among them. Why is President Xi out for a stroll in the middle of the night? Zhou Zheng hurriedly ran to the balcony, holding a telescope, focusing on Feng's direction. Why does it seem like he's heading towards President Yu's place? Wu, look, isn't that President Xi? President
Wang waved at President Wu. Is President Xi heading towards President Yu's direction? President Wu speculated. Oh he, President Wang grinned and chuckled. Old Lu, look, isn't that President Xi you mentioned? Is he heading there? Honey, I think I shouldn't pay too much attention to other people's lives. President. Lu glanced over and said lightly. The sunlight spilled onto the balcony, and a gentle breeze fluttered the curtains. Lin Yu stood there holding her phone, smiling. As she chatted with the person on the other end. Her face was charming, and her voice was crisp and pleasant. Oh, I've told you everything I know without holding back. Her words carried a hint of intimacy and trust. Then, she cheerfully added, of course after all, we both have a tacit understanding and are in sync with each other. Her laughter rang like silver bells in the air. We were both born into large conglomerate families, which seem glamorous in the eyes of outsiders, but the pain within is something only you can understand, and I can relate, so I chose to help you without hesitation. At this point, Lin Yu's tone became somewhat emotional. She continued to chat and laugh with the other party, the atmosphere very harmonious. However, at that moment, Lin Yu inadvertently looked out through the balcony and suddenly, a figure flashed by in front of her. Isn't that Shifeng? She was startled, and when she clearly saw that it was indeed Shifeng driving a small car speeding past, her face instantly paled, and she hurriedly hung up the phone. He shouldn't have heard what I just said, right? Lin Yu silently prayed. Even if he did, he probably wouldn't understand, right? Despite comforting herself, she still felt anxious inside. What surprised Lin Yu even more was that the direction in which Shifeng's small car disappeared was precisely where her second sister lived, at Villa number 8. No way? Could it be? Various speculations flooded her mind, and Lin Yu felt her head buzzing, momentarily at a loss. 20 minutes later, a small and exquisite car slowly drove into the courtyard of Villa number 8. Sitting in the driver's seat, Shifeng gripped the steering wheel tightly, his heart racing. Because he knew he was about to complete a huge transaction, successfully selling those bags worth a total of 9 million at an astonishing price of double the original. Thinking of this, he could hardly contain his excitement and joy. After Shifeng parked the car, he quickly got out and picked up the huge bag from the back seat, filled with expensive handbags. The bag was heavy, containing countless darlings of the fashion world, but at this moment, for Shifeng, they represented symbols of wealth and achievement. He took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, and walked steadily to the villa's entrance. Just as he was about to raise his hand to press the doorbell, the door suddenly opened automatically without warning. A smiling, kind-looking servant appeared at the door and said softly, Mr. Xi, Miss Lin Yu is inviting you in. After speaking, the servant slightly stepped aside and gestured for him to enter, then led Shifeng into the luxurious villa. As soon as he stepped inside, Shifeng was immediately struck by the sight before him. The entire decor of Villa number 8 could only be described as high-end, grand, and luxurious, with every detail showcasing the owner's extraordinary taste and noble status. Undoubtedly, such decoration perfectly matched Lin Yu's identity as a powerful female CEO. As he walked further in, Shifeng soon saw Lin Yu standing in the center of the villa's grand hall. At this moment, she had changed out of her previous pure white long dress and was now wearing a relatively casual pink pajama set. Seeing this scene, Shifeng couldn't help but recall Lin Yu's WeChat profile picture, a very cute pink pig's head. This strong contrast was somewhat surprising, but even in such a pink pajama, it couldn't hide Lin Yu's innate cool demeanor. You're here. Lin Yu's expression was calm as water as she spoke softly. Her tone was flat, as if the surface of a lake was undisturbed, without any fluctuations. However, only she knew that when she learned Shifeng was about to arrive, her heart, which seemed calm, had already rippled with layers of waves. Despite her efforts to maintain an exterior calm, the inner turmoil was hard to completely conceal. Her gaze would occasionally dart towards the bulging bag that Shifeng was holding, a look of wanting to see yet not daring to look too openly, like a child caught sneaking candy, exuding an inexplicable shyness and cuteness. Are these all for you to check? Shifeng's lips curled slightly, revealing a barely noticeable smile. Ever since he learned about Lin Yu's contradictory nature, cold on the outside but warm on the inside, he had deliberately placed the handbags worth 9 million carefully on the coffee table, arranging them neatly one by one. Lin Yu nodded lightly in response. Her beautiful, captivating eyes were fixed intently on the exquisite handbags on the coffee table, her gaze sharp, as if eagerly searching for a special treasure. Finally, when her eyes landed on the pink Manhwa bag, a flash of uncontrollable excitement sparkled in her bright eyes. However, it was just a moment. She quickly returned to her indifferent demeanor and said nonchalantly, transfer the money, and I'll take the bag.
After saying this, she elegantly picked up her phone from beside her, her slender fingers dancing like a nimble butterfly as they quickly tapped on the screen.
Shifong quietly watched Lin Yu's skilled and swift transfer operation, secretly marveling this deal was truly worth it. In this day and age, buyers who would double the price were hard to find. It was a great opportunity to do business with a mega capitalist. Not only was it straightforward, but the amount she casually offered was like spending just $1 in Lin Yu's eyes, completely unbothered. Shifong opened his phone and checked the Hua Bank app, seeing the 18 million that had arrived. He exclaimed, refreshing. But when he looked up, he found that Lin Yu was no longer in the hall. The bag was gone too. Oh no, to be precise, only that one pink bag was missing. Taking advantage of Shifeng's inattention, Lin Yu swiftly reached out like a nimble little cat and grabbed the exquisite pink Manhwa bag in her hand. Oh no, wait, this was clearly the bag she had bought with her own money. How could it be called stealing? Thinking of this, the corners of Lin Yu's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a mischievous smile. She held the pink Manhwa tightly, as if it were the most precious treasure in the world, and then skipped away with a light step. Before long, she arrived at the door of a room specifically for storing bags. When Lin Yu gently pushed the door open, the sight before her made her eyes widen. In surprise, the entire room was filled with all kinds of bags, and without exception, they were all pink. Those pink bags were either neatly arranged on shelves or casually piled in corners, exuding a charming aura. Lin Yu's gaze eagerly searched the room, wanting to find an empty shelf to place her beloved pink Manhwa. Finally, she spotted a suitable spot, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She quickly walked over and carefully placed the pink Manhwa into the shelf. At the moment she set the pink Manhwa down, the stone that had been hanging in her heart finally fell to the ground. She let out a long breath, and her whole body relaxed. Then, she turned around and looked around the pink-filled room again, her face radiating an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Gazing at the room full of pink bags, Lin Yu's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the past. Growing up, she had always been seen as a little adult by those around her, never truly enjoying the innocence and carefree nature that a child should have. This was not due to anything else, but because she was naturally intelligent, coupled with being born into a prestigious family. Like the Huaning Consortium, she could be said to be a favored daughter born with a golden key. Therefore, whether it was family or outsiders, their expectations of her were always exceptionally high, hoping she could soon showcase extraordinary talents and achievements. She had always thought this way too, and as time slowly passed, this idea became increasingly firm in her heart. Thus, in order to rid herself of the image deemed childish and to display a mature charm that surpassed her peers, she began to step into the business world at an early age. Her growth did not disappoint expectations. At a young age, she became a standout in the business world, commanding respect and making decisive moves. Due to the influence of her upbringing, having been in the business arena since childhood, she gradually developed a unique external demeanor. In front of others, she always habitually wore a stern expression, her demeanor cold and proud, as if she looked down on everything around her. However, who would have thought that beneath the surface of this seemingly cold and unfeeling woman lay a heart filled with childlike wondering youthful sentiment? Until that special day arrived, when fate seemed to deliberately want to break the carefully crafted shell she had maintained for so long, quietly delivering an unexpected gift into her hands, a ridiculously cute pink bag. When she first saw this soft little thing, a flash of undeniable surprise crossed her eyes. At that moment, the little girl who had long been asleep in her heart finally awakened. From then on, she fell hopelessly in love with the special feeling that collecting pink bags brought her, as if she had discovered a new world. But interestingly, she had never openly expressed this affection to anyone. After all, with her proud personality, how could she easily ask for it? However, this did not prevent her from satisfying her little desires. Because as long as she hinted slightly, or merely let slip her fondness for pink bags, those who desperately sought to curry favor with her would naturally go to great lengths to gather various styles of pink bags to give her. As a result, her room quickly became filled with all sorts of pink treasures. But gradually, she realized that this effortless way of acquiring a multitude of pink bags was rather dull. At some point, she had developed a somewhat pathological obsession with the thrill and joy that came from unexpectedly receiving pink bags. Perhaps others could not understand her strange hobby, but so what? She was a brilliant female CEO. After all, having a slightly unusual little hobby was perfectly normal, wasn't it? Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile slightly, a smile that was both confident and subtly playful. Just as Lin Yu was feeling satisfied and preparing to leave, she inadvertently turned her head and was surprised to find Shifong standing right at the door. Ah! This sudden scene startled Lin Yu, and her scream echoed throughout the room.
Known for her calm demeanor, she couldn't help but become flustered at that moment. You. When did you? Lin Yu widened her eyes, her voice trembling as she questioned Shifeng. However, before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly realized a serious problem. This was her own secret base. And now it had been discovered by someone else. Oh no, this was truly a disaster. Without thinking much, Lin Yu dashed toward the door like a frightened rabbit, then forcefully swung it shut with a loud bang. As the door slammed, she seemed to gradually regain her composure, crossing her arms tightly over her chest and glaring at Shifeng with a wary expression. What exactly did you see? Lin Yu bit her silver teeth, her tone sharp as she questioned him. At that moment, Shifeng appeared, somewhat at a loss, scratching his head as he stammered an explanation. I just saw you suddenly disappear, so I thought I'd come over to say hello and let you know. I was leaving. Who knew I'd find an open door, so I just stood here. As he finished, it seemed he remembered something and added, I just got here not long ago. In fact, when he first entered the room, he was taken aback by the stunning pink decor, momentarily left speechless. And just after he said this, the previously fierce Lin Yu's fair face instantly turned a deep shade of red, like a ripe apple. Lin Yu thought to herself, he must have seen it. He saw her secret. Would he start giving her pink bags on his own? No, what kind of relationship was that? Why was she even thinking this? Lin Yu pondered a lot, feeling awkward, wanting to say something but not speaking up. Right, he wouldn't tell anyone her secret, would he? If so, what fun would her life have in the future? Boo-hoo, no, she had to make him keep it a secret. Thinking of this, Lin Yu huffed again. Speak up, confidentiality fee. How much? Women like pink, what's wrong with that? Lin Yu was only 18. Not a mature woman, so liking pink was even less of a problem. She was so wealthy, with a whole room full of pink bags, so that was definitely not an issue. Shifeng didn't understand. He had just seen a room full of pink bags, how did that lead to a confidentiality fee? But since someone brought it up, he couldn't refuse. If it was about money, he wasn't in urgent need of it right now, so he suggested the benefits of business collaboration. Let's cooperate more in the future, Shifeng proposed. More cooperation? Is it more? Lin Yu asked, tilting her head. Even if it was a bribe, she had to clarify this question, otherwise, what would she do if she was extorted later? Shifeng hadn't thought it through just now, so he had said it casually. At this moment, when asked for specifics, he thought for a moment, this was a great opportunity for extortion. She was eager for him to keep a secret, which was enough to prove that what he had just seen was important to Lin Yu. In the past, Lin Yu, with her strong family background and personal abilities, now truly resembled a flustered little girl. Since heaven had given him such a good opportunity for extortion, he certainly wouldn't waste it. Then, the Huaning Consortium's one-year cooperation dividend is 50%, Shifeng said. Ding! Congratulations! Hosts business talent plus 5%, talent experience, business talent 60%, ding! Congratulations, hosts negotiation talent plus 10%, talent experience, negotiation talent 20%. Lin Yu's beautiful eyes concealed her anger. Just a moment ago, she was thinking about preventing future extortion, and unexpectedly, she was being extorted. Right now. Very good, very good. Interesting, interesting. Deal. Lin Yu clenched her small fist, secretly holding a grudge. Damn. After Shifeng left the villa, Lin Yu was so angry that she paced back and forth in the room. 50% of the dividend, this guy really dares to ask for a lion's share. Her face flushed slightly as she gritted her teeth. But then she thought of her secret being seen by Shifeng and could only swallow her anger for the time being. And under the influence of this pink bag, a different kind of emotion began to quietly spread in her heart. The Quanfeng Group stood like a towering commercial giant, proudly situated in the heart of the city. In this incredibly luxurious villa, Shifeng resembled a leisurely lion, peacefully dreaming until noon when he finally woke up. After waking, he indulged in a sumptuous lunch, as if savoring a feast for the senses. Each bite felt like the ultimate reward for his taste buds. However, this was just the tip of the iceberg of his leisurely life. Soon after, he fell back into the gentle embrace of sleep. At 3 in the afternoon, sunlight poured through the windows like scattered gold, illuminating him as he slowly opened his eyes, a satisfied smile on his face as he leisurely made his way to the CEO's office on the top floor. Last night's banquet was like a grand and splendid ball, where he danced gracefully, like the brightest star in the night sky. The expenses reimbursed by the system earned him 4 invaluable resources, 1 emotional resource that resembled a brilliant pearl, and 3 business resources that shone like gold. Then, like a shrewd Hunter, he cleverly resold the bag to Lin Yu at double the price. This transaction not only brought him huge profits but also allowed him to extort Lin Yu successfully, securing 50% of the Huaning Consortium's one-year cooperation dividend. These business cooperation resources were like sparkling stars in the night sky,
radiating dazzling light.
At this moment, he intended to turn these stars into concrete actions, letting them shine even more brilliantly in the vast universe
of business.
The moment he stepped into the office, he seemed to transform into a general commanding thousands of troops, exuding an imposing presence.
Without hesitation,
he picked up the phone and issued a powerful summons to his 10 capable subordinates. Just 5 minutes later, in a spacious and grand conference room, 10 generals
sat upright at a rectangular conference table, their gazes burning like flames, filled with eager anticipation. They stared at President Xi's face as if trying to decipher the good news that was about to arrive from his every frown and smile. I have 3 business resources in my hands, and I will now assign these 3 resources to you to manage.
Xi Feng's voice resonated in the conference room like a great bell. His words were like a sharp sword, piercing through the silence of the air, making everyone feel his determination and confidence. Every resource was like a treasure waiting to be discovered, filled with infinite potential and possibilities.
And
these 10 generals were the explorers in his hands, tasked with the important duty of unearthing treasures, transforming these resources into tangible wealth and
achievements.
The next trends for Shishing and Changnian investment banks are like 2 brilliant stars, shining brightly in the fields of new energy and ships.
The
one-year cooperation with the Huaning Consortium is like a grand feast, with a 50% dividend.
I generously offer this precious opportunity to the R&D department
to help them reach new heights. The one-year cooperation in the manufacturing supply chain is like a mountain of gold, with a 40% profit margin. This project will be handled by the product and marketing departments, and they will surely give their all, making good use of Wanshan Group's manufacturing supply chain to
let our profits soar like a rocket.
Upon hearing this, the 10 generals reacted as if each piece of news was a heavy bomb, stirring up waves in their hearts.
Chairman, Xi is mighty.
Chairman, Xi is awesome. Our group can cooperate with 2 major investment banks at the same time. This is like a fish in water, and we will surely make
a fortune. What? We actually have a partnership with the Huaning Consortium? And it's for a year. With a 50% dividend. R&D department, Chairman Xi, really favors you. To be honest, our marketing department is so envious.
Come on, your marketing department has Wanshan Group's cooperation, so don't be sour grapes.
The ones who should be envious are us departments that didn't get any projects.
Xi Feng shook his head helplessly, watching the 10 generals squabble over
project allocations like a group of children fighting over candy.
From this moment on, let's kickstart the process with the speed of a gale. Xi Feng commanded, his voice thunderous. The entire conference room fell silent instantly, as if time had frozen. Immediately, the 10 generals dashed out of the office like arrows released
from a bow, fearing they might miss this rare opportunity.
Ding, challenge task, enter the top 100 enterprises list, task duration, 1 month, task reward, 100 billion, a system prompt echoed in his mind. This challenge task offered a reward of 100 billion.
Entering the top 100 enterprises list would yield a reward of 100 billion.
He etched that thrilling moment into his memory, as Lin Yu shone like a dazzling pearl, successfully securing the last spot on the highly coveted top 10 rich list with an astonishing asset of a full 100 billion. At that moment, she was like the brightest star in the night sky, radiating
brilliant light in the vast galaxy of wealth.
And at this very moment, as he faced and was about to tackle this thorny and challenging task, he deeply understood that he too would undergo a transformation like the legendary phoenix, reborn through the trials of fire, stepping proudly into this list that countless people dream of,
shining brightly.
With this thought, a question surged in his mind like a tide: how high was the threshold to enter the top 100 enterprises list, which symbolized
strength and glory?
Filled with curiosity and anticipation, Xi Feng fidgeted, quickly took out his phone, and his fingers flew across the screen like a gale, searching
for relevant information.
In no time, he found the answer. At the end of the top 100 enterprises list, the 4 characters Xingchuan Group stood out prominently, occupying the 100th position with an astonishing market value of 100 billion. Just as he was engrossed in browsing the list, a name that was all too familiar
suddenly jumped into his view: Shengtai Group.
It turned out that Shengtai Group was also renowned on this list of top 100 enterprises.
Moreover, it stood at the 99th
position with an astonishing market value of 150 billion, like a magnificent, towering mountain, solid as a rock. This meant that as long as Confronting Group's market Value could break through the 100 billion barrier like a rocket, taking just a small step forward like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. It could ascend to the glorious Hall of Fame among the top 100 enterprises. However, Confronting Group's current market value was only 10 billion, like a tiny speck of dust in the vast starry sky, so small it was almost imperceptible. The gap between this insignificant 10 billion and becoming a 100 billion group was like an insurmountable chasm, akin to an unscalable peak, not something that could be easily crossed in a short time. Shifeng's brow furrowed tightly. He knew that the reason the rewards for this system's challenge task were so generous was precisely because this enormous gap was like an unbridgeable divide, deep and daunting. To achieve a leap from 10 billion to 100 billion in a short time, the fastest way was undoubtedly investment. The funds in his hands were like an inexhaustible treasure trove, with 50.538 billion wealth shining brilliantly in his mind, like the brightest star in the night sky, dazzling and radiant. After careful consideration, he resolutely decided to invest 40 billion to expand the group to a scale of 50 billion. For that coveted 100 billion reward, he knew it was like a thrilling gamble, requiring the determination to burn bridges and fight to the death. With this thought, a surge of passion welled up in Shifeng's heart, like roaring waves, as if it would burst from his chest. Without hesitation, he reached for the exclusive phone on his desk, ready to dial the number that would change the fate of the group. Shifeng's expression was serious as he said, "I have something important to tell." The 10 generals responded in unison. "Understood, Chairman Shi, I will head to the conference room immediately." However, Shifeng earnestly waved his hand and said, "No need for that, you can report over the phone." The 10 generals echoed, "Yes, Chairman Shi, what are your instructions?" Shifeng's voice rang out like a bell, strong and powerful as he announced, "Add 40 billion in funds." This news was like a bolt from the blue, stirring up a storm on the other end of the line. The 9 generals were so astonished that their jaws nearly dropped, exclaiming in unison, "Wow! Research Department! You are truly favored by Chairman Shi." The Research Department responded proudly like a peacock, "Who made Chairman Shi so fond of us?" The 9 generals instantly erupted in fury, gritting their teeth and roaring, "Ah! Research Department, I will tear you to pieces. Jealousy is driving me nearly insane." The Research Department, however, was unafraid, playfully sticking out their tongue and retorting, "Hee hee." Shifeng sighed helplessly, secretly pondering. He then decisively hung up the phone. With the additional 40 billion, the group's scale rapidly expanded to 50 billion, like a brilliant pearl shining with dazzling light in the commercial starry sky. However, this was just a small step towards becoming a 100 billion group. To complete the daunting challenge in a short time, it was necessary to work together with other enterprises to explore broader territories. Since the establishment of Confronting Group, aside from making a mark at the owner's banquet, Shifeng had yet to shine brightly in the business world. At this moment, he deeply understood that it was time to embark on a brand new journey, eagerly immersing himself in various business activities, allowing the reputation of the Storm Group to resonate like thunder. He resembled a brave and fearless warrior, fully armed, ready to fight bloodily on the battlefield of commerce, writing a glorious chapter for the Storm Group with wisdom and courage. Right, Mo1 Studio. Thinking of this, Shifeng swiftly picked up his phone like a hungry tiger, pouncing on its prey, as if it were his last hope, and without hesitation dialed Fu Erma's number. "Hello, Mr. Shi, what can I do for you?" Fu Erma's voice was like the warm sun in winter, gentle and comforting. "Fu Erma, quickly check what business activities are happening in Donghai City recently?" Shifeng's tone revealed a hint of impatience, like an ant on a hot pan. "Okay, Mr. Shi." Fu Erma's response was crisp and decisive, like a swift wind sweeping away fallen leaves. After hanging up the phone, Shifeng's heart surged like a stormy sea, his thoughts crashing like waves. He firmly believed that Mo1 Studio was like the brightest star in the night sky, its capabilities akin to an indestructible sword, surely able to cut through the vast ocean of data, clearing the way to uncover the most detailed, authentic, and useful information. At this moment, he only needed to wait steadfastly for Fu Erma's call again, like yearning for a refreshing rain in a parched desert. He meticulously arranged 3 business resources as precisely as setting up a chessboard, each move like an experienced chess player, thoughtful and strategic. The additional investment of 4 billion for the Storm Group was like the mighty Yangtze River flowing eastward, injecting a continuous stream of power into the group's development with overwhelming force. Contacting Fu Erma to investigate business activities, this series of actions resembled a meticulously planned symphony, with each note perfectly in place, collectively playing a magnificent commercial melody. With the dual support of increased funding and 3 business resources, the Storm Group was like a Giant ship sailing steadily through the turbulent seas of commerce, cutting through obstacles, destined to create a wave of surging growth.
After arranging these
matters, Shifeng felt a sense of relief, exhaling deeply as if a 1,000-pound boulder in his heart had finally crashed to the ground.
His methodical strategic layout
in business would surely allow the Storm Group to establish a firm foothold in the commercial world, unstoppable. The system's challenge task lasted for a month, during which he not only had to participate in business activities to expand profits but also enjoy the beauty of life to the fullest.
With a 500 billion group and
100 billion in funds, he resembled a wealthy merchant sitting on mountains of gold and silver, indulging in shopping and reveling in fun.
Now, his life was
like a splendid and colorful dream journey, filled with endless possibilities and surprises.
Ding ding.
The phone notification sounded crisp and pleasant, like a heavenly melody, as if it were a heartfelt call from afar.
Shifeng eagerly opened WeChat, and what caught his eye was a message from Li Shuefu. Li Shuefu, tomorrow is a
day off, and it's not easy for workers to look forward to the weekend.
There's an art exhibition recently.
Her words danced on the screen like lively musical notes.
Li Shuefu, silly deskmate, do you want to go see it together?
This sentence was like a gentle little hand, softly stirring Shifeng's heart.
Li Shuefu?
This cute expression was like a blooming flower, exuding a captivating fragrance. Ding time limited task, accept Li Shuefu's invitation task time, 5 minutes task. Reward, ownership of the Lushan Lake Resort. The Lushan Lake Resort can earn over 100 billion annually and is a famous leisure destination in Donghai City. The naturally beautiful ecological environment and the unique vacation experience have made the Lushan Lake Resort a place that the citizens of Donghai yearn for.
Looking
at the cute expression sent by Li Shuefu, Shifeng said, "Okay, you set the time." Li Shuefu replied, "Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, at the art exhibition hall."
Shifeng responded, "Okay."
Li Shuefu added, "Don't be late ****.
Ding. Accepted Li Shuefu's invitation, task completed, reward, ownership of Lushan Lake
Resort, ding ding ding.
Shifeng's phone rang and he answered the call.
"Hello, Mr. Shi, I am the steward Qing Di of the resort.
Congratulations on owning the Lushan
Lake Resort."
"Hello, Steward Qing.
Mr. Shi, please notify me in advance when you come to the resort, and I will arrange everything for you."
Okay. He hung up the phone.
This task was too easy. Shifeng happily received the ownership of the Lushan Lake Resort. Before having the system, he couldn't even afford to travel, let
alone go out for fun.
Now he directly owned an entire resort. He could go on vacation anytime. At 10 in the morning, the sunlight fell like broken gold on the glass curtain wall of the art exhibition hall, refracting colorful rays, as if it were a brilliant painting. Shifeng drove the latest Bugatti, like a shining meteor,
speeding down the street.
Along the way, countless envious gazes were cast upon him. He seemed like the male lead who had stepped out of a movie, radiating endless
brilliance and charm.
Once the car stopped, Shifeng immediately spotted Li Shuefu standing at the entrance of the exhibition hall. She wore a floral short shirt on top, resembling flowers blooming in spring, exuding a charming fragrance. Her flowing white long skirt was like a light cloud, swaying in the wind, as if dancing a graceful
dance.
A white shoulder bag hung on her left shoulder, like a dazzling pearl, adorning her and radiating a brilliant glow.
Her makeup was sweet and lovely, and a
delicate pearl hairpin adorned her shoulder-length hair, resembling the brightest star in the night sky, twinkling with enchanting light.
"Classmate, I'm over here."
Li Shuefu's voice was like a yellow oriole emerging from the valley, crisp and pleasant, as if it were a heavenly sound, intoxicating those who heard it. She spotted Shifeng stepping out of the Bugatti, his handsome and tall figure resembling a towering mountain, exuding an irresistible sense of authority. She happily waved at him, as if calling her Prince Charming, her smile as radiant as the sun, warming the entire world.
"Classmate, I'm not late, am I?"
Shifeng got out of the car and strode towards her. His steps were firm and powerful, each one seemingly stepping on her heart. Seeing that Li Shuefu was already waiting there, a hint of guilt surged in his heart. After all, making a girl wait is rather impolite. "No, I arrived too early." Li Shuefu's voice was gentle as water, seemingly soothing his unease. Her gaze was as clear as water, fixed on Shifeng, filled with tenderness and anticipation. As Li Shuefu watched Shifeng approach, her breathing quickened, as if she could hear the sound of her own heartbeat. Her little face unconsciously flushed with a light rosy hue, resembling a ripe apple, exuding an enticing fragrance.
"Shall we go in?" Shifeng
asked softly, his voice as warm as a spring breeze.
Okay."
Li Shuefu nodded vigorously with joy, like a blooming flower.
This was her first time going to an art exhibition alone with Shifeng, and for her, it felt like a long-awaited date.
Ever since Shifeng came to her house to deliver the painting last time, that painting had shone like the brilliant stars in the night sky, illuminating her heart.
Afterward, she attended Shifeng's group establishment ceremony, as she had longed to reunite with him.
She was just worried that Shifeng, having just established his group, was like a rising sun, with too much brilliance to emit and too many matters to attend to. She feared she would become a burden to him, afraid that Shifeng would be too busy to pay attention to her delicate feelings. That was why she patiently waited a few days before inviting Shifeng to go out together, stepping into this hall filled with artistic atmosphere. The two slowly walked into the art color exhibition hall, as if entering a dreamlike world. The paintings in this exhibition had a style like fairies dancing gracefully, light and unique, each piece radiating the artist's distinct personal charm, like the brightest star in the night sky. At a glance, each painting resembled a silent poem, telling the stories deep within the artist's heart. The two were fully absorbed in appreciating each artwork, their gazes like two blazing flames, burning with a love for art. As both were outstanding students in the design department, their artistic education gave them an extraordinary insight and understanding of painting. Thus, throughout the exhibition, their interpretations sparkled like shooting stars in the night sky, sometimes colliding to create brilliant sparks, sometimes weaving beautiful melodies. Their discussions flowed like a babbling brook, meandering through the art-filled exhibition hall. 2 hours later, as Shifeng and Li Shuefu emerged from the art color exhibition hall, their faces were beaming with excitement, as if they had just enjoyed a visual feast. Their moods were like flowers blooming in spring, full of vitality and energy. Li Shuefu felt secretly delighted. They shared common interests, which was such a wonderful thing. Like two meteors accidentally meeting in the vast starry sky, bursting forth with brilliant light. I remember back in college, there were many things I didn't understand in class, and it was you who helped me. Li Shuefu's voice was as clear and pleasant as a yellow oriole, her lips involuntarily curling into a smile, as if recalling those beautiful times. Consider it a reward for you saving me with your meal card. Shifeng's smile was as radiant as the sun, warming the entire world. Ha ha ha. Li Shuefu's laughter was as melodious as silver bells, echoing in the air, like a spring breeze brushing past people's ears. By the way, I haven't asked you, which design company are you working for? Shifeng's gaze was like a deep ocean, filled with curiosity. He remembered that Li Shuefu was still working hard at another company, and a sudden impulse surged in his heart. I joined Huiyun Design Company right after graduation, and I've been working there for 2 years now, still a junior designer. Li Shuefu's voice carried a hint of shyness as she gently tucked a stray hair behind her ear, as if it were the most precious treasure in her heart. Huiyun Design Company? That's a top design firm in Donghai City. It's amazing that you could join such a big company right after graduation. Shifeng's eyes sparkled with surprise and admiration, his voice booming like a bell, as if he wanted to convey this praise to every corner of the world. Your talent stands out among our cohort, classmate. I just want to ask, would you be interested in joining our storm group? Shifeng looked sincerely at Li Shuefu, secretly pondering. He knew that a design talent as gifted and talented as Li Shuefu, if she entered those large traditional companies, would likely see her passion and creativity gradually worn down by the high-intensity work day after day. After all, those large enterprises had a serious tendency to exploit their employees, especially for newcomers trying to make a name for themselves, which was as difficult as climbing to the sky. Even though Li Shuefu was exceptionally talented according to the usual trajectory of development, even if she worked diligently for another 2 or 3 years, it was highly likely that she would still only remain in the position of a junior designer, struggling to gain greater promotion opportunities. However, as long as Li Shuefu nodded in agreement to join the Storm Group, Shifeng had already made up his mind to provide her with an excellent opportunity, directly assigning her to lead an important project and appointing her as the team leader so she could fully showcase her extraordinary talents. Upon hearing this, Li Shuefu couldn't help but blink her beautiful big eyes. Clear and captivating like autumn water, her long eyelashes fluttering gently like butterfly wings. A hint of surprise instantly appeared on her face, like ripples spreading across a calm lake. Since the last lively class reunion held in the department, when she accidentally heard that Shifeng had already achieved great success in his career, her kind heart couldn't help but feel immense joy and comfort for this former classmate and deskmate. That joy was like the warm and gentle sunlight of spring, deeply imprinted in her heart. Moreover, she felt even more honored to have received an invitation to personally participate in the grand and solemn founding ceremony of the Storm Group. When she witnessed her deskmate standing in the center of the stage, receiving the attention and applause of the crowd, the excitement and pride deep within her were almost indescribable. Looking at her deskmate, full of vigor and brilliance, she sincerely felt elated for his remarkable achievements.
As if that glory also belonged to her.
However, despite her blessings and admiration for Shifeng, she had never harbored even the slightest inappropriate thoughts, nor had she ever hoped to leverage this rare friendship to secure a coveted and well-paid job from him. After all, she knew well that success was hard-earned, and every reward required arduous effort and sweat. At this moment, seeing a hint of hesitation on Li Shuefu's delicate face, Shifeng couldn't help but feel a tightness in his chest,
fearing that she might not believe what he was saying.
So, he hurriedly intensified his tone and earnestly said, "What I said is absolutely true, more genuine than real gold. I sincerely hope to help you, and if possible, please give me this opportunity." After saying this, he nodded seriously again, his gaze fixed and sincere, as he looked at Li Shuefu, as if he wanted to convey his full sincerity through his eyes.
"Then of course I will come." Upon hearing this news, Li Shuefu couldn't help
but beam with joy, her clear and melodious laughter echoing in the air. "After all, your storm group is famous for its 9-to-5 schedule and 4 days on, 3 days
off.
Such working hours are simply too tempting.
And there's you, such a kind and understanding president in people's impressions."
Li Shuefu had always been the quiet and gentle woman, like a clear lake, calm and undisturbed. However, at this moment, she displayed a rarely seen playfulness and liveliness, like a cheerful little bird, frolicking joyfully. This appearance was striking, even Shifeng beside her couldn't help but be mesmerized.
Shifeng, flattered by her praise, suddenly felt
a faint blush rise to his face, a bit shyly scratching his head, and smiled as he said, "Once you officially join our storm group, I will specifically arrange an
important project for you. At that time, you will be the team leader for this project, leading the entire team to complete it. How about it? Do you have confidence?"
Upon hearing this, Li Shuefu's already watery beautiful big eyes widened even more, as if they were two sparkling, translucent gems. She slightly parted her delicate lips and exclaimed in surprise, "Let me be the team leader?
And lead my own project? How is that possible?"
Although her heart was filled with disbelief, it
was overshadowed by an uncontrollable joy and excitement.
All along, Li Shuefu, who had no family background to rely on, despite possessing strength far beyond her peers,
had always been treated as just an ordinary employee in those large companies.
Deep down, her desire to gain recognition and appreciation in her design career had
long been like a burning flame, growing ever stronger.
At this moment, looking into Shifeng's unwavering gaze, Li Shuefu felt her heart, which had gradually cooled,
suddenly overwhelmed by a warm tide.
That warmth quickly spread throughout her body, immersing her in an unprecedented happiness.
"Thank you, my silly deskmate Li Shuefu," whispered, her eyes unknowingly moistening.
She knew that from this moment on, her life might welcome a significant turning point.
And all of this was thanks to the friend
who had silently supported her, Shifeng. Shifeng smiled at Li Shuefu. "You're welcome, we help each other as deskmates." Then, looking at the time, Shifeng suggested, "It's almost noon, let's go have a meal to celebrate your upcoming job at Confronting Group." Li Shuefu smiled, touched, and readily agreed.
The White Deer Restaurant
stood quietly, like an elegant palace. A flashy Bugatti sports car slowly approached and finally came to a steady stop in front of the restaurant.
The car door
opened, and the dashing Shifeng stepped out, gentlemanly extending his hand to help the beautiful and charming Li Shuefu out of the car. They had just finished visiting a spectacular art exhibition together, and before they knew it, it was already noon.
Remembering the last time Shifeng went to Li Shuefu's place for dinner, it was naturally his turn to treat her, this time as a gesture of reciprocity. The Bugatti sports car attracted the attention of passers-by like a stunning sight, but Shifeng and Li Shuefu paid no mind and walked straight towards the White Deer Restaurant. This restaurant was very close to the art exhibition hall and was the most upscale Western restaurant in the area. Upon entering the restaurant, the first thing that caught their eyes was the neatly arranged, exquisitely set tables. Each table seemed like a carefully crafted work of art, pleasing to the eye. The silver cutlery sparkled under the soft lighting, as if telling the stories of countless delicious dishes and warm moments they had witnessed. In a corner of the restaurant, a lush green plant thrived. Its dripping green leaves infused the entire space with a refreshing and pleasant atmosphere, making one feel relaxed and comfortable. It was noon, and the bright, warm sunlight streamed through the large glass windows, casting light on a row of tables near the window. One of the tables was empty, quietly waiting for guests to arrive. As soon as Li Shuefu stepped through the restaurant's door, she spotted that spot and couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. She thought to herself, how romantic and pleasant it would be to sit side by side with Shifeng at that sunlit table for lunch.
With that thought, Li Shuefu turned to Shifeng, her eyes filled with anticipation, and said, "Deskmate, how about we sit at that spot?" "Sure." Shifeng was also pleased with that location. "Hello, we would like to sit at that table by the window," Shifeng said to the waiter. The waiter inadvertently caught a glimpse of Shifeng, noticing his sword-like brows and starry eyes, his face like a crown of jade, exuding a unique aura. His handsome features seemed to shine as if kissed by the sun. Coupled with the elegance and composure he displayed in his every gesture, along with his meticulously refined attire, it was clear at a glance that he was either wealthy or noble. When he spoke to her in a gentle and polite tone, the waiter's heart couldn't help but flutter slightly. However, just as a ripple of emotion stirred within her, her gaze involuntarily fell upon the sweet and charming beauty beside Shifeng. The woman had skin as smooth as cream and eyes that sparkled, resembling a blooming flower, captivating and enchanting. Thus, the feelings that had just begun to stir within the waiter quickly receded like a tide, quietly retracting that flutter of the heart. The waiter smiled and said, "Hello, I'm very sorry. The row of seats by the window has an excellent view and is very popular with customers, so they usually need to be reserved in advance. Unfortunately, before you two arrived, other guests had already booked those seats. It turned out that today, Shifeng and Li Shuefu had decided on a whim to dine at this restaurant without any prior reservation." Upon hearing the waiter's words, Li Shuefu's previously expectant expression instantly dimmed, her eyes revealing clear disappointment and regret. After all, this was her first time having dinner with Shifeng. For Li Shuefu, sitting by the sunlit window enjoying delicious food while admiring the beautiful scenery outside would have created an incredibly wonderful and unforgettable memory. Although Shifeng was not adept at deciphering the delicate thoughts of women, he still keenly sensed the hint of unmasked disappointment on Li Shuefu's face. Seeing her slightly dejected appearance, Shifeng thought to himself, "I don't want her to finish this meal filled with disappointment and regret. Hello, could you please help me contact the person who reserved this seat?" Shifeng said to the waiter with a smile, while turning to Li Shuefu, his eyes revealing a hint of confidence and composure. He then continued, "If the other party is willing to give up the seat for me, I can offer 3 times the price to exchange for it." Upon hearing this, both Li Shuefu and the waiter widened their eyes in disbelief. Li Shuefu was secretly astonished, she hadn't expected Shifeng to be so generous. The waiter was taken aback by Shifeng's offer, unsure of how to respond. However, before the waiter could react, Li Shuefu quickly waved her hand and said anxiously, "No need, really, we can sit at that other table just as well." After all, Li Shuefu was well aware that her family's financial situation was not affluent, and having just graduated and started working, she was facing a challenging economic environment, making her hesitant to entertain any thoughts of luxury. Therefore, she felt that Shifeng's proposal to pay 3 times the price for a seat was an enormous waste. Although this was her first time dining out with Shifeng, and she naturally hoped for the memory to be more beautiful and unforgettable, she understood that if achieving this wish required a hefty financial cost, it would be better to look forward to more opportunities in the future to go out with Shifeng and create more beautiful memories that belonged to the two of them. At that moment, the waiter finally snapped out of her shock and quickly responded, "All right, sir, please wait a moment, I will contact the guest who reserved the seat right away." With that, the waiter swiftly took out her phone and dialed a number. "Hello, sir, this is the waiter from the Guo Restaurant. Now there is a gentleman who is willing to pay 3 times the price to exchange the seat you have reserved. I wonder if you would be willing," the waiter inquired with extreme politeness. 3 times? Just to change a seat?" "Yes, sir, 3 times for a seat." "Change. Change. Change. Change it immediately," the person across from him happily agreed. After hanging up the phone, Shifeng immediately transferred the money to the waiter and even gave him a small tip. This amount of money was nothing to him now, just a drop in the bucket. However, this action made the waiter sigh inwardly, wondering why he had never encountered such a wealthy, generous, polite, and handsome young man. Li Shuefu had just advised Shifeng not to spend so much money on a seat. But when Shifeng secured the seat, she couldn't help but feel a surge of vanity at that moment. "Let's go." Okay." Li Shuefu carefully followed behind Shifeng, watching as his tall and handsome figure stood like a towering mountain. As he moved, his shadow cast a long silhouette, resembling a giant net that slowly enveloped the petite and delicate Li Shuefu. Finally, they arrived at the coveted window seat in the restaurant. Li Shuefu sat down with joy, and the bright sunlight poured through the window, gently falling on her already fair skin, as if draping her in a layer of warm yellow gauze, making her look as if she were bathed in holy light, shining brightly and radiating an enchanting glow. "What do you like to eat?"
Shi Feng smiled and gently handed the exquisite menu to Li Shuefu. Li Shuefu slightly tilted her head. Her clear eyes meeting Shi Feng's deep gaze, then she gently took the menu, not pretending to be reserved or affected like other girls by saying she didn't like this or that. Instead, she seriously flipped through the menu, occasionally tapping the pictures of the dishes with her slender fingers. After some careful consideration, she finally chose a few dishes that made her mouth water. I've ordered. Now it's your turn. Li Shuefu lifted her head, smiling like a flower as she returned the menu to Shi Feng. Shi Feng politely nodded, took the menu, and began selecting his favorite dishes. In no time, he successfully completed his order and unconsciously glanced again at the dishes Li Shuefu had chosen, noticing that they were mostly on the sweeter side. In that instant, a scene from his last dinner at Li Shuefu's house flashed. In his mind, the steamed base was tender and juicy, fragrant, and the sweet and sour ribs were delicious, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. All were light dishes with a hint of sweetness. At this moment, Shi Feng couldn't help but ponder, weren't these dishes just like the beauty before him? She was always so sweet, lovely, gentle, and soft, making one unable to resist wanting to get close and cherish her. Do you like sweet food? I think if there's no sweetness in life, how can one endure it? Are you talking about food or life? Ha ha ha, both. As the two chatted, the waiter brought out all the dishes. Eat up, you must be hungry. It's almost time, I'm really hungry. Just as they were savoring the delicious food, suddenly, three figures approached slowly like ghosts from afar. One of them, with sharp eyes, immediately recognized Li Shuefu dining and couldn't help but exclaim, "Hey? Isn't that Li Shuefu? I didn't expect to see her here." The other person's gaze quickly swept over the man sitting with Li Shuefu, and with a face full of suspicion, said, "Oh, I really didn't mistake it. Who is this man dining with her? It looks quite unfamiliar." At this moment, the man in the middle, referred to as team leader Chang, darkened his expression and gritted his teeth, saying, I confessed my feelings to Li Shuefu before, and she ruthlessly rejected me. But look at her now, sitting together with another man, all lovey-dovey. In my opinion, this man is far inferior to me in every way." As he spoke, the three people with expressions of doubt and anger quickened their pace and headed straight towards the spot where Shi Feng and Li Shuefu were sitting. Li Shuefu heard the noise and looked up. When she saw who it was, a hint of confusion surged in her heart and she asked, "Team leader Chang, Hong Ji-hong, Feng Daodu, what are you doing here?" It turned out that these three were colleagues from the Hui Yun company. Li Shuefu worked in the same group as Hong Ji-hong and Feng Daodu, while Chang Yingbo was their team leader. All along, Feng Daodu had harbored feelings for team leader Chang. However, recently, team leader Chang had shifted his focus to Li Shuefu and had launched a fervent pursuit. Unfortunately, Li Shuefu looked down on this so-called team leader Chang from the bottom of her heart. She believed that this person not only had a poor character but also was not good-looking. What was even more outrageous was that, just because he held the position of team leader in the company, he attempted to use his little power to force her to agree. Li Shuefu felt an immense disgust towards such behavior. Moreover, deep in her gentle heart, there was already a special person who had taken residence. Li Shuefu never expected that just going out for a simple meal would lead her to encounter these three annoying individuals. The thought of this made her feel a wave of irritation, and her good mood instantly soured. "Hey! Li Shuefu, you really are something. You actually dared to reject our team leader Chang's pursuit and then ran off to date this wild man who popped up out of nowhere," Feng Daodu said sourly. She had always been jealous of Li Shuefu's outstanding performance at work, and now that even team leader Chang was fervently pursuing Li Shuefu, her inner jealousy burned even more fiercely. At this moment, seeing Li Shuefu with another man, Feng Daodu naturally would not miss this excellent opportunity to kick someone when they were down and fan the flames. "Li Shuefu, how could you do this? Our team leader Chang has been sincere to you. He has cared for you and looked after you, haven't you noticed at all?" Hong Ji-hong, standing nearby, quickly chimed in. He was good at reading the room, and seeing team leader Chang's ashen face, he knew that if he didn't say a few good words to support him now, it would be hard to win back team leader Chang's favor in the future. So, without hesitation, he stood by team leader Chang's side, hoping to curry favor. As for the target of their accusations, team leader Chang, his face was filled with sorrow as he said, "Shuefu, my feelings are as clear as day. Everyone can see how much I care for you. But you alone refuse to accept my deep affection. Even if you reject me, I have nothing to say, but how can you throw yourself into another man's arms right after rejecting me? What you are doing is truly disappointing." Faced with the barrage of accusations from these three, Li Shuefu was utterly bewildered, filled with confusion. What was going on?
She couldn't make sense of the situation at all and felt that these three
were simply nonsensical and unreasonable.
Especially that Chang Yinghua, who made her feel incredibly annoyed. Usually gentle in temperament, she could no longer
contain her anger at this moment and thought indignantly, have these three lost their minds?
Why are you just spouting nonsense?
She said angrily. I clearly refused. So why are you making it seem like I'm cheating? Do you have a delusion or something? If you're sick, go get treatment. And he's not some wild man, he's the one I've secretly had a crush on. What? The one you've secretly had a crush on? Really?
Feng Daodu was practically ecstatic, even more excited than Chang Yinghua. When she heard that Li Shuefu actually had someone she liked, she couldn't help but feel secretly pleased, because this undoubtedly meant that Chang Yinghua had no chance
at all.
This way, she could take advantage of the situation and win Chang Yinghua over. Thus, she deliberately emphasized the words secretly had a crush repeatedly,
as if she wanted to deeply imprint this fact in everyone's hearts. I don't believe it. Shuefu, quickly tell me, you're just saying this to trick me, right? Chang Yinghua gazed at Li Shuefu with deep affection, his eyes flickering with a hint of unwillingness and expectation.
However, at that moment, Shifeng, who had been sitting
silently to the side, suddenly stood up.
His gaze was as cold as ice, piercing directly at Chang Yinghua, and he said coldly, first, please watch your words, I am not
some wild man. Secondly, the name Shuefu is not something you can call casually.
Upon hearing this, Chang Yinghua's face instantly turned red, his temperature rising
sharply.
He looked up at the man standing before him, who was a whole head taller, with a tall and handsome figure, and a strong sense of defeat surged in his heart. But at the same time, his unwillingness to back down drove him to not easily concede.
Humph. I can call her whatever I want, it has nothing to do with you. Who do you think you are to meddle in my business? Chang Yinghua retorted loudly, trying to put on a brave front.
At this moment, Li Shuefu, who had been standing to the side,
showed a look of helplessness on her face, similar to an elderly person on the subway looking at a phone. She truly couldn't understand why Chang Yinghua was being so unreasonable and persistent.
Meanwhile, Shifeng remained cold-faced, secretly pondering, I never expected that Li Shuefu would often be harassed by someone like Chang
Yinghua at that small design company.
Fortunately, I had decisively suggested that Li Shuefu leave the design company and come to work at the Storm Group. This way, surely,
no one would dare to bully her anymore.
However, right in front of him, this guy who looked like a loser must have previously used his power to threaten and entice
Li Shuefu at the company. It was despicable. He absolutely couldn't let this go easily, he had to teach him a lesson he wouldn't forget.
Shifeng's eyes widened in anger
as he shouted, you think I can't manage this?
Before his words fell, he suddenly reached out an arm, swiftly raising his hand like lightning, accurately locking
onto Chang Yinghua's fragile throat.
Then, with a slight force upward, he effortlessly lifted Chang Yinghua off the ground with just one hand.
Cough cough. You let go.
Chang Yinghua was caught off guard by this heavy blow, instantly feeling difficulty in breathing, with a sharp pain in his throat.
He instinctively began to cough
violently, flailing his arms and legs in a panic, trying to break free from Shifeng's grip.
Unfortunately, this series of seemingly fierce actions had no substantial effect, instead resembling a headless fly doing useless work. Shifeng remained unmoved by Chang Yinghua's struggles, standing firm like a mountain, his grip unwavering.
As time passed, Chang Yinghua's complexion became increasingly grim, his face, which had originally flushed red with anger, gradually turned a shade of purple, clearly indicating that he was now in a state of extreme oxygen deprivation.
Let go of team leader Chang. Hurry up and let go.
On the side, Hong Ji-hong, seeing this, shouted
anxiously. At the same time, Feng Daodu fully utilized her talent for inciting chaos, raising her voice to shout, oh no! This is bad. Someone's going to get killed. Come save us.
However, despite Feng Daodu's hoarse cries, the diners around them, who had been quietly eating, merely cast terrified glances.
Most of these
patrons were genteel individuals. Seeing Shifeng effortlessly lift a grown man with one hand, exuding a chilling aura of menace, they lacked the courage to intervene. Each of them was scared into silence, fearing that any misstep would bring disaster upon themselves. Feng Daodu, witnessing the lack of assistance in Chang Yinghua's increasingly strange condition, felt a pang of anxiety in her heart.
Without hesitation, she opened her mouth and bit down hard on Shifeng's strong, muscular arm. However,
before her teeth could even touch his skin, Shifeng shouted angrily, get lost.
You think someone like you can touch me?
At that moment, Shifeng seemed to embody a war god, his combat skills and experience reaching their peak, his power level at a staggering 100%.
As soon as Feng Daodu made a move, he reacted with lightning speed, instantly defending himself.
He swung his other free arm with a fierce gust of wind, forcefully pushing Feng Daodu away. The force of that push was immense. For an ordinary person, such a powerful impact would render their body uncontrollable, sending them flying backward like a kite with a severed string until they crashed hard against the cold, unyielding wall. In that moment, Feng Daodu had nowhere to retreat. The excruciating pain from her back colliding with the wall made her cry out in agony. Yet, even so, faced with Shifeng's terrifying might, she no longer dared to provoke him recklessly. Hong Jihong, who stood by watching coldly, had now fully grasped the terrifying combat power of the man before him. Knowing he was no match for him, he quickly decided to call for help. He quietly took out his phone and silently dialed the police station's number. The corners of Hong Jihong's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a barely perceptible cold smile as he thought to himself, "Humph. Kid, let you be arrogant for a while. When the police arrive, let's see how you can still act so cocky. You'll be the one crying for mercy." At the same time, Shifeng seemed to sense something, but he didn't take it to heart. He merely eased the pressure he was applying to Cheng Yingbua. This slight relaxation was enough to allow the nearly suffocating Cheng Yingbua to open his mouth wide, greedily gasping for fresh air. The arrogance on his face had vanished without a trace. Yet deep within, that sense of unwillingness still spread and grew like wild grass. After all, he had always looked down on those who relied on brute force to threaten and intimidate others. Shifeng's eyes flashed with a cold glint like a chilling star as he fixed his gaze on Cheng Yingbua, questioning him word by word. "Am I in charge or not?" Faced with Shifeng's piercing gaze and questioning, Cheng Yingbua panicked instantly, nodding repeatedly like a chick pecking at grain, hurriedly responding, "Yes, yes. You have the final say." Hearing this, Shifeng let out a cold snort and then said sternly, "Is Shuefu a name you can just call out casually?" His voice was so loud that it made the eardrums of those around him buzz. Cheng Yingbua trembled in fear, quickly nodding and bowing, repeatedly saying, "I won't dare. I won't dare." But at that moment, Shifeng suddenly changed his tone, becoming even more severe. "You've harassed Li Shuefu quite a bit in the past, haven't you? Now apologize to her face to face. And from now on, you are never to bother her again. Otherwise, hum." As he spoke the last part, Shifeng's gaze turned increasingly fierce and venomous, as if he wanted to swallow Cheng Yingbua whole. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yingbua's face instantly turned extremely ugly, and his eyes showed clear hesitation. To ask him not to harass Li Shuefu? That was harder than climbing to the sky. In his eyes, Li Shuefu was sweet, lovely, gentle, and graceful, exactly his type. If he could make Li Shuefu his girlfriend, wouldn't he be able to bully her however he wanted? Thinking of this, Cheng Yingbua couldn't help but feel a surge of dark pleasure. However, just as he was lost in this fantasy, Shifeng's gaze, which seemed to see through everything, coldly swept over, instantly piercing through Cheng Yingbua's thoughts. Shifeng roared in anger, "What? You refuse to apologize?" As he looked at Li Shuefu's frail yet strong figure enduring such immense pressure alone in the company, a strong sense of pity surged in his heart. This emotion was like a raging tide, instantly drowning his rationality. Thus, the force in his hands became even more ferocious, as if he wanted to vent all his anger and dissatisfaction through them. "Ah! Help! Cough cough cough, save me!" Cheng Yingbua's neck was once again tightly gripped, and he felt as if his throat was about to be crushed, making it extremely difficult to breathe. This time, no matter how desperately he struggled, using both hands and feet, he could not break free from Shifeng's iron-like grip. Gradually, he realized that this was futile, not only wasting his effort but possibly making the situation worse. So, he despairingly gave up resisting, his body going limp like a puddle of mud on the ground. Just then, a hurried sound of footsteps approached. Several uniformed, dashing inspectors rushed into the restaurant. Their eyes were sharp as eagles, quickly scanning the scene, and they immediately spotted the two engaged in a fierce fight. The leading inspector shouted, "We are inspectors from the 5th team of the 9th Bureau of the Donghai City Inspectorate. We received a report that someone is fighting and causing trouble here. Now, we are here to investigate according to the law. Please stop the fighting immediately and cooperate with our work." Hearing the inspector's shout, Shifeng, who had been engulfed in anger, calmed down slightly and slowly released his grip on Cheng Yingbua's neck. However, Cheng Yingbua had already turned pale from prolonged oxygen deprivation, gasping for breath. At this moment, Hong Jihong, standing nearby, had a glint of excitement in his eyes. He smugly waved at Cheng Yingbua and then held out his phone in front of him, the screen displaying the recent call log. It turned out that it was Hong Jihong who had called the police, clearly wanting to take advantage of the situation to gain some benefits from Cheng Yingbua. Cheng Yingbua looked at the call log in front of him, feeling a mix of emotions. Although he knew that Hong Ji-hong's actions were merely taking advantage of the chaos at this moment, the other party had indeed saved his life. Thinking of this, a hint of gratitude appeared in his eyes, although this gratitude was quite reluctant, for someone who had just escaped death. He couldn't care too much, because he really had almost run out of breath. At this moment, the supervising police arrived, and he felt a sense of relief, glad that someone could finally teach this arrogant man a lesson. I command you. Let go immediately, the leader of the supervising police ordered, holding a weapon. Hoof. Shi Feng coldly snorted, turning his head to look at the several supervising police. The supervising police, seeing that familiar face, immediately reacted. Isn't this our Hao Ji's brother Shi? This is still our brother Shi, protected by the governor. Oh, brother Shi. What a surprise. What have you been busy with lately? The supervising police put away their weapons and greeted Shi Feng with smiles. This loser is harassing a woman, and I'm currently teaching him a lesson, Shi Feng said coldly. The supervising police were seasoned veterans. Just a glance at these few people in the scene, they could guess what had happened. Oh dear. Young man. Tisk. The leading supervising police looked at the man being choked by Shi Feng, shaking his head with a troubled expression. You are the supervising police. Why aren't you saving him? Hurry and save him. Feng Dodo finally got up from the wall, enduring the intense pain, and exclaimed excitedly. Yes. Hurry and save our team. Leader Chang. I just called you. Hong Ji-hong urged. After the two finished speaking, the supervising police just continued to shake their heads. Oh. Young man. Oh. Why did you provoke him of all people? Feng Dodo and Hong Ji-hong retorted, what's wrong with provoking him? He has a lawyer brother, that lawyer brother has a supervising police dad, a mafia mom, and a cousin who's the strongest fighter. And he himself is backed by both the mafia boss and the supervising police boss. Meaning he has support from both sides. Do you understand? The supervising police explained seriously. The expressions of the three grew increasingly grim. I apologize. Cheng Yingbo, feeling flustered, forced out a plea for mercy. However, Shi Feng's grip did not loosen. No, bro, I apologized. Cheng Yingbo cried out in his heart, but as someone who was adept at reading the room and the workplace, he quickly understood. Bro. I was wrong, cough, I was wrong. Sister. I'm sorry. I won't dare again, cough cough. Shi Feng slowly released his tightly held hands, as if he had just finished a fierce battle. The moment he let go, the three originally arrogant guys, like frightened rabbits, were instantly scared out of their wits and fled in a panic. They rolled and crawled, not even daring to look back. Running away like lost dogs. Their hasty escape was both comical and contemptible to behold. Watching them flee in disarray, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Shi Feng's mouth, sketching a faint curve. It was a smile filled with disdain and mockery, seemingly looking down on the actions of these cowardly people. He then slowly turned around, his gaze soft as water, looking at Li Shuefu beside him. He gently spoke, classmate, from now on, you need not worry about being harassed by that rogue anymore. With me around, I will protect you. Upon hearing this, Li Shuefu's face instantly blossomed with an ecstatic smile. She nodded vigorously, her beautiful and captivating eyes sparkling with a brilliance akin to stars. Within that brilliance lay not only deep gratitude towards Shi Feng but also a hint of barely perceptible admiration. At this moment, Li Shuefu secretly rejoiced, feeling that she had not misjudged him. This seemingly ordinary and unremarkable classmate actually possessed such extraordinary skills and admirable courage. Meanwhile, the supervising police, who had been silently observing this scene from the side, couldn't help but feel a wave of indescribable embarrassment. Especially when they noticed the subtle and almost imperceptible atmosphere between Shi Feng and Li Shuefu, this feeling grew even stronger. At that moment, they suddenly felt as if they had become an unnecessary presence, like a glaring light bulb under bright lights, feeling out of place. One of the inspectors cleared his throat twice, breaking the silence, and said, Ahem. Brother Shi, since there's nothing going on here, let's head out. After saying that, he exchanged glances with his companions, and they all understood and began to prepare to leave. However, just as the leading inspector stepped out of the restaurant door, he suddenly stopped, quickly took out his phone, and dialed a number. When the call connected, an impatient voice came from the other end. Hello. How? Good. Guess what we just saw? Get to the point. I'm busy, the other party shouted rudely. The inspector quickly lowered his voice and excitedly said, We saw brother Shi on a date with a woman, and he even stepped up to perform a spectacular hero saving the beauty. Oh my, that scene was so romantic. The inspectors seemed to be used to this kind of gossiping behavior. They always managed to relay important information at the first opportunity, even if the subject was their own friends or partners. After all, gossip is one of humanity's eternal topics. The Haogu on the other end was clearly shocked by the news, and he eagerly asked, "What? That guy actually hooked up with someone? Tell me clearly." At that moment, Zhuo Jianghao was fully focused sitting at a mahjong table, and his mahjong friends were none other than Mei, Bangzhu and Qi Mengwei. Just as they were having a great time, Zhuo Jianghao's phone suddenly rang. The moment he answered the call, it felt as if he caught a cold, piercing gaze from Qi Mengwei. However, when he looked again, he found that Qi Mengwei was just playfully blinking her eyes, still wearing a sweet smile. Zhuo Jianghao couldn't help but feel puzzled, scratching his head, secretly thinking perhaps he had been too busy with the law firm's affairs lately, too exhausted to the point of hallucination. Just then, a voice came from the other end of the phone. "We don't know that girl, but she is quite sweet and lovely, with shoulder-length short hair. And her gaze towards brothers, she is just like a fan seeing their idol." Hearing this, Zhuo Jianghao quickly began to search his mind for the relevant information provided by the inspectors. Sweet, short hair. These keywords kept flashing in his thoughts. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, as if he had thought of an important clue. Could it be? He murmured, his tone filled with surprise and excitement. The people beside him curiously asked, "What could it be? How good, do you know this girl?" But before anyone could get an answer, they heard a series of busy signals from the phone Zhuo Jianghao had ruthlessly hung up. This sudden action left the leading inspector dumbfounded, as he had been eagerly anticipating to continue listening, only to have Zhuo Jianghao cut the call short. What the hell? What kind of situation is this? The gossip was just getting good, the inspector couldn't help but complain. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the mahjong table also became somewhat subtle. Qi Mengwei frowned, slightly raised one eyebrow, and with a half-smile, stared at Zhuo Jianghao and said, "Xiaohaohao, what exactly are you up to?" Faced with Qi Mengwei's questioning, Zhuo Jianghao instantly put away his earlier shrewd demeanor and instead revealed a well-behaved, flattering smile as he replied, "Hee cousin. Please don't be angry. I'll explain this to you slowly later. You two little brats better play your cards, or I swear I'll flip the table." Mei, the leader, had a limited tolerance. She squeezed the mahjong in her hand as if she were going to crush these two little rascals. "Play, play, play. I'm playing." Zhuo Jianghao dared not provoke her. But just as he was about to play a card, Qi Mengwei restrained his hand with one hand. "Xiaohaohao, do you need your sister to remind you?" Qi Mengwei blinked. "Reminder? What? Ah. Could it be? Is it about Qi Feng dating a woman? Cousin, Qi?" Zhuo Jianghao stared at Qi Mengwei, looking as if to say, "You woman. TSK TSK. Sure enough, this contemptuous look earned him a violent punch from Qi Mengwei. "Ah. That hurts. Mommy, save me." Zhuo Jianghao lamented. "Bang. You two little brats. I can't take it anymore." Mei, the leader, paid no attention to Zhuo Jianghao just getting punched. Instead, she directly flipped the table, making the already chaotic situation even more chaotic. Mei picked up her weapons, one in each hand. "Xiaohaohao, run!" Qi Mengwei, agile, kindly reminded Zhuo Jianghao, while unceremoniously giving him another punch. "Damn it!" Zhuo Jianghao got punched again, cursing out loud. "You little brat, are you tired of living?" Mei, with a stylish flick of her wrist, swung the stick in her hand at Zhuo Jianghao's head. Bang! In a short time, Zhuo Jianghao's head endured 3 painful hits. "Ah! Forget it. I'm tired. Let it all be destroyed." Half an hour later, Zhuo Jianghao, like a headless fly, ran around until he finally found a quiet, deserted corner. He squatted down, fuming, picked up a twig, and angrily drew circles on the ground, muttering, "Fengzi, oh Fengzi, why am I so unlucky to be dragged down by you? I mean, can't you just go on a date properly? How could someone else find out? Now look, my cousin has her attention all on you." The more Zhuo Jianghao thought about it, the angrier he became, and the twig in his hand drew faster, as if he wanted to vent all his dissatisfaction. You say if you end up with that tigress." Before he could finish, a light cough suddenly interrupted him. Zhuo Jianghao's heart tightened, and he quickly looked up, only to see a figure emerging on the ground. As the figure gradually became clearer, a tall woman with a wavy long ponytail slowly walked over. Zhuo Jianghao's expression instantly turned flattering. He quickly stood up, a smile plastered on his face, and said ingratiatingly, "Hee. Hello, cousin. What brings you here?" Qi Mengwei frowned slightly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Zhuo Jianghao, her luscious red lips pouting as she asked with a hint of confusion, "Xiaohao, what were you just saying about a tigress?" Her innocent look seemed utterly harmless. However, at that moment, Zhuo Zhanghao was roaring in his heart, damn, you really know how to act. Better than I do. If you don't go into showbiz, it would be a waste of talent. But on the surface, he still suppressed his inner anger, took a deep breath, and tried to remain calm, explaining with a smile. Oh, cousin, look at what you're saying, I didn't say anything about a tigress, you must have misheard. Then, casually, he added, what tigress? I was talking about my grandma. Speaking of which, my grandma is truly a remarkable woman. Zhuo Zhanghao's gaze drifted into memories of the past. He. Shi Mengwei smiled. He. Zhuo Zhanghao laughed. Alright, stop acting, your acting skills are no match for mine. Shi Mengwei rolled her eyes disdainfully. Zhuo Zhanghao was immediately unconvinced. You say I'm bad. I admit. But you say my acting is bad. I don't admit. The air was quiet for 30 seconds. It's over. Zhuo Zhanghao saw Shi Mengwei sigh and shake her head. He wanted to take back what he just said if only he could. Shi Mengwei shook her head and sighed. Who is the woman dating Xiao Fengfeng? Your cousin? Zhuo Zhanghao was confused. No way. Her cousin is famous, known as the Blood Rose of the gang, the undisputed #1 fighter. This woman is not simple, the number of men she has toyed with is countless, making one gasp. Who would have thought? Such a seasoned player would actually develop real feelings. For his brother Shi Feng, this pure-hearted bachelor. Shi Mengwei widened her eyes, looking at Zhuo Zhanghao with curiosity. Seeing his surprised expression, she had no patience to wait for him to explain slowly. Without saying a word, she raised her small fist and pretended to hit him, shouting, hurry up. Don't dawdle. Shua. Zhanghao felt a silent cry of despair in his heart, thinking, oh my, it's not that I lack loyalty, it's just that this lady is too formidable. So he hurriedly spoke. Okay, I'll say. I think it might be Li Shuefu, a classmate and deskmate of Shi Feng in college. I noticed a long time ago that Li Shuefu has been secretly in love with our brother. At this point, Zhuo Zhanghao seemed to remember something and added, oh right, she was also present at the opening ceremony of the Guangfeng group last time. Back in college, although Zhuo Zhanghao was just an observer, he saw many things clearly. He knew that Shi Feng had always had a crush on the so-called pure school flower, Xia Nana, only to later find out that this so-called white moonlight was actually a complete green tea bitch. At the same time, he also noticed Li Shuefu, the girl who quietly liked Shi Feng, and surprisingly, this unrequited love lasted a full 4 years. He had once kindly reminded Shi Feng to pay more attention to this lovely deskmate, but unfortunately, Shi Feng's heart had long been occupied by Xia Nana, completely blind to Li Shuefu's deep affection. Who would have thought? At the last class reunion, Shi Feng actually sparked with Li Shuefu, and the two quickly became hot and heavy, agreeing to go on a date today. However, all of this did not escape the keen eyes of cousin Shi Mengwei. Zhuo Zhanghao saw his cousin's thoughtful expression and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Shi Mengwei frowned slightly and asked softly, you just said that the woman we saw that day is named Li Shuefu? After receiving a positive answer, she continued to ask, and they are desk mates? And have sat together for a full 4 years? As her thoughts deepened, Shi Mengwei's speech became faster, and her fists unconsciously clenched tightly. Zhuo Zhanghao watched all of this, fully aware. If a person's gaze could hurt like a knife, then at this moment, Shi Mengwei's sharp gaze could definitely deal -999 damage. Suddenly, Shi Mengwei's luscious red lips curled up slightly, revealing a smug smile as she said sweetly, Xiaoao, I've thought of a brilliant plan. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Zhanghao immediately felt a chill rise from his spine. He nervously stared at Shi Mengwei and stammered, what plan? At this moment, Zhuo Zhanghao could only silently pray for his good brother in his heart, hoping he wouldn't fall victim to his cousin's schemes. May the next life, no. May heaven, hurry up and call him, ask him where he is right now. Wait for me to meet him. But thinks he is on a date with someone else right now, I think, isn't it a bit unethical for us to just barge in like this? Zhuo Zhanghao suddenly showed a difficult expression, hesitating as he blinked his eyes, his face displaying an innocent and naive look. At this moment, Shi Meng slightly raised her tightly clenched fist, and a powerful aura instantly pressed down. Alright, I'll call, but I have to declare first. I'm being forced into this. Zhuo Zhanghao quickly raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, mumbling to himself, while reluctantly picking up his phone, but in reality, he was already overjoyed inside. He didn't care about any ethics, as long as he could achieve his goal. After dialing the number, Zhuo Zhanghao's voice immediately became panicked. Fingzi. Not good, I believe Guanglu law firm is in trouble. And it's a huge problem. Upon hearing this, Shi Feng immediately became tense and hurriedly asked, what happened? Oh, Fingzi, this matter can't be explained in just a few words.
Shuo Jianghao
deliberately kept him in suspense, pretending to be extremely anxious as he shouted, quickly tell me where you are, I need to find you right away, it's really
urgent. Alright, I'm at the Bai Lu restaurant, hurry over.
Shi Feng replied hurriedly.
After getting the address, Zhuo Jianghao quickly hung up the phone. However,
just as he put down the phone, the panicked expression on Zhuo Jianghao's face suddenly disappeared, as if nothing had happened, returning to calmness.
Haha, this kid is too easy to fool, it's a piece of cake.
Zhuo Jianghao squinted his eyes, the corners of his mouth lifting into a sly smile as he softly said, TCH, this is no
challenge for me, I'll handle it easily.
Hearing this, Shi Mengwei couldn't help but laugh, oh my, having such a clever and quirky friend like you is truly a blessing. For little Feng Feng, Zhuo Jianghao excitedly shouted, cousin, let's hurry up and set off.
No more dawdling.
He looked thrilled, completely unaware of the impending
misfortune.
Zhuo Jianghao disregarded his image, shamelessly sprinting towards the cool fire wheel parked not far away. Just as he was about to pull open the car door, there was a loud bang, and Zhuo Jianghao suddenly felt a tremendous force hit him from behind, followed by his body flying out and crashing heavily to the ground.
Cousin?
Zhuo Jianghao looked up in shock, staring at Qi Meng standing in front of him, his face filled with disbelief. However, before he could question her, Qi Meng had already swiftly jumped into the fire wheel, her movements clean and efficient. With a roar, Qi Meng drove the fire wheel out like a bolt of lightning.
In the
blink of an eye, she zoomed past Zhuo Jianghao, leaving only a fading shadow and an extremely arrogant remark, your fire wheel, I'm temporarily requisitioning
it. If you have the ability, come chase me. If you're not convinced, then just hold it in, miss.
Watching her retreating figure, Zhuo Jianghao stomped his feet in
anger, secretly lamenting, woo-woo, is there no justice in this world? How can you treat me like this? Use it and throw it away, this is too much. But, Sai, who told her to be the fearsome blood rose of the gang? Even my own mother isn't her match, so what can I do about her?
Thinking of this, Zhuo Jianghao helplessly shook his head, resigned to his bad luck, and slowly got up from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes.
Sai. Zhuo Jianghao looked at his cousin's departing
figure and could only silently pray for his brother once again.
May the next life. Ah, bah.
Qi Mengwei stepped on the wind fire wheel, the wheel spinning
rapidly, spewing out blazing flames as if igniting the entire street.
She was like a red lightning bolt, darting through the bustling roads at breakneck speed.
In just a short 15 minutes, she arrived at the renowned Bai Lu restaurant.
Qi Mengwei steadied her vehicle, gracefully got out, and looked up at the elegantly decorated grand high-end Western restaurant before her, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she coldly snorted, few little Feng, inviting a woman to
such a fancy meal, how exquisite.
Just thinking about it made her jealousy surge like a tidal wave.
Qi Mengwei took a deep breath to calm her emotions, then strode confidently into the restaurant with her long legs.
As soon as she entered, her gaze quickly locked onto Shi Feng like a hawk. However, when her eyes shifted slightly, she saw the woman sitting next to Shi Feng, Li Shuefu. Li Shuefu was beautiful, her skin as white as snow, with large, watery eyes that radiated endless tenderness and
sweetness.
Moreover, from the affectionate look in her eyes, it was clear that at this moment, she only had eyes for Shi Feng.
Seeing this, Qi Mengwei couldn't help
but secretly sigh, she really is a sweet woman, completely captivated by him.
Interesting.
However, Qi Mengwei was not the type to easily concede.
She gently twisted her slender waist, swaying gracefully as she walked towards the two.
With each step, she exuded a fiery and charming allure.
Finally reaching the table, Qi
Mengwei playfully called out, little Feng, her voice was crisp and pleasant, like a yellow oriole emerging from the valley. Then, feigning surprise, she said, is
that really you? Wow. What a coincidence.
I just happened to pass by here, and didn't expect to run into you. As she spoke, her luscious red lips parted slightly, revealing a row of white, even teeth, her alluring eyes sparkling with surprise, making one's heart flutter uncontrollably. After enjoying a delicious lunch, Shi Feng and Li Shuefu had just given a stern lesson to those three clueless guys and were about to turn to leave. At that moment, a familiar ringtone suddenly rang out. It was a call from Zhuo Jianghao. At this moment, Shi Feng stood still, quietly waiting for Zhuo Jianghao's arrival. However, what he never expected was to unexpectedly run into
Qi Mengwei here.
What made him feel even more embarrassed was that Qi Mengwei, in front of so many people, loudly called out that heart-fluttering nickname, Little
Feng. This was truly too awkward. Ahem. Qi Mengwei, please don't call me that, okay? Shi Feng's face turned red, hurriedly lowering his voice. But who knew? Qi
Mengwei seemed to not have heard at all, continuing as she pleased. Little Fomo, it's only been a few days since we last met, why are you suddenly calling
Me by my name? Have you completely forgotten how warmly you used to call me sister?
Chi Mengwei not only didn't hold back, but deliberately emphasized the word sister. A sly smile appearing on her face. Hearing this, Shifeng immediately felt that something was wrong, his head buzzed, and he silently lamented, this is it, I'm
done for. Everyone in the restaurant is probably going to cast curious glances our way.
Sure enough, when he raised his head to look around, he found that many diners were staring at them with unusual eyes, their gazes like needles in his back, making him feel utterly uncomfortable. Especially when he recalled the scene in the bar, where Chi Mengwei had teased him into calling her sister. Shifeng felt his face instantly flush with heat, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. That sense of shame surged over him like a tide, almost indescribable. Looking at Chi Mengwei, she noticed Shifeng's face changing from red to white as if performing
a magic trick, and couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Who told you to invite another woman to dinner without including me? Today, I must have some fun. At your expense.
At that moment, Li Shuefu slowly stood up, wearing a sweet and obedient smile, her gaze directed straight at Chi Mengwei. Her eyes were as clear as water, devoid of any jealousy or anger, as if everything before her had nothing to do with her.
However, Chi Mengwei's alluring eyes narrowed slightly, like a cheetah spotting its prey, sparkling with excitement.
She seemed to think she had encountered a very interesting opponent, and the calm lake of her heart rippled with Li Shuefu's
counterattack.
It must be said that compared to the gentle, sweet, and obedient image of women she usually encountered, the slightly scheming and aggressive Li Shuefu appeared particularly charming at this moment.
Chi Mengwei couldn't help but ponder, this girl is quite interesting.
However, she quickly shook her head, dispelling
those strange thoughts from her mind.
After all, she was someone who liked men, and the Li Shuefu in front of her was the date of the person she admired. Thus, Chi Mengwei's captivating eyes instantly turned sincere, and she softly replied, yes. Upon hearing this, Li Shuefu's smile became even more radiant, like a blooming flower.
Stunningly beautiful.
The innocence in her large, beautiful eyes made one want to draw closer. Then, Li Shuefu cheerfully said, since my silly deskmate has called you
sister, then I'll call you sister too.
As soon as she finished speaking, Chi Mengwei's luscious red lips curved into a graceful arc. Her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, carrying a hint of barely perceptible seduction as she said, sister isn't something you can just call casually. In an instant, the two women exchanged words, seemingly gentle yet hiding needles within their soft words, and an invisible contest began. Only Shifeng watched this scene, feeling utterly defeated.
What? The sweet and gentle deskmate actually has a scheming side? What? The flamboyant Chi Mengwei actually has a gentle side? What is going on? Wait, let me sort this out. Why is Chi Mengwei clashing with Li Shuefu? Because Chi Mengwei is here. Then why is Chi Mengwei here?
Because she said it was a coincidence.
A coincidence? Damn it, Zhuo Jianghao. Is this how brothers get sold out?
At this moment, Zhuo Jianghao, who had his wind fire wheel snatched away and was being scolded, continued
to draw circles in a deserted corner, cursing. My wind fire wheel.
It's been with me for most of my life, and today it was unfortunate to be.
But, if we're talking about misfortune, my brother is the one who's really suffering.
Brother, if you're well after today, then.
Then, what then?
Zhuo Jianghao thought for
a long time and finally squeezed out a few words. Then you'll be the avenger.
You silly deskmate, tell me, can I call this sister the same way as
you do?
Li Shuefu said calmly, a gentle smile gracing her lips, her water-like eyes quietly gazing at Shifeng. Meanwhile, Chi Mengwei slightly raised her long, willow-like eyebrows, her captivating eyes locking onto Shifeng as if trying to see right through him. At this moment, a thick tension filled the air between the two women,
hinting at a fierce rivalry. Oh my! This is truly a disaster.
This is practically the darkest moment in Shifeng's life. He felt a layer of fine sweat suddenly break out on his back, as two piercing gazes were simultaneously fixed on him, making him feel as if two sharp knives were pressed against his neck, and any misstep could cost
him his life. But really, he had only shared a simple meal with Li Shuefu, who would have thought that Chi Mengwei would think so wildly. Besides, the reason he called Chi Mengwei's sister was entirely due to her forceful demeanor. That's right. He absolutely still had the chance to defend himself, should say to argue.
Thus, Shifeng hurriedly put on a pitiful expression filled with grievance, and said, actually, I really want to explain, I was forced to call you that, okay? However, as soon as Shifeng's words left his mouth, they were immediately met with Chi Mengwei's merciless rebuttal. She lightly pouted, a half-smile on her lips as she retorted, well, even if you were forced, you still called me that. After saying this, she deliberately rolled her eyes at Shifeng, looking just like a mischievous child. Upon hearing this, the previously tense atmosphere was instantly shattered. Li Shuefu, standing nearby, couldn't help but burst into laughter, her body shaking. With mirth clutching her stomach as she joyfully exclaimed, "Ha, sister is really too funny. So that's how you use threats." At this moment, Li Shuefu secretly rejoiced, realizing that her deskmate's calling this stunning and passionate woman sister was indeed under duress. Thankfully, she would never force her somewhat silly and adorable deskmate. Silly deskmate, I won't force you. I will only feel sorry for my silly deskmate. Ah, the weather is so nice today, I saw a beach nearby when I just came over. Xiao let's go play there. Chi Mengwei lazily stretched her arms and then turned her gaze to the clear sky outside the window. The sunlight was just right, streaming through the window and casting a soft golden glow on her fair cheeks, as if enveloping her in a delicate halo. Li Shuefu followed her gaze and looked outside, where the blue sky and white clouds intertwined beautifully, intoxicating to behold. Such wonderful weather seemed to possess a magical power, instantly dispelling the gloom in people's hearts and lifting their spirits. Silly deskmate, I really want to go play at the beach too. Li Shuefu blinked her beautiful, gem-like eyes filled with anticipation. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, like a yellow oriole singing in the valley. Hearing this, Chi Mengwei turned her head slightly, a carefree smile spreading across her lips. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with lively light, resembling the brightest stars in the night sky. In that moment, an inexplicable understanding seemed to blossom between the two, the earlier confrontational atmosphere vanishing without a trace, replaced by a harmonious ambience of mutual acceptance. Sitting beside them, Shifeng watched the scene before him, feeling a bit puzzled, but he chose to respect their thoughts. Fortunately, things did not develop in the terrible direction he had feared. When faced with the expectant gazes of the two women, he found himself unable to utter even half a no. Alright, let's go then. In the end, Shifeng nodded and said helplessly, "Woohoo, finally we can go have some fun." Chi Mengwei excitedly stretched out her arms, vigorously waving the fiery red tips of her hair, like a cheerful little bird. Wow! This is amazing. Li Shuefu happily made a peace sign, her face beaming with a radiant smile. Overcome with joy, Chi Mengwei and Li Shuefu couldn't help but exchange smiles. However, just a moment later, the two turned their heads away in unison, no longer paying attention to each other. Nevertheless, the air was still filled with a relaxed and joyful atmosphere, and a delightful beach trip was about to begin. The three slowly walked out of the White Deer restaurant. Chi Mengwei had originally been riding a super cool Firewheel electric scooter, but at that moment, she caught sight of Li Shuefu gracefully slipping into Shifeng's luxurious Bugatti. Without a moment's hesitation, Chi Mengwei resolutely abandoned the Firewheel. She swiftly lifted her long, delicate leg and stepped into the spacious interior of the Bugatti. Chi Mengwei, that Firewheel was something you snatched from someone else, how can you just leave it behind? Shifeng immediately noticed the abandoned Firewheel by the roadside, as it was his good brother Zhuo Zhanghao's ride. As a real man, Shifeng understood what a car meant to a man, and even though Zhuo Zhanghao had once betrayed their brotherhood, he simply couldn't bear to watch this beloved car being carelessly discarded. "Oh, I was just worried that you two big men would do something with a little girl alone in the car." Chi Mengwei pouted her luscious red lips, feigning innocence as she playfully chided. At that moment, Li Shuefu, also sitting in the back seat, looked innocent and curiously asked, "Sister, are you really that lacking in confidence?" Chi Mengwei and Li Shuefu sat side by side, and the atmosphere between them instantly became delicate, as if a new war between women was about to unfold. Just as the tension escalated, Shifeng, in a bid to avoid the potential outbreak of conflict, quickly proposed an idea. "How about this? I'll go drive the Firewheel away, and you two beauties can stay here and relax?" However, as soon as the suggestion was made, it was met with silence. After a moment, a soft response came, "That might not be good?" Li Shuefu shot a disdainful glance at Chi Mengwei, secretly grumbling, "What bad luck, having to share a car with such a woman. Especially one who was a rival for her beloved man." Thinking of this, she couldn't help but frown, her face showing disgust. However, Chi Mengwei seemed completely oblivious to Li Shuefu's disdain, casually responding, "That's fine." Immediately, she shot Li Shuefu a big eye roll in return, snorting softly, secretly thinking, "Want me to lose out? No way." Besides, this Bugatti is a rare treasure. She had long been itching to experience driving it herself, and it might even be more thrilling than that so-called Firewheel. With that thought, Chi Mengwei was filled with excitement and readily agreed. Seeing Chi Mengwei so readily accept the driving proposal, Li Shuefu suddenly felt a bit trapped. If she refused at this moment, wouldn't it make her seem too petty? So, she quickly shifted her expression. Instantly adopting a well-behaved and understanding demeanor, smiling sweetly at Chi Mengwei and said, "Alright, since you want to open it, then I'll open it for you. Whatever you want." After saying that, she deliberately flashed a sweet smile at Chi Mengwei, trying to show her generosity. Seeing this, Chi Mengwei naturally didn't want to be outdone and responded with a smile as well. However, behind both of their smiles, it seemed that each was hiding their own schemes and calculations. On the side, Shifeng was dumbfounded by this scene. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my, this is what women are like. They can turn on a dime. Not only are they all skilled actresses, but this back-and-forth drama is truly dazzling." In the end, with no other choice, Shifeng had to hand the Bugatti car keys to Chi Mengwei, while he turned to walk towards the firewheel, preparing to drive off. "Wow, this car is just too cool." Chi Mengwei excitedly sat in the spacious and luxurious driver's seat of the Bugatti, her eyes sparkling, and she couldn't stop making sounds of admiration. She carefully examined the exquisite decorations, high-quality materials, and advanced dashboard details, praising the superb craftsmanship of this luxury car. Meanwhile, Li Shuefu reluctantly moved from the back seat to the front passenger seat. She secretly grumbled to herself, I don't want to sit with this annoying woman. If it weren't for Shifeng, fearing he'd be caught in the middle, I wouldn't be putting up with this." Despite this, she still held back her dissatisfaction and quietly fastened her seatbelt. "Hee, since you're so eager for me to drive fast, I won't hold back." Chi Mengwei smiled brightly, revealing a pair of luscious red lips. However, at that moment, Li Shuefu suddenly felt a bad premonition, but before she could react, Chi Mengwei had already taken swift action. In an instant, Chi Mengwei's captivating eyes turned sharp, as if she had transformed into a professional race car driver. She skillfully gripped the steering wheel with both hands, slammed the accelerator, and the Bugatti shot out like an arrow. Following that, with an extremely cool drifting maneuver, the car successfully overtook the vehicles ahead. The sudden acceleration caught the unprepared Li Shuefu off guard, and she screamed. Her eyes widened in terror as she tightly grasped the armrest, her body involuntarily leaning back as the Bugatti swerved left and right on the road, overtaking other vehicles at an astonishing speed. Li Shuefu's heart raced and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Even though her body felt so uncomfortable, she stubbornly retorted, Don't call me little Fu. Finally finishing her protest, she let out a sigh of relief, only to see Chi Mengwei's smile widen even more, and with another maneuver, the Bugatti sped up wildly. Chi Mengwei must be doing this on purpose. Li Shuefu was tossed around in the passenger seat, wanting to retort again, but she felt powerless. She would definitely complain later. Yes, complain. This is too much bullying, sob. Shifeng wasn't doing any better. While Chi Mengwei was speeding, he was chasing from behind. The key point was that he couldn't catch up. How embarrassing. If this got out, how would he live? But the reality was that Chi Mengwei was a female driver with the skills of a professional racer, and he truly couldn't catch up. Sometimes, when he finally managed to catch up, Chi Mengwei would suddenly accelerate to the limit, leaving him in her exhaust. Then he would catch up again, and she would pull away. After going back and forth a few times, he understood she was toying with him. This is absolute revenge. Not long after, accompanied by a low and powerful roar of the engine, a sleek and stylish Bugatti parked on the beach like a flash of lightning. The car door slowly opened, and the first thing that caught the eye was a pair of long, straight, beautiful legs, followed by a woman dressed in fashionable attire, stepping out of the car with elegance. Her fiery red high ponytail danced in the wind, radiating a passionate charm. However, in stark contrast to this fiery beauty was another woman who followed her out. This woman had a sweet and lovely appearance, resembling the girl next door, but at that moment her face was frighteningly pale, as if she had just experienced a terrible nightmare. As soon as she got out of the car, she covered her mouth and stumbled to the side in search of a place to vomit. A little while later, a uniquely designed firewheel motorcycle also stopped by the roadside. A tall, handsome man got off the bike. However, what was surprising was that although he was good-looking, he was covered in dust, looking somewhat disheveled. At that moment, standing nearby, Chi Mengwei smiled and said, "Oh dear. What happened to you two? One looks sickly, and the other is in such a sorry state." After saying this, she deliberately raised her hand to cover the smile at the corner of her mouth, her beautiful eyes revealing an expression of deep concern. But no one answered her, as the other two were slowly recovering, contrasting sharply with Chi Mengwei's state, and they were too preoccupied to respond. Then, Chi Mengwei slightly tilted her head, enjoying the warm sunshine and gentle sea breeze, and happily exclaimed, "The weather is just wonderful. This beach is so beautiful. My mood is simply off the charts." She then turned her gaze to Shifeng and Li Shuefu, curiously asking, "Why aren't you two smiling?
Is it that you just don't like to smile?" Faced with Qi Mengwei's
series of questions, Shifeng merely glanced at her silently, lips pressed tight, not saying a word. Li Shuefu, feeling unwell, had no time to respond.
Qi Mengwei seemed
completely oblivious to their silence and continued talking to herself. Suddenly, as if she had discovered a new world, she excitedly pointed towards a crowd gathered
on the beach and shouted, "Ah! It looks like there's something fun over there."
Before her words had even faded, she dashed off in that direction like a joyful little deer. Her fiery red ponytail bounced with the rhythm of her run, full of youthful vitality and energy. Li Shuefu looked towards the crowd on the beach and was also
drawn in. "Classmate, let's go check it out." "Okay," Shifeng replied.
After resting for a while, both Shifeng and Li Shuefu had recovered.
They followed behind Qi Mengwei, walking towards the gathering on the beach.
Qi Mengwei had no adverse reactions. In her cheerful mood, she had already arrived at the spot ahead of them. She looked around with great interest. "You guys come quickly, there's a little shop here."
"Little shop?"
Shifeng seemed to have not heard that term in a long time. She probably means a stall. Li Shuefu guessed what Qi Mengwei meant.
"There are so many little trinkets for sale plus delicious food." Qi Mengwei's eyes were glued to the little trinkets.
Li Shuefu, being a woman herself, found it hard to resist the various little items displayed at the stalls.
"Wow, this is so pretty." Li Shuefu picked up
a shell decoration.
"How does this earring look?"
"Xiao Fufu, come help me take a look." Qi Mengwei held a sparkling earring to her ear. Li Shuefu seemed not to hear. The title she had previously opposed and seriously helped Qi Mengwei with her selection.
This one is very shiny and suits sister's style. Sister, help me see if this necklace looks good."
Li Shuefu also picked up a sweet-styled necklace. "Wow, it suits Xiao Fufu so well, it's so sweet," Qi Mengwei exaggeratedly praised, with her vibrant red lips. Hearing this, Li Shuefu's shy little face turned a light shade of red. Shifeng stood behind the two women, watching this scene.
He scratched his head, feeling confused and bewildered. Just a moment ago, there had been tension. When did they become as close as sisters? Qi Mengwei and Li Shuefu
excitedly wove through the bustling market stalls, where the dazzling array of goods was overwhelming.
After a careful selection, their hands were unknowingly filled with all sorts of cute and interesting little items.
And of course, the bill for these little items was all taken care of by Shifeng.
However, at that moment, a unique comparison quietly unfolded.
The two beauties began to compare who had bought fewer items, who was the most considerate, and who was the most frugal with their spending.
It sounded quite interesting, right?
But in reality, the difference was merely a small gap between 10,000 and 9,000.
After all, the bulk of the money
had already been spent lavishly, yet they were still arguing over a mere 1,000. Shifeng stood by, watching them debate this matter, feeling quite perplexed. He really couldn't understand why women cared so much about such trivial matters, but out of politeness, he chose to remain silent and express that although he didn't
quite understand, he absolutely respected their attitude.
Of course, saying it was respect was often more of a forced act out of helplessness. When this little shopping spree finally came to an end, Qi Mengwei suddenly became sharp-eyed. It turned out that her keen eyes had spotted a small shop selling drinks not far from the beach. You should know that Qi Mengwei was an absolute wine enthusiast. As soon as she saw anything related to alcohol, even a nondescript roadside shop, her gaze would
be magnetically drawn and locked in place, unable to move away. She excitedly shouted, "Quick, quick, quick! Let's rush over there, we're going to buy some drinks." Before her words had even finished, she didn't have time to consider the two beside her, Li Shuefu and Shifeng, who had no interest in alcohol and were planning to politely decline, and she anxiously pulled them both along as they ran. Before long, the three of them hurriedly arrived at the small drink shop by the beach. "May I ask what you three would like to order?" The waitress responsible for taking orders in this cozy little shop approached with a smile and gently inquired. The three were leisurely seated at the neatly arranged tables outside the shop. Upon hearing the waitress's question, Qi Mengwei quickly scanned the menu with her beautiful eyes, and her gaze was immediately drawn to a signature strong liquor, Fiery Oxygen. Upon seeing this name, a sense of boldness surged within her, and without hesitation, she ordered, "I'll have a glass of Fiery Oxygen." After ordering, she was filled with excitement, secretly thinking, "Of course, I have to try the strong liquor." However, when she turned to look at the other two beside her, she found that they were both silent. "Hey, what do you two want to drink?" Qi Mengwei furrowed her brows, asking in confusion. "We don't drink alcohol." Shifeng and Li Shuefu answered almost simultaneously. "Ah? Not drinking? How can that be? It's so boring to be with this young lady and not drink.
Upon hearing this, Chi Mengwei immediately showed a look of grievance on her face, her little mouth pouting high. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, her eyes lit up, and she continued, last time we were at the bar, Xiao you. Before Chi Mengwei could finish her sentence, Shi Feng quickly interrupted, ahem, alright, I'll drink, is that okay? Could you please recommend me a low alcohol drink? Shi Feng was really afraid that Chi Mengwei would bring up old stories again. What happened last time at the bar was quite embarrassing for him, so this time he could only helplessly choose to compromise and ordered a low alcohol drink. Seeing that Shi Feng had made a concession, Li Shuefu hesitated for a moment and then softly said, alright then, I'll have a low alcohol drink. 2. One reason was that she didn't want to seem too unconventional. After all, Shi Feng had ordered a drink. The other reason was that she was a bit worried that if there was too much of a gap in drinking with Chi Mengwei, it would make her seem out of place. What a pity, she sighed inwardly. In fact, she had always longed to drink like those bold people, but unfortunately, her body simply couldn't handle strong alcohol. Otherwise, today she would have to compete with Chi Mengwei and make her drink until she collapsed. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but pout. Chi Mengwei mumbled, tsk, how boring. I thought you guys would order something stronger. But it's just this low alcohol drink. Upon hearing this, Li Shuefu showed a hint of grievance on her face and said pitifully, oh, we didn't expect that either. Just then, the waiter walked over with a smile, carrying 3 glasses of differently colored fine wine. He first gently placed a deep red drink in front of Chi Mengwei and introduced, this lady, this is hot passion. Then he handed a light pink drink to Li Shuefu and softly said, this lady, this is rose. Finally, the waiter handed the remaining blue drink to Shi Feng, saying, this gentleman, this is beyond the stars. Li Shuefu carefully took a sip of her rose, and instantly a sweet flavor spread in her mouth. With such a low alcohol content, the drink was almost like a delicious beverage, making her feel very pleased. After tasting his beyond the stars, Shi Feng found that although it had no sweetness and even a slight bitterness, the alcohol content was indeed low, so he didn't mind it. In contrast, Chi Mengwei was much bolder. Without saying a word, she tilted her head back and downed the entire glass of hot passion in one go. The moment the drink went down her throat, it brought a strong stimulating sensation, but for someone like her who was already used to drinking strong alcohol, this was nothing. However, just this small glass was clearly not enough to satisfy her thirst for alcohol, so she shouted to the waiter without hesitation, waiter, another glass. Chi Mengwei usually became exceptionally excited when she drank, and she had a physique that flushed easily with alcohol. At this moment, a faint blush had already appeared on her fair and delicate cheeks, looking as vibrant as peach blossoms blooming in spring. The waiter skillfully handed the carefully crafted fine wine to Chi Mengwei. However, when this tempting drink landed in her hands, Chi Mengwei did not eagerly down it as she usually did. Instead, she gently swirled the glass with great interest. She blinked her beautiful eyes slightly, looking at Li Shuefu across from her with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown, and sweetly asked, Xiao Fufu, quickly tell me some interesting stories from when you were deskmates in university? Upon hearing this, Li Shuefu couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock, silently lamenting in her heart. After all, she and Chi Mengwei could be considered real rivals in love. How could she easily speak of such things? Just as Li Shuefu hesitated, unsure of how to respond, Chi Mengwei seemed to see through her thoughts and waved her hand generously, saying nonchalantly, oh, don't worry. It's all good. Who doesn't have a past? I'm just curious and want to hear some gossip. Hearing Chi Mengwei say this, Li Shuefu's previously tense heartstrings relaxed a little. Since the other party didn't mind and was simply curious to hear the gossip, she didn't need to be overly nervous. With this thought, Li Shuefu lightly bit her lip, just about to share that long-buried secret. But the words got stuck in her throat. In the end, she lowered her head, awkwardly raised her glass, and took a big gulp to cover her embarrassment, mumbling softly, forget it, maybe I won't say it. After all, if she really spoke out, it would mean she had to admit that ever since she became deskmates with Shi Feng in university, she had been silently in love with this outstanding and charming man, only to find that his gaze had never lingered on her for even a moment. This matter was like a sun obscured by dark clouds, lacking any brilliance. If she spoke of it, wouldn't it be like exposing ice and snow to the scorching sun, mercilessly mocked by Chi Mengwei? Alright then. Chi Mengwei's delicate voice was like a mischievous little fox, gently scratching at Shi Feng's ear. If Xiao Fufu won't say, then how about you? Xiao Fengfeng, the person involved? Shi Feng's head hung low like a heavy ear of wheat, trying to hide the embarrassment that surged like a tide. He silently took a sip of wine, as if that wine was his last lifeline. Because he had once been hooked by that snake-like green tea bitch, willingly playing the role of a lovesick fool for those years. This matter was like an ugly scar in his heart, not at all glorious, wouldn't speaking of it just invite Chi Mengwei's sharp ridicule, tearing him apart.
Mercilessly?
Seeing the two of them silent, Chi Mengwei's keen gaze sparkled like a cheetah catching the scent of prey.
Oh dear, you two like this, I'm even more.
Curious now, her voice carried a hint of urgency, as if the secret about to be revealed was the most precious treasure in the world.
Xiao Fufu, hurry and tell. Will you say it? If you don't, I'll just hum. Humph.
Chi Mengwei's voice was sometimes like a yellow oriole emerging from the valley, crisp and pleasant, at other times. It was like a spoiled child, impossible to refuse.
Xiao Feng,
come on, say it. Her big watery eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky, radiating
an eager light that made one want to satisfy her curiosity.
Due to the embarrassment of the situation, even under Chi Mengwei's coercion and temptation, Shi Feng and Li Shuefu were like they had been enchanted, tightly sealing their lips, not uttering a single word. The three were in a fierce tug-of-war.
Suddenly, a loud and
raucous noise came, as if a group of demons were roaring in their ears. Hey! Beautiful ladies over there, look this way. The voice was like the screech of a night owl, harsh and sharp.
That red-haired girl has an amazing figure, I like her, hee hee. This sentence pierced straight into Li Shuefu's heart like a sword. That little sweet girl is my type. The greed in that statement was like a hungry wolf spotting a plump lamb. Brother Chow, let's go flirt a bit, it will definitely be easy for us. What kind of woman could refuse us too? The confident tone made it seem as if they were the most charming men in the world. Hey, Kun Gu, you choose first.
5 flamboyantly dressed men approached from a distance, their figures twisting in the dark like colorful poisonous snakes. The two men at the front were burly, their arms
covered in tattoos that resembled fierce demons, bearing their claws.
Both were under 30, one wore a floral tank top, the other a floral shirt, as if those outfits were disguises hiding their inner ugliness.
Hi, beautiful ladies, it's so boring to drink here, why not come with us to that bar? Zhang Kun in the floral tank
top grinned, his smile like a devil's mask, sending chills down one's spine. His gaze wandered, and the grease at the corner of his mouth seemed ready to drip, making
one feel nauseous. Hey, beautiful, you actually drink such strong liquor, what a rare gem you are.
Li Chao, in the floral shirt, looked like a hungry wolf from afar. His eyes fixed on the red-haired woman. Her fiery silhouette burned like flames, every smile and frown seemed to captivate him, leaving him entranced. As he approached, the fragrance of her femininity enveloped him like an intoxicating perfume, making him feel as if he had been struck by an electric current, instantly tingling. The three men following them echoed like obedient insects, immediately chiming in, resembling a group of sycophantic clowns.
Yeah, ladies, it's so dull to drink here. With Kun Gu and Xiao Gu paying, let's go party at the bar. This group chattered away, quickly surrounding Li Shuefu and Chi Mengwei. They seemed to completely ignore the presence of Shi Feng, forcibly separating him from the two women. Li Shuefu felt a strong sense of annoyance as she was encircled, her brows furrowing like a disturbed flower. Chi Mengwei's alluring eyes sparkled with sharp intelligence, like brilliant stars in the night sky. Her luscious red lips curled slightly, revealing a smirk that seemed to mock these clueless men. Why aren't the two beauties speaking? One of the lackeys, oblivious to the danger, reached out, attempting to place his hand on Li Shuefu's shoulder, which was as smooth as mutton fat jade.
However, just as his hand was about to touch her, Shi Feng, who had been silent, suddenly struck
like a fierce tiger. His movement was as quick as lightning, like a sudden storm, and in the blink of an eye, he tightly grasped a man's lewd hand. A loud bang
echoed, resembling the sound of bones breaking, followed by a crack as the man's hand twisted and deformed in Shi Feng's grip, a sight too gruesome to behold.
Ah, ah, ah.
It hurts, it hurts. The man's screams were like a pig being slaughtered, echoing through the air, his face contorted in pain like a twisted dough. Yet, he still clawed and struggled, refusing to give in, like a wounded beast that would not yield despite its injuries. Zhang Kun strode up to Shi Feng, his gaze sharp as a knife, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if he were the ruler of the world, demanding submission from all. His lackey had been beaten in front of him, a tremendous humiliation that could not be tolerated. Li Chao and the other two lackeys also glared at Shi Feng like hungry wolves, their eyes filled with malice, as if they wanted
to devour him whole, leaving no bones behind.
However, in the face of their threats, Shi Feng not only ignored them but also tightened his grip even more.
Ah, oh, oh. Ah,
it hurts. The captured man's arm gradually turned pale, as if frozen by frost, his face as white as paper, no longer showing any arrogance. His eyes were filled with fear, as if in the next moment, his arm would snap like a fragile twig, and he would fall into the abyss like a kite with a broken string.
You bastard! Let go of my brother! You ungrateful brat! You don't know who your grandpa Zhang is, you deserve a beating! Zhang Kun was furious, immediately taking off his
floral vest, revealing muscles as solid as steel, shining brilliantly in the sunlight, as if to flaunt his strength to Shifeng.
Let you see what our duo can do. Li
Chao stretched his limbs, a wicked smile appearing on his face, that smile like a demon's, filled with evil and cunning.
The two attacked simultaneously, one throwing
punches like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, the force of the punch like a hammer, carrying immense power, the other kicking like a dragon emerging from the sea, unstoppable, the leg technique like a sudden storm, leaving no way to evade. A cold glint flashed in Shi Mengwei's beautiful eyes as she pondered how to deal with this group of people to relieve her pent-up anger.
Dare to bully my sister's man? Go to hell.
Shi Mengwei's right hand conjured a delicate small knife as if by magic. The knife glinting coldly in the sunlight, as if proclaiming its sharpness. She gripped the hilt tightly, the grip tightening like the fury in her heart. She wanted to give this group a harsh lesson, making them understand that her man, Shi Mengwei, was not someone they could bully. However, Shifeng moved like lightning, his actions as swift as a storm, his reactions as agile as a cunning rabbit, his strength precise and fierce, like a tiger pouncing on its prey.
In the face of Li Chao's wind-like punch, he sidestepped effortlessly. Then, like an arrow released from a bow, he rushed in front of Li Chao, one hand gripping his throat like a vice. Seeing this,
Zhang Kun pounced from the side like a hungry tiger, delivering a fierce kick like a hammer to Shifeng's back.
Just 5 centimeters from Shifeng's back, he
instantly sidestepped, his movements ghostly agile. He forcefully swung his arm, using the Li Chao he had restrained as a shield, blocking Zhang Kun's attack.
Ugh!
Li Chao let out a heart-wrenching groan, his face turning pale as if his soul had been sucked away.
Zhang Kun's hammer-like kick struck Li Chao's stomach, causing him
to scream like a slaughtered pig. Upon seeing he had kicked Li Chao, Zhang Kun's face turned ashen, filled with fear and panic, as if the end of the world had come.
Li Chao, are you okay?
His voice trembled like a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment.
However, when his gaze turned to Shifeng, the flames of anger ignited once more.
You bastard, don't use Li Chao as your shield. His voice thundered, exploding in the air, causing pain in people's eardrums.
If you're a man, fight me with real weapons. Shifeng's eyes sparkled with a contemptuous smile, as if mocking Zhang Kun's overconfidence. You two together couldn't beat me, are you sure you can take me on alone?
Shifeng's words were like a cold wind, ruthlessly blowing past Zhang Kun's ears, making him shiver involuntarily.
After
speaking, he casually tossed the barely conscious Li Chao aside like trash, as if Li Chao were an insignificant object.
Stop the noise. Zhang Kun's voice was like a thunderous bell, deafening to the ears.
He was filled with confidence in his own strength, as if he were the invincible king among this group of people.
He secretly thought
that without Li Chao's suppression, he was like a fierce tiger released from its cage, and his strength would surely be unleashed to the fullest.
Shifeng also said no more. He knew that these people would not give up until they had experienced a thrilling battle that would make them truly submit. At this moment, the battle had evolved into a peak one-on-one showdown. Zhang Kun was known for his immense strength, and his fists were like giant hammers forged from steel, each swing carrying the might to topple mountains. He gazed at the tall Shifeng before him, secretly delighted, thinking, this will be an easy win.
However, Shifeng had already seen through
Zhang Kun's thoughts from his eyes.
The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a barely noticeable smile, as he silently recited, with my full talent and experience, my speed is like the wind, my reflexes like lightning, my strength surpasses Mount Tai, and my skills are unparalleled. Therefore, facing a strength type
opponent, I can easily crush him. Zhang Kun's eyes widened in anger, his hands clenched into fists, resembling a fierce leopard, and he charged forward like an arrow released from a bow. His left fist was as fast as lightning, carrying the force of thunder, and it smashed toward Shifeng's left shoulder. His right fist was like a cannonball fired from a gun, racing forward with the power to destroy. As his fists approached Shifeng like a storm, Shifeng stood firm like a mountain, steady as Mount Tai, showing no sign of retreat. With Zhang Kun's immense power, if those two punches landed, Shifeng would likely be crushed to pieces. Shi Mengwei witnessed this
heart-stopping scene, her heart racing, filled with anxiety, her beautiful eyes tightly furrowed, as if gripped by an invisible hand.
In this life and death one-on-one contest, according to the rules of the martial world, outsiders could not intervene.
She could only anxiously shout, Xiao Fengfeng, be careful.
Quickly dodge.
However, her words were like stones thrown into the sea, instantly drowned out, failing to sway Shifeng in the slightest. Beside her, Li Shuefu, who knew nothing about fighting, was also filled with anxiety. Her hands were tightly clasped together, as if she were praying earnestly, be careful, deskmate. At that moment, both women held their breath in unison, their hearts like 15 buckets of water up and down, filled with worry for Shifeng. However, just as Zhang Kun's fists were about to close in on Shifeng like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, Shifeng moved like a swift swallow, quickly blocking Zhang Kun's attack with lightning speed. His hands gripped Zhang Kun's fists like iron pincers, then he exerted force, throwing Zhang Kun's entire body like a discarded sandbag, arcing through the air and crashing to the ground behind him. Bang! Crack! With two deafening sounds, Zhang Kun fell heavily to the ground like a meteorite, kicking up a cloud of dust that obscured the sky. His face displayed a look of shock, as if he couldn't believe he had been so easily defeated. Ugh! Zhang Kun let out a heart-wrenching cry, crashing to the ground like a kite with a broken string, but he was not as fortunate as Li Chao. His body lay twisted on the ground, resembling a pitiful sight of a leaf battered by a storm. Shifeng's strength was like a tidal wave, and the force with which he threw Zhang Kun was like a thunderous blow. Therefore, at the moment Zhang Kun hit the ground, his muscles and bones seemed to be shattered by this overwhelming force. The remaining few followers witnessed this scene, scared to the point of wetting themselves, and dared not take another step closer. Brother Kun! Brother Chao! Are you all right? The few of them, like startled birds, hurriedly helped Zhang Kun and Li Chao up. You brat, who are you? Zhang Chao, helped to his feet, glared at Shifeng like an enraged lion, his eyes flashing with anger as if he wanted to devour Shifeng. His voice was like thunder, causing people's eardrums to ache. Shifeng! Shifeng's voice was as calm as a still pond, not a ripple disturbed its surface. His gaze was like an unfathomable ancient well, making it impossible to glimpse its secrets. Your martial prowess is not bad, humph. Zhang Chao squeezed out a cold snort. Through his teeth, his disdainful expression suggesting that in his eyes, Shifeng was no more than a trivial ant. His words were as piercing as a biting cold wind, carrying a hint of chill. Do you know who I am? Zhang Kun's voice suddenly boomed like thunder, as if he wanted the whole world to know his identity. His voice resonated like a great bell, echoing in the air, lingering for a long time. Here, the most powerful Sha Gang, I, Zhang Kun, am the son of the Sha Gang's leader. Moreover, I am the pinnacle of our Sha Gang's martial strength. His tone was filled with pride and self-satisfaction, as if he were the ruler of this land above all beings. His voice was like a stirring symphony, playing the melody of victory. My brother, Brother Chao, do you know Shang Kun Group? Zhang Kun pointed to the severely injured and exhausted Li Chao beside him, his expression growing increasingly smug. His voice was like a resounding horn, uplifting the spirits. One of the top 100 enterprises in Donghai City. His voice was like a great bell, deafening the 100th. His tone carried an indescribable sense of superiority, as if this were the most dazzling halo above his head. His voice was like an inspiring battle song, encouraging people to forge ahead. He is the next heir. Zhang Kun's voice was filled with boasting and self-satisfaction, as if Li Chao were a trump card in his hand, enough to let him show off before everyone. His voice was like the cheers of victory resounding through the skies. Li Chao's strength was like a candle flickering in the wind, dimmed before Zhang Kun, as if there were a world of difference. After being injured, the pain surged like a tidal wave, making it hard for him to express, as if every cell in his body was groaning in agony. However, when it came to discussing his family background, his contemptuous gaze was like a sharp blade, fiercely stabbing at Shifeng, as if wanting to tear his soul apart. After speaking, the few followers cautiously helped Zhang Kun and Li Chao away, moving slowly and heavily, as if every step was on a knife's edge, afraid to attract Shifeng's attention. After all, at this moment, Shifeng's formidable martial strength was like an insurmountable mountain, evident to all. If they encountered a crazed Shifeng, wouldn't that be throwing themselves into a trap, seeking their own demise? It was better to slip away quietly. However, to leave in such a disheveled state was truly humiliating. Thus, one of the followers, entrusted by Zhang Kun and Li Chao, after the group had walked further away, shouted hoarsely, like a defeated rooster, with all his might. You've offended these two brothers, be careful of the retribution that follows. The green mountains remain, the waters flow on, our Sha Gang will not let this go easily. It then scratched its little head with its cute little paw, seemingly pondering why it had to suffer such treatment. However, the real culprit, Li Shuefu, seemed to have lost her soul, completely unaware of the trouble she had caused, leaving Little Bai to cry out pitifully. Because her mood at this moment was like a tangled mess, impossible to cut or sort out. She continued to toss and turn in bed like a spinning top, trying to find a way to make herself better. Turning over brought confusion about the future, turning back brought regret about the past. She struggled in this painful vortex, unable to escape. The pitiful little white cat lay alone on the ground, right at the crime scene where it had just been cruelly kicked off the bed. It curled up like a ball of cotton, its white fur looking as if It had been ravaged by a fierce wind, disheveled and messy, its eyes filled with sorrow and grievance, just like a flower battered by wind and rain. The little white cat softly mewed, its voice rising and falling like a yellow oriole leaving the valley, or a swallow returning to its nest, as if it were crying out to its owner about the tragic treatment it had suffered. Each meow was like a sharp dagger, piercing the heart, evoking pity and a desire to hold it and comfort it. However, it gazed at its owner with hope, yearning for a shred of compassion and love. Perhaps just a gentle stroke on its little head or a warm embrace would make it forget the pain it had just endured. But what it did not expect was that what awaited it was the owner's indifference. The owner seemed to be oblivious to the world outside, immersed in their own thoughts, ignoring its pleas. Little White knew its voice was filled with resentment and helplessness, like an abandoned orphan crying in endless darkness. Little White slowly got up, each step feeling as heavy as 1,000 pounds, as if it were bearing the weight of the entire world. Its eyes revealed endless sorrow, a confusion and disappointment at the owner's coldness. Even at the door, it lingered for 3 seconds, hoping for a hint of attention from its owner, but in the end, it was all in vain. Forget it, the owner must have someone else in their heart. Ha! Women! Little White quietly squatted on the balcony, like a lonely and stubborn sculpture. Its petite body curled slightly, yet still exuded a kind of resilience, as if shouting its existence to the world. The moonlight fell like a light veil on its snow-white fur, as if draping it in a layer of silver gauze, this gauze as thin as a cicada's wing, gently covering it, yet unable to conceal the loneliness and sorrow deep within its heart. From behind, one could only see its lonely figure like a solitary dancer, and that fluffy tail, swaying gently like a willow branch in the wind, as if whispering some incomprehensible secret. Its tail seemed to be engaged in a stubborn struggle with fate. Its originally lively and adorable big eyes at this moment were like cold stars in a frigid night, exceptionally indifferent, staring straight at the pitch-black night outside the window like two cold gems, emitting a chilling light that made one's heart tremble. At night, the bustling city, like a weary giant, gradually quieted down, the traffic and clamor of the day receding like a tide. The dim light from the distant street lamps flickered like tiny stars, shining weakly in the darkness. On the balcony, the wind was as cold as biting ice. That cold wind, like a chilling blade, mercilessly swept across Little White's body, making it shiver involuntarily. Yet, it remained motionless like a statue, allowing the cold wind to invade it like a demon, as if it wanted to engage in a life-and-death struggle with this boundless solitude in its own way. Its figure appeared so small under the moonlight, yet so resolute, like a lonely fortress, as if declaring to the world that even when faced with the heavy siege of loneliness and indifference, it would never easily yield. A gentle breeze swept through the street, like a pair of tender hands softly caressing people's faces. Shifeng and Chi Mengwei strolled slowly along this familiar street, their pace neither hurried nor slow, as if time had come to a standstill at that moment. The whole scene is beautiful as a poetic painting. Since leaving the bottom of Li Shuefu's building, the two were supposed to head home separately. At least, that was what Shifeng thought. However, what he never expected was that as they turned into the quiet, deserted corner of the street, things suddenly took an unexpected turn. Chi Mengwei suddenly reached out her hand, slowly moving closer to Shifeng. Then came a bold wall slam action. At that moment, Chi Mengwei resembled a light and agile butterfly, gracefully and swiftly approaching Shifeng. Her graceful figure rose and fell slightly with her breath, like the vast ocean, filled with endless charm and temptation. Meanwhile, a faint, elegant fragrance emanated from her, as if it were an invisible yet powerful hook, constantly teasing Shifeng's already restless heartstrings, relentlessly assaulting his fragile psychological defenses. Xiaofengfeng Chi Mengwei called out playfully, deliberately extending her slender fingers to gently trace Shifeng's sharply defined, strong features. Her fingertips were like a flame burning brightly, wherever they touched. Shifeng's skin instantly became scorching hot, as if being roasted by fierce fire. Just not long ago, Shifeng had been accidentally kissed by Li Shuefu in her bedroom, igniting a raging fire in his heart. But now, faced with Chi Mengwei's bold and passionate actions, he truly didn't know how to respond. Could it be that all these women were enchanting fairies? Shifeng's eyes were like a bottomless abyss, dark and profound, making it difficult to glimpse the true emotions within. His gaze darted to the side like a lightning bolt cutting through the night sky, as if only such a decisive action could withstand the deadly allure emanating from this enchanting woman. The sky was getting late. Well, I'll head home first. Don't forget to return the wind fire wheel to Haozi, Shifeng hurriedly said, not daring to glance at Chi Mengwei again, fearing he might accidentally fall into the depths of her tender eyes. Just moments ago, Chi Mengwei, who had been gazing at him with affection and shyness, suddenly dimmed at his words. Her beautiful eyes, once as vibrant as blooming peach blossoms in spring, instantly losing their luster. She seemed like an eggplant ruthlessly ravaged by frost, losing all vitality and energy in an instant, as if all her spirit had been drained away. Humph! Chi Mengwei coldly huffed, secretly pondering, how could there be such a dull and foolish person in this world? She glared at Chi Feng's deliberately averted eyes, wishing she could rush forward and forcibly pry open this man's head to see what strange and bizarre things were inside. Why did her carefully executed beauty trap have no effect on him? Could it be that this man was simply too incompetent? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. With this thought, Chi Mengwei slowly lowered her head, but her gaze remained sharp as a torch, as if it could penetrate layers of clothing and reach the hidden place within the man that symbolized primal desire and impulse. Her lips curled slightly upward, sketching a sly and charming smile, like a cat that had just successfully stolen a fish, with a glimmer of barely perceptible pride flashing in her eyes. She knew well that she possessed an irresistible charm, especially when she saw that man explode with emotion like a powder keg ignited. Her inner confidence surged. However, what puzzled her was why this man before her could remain so calm and composed, completely unfazed by her relentless advances. It was simply unbelievable. Thinking of this, Chi Meng furrowed her brows, shaking her head vigorously like a rattling drum. Meanwhile, her fiery red ponytail swayed back and forth with the movement of her head. That long ponytail seemed to be burning with a fierce flame, dancing and leaping recklessly, each sway stirring up a wave of scorching wind, making the surrounding air feel as if it were about to ignite from this heat. The fiery ponytail complemented her resolute rejection, together forming a vivid picture full of dynamism and tension. Despite Chi Meng racking her brain, she could never understand this man's behavior. She recalled her glorious achievements in the battlefield of love, where she shone like the brightest star in the night sky, radiating endless brilliance. Whether through her extraordinary abilities or her natural beauty that could topple kingdoms, she had attracted countless suitors who flocked to her like fish crossing a river. But now, this man seemed oblivious. What on earth was the problem? However, ever since that chance encounter with Chiffon, this mysterious and charming man had burst into her world like a whirlwind. From then on, she found herself in a grueling chase, each step filled with hardship and challenge. This was the first time in her life. In the past, those men who had fallen at her feet had all been exceedingly attentive and compliant. But now, facing Feng, she had to exhaust all her efforts to capture his attention. Her heart, which had always burned like fire, was now ablaze, as if it wanted to ignite the entire world. Her eyes, which usually sparkled with passionate flames, were like two bolts of lightning, capable of piercing through a person's soul in an instant. With just a gentle glance, she could make countless people swoon. But this time was different. No matter how hard she tried, Chiffon seemed utterly unmoved. That sense of defeat surged over her like a tide, instantly drowning all her confidence and pride. Her once bright eyes, which sparkled like stars, now dimmed with disappointment. It was as if the bright moon hanging high in the night sky had suddenly lost its luster, leaving only solitude and desolation, hanging alone in the boundless darkness. Such a heartbreaking look of loss should not have appeared on her. But reality was so cruel and merciless, laid bare before her. However, just as she realized that such emotions were showing in her eyes, she seemed to transform into a wounded fawn. Out of instinct for self-protection, she quickly concealed the disappointment deep within her heart, forcing herself to maintain a strong exterior. In an instant, the vibrant, fiery woman returned. She radiated a spicy and unrestrained aura once more, as if the previous vulnerability had been nothing but an illusion. Chi Mengwei? Chiffon slowly opened his eyes, and for a brief moment, he remained still, without any movement. Finally, he quietly turned his gaze towards the direction of Chi Mengwei, like a curious little kitten. However, that one glance left him utterly astonished. He saw that Chi Mengwei's expression was as changeable as the weather, sometimes gloomy, sometimes bright, making it difficult to grasp the deeper meaning behind it. Chiffon hesitated for a moment but couldn't help but softly ask, "What's wrong?" Upon hearing his voice, Chi Mengwei snapped back to reality as if waking from a dream. In that instant, Chiffon could no longer tear his gaze away from her. He watched in awe as Chi Mengwei gently lifted the corners of her lips, which were as delicate and enticing as cherries, a vibrant red that seemed to drip with allure. She already possessed a breathtaking beauty, and this slight smile added a playful and lively aura to her presence. Especially her lips, painted with bright lipstick, resembled a blazing flame, continuously radiating an intoxicating charm. Just above those fiery red lips, a hint of a mischievous smile slowly emerged, as if a cunning little devil was secretly plotting a unique and delightful prank. Before Chiffon could react, Chi Mengwei's enchanting face quickly leaned in closer. Then, a crisp and clear pop echoed, and Shifeng felt as if the skin on his left cheek was being seared by a raging fire. It turned out that Chi Mengwei had lightly kissed his cheek, like a dragonfly skimming the water. In that moment, it was as if a gentle breeze had brushed over the lake, soft and fleeting, yet enough to leave an incredibly alluring red mark on his left cheek.
Chi Mengwei gazed at her masterpiece, nodded
slightly, and smiled with satisfaction. However, at that instant, Shifeng's face turned as red and hot as if it had been ignited by flames.
Although it was just a kiss on
the cheek and not on a more intimate part, for someone like him, who had been shy and reserved since childhood, that thin layer of skin was more fragile than paper. Such a direct and unreserved tease was undoubtedly a huge shock and challenge for him. How could he withstand such a passionate expression of feelings?
At that moment,
Shifeng felt as if his heart was being gently scratched by a playful little kitten, the ticklish sensation making him both excited and nervous, wanting to reach out and
catch that mischievous kitten, yet fearing to disturb it.
At the same time, it felt as if a raging fire was spreading across his face, quickly turning his complexion
a deep crimson, like a ripe apple.
Even his usually clear eyes began to flicker, losing their calm and composure, as if lost in a fog, completely unsure where to
direct his gaze.
He felt awkward and restless due to this sudden kiss, his hands and feet seemingly unresponsive, not knowing how to position himself.
Could it be that he had been inexplicably kissed? He had actually been bullied by a woman.
Oh my, if he thought about it carefully, during this long night, he had first been kissed on the hand by Li Shuefu, like a dragonfly skimming the water, and then kissed on the cheek by Chi Mengwei, like a spring breeze brushing his face. He had experienced such astonishing events. He felt like a flower battered by a storm, utterly unlucky, being tormented in turn by two women. Where could he go to seek justice? His heart was filled with grievances and helplessness, like a flood that had breached its banks, yet there was nowhere to vent it. "Xiao Feng, you are my man," one of the women said playfully, her voice so sweet it seemed capable of turning steel into softness.
"Sister only has eyes for you,"
another woman chimed in, unabashedly revealing her affection for him, her fiery gaze like the scorching sun of summer, making it hard to look directly at her. However, what left him feeling disheartened was that, faced with these two passionately enthusiastic women, he felt like
a heartless statue, showing no signs of affection whatsoever. Could it really be that their charm was as fleeting as a passing cloud?
Or was he as dull as a block of wood, completely
oblivious to their uniquely intense and volcanic feelings for him?
Just then, one of the women let out a soft hum, as melodious as a yellow oriole emerging from the valley. "So, this is a little punishment specially prepared for you." Oh, after saying this, she playfully winked, her eyes sparkling like brilliant stars in the night sky.
Immediately,
the two of them said in unison, "Good night." Following that, the girl named Chi Mengwei darted away like an incredibly agile rabbit, waving her hand lightly, and in the blink of an eye, she dashed off like a swift wind. After taking full advantage, she slipped away just like that, and before running off, she didn't forget to leave behind a thunderous declaration that shook the heart. As expected, only she could pull off such a thing.
With a loud boom, Chi Mengwei sped away on a cool motorcycle. The bike emitted a series of
extremely arrogant roars, vroom vroom vroom, deafening, as if announcing its owner's pride and joy to the entire world.
In the blink of an eye, Chi Mengwei's figure quickly vanished
into the distance, leaving behind a cloud of dust and the gradually fading roar. Shifeng stood dazed in place, as if a massive stone had been thrown into his heart's lake,
creating ripples that took a long time to settle.
That flame-like red hue, like the most dazzling meteor in the night sky, flashed before his eyes, instantly igniting a certain emotion deep within him. However, as that fiery red finally faded from view, the waves in his heart gradually calmed, like a splendid fireworks display coming to an end. At this moment, the once bustling street seemed to lose its vitality and energy, becoming unusually desolate. The night wind quietly blew, stirring a few fallen leaves, which danced in the air for a moment before gently settling to the ground. The streetlights cast a dim yellow glow, enveloping everything around in a layer of hazy light and shadow.
In the deep silence
of the night, the entire city resembled a giant in slumber, quiet enough to evoke a sense of awe.
Shifeng dragged his heavy and slightly weary steps, slowly making his way to Villa Tianqiang No. 1. The grand door appeared particularly solemn against the backdrop of the night, and he gently pushed it open, producing a soft creak as he stepped into the luxurious villa. Once inside, Shifeng headed straight for the bathroom. He extended his slightly trembling hand and turned on the faucet. Instantly warm water gushed out, splashing onto the pristine white tiles with a crisp sound. He closed his eyes, feeling the warm water gently wash over his face and body, as if trying to cleanse away the fatigue and worries of the day. After washing up, Shifeng picked up a clean towel and carefully dried the droplets on his body. The water beads slid down his muscular contours, sparkling under the light.
But at that moment, he did not rush to the soft, comfortable bed as usual, nor did he dive in to fall into a sweet dream. On the contrary, he stood quietly in front of the bedroom window, his gaze somewhat dazed as he stared out at the pitch-black night sky. The stars twinkled like gems embedded in the black canvas of the heavens, flickering with a faint yet enchanting glow. The outlines of distant buildings appeared hazy, giving off a sense of mystery. Tonight's moonlight was like a shy young girl, hiding behind thick, cotton-like clouds, only reluctantly revealing a faint glow as weak as fireflies. This dim moonlight cast a hazy and mysterious veil over everything around. Shifeng stood quietly at the window, looking up at the moon obscured by clouds, while his heart was tumultuous, filled with countless thoughts. It was as if countless chaotic ideas were intertwining and entangling in his mind like a tangled mess, making it impossible for him to calm down. Having never experienced love before, he found that throughout the day spent with two women, his usually steady heart was pounding like a fawn, its rhythm quickening. That strange yet wonderful feeling left him both excited and somewhat at a loss. Time passed. Second by second, and after an unknown duration, Shifeng took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, as if he had finally made up his mind to gather these scattered thoughts. Because deep in his heart, he was always firmly aware that there was an extremely important and urgent matter waiting for him to complete. Recalling the few troublemakers he encountered on the beach today, Shifeng's gaze instantly turned sharp. The arrogance and vile actions of those people were still vivid in his mind, and this matter was intricately connected to the organization known as Shabang and Shangkun. Although he chose to let those people go at the time, it was by no means because he turned a blind eye to their misdeeds or easily let them off. Rather, he had other plans, fishing with a long line. He understood the principle of to catch a thief, let him feel secure only by first allowing the enemy to mistakenly believe they had succeeded, thus becoming increasingly rampant and arrogant, even inflating themselves to the extreme. Would it be the best time to strike a heavy blow and capture them all at once? With this in mind, Shifeng unhesitatingly took out his phone from his pocket and quickly dialed a number. The owner of this number was his trusted private detective, Holmes. The call was soon connected, and Shifeng succinctly explained his needs to the other party, providing some basic information about the troublemakers and the Shabang and Shangkun. After hanging up the phone, Shifeng tightly gripped his phone, his gaze firmly directed into the distance, silently vowing to uncover the hidden truth and ensure that those who committed evil would receive their due punishment. Mr. Shi, what arrangements do you have? Holmes asked after the call connected. Investigate the gang Shabang and the business group Shangkun. I want to know their situation and any leverage, Shifeng replied. Understood. By the way, also look into the recent business activities in the commercial sector. Understood. The call ended. At this moment, a dazzling and unwavering light flickered in Shifeng's deep, resolute eyes, as if a blazing fire was burning fiercely deep within. He knew very well that if he wanted the group he led to rise rapidly and leap from an ordinary scale to an astonishing level of hundreds of billions, ultimately successfully entering the ranks of the most watched top enterprises, then relying solely on the unremitting efforts of the group's internal personnel, and the conventional operational model would definitely not be enough. Therefore, the urgent task is to actively engage in various business activities. Only by extensively interacting and establishing close cooperative relationships with numerous business elites from all walks of life, and even competing with each other in a fierce market environment, can we continuously absorb and learn from cutting-edge advanced experiences and innovative ways of thinking, thus injecting a strong and lasting impetus for the prosperity and development of the entire group. If we can recruit individuals with extraordinary insight and powerful logical reasoning abilities, like Sherlock Holmes, to conduct relevant investigations, it will undoubtedly help the group obtain more, and more crucial, important information that is extremely beneficial for its development. After all, these invaluable clues and intelligence can play an immeasurable role in propelling the career development of any ambitious person. After arranging all relevant matters in an orderly manner, Shifeng gently placed his phone beside the table. Then, as if he had laid down a heavy burden, he slowly closed his slightly tired eyes from long hours of work. In an instant, an invisible weariness surged over him like a tide, quickly enveloping him. Before long, Shifeng fell into a deep sleep, as if all the noise and turmoil of the outside world had nothing to do with him. In this peaceful and serene night, he had one sweet dream after another, filled with beauty and hope. When the first ray of morning sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains into the room, Shifeng slowly awakened. He stretched his body, feeling the vitality gradually returning. However, just then, a sudden urgent phone ring broke the tranquility of his recent awakening. Shifeng picked up his phone and saw that the screen displayed a call from Fuerma. He pressed the answer button, and before he could speak, He heard Fu Erma's calm voice on the other end. "Mr. Shi, the investigation results are out. I have sent the detailed report to your email, please check it in a timely manner." "Okay, thank you for your hard work," Shifeng replied briefly. After hanging up the phone, a hint of undisguised surprise suddenly flashed in his deep, pool-like eyes.
To be honest, he had previously assigned two important and complex tasks to Fu Erma, and although he knew the other party was exceptionally capable, he still felt deep down that even if Fu Erma was brilliant, completing the investigation smoothly and providing accurate results in such a short time would be quite difficult. But unexpectedly, Fu Erma actually did it. What he never anticipated was that the efficiency displayed by Fu Erma, this exceptionally capable investigator, was simply astonishing. The speed of the investigation far exceeded all his previous expectations. This discovery truly left Shifeng both amazed and overjoyed. With an excited heart, Shifeng quickly opened the email containing important information and rapidly browsed through its contents. When he saw the densely packed text descriptions, he couldn't help but exclaim, "It's truly unbelievable. I didn't expect there to be so many recent business activities." It turned out that Fu Erma had conducted a thorough investigation, compiling nearly 100 different business activities. Moreover, for each activity, he had also detailed the specific focus and the attendees, along with other key information. At this moment, Shifeng was sitting in a spacious and exceptionally bright office, fully focused on the series of business activity-related information displayed on the computer screen in front of him. He occasionally squinted his eyes, as if trying to see through the dense text to uncover the hidden details behind each activity and the potential benefits they might bring. At other times, he gently tapped his fingers on the desk, producing a series of crisp and pleasant sounds, seemingly racking his brain to figure out how to precisely select the most suitable and valuable projects from the many seemingly enticing options before him. As time passed, after a long period of deep contemplation, Shifeng finally, with his keen insight and exceptional judgment, carefully selected 5 high-quality projects from the dazzling array of business activities that he found very satisfying. At this moment, he wore a confident smile on his face, and in his heart, he had already begun to devise a specific action plan for these selected projects. These 5 activities were like 5 brilliant pearls, not only containing immense commercial value and vast development potential but, more importantly, they were exquisitely planned in terms of timing, requiring participation in only one activity each day. This way, he could avoid falling into the quagmire of excessive busyness and fatigue while maximizing the use of his time, ensuring that each activity received meticulous care. It is worth noting that to this day, Shifeng had steadily ascended to the position of CEO through his outstanding abilities and relentless efforts. He had an elite team under him that was well-trained, highly efficient, and worked in perfect harmony, acting as a strong support to help Shifeng manage various complex affairs. Because of this, Shifeng truly no longer needed to fill his entire day with a variety of activities as he once did, overwhelmed by them. At present, he had a perfect grasp of the balance between work and life, understanding how to allocate his energy reasonably, striving to achieve a dual victory of career success and personal happiness. The much-anticipated business event today was specially scheduled for 8 o'clock after nightfall. This way, the ample daylight hours became a blank canvas for Shifeng to paint as he pleased. Thus, he could leisurely relax and fully enjoy that rare sense of leisurely life. Once everything was arranged, Shifeng, still wanting more, lightly clicked the mouse and then opened another email. Shifeng stared at the text in the email, his gaze becoming sharper, as if he wanted to see through the screen to uncover the conspiracy behind it. "Oh, they are actually organizing a rebellion," he murmured to himself, his voice revealing a hint of surprise and disdain. Li Chao of the Xingchuan group was like a greedy wolf, his ambition burning like a raging fire, unstoppable due to his substantial financial resources. He spared no effort in supporting the Sha gang and more than a dozen other gangs, attempting to crush the Fengyun gang in one fell swoop. It was as if a thrilling power game was unfolding, with Li Chao manipulating everything behind the scenes, each of his steps filled with calculation and conspiracy. If they could indeed defeat the Fengyun gang, then the Sha gang would surely ascend to the throne of the number 1 gang. And the financial backer quietly supporting the Sha gang was none other than Li Chao's Xingchuan group. This Li Chao was a truly insidious and cunning villain, his thoughts as intricate and complex as a maze, making them difficult to grasp. Once his plot to support the Sha gang succeeded, it would undoubtedly turn the gang into a powerful assistant for the Xingchuan group in the business realm. At that time, the black industry would sweep through the business world of Donghai City like a storm, bringing endless chaos and darkness. Shifeng recalled the appearance of Li Chao in his mind, that young man in his 20s who seemed youthful and innocent on the outside but had a heart more venomous than a snake.
His smile was like a sharp dagger, ready to stab at others' hearts at any moment. Shifeng turned off his phone, a mocking smile appearing at the corners of his lips. In that smile, there was both disdain for Li Chao and confidence in himself. Soon, his gaze became resolute, as hard as steel. The business world of Donghai City was like a turbulent ocean, filled with countless challenges and opportunities. And Shifeng was like a steadfast ship, bravely sailing forward in this ocean, never retreating. He intended to use his wisdom and courage to fight against the evil forces that sought to disrupt the order of the business world, protecting the territory that belonged to him. Ding, time-limited task, maximize negotiation talent experience points in business activities, task duration 5 days, task reward 10 billion, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Shifeng recalled the scene of leveling up his combat talent experience points back then. It was like a whirlwind, unstoppable. The entire process was as easy as cutting vegetables, and in just one night, he smoothly maxed it out as if it were a piece of cake. But looking at the negotiation talent he had awakened earlier, the progress was so slow it was almost crawling like a tortoise, with only a mere 20% of experience points accumulated so far. Such a slow pace was truly frustrating and helpless, as leveling up the negotiation talent experience points was no easy task. However, what weighed heavily on Shifeng was that this profound and unfathomable task system actually required him to rapidly elevate the negotiation talent experience points to the maximum level within just 5 days. This was undoubtedly an extremely difficult and challenging task. In the next 5 days, he had to act swiftly like an arrow released from a bow, sparing no effort to enhance the negotiation talent experience points. And the business event he was about to attend tonight at 8 o'clock was like the opening drumroll of these crucial 5 days, the most important day. At this moment, it was the scorching noon, and the brilliant sunlight poured down like golden satin, generously spilling over the magnificent villa. Inside the villa, diligent servants had already prepared a dazzling and mouth-watering feast, a collection of dishes that were a feast for the eyes and palate, as if forming a grand and unparalleled banquet of flavors. A satisfied smile blossomed on Shifeng's face like a blooming flower, shining brightly in the sunlight. He leisurely savored each dish before him, each bite seemed to bloom into a colorful flower on his tongue, exuding an enchanting fragrance, like a beautiful symphony, bringing him endless joy and surprise. For this food lover, everything in the world might be fleeting, but only food was like a rare treasure, radiating brilliant light, absolutely not to be wasted. After an incredibly sumptuous lunch, a wave of intense drowsiness surged towards Shifeng like a tidal wave. This drowsiness felt like a heavy dark cloud, pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. Indeed, the time after a hearty meal often makes one feel as if they are lost in a fog, drowsy and sleepy. Today's sunlight was particularly dazzling, like a passionate messenger, generously pouring its warmth into every corner of the world. Shifeng slowly stood up, stepping lightly, like an elegant butterfly heading towards the vast garden inside the villa. When he just stepped into the garden, a wave of refreshing floral fragrance rushed towards him like a clear spring, enveloping him without warning. This floral scent was so fresh and pleasant, as if it were a perfume carefully concocted by nature, intoxicating him to the point of no return. Shifeng closed his eyes, quietly savoring this wonderful aroma, as if he were in an ocean of flowers, surrounded by countless beautiful blooms, enjoying this tranquility and beauty. He casually walked to a soft, cushy armchair and then lazily lay down, his body sinking into a relaxed posture. At that moment, the dazzling sunlight was like a loving mother, gently caressing Shifeng's face with her tender hands, while the enchanting floral fragrance seemed like a group of lively little fairies, joyfully dancing and playing around him. In such a dreamlike and wonderful environment, Shifeng felt as if he were in a fairyland, where everything around him was so beautiful and unreal. This feeling was so incredibly pleasant and comfortable that his body and mind completely relaxed, quickly entering a state of near obsession. He didn't know how long it had been when he suddenly felt as if he were gently pushed by an invisible giant hand. Soon after, his consciousness began to blur, and he slowly fell into that incredibly sweet dreamland. In the dream, the world was vast like an endless ocean, tranquil like a huge, smooth mirror. He fell into a deep sleep, as if immersed in a magnificent dream. When he awoke from his nap, the servants had already prepared afternoon tea with great care. The exquisite pastries were like finely crafted works of art, neatly arranged on a small elegant side table. He savored the delicate pastries as if tasting the finest delicacies of the world, sipping the rich coffee felt like inhaling the fragrant essence of nature. His taste buds were completely awakened at that moment, and the slight drowsiness after his nap vanished in an instant. At this moment, the time pointed exactly to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He glanced at his phone, just about to put it away when the notification sound for a WeChat message suddenly rang out. Li Shuefu chirped like a cheerful little bird, saying, "Today is my first day working at your company." Then, like a proud peacock, she said with delight, "I successfully completed the onboarding procedures this morning. I had lunch with my colleagues, and the atmosphere was just as festive as the new year. Finally, like a shy little deer." She softly asked, "Now I have to work seriously. But I suddenly remembered, do you want to have dinner together tonight?" Shifeng replied, "I finish work at 5 and I will arrive to pick you up on the dot, taking you to a mysterious place." Upon hearing this, Li Shuefu was overjoyed, like a blooming flower, responding happily, "Yay! I will wait for you." Obediently. Looking at the message from Li Shuefu, Shifeng couldn't help but smile, a faint smile curving at the corners of his mouth. During the visit to the art exhibition, Shifeng enthusiastically invited Li Shuefu to join the Storm Design Department, his sincere gaze like handing her a golden key that could open the doors to the realm of art. Clearly, she was thrilled about this job arrangement, blooming like a flower in spring. The business event he was about to attend tonight was like a feast of art and design, with all the elite figures from the art and design world in attendance. Such a rare opportunity, like the brilliant stars in the night sky, was just right for inviting Li Shuefu to join him. Li Shuefu possessed an extraordinary artistic talent, like a dazzling star of art, shining with a unique brilliance in the vast starry sky. However, like herself, she was just an ordinary person, as mundane as dust, without the support of a powerful background or the assistance of vast wealth. This undoubtedly became a heavy shackle that bound her artistic wings, making it difficult for her to soar freely. Shifeng knew well that, with the help of the system, he had already become a wealthy person. Therefore, for a kind girl who had secretly loved him for many years, he should do his utmost to help her. Tonight, he would take Li Shuefu to broaden her horizons, allowing her to appreciate more colorful scenery, as if standing at the peak of a mountain overlooking the vast earth, letting her gaze reach higher and her vision become broader. He believed that in the days to come, she would also give back this precious experience and harvest to the design department of the Storm Group, leading it to soar like an eagle, flying to higher and farther skies. At 5 o'clock, Storm Group. The weather was like a capricious child, changing its face at will, suddenly turning windy and rainy. When Shifeng stepped out, it was as if a magician instantly switching to a new car, a Maybach, like a vigorous steed, adorned with tricolor stripes, further emphasizing its nobility and distinction. He drove the Maybach down the road at breakneck speed, as if participating in a grand feast of life, fully enjoying the thrill brought by speed and passion. Upon arriving at Storm Group, he rushed towards the design department like an arrow released from a bow, swift and unstoppable. Along the way, he encountered many employees, their smiles warm as spring breezes, bright as sunshine, greeting him sincerely. He too, like the warm sun, offered each employee a respectful smile, refreshing as a spring breeze, uplifting the spirit. As he stepped through the door of the design department, he was met with a scene that made him frown. In the distance, Li Shuefu resembled a frightened fawn, crouching on the ground, frantically picking up the design drafts that had fallen like snowflakes. Her voice trembled like a flickering candle in the wind, filled with regret and self-blame, as if every word carried a heavy weight, making it hard to breathe. "I accidentally bumped into you. I'm sorry. I will tidy this up right away. Please don't worry." Her eyes were like those of a frightened rabbit, anxious and uneasy, as if she were prey about to be captured by a hunter, hastily gathering the design drafts, her movements becoming more agile as a result. Standing beside her was a woman resembling an indestructible iceberg, commanding Li Shuefu with a domineering gaze, her eyes sharp as a cold blade, chilling to the bone. This woman was Kong Yuan, the head of the design department. Her voice was like a cold wind, piercing and frigid, laced with undisguised anger as she scolded, "These are my recent masterpieces, painstakingly created." Her tone was like a sharp sword, piercing Li Shuefu's heart, leaving her breathless. "It doesn't matter that you, the newcomer, bumped into me, but you touched my priceless treasure, and that is your sin." Kang Yuan's words were like thunder, crashing through the air, each word striking Li Shuefu's soul like a heavy hammer. "You, who walk without looking, are like a headless fly. I must punish you severely, making you draw 100 more design drafts." Kang Yuan's voice roared like a lion, deafening, causing the surrounding colleagues to tremble in fear. Even though they witnessed that it was clearly Kang Yuan who was careless, she was turning the tables. In this tense atmosphere, Li Shuefu felt like a fallen leaf in a storm, lonely and helpless, enduring Kang Yuan's scolding. Her heart was filled with endless grievances and helplessness, but she dared not resist in the slightest. Her hands trembled slightly as she picked up the design drafts from the ground, tears welling in her eyes, yet she held back from letting them fall. The colleagues around her could only silently watch everything unfold, no one daring to step forward to speak up for Li Shuefu. They knew Kang Yuan's temper and understood that speaking for Li Shuefu at this
moment would only bring trouble upon themselves.
So, they chose silence, looking at Li Shuefu with sympathetic eyes, feeling injustice for her in their hearts.
However, Li Shuefu was not defeated by Kong Yuan's scolding. She gritted her teeth, silently telling herself to be strong.
She knew this was just a setback at work, and she could not give up because
of it.
She needed to work hard to prove her abilities and show Kong Yuan her worth. Li Shuefu had always been a woman who sought no conflict. She was never keen on fighting with others and did not cling to the right or wrong of every matter. Her character was gentle as water, tranquil as the moon, like the soft breeze that lightly sweeps across the lake in
spring, gentle and peaceful.
At that moment, the design department head, Kong Yuan, who was angrily scolding her, was actually upset because she had been careless while walking and had not paid attention to her surroundings, leading to this small accident.
However, the kind-hearted and naturally reserved Li Shuefu did not choose to argue back rudely. Instead,
she quickly squatted down without hesitation, her movements both graceful and decisive as she picked up the precious design drafts scattered on the ground.
Although feelings of
grievance and dissatisfaction inevitably surged within her, she still did her utmost to suppress her emotional fluctuations and spoke in an unusually gentle tone, "Minister, I'm
really sorry.
I've picked up all these design drafts, and they are all completely unharmed.
Why don't you take a look yourself?"
As she spoke, Li Shuefu gently lifted her head, and in her beautiful, captivating eyes, a hint of barely noticeable tension and anticipation flickered. Then, she carefully extended her hands, respectfully presenting the neatly
organized stack of design drafts to Minister Kong Yuan. "First, these design drafts have fallen to the ground and have been contaminated. I don't want them. Second, because it was caused by you, you must redraw all these design drafts. Third, you must draw 100 copies of the project design drafts you are responsible for. This is your punishment."
At that moment, everyone's gaze focused on Kong Yuan. She elegantly crossed her arms tightly over her chest, leaning slightly back, as if showcasing her pride and inviolability with
this posture.
A look of disdain hung on her exquisite face, as if she regarded the design drafts handed to her as something trivial, not worth her attention.
What was even more
surprising was that Kong Yuan not only showed no intention of reaching out to take the design drafts but instead issued commands in a haughty and imperious tone, "Can't even handle
such a small matter? Redo it for me."
Her voice was crisp and loud, but the indifference and authority contained within made everyone present shudder.
With Kong Yuan's words, the originally quiet office instantly became noisy.
The surrounding colleagues, hearing this, could no longer contain their surprise and curiosity, beginning to whisper among
themselves.
They lowered their voices to gossip while occasionally casting sympathetic glances at the somewhat bewildered Li Shuefu standing there.
Someone quietly remarked, "Sigh.
This new girl is really unlucky. She runs into Minister Kang's bad mood on her first day at work."
Another person echoed, "Who says otherwise? Minister Kong Yuan is notoriously difficult to please in our entire design department.
If anyone accidentally provokes her, they will truly have a hard time."
Someone else secretly felt relieved. "Thank goodness it's not me who's in trouble this time, otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do."
At this moment, Li Shuefu was completely engulfed in panic. She never expected that on her first day at the company, filled with anticipation, she would inadvertently anger the head of the department, Minister Kong Yuan. Looking at Kong Yuan's oppressive gaze and the sympathetic looks from her colleagues, Li Shuefu felt her hands and feet turn cold, her mind blank, completely unsure of how to handle such an awkward situation. The worst situation was that the high-ranking minister seemed to regard her as a thorn in her side, never once giving her a kind expression. This obvious and intense hostility was like a sharp sword, piercing
straight into Li Shuefu's heart, plunging her into deep fear and unease. "Oh my God! What will my future life be like?"
Li Shuefu silently lamented in her heart.
Every time she
faced the minister's cold and prejudiced gaze, she felt as if she were falling into an icy abyss. However, even though her heart was already tormented and riddled with pain, she still gritted her teeth, determined not to let Shifeng know about this matter. The reason was quite simple.
After everything that had happened during this time, Li Shuefu clearly sensed that an insurmountable chasm had formed between her and Shifeng. The once close and open relationship seemed to have gradually faded away with the passage of time, replaced by an increasing sense of distance between them.
If she couldn't even handle something as important as work and kept facing setbacks, wouldn't that mean exposing her most vulnerable
and incompetent side to Shifeng? Thinking of this, Li Shuefu couldn't help but clench her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms without her noticing. Because
she knew very well that for Shifeng, who was now radiant and successful in his career, a woman who repeatedly failed at work was simply unworthy of him.
This cruel reality weighed heavily on Li Shuefu's heart like a massive stone, making it hard for her to breathe.
So, no matter how much grievance she felt or how unjustly she was treated, Li Shuefu chose to
endure in silence.
She suppressed the surging anger and resentment within her with all her might, striving to calm herself to face the raging fury from Kang Yuan.
Even if tears
welled up in her eyes, she fought to hold them back. Even if her heart was bleeding, she still had to pretend as if nothing was wrong and continue moving forward.
Because only in this way could she perhaps retain that last shred of remaining dignity. At this moment, thoughts surged in Li Shuefu's mind like a tidal wave, countless ideas flooding in. But in just an instant, she quickly made a decision. At this point, no matter how much she complained or tried to escape, it would only be a futile effort, unable to change the facts that had already occurred, and it was impossible to stop things from developing in an increasingly worse direction. With this in mind, Li Shuefu couldn't help but take a deep breath.
Trying hard to calm her agitated emotions, and silently told herself she must sincerely apologize to the other party with an attitude more humble and submissive than ever before. Perhaps this way, she could prevent the current tricky situation from worsening. The decision was made. Li Shuefu slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, then bit her lip and began to readjust her emotions. A determined light flickered in her beautiful and lively eyes, as if telling those around her that she had made up her mind no matter how rugged and thorny the road ahead, she would fully utilize her exceptional design talent and skills in her future work, striving to carve out a vast sky and expansive land that belonged solely to her. However, at that moment, a deep, resonant yet exceptionally clear and pleasant voice suddenly reached Li Shuefu's ears, like a mountain breeze.
First, I need to make a statement. Our Storm Group absolutely will not tolerate the existence of management that relies on their power to oppress others and act tyrannically. I hope what happened today can serve as a warning to all of you present. Everyone turned to look, and there stood a tall, imposing man speaking confidently. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, his face like a jade crown, exuding an innate aura of authority that made it hard to look directly at him. After a brief pause, the man continued, secondly, in light of Kang Yuan's poor performance in this incident, the company's senior management has decided to terminate her from the design department immediately. Compensation matters will be strictly executed according to the company's normal procedures. As soon as these words were spoken, the people present couldn't help but whisper to each other, clearly surprised by such a resolution. Finally, the man surveyed the room and raised his voice to announce, as the position of the design department head is currently vacant, the group will conduct a fair, just, and thorough assessment of every eligible employee. I sincerely hope everyone can give their all, showcasing their most outstanding professional abilities and business levels, striving to secure this crucial position. Before his words faded, thunderous applause erupted in the conference room. President Xi. It's President Xi. President Xi is mighty. I never expected the group to strike hard against the management. President Xi really cares about us ordinary employees. I will work even harder to win the head position. Ha ha. This is so satisfying. Kang Yuan was too arrogant. Now she looks pale and speechless. I didn't expect her tantrum to be caught by President Xi. She's been fired. Where will she find such a good job in the future? Amid the surrounding noisy discussions, the most shocked and astonished were Li Shuefu and Kang Yuan. Kang Yuan's previously rosy complexion instantly turned ashen as if struck by lightning, covered by a thick layer of cold frost. Her beautiful big eyes widened in disbelief, staring straight ahead at the man who stood high above, like a deity. President Xi. She could not imagine that the usually reasonable President Xi would make such a resolute decision in front of so many people without a hint of leniency. President Xi. Please, I beg you, don't fire me. Kang Yuan's voice trembled, mixed with a clear sob, sounding particularly pitiful. At that moment, tears began to well up in her eyes, threatening to spill over uncontrollably. Kang Yuan instinctively clenched her fists tightly, due to the force her well-manicured nails dug deep into her palms. But she seemed unaware, desperately trying to use the physical pain to suppress the rising fear and despair within her. I really can't afford to lose this job. It's absolutely crucial for me. If I lose this job, I don't know what I would do. Kang Yuan continued to plead desperately, her voice breaking as she leaned forward uncontrollably, her whole being swaying like a candle in the wind, seemingly wanting to grasp the corner of Shifeng's clothes at all costs, hoping to change his mind and retract his decision. However, Feng stood firm like an unyielding mountain, his body straight and unwavering. His cold, stern face was as if frozen in ice, showing no change in expression, as if everything happening around him could not touch him in the slightest. Mr. Xi. I truly know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I promise I will never make the same mistake again. Kang
Yuan shouted with all her might, her voice hoarse from excessive emotion. Her eyes widened, filled with fear and despair, tears swirling in her eyes, ready to spill over at any
moment. As long as you don't fire me, I will do anything. Even if I have to kneel and apologize to Li Shuefu, I am willing. I just beg you not to drive me away. As she pleaded.
Desperately, Kang Yuan moved closer to Shifeng, her hands tightly gripping his clothes, as if it were her last lifeline.
But no matter how much Kang Yuan struggled and begged, Fang's resolve did not waver in the slightest.
His deep-set eyes revealed an undeniable authority as he coldly said, if everyone in management were to disregard others simply because they hold power, then such power will surely be abused. The reason our Storm Group can offer such generous benefits is precisely because we hope employees can work with gratitude and unity. But you? Since joining the company, instead of thinking about how to lead your subordinates to progress together and unite, you have indulged in manipulating the hierarchical relationships in the workplace, using your power as a manager to bully those below you. Let me tell you, such behavior is exactly what I despise the most. The more Shifeng spoke, the harsher his tone became, his words piercing Kang Yuan's heart like a sharp sword. Shifeng recalled his past experiences of being exploited while working, which seemed to be his fate. But now, the group he established must break those bad habits in the business world. The abuse of power by management and the oppression of those below must be resolutely eliminated. Accompanied by thunderous applause and cheers in the office, Kang Yuan completely gave up her struggle. A group of bodyguards surged forward. She was taken away, her face ashen. Shifeng looked at Kang Yuan being led away with a cold and serious expression. Please, Mr. Shi, could you give us more of your domineering speeches? Storm Group truly is the best place for workers. Those who abuse power should be severely punished. Mr. Shi, I'm tired of saying how mighty you are. Amidst the thunderous applause and cheers in the office, Kang Yuan completely gave up her struggle, her face ashen as she was taken away by the bodyguards. Thank you. Li Shuefu, blushing like a pink cloud, shyly gazed at Shifeng, her heart like a vast ocean, with countless words surging within. However, she felt like a bound bird, filled with hesitation. She came to the company through Shifeng's recognition, but she hadn't told anyone in the company, understanding that Shifeng wanted to protect her, to prevent outsiders from gossiping and saying unpleasant things. She secretly resolved to prove herself with her strength in the future. However, today's incident, with Shifeng stepping forward to help her, was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up ripples, seemingly exposing their relationship without any hiding. However, what kind of relationship do they actually have? If it were to be revealed, would it crash like a raging tide against the group's employees' evaluation of Shifeng? She truly did not want to affect Shifeng because of herself. After careful consideration, she still felt it was best not to say too much. In the end, she chose silence. So, she only said 2 words, thank you. At that moment of turmoil in Li Shuefu's heart, Shifeng frowned slightly, sensing her unusualness. In fact, his purpose for coming today was also to make everything clear and straightforward to everyone. Only in this way could he truly protect Li Shuefu. He raised his hand and gently patted Li Shuefu's shoulder, smiling as he said, no need to thank me, deskmate. Sure enough, this term deskmate shocked everyone except for him. Li Shuefu's eyes widened in astonishment. Then, she suddenly laughed in surprise. In front of everyone at the company, he referred to her as his deskmate. Only she understood the meaning of that word. But the others did not understand. Deskmate? Li Shuefu was actually our president Shi's deskmate? Wow, thinking back, Kang Yuan is really asking for trouble. But didn't President Shi just say that he hates the abuse of power by the management the most? After all, President Shi is the company's president, isn't it normal to bring people into the company? Just look outside, there are plenty of nobles in the company. President Shi is actually quite good. In other aspects, President Shi does indeed perform better than the presidents of those outside companies. However, to be fair, I have high expectations of him. I support his refusal of the abuse of power by the management, but I didn't expect he couldn't do it himself. For a moment, there were different opinions on Shifeng bringing people into the group, and the discussion was quite heated. Li Shuefu felt a bit flustered. It was indeed something that shouldn't have been said. She looked apologetically at Shifeng, feeling that she had brought him trouble. Shifeng had already anticipated that everyone would say this, and he had something to express. He loudly addressed the employees who were still excitedly discussing, everyone quiet down. I have something to announce. The crowd instantly fell silent, looking at Shifeng with curiosity. Shifeng took a deep breath and said loudly, Li Shuefu is my university deskmate. But she is also an excellent designer.
In fact, Li Shuefu's entry into the company is not only my recognition but also due to her outstanding abilities. Her contributions to the projects she participated in before are undeniable. Before coming to the Storm Group, she worked at Huiyun Design, and she entered Huiyun Design with excellent performance. Right after graduation, Huiyun Design is well known in the industry, so with her strength, she was not arranged to come in by me, but rather I recruited her based on her abilities. Whether in a big company or a small one, even if you are excellent, you won't be valued. Instead, capital will exploit you even more. Everyone has experienced this in previous companies. At Storm, Li Shuefu will not receive any extra care just because she is my deskmate, and you will not be exploited just because you have no connections. The system of Storm Group will ensure fair competition for every employee. After he finished speaking, everyone in the office looked both surprised and delighted. They did not expect that a debate over the abuse of power by the management would be clarified so clearly by President Xi's words. The employees were first stunned, then erupted into even more enthusiastic applause. Someone shouted, "So that's it, Miss Li must be very impressive." Others joked, "President Xi is really honest." So, Li Shuefu was at Huiyun Design before, that's amazing. When I graduated, I applied there and didn't even get through. Not to mention you just graduated, after working for a few years, I still can't get into Huiyun Design. So, it's not that President Xi is abusing his power to arrange for some incapable royal relatives, but rather that Li Shuefu is excellent in her own right and just happens to be president. She's deskmate, which is why she was recruited by him. Indeed, we who used to work in ordinary companies can now enter Confronting, and Li Shuefu's position at Confronting is the same as ours, both being junior designers. Everyone starts from the junior level, it's very fair. In the future, performance on projects will be evaluated, just as President Xi said. The system at Confronting Group will ensure that every employee competes fairly. I'm actually getting fired up. Isn't that right? I'm fired up too. I remember my previous company. Not only was there severe overtime, but the pay was low, and we were exploited in various ways, with almost no upward mobility. Our previous company was the same. Let me tell you. The crowd buzzed with discussion, and the topic shifted to complaining about their former company. Once this was brought up, everyone seemed even more interested. Li Shuefu's heart gradually settled down as she looked up at Shifeng, her eyes filled with emotion and affection. The worries that had troubled her were now filled with warmth. However, Shifeng glanced at his watch. It was already 5:10 in the afternoon. The time spent talking had delayed them by 10 minutes. Sorry, everyone, because of me, I delayed you all by 10 minutes. Now it's 5:10. Exceeding the work hours by 10 minutes will be counted as overtime pay, and the finance department will distribute it to everyone tomorrow. I wish you all a pleasant end to your workday. The employees who had just been immersed in complaining about their former company didn't feel the delay at all. But they didn't expect that President Xi would even give overtime pay for those extra 10 minutes. They had just been chatting. Although everyone felt a bit uncomfortable accepting this money since they hadn't actually done any work. Since President Xi brought it up, it would be rude to refuse, right? Right. The design department employees joyfully rapped. Other day, feeling happy about the generous compensation they received for the overtime. As the sun set, its afterglow illuminated the smiling faces of everyone. Deskmate. I was really worried that I would bring you unnecessary trouble just now, Li Shuefu said softly, her tone carrying a hint of apology. Don't think too much about it, it's just a small matter. Looking back now, I really was overthinking, the man beside her replied with a smile. Oh, I have to say, my deskmate has now grown into an industry big shot. Who can stand on her own? Li Shuefu said with admiration, her eyes sparkling. Don't worry, deskmate, I will definitely work hard and won't embarrass you. Li Shuefu promised. Earnestly, her expression as if she had made a solemn vow. The events of the day had indeed given Li Shuefu a new understanding of this once familiar man before her. His calmness and wisdom in the face of difficulties and challenges deeply touched her heart and made her sincerely admire him. However, at the same time, an invisible pressure surged in her heart. After all, catching up to such an excellent person was no easy task. Shifeng keenly noticed the subtle change in Li Shuefu's emotions. He saw her brow slightly furrowed, her long, beautiful eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, and her originally fair and rosy face now appeared somewhat pale due to excessive worry. Shifeng looked at her with concern, involuntarily reaching out his right hand to gently stroke her smooth hair. I believe in you, you can definitely do it. His voice was gentle yet firm, like a spring breeze softly brushing past Li Shuefu's ear. At that moment, Li Shuefu was still immersed in deep worry when suddenly, a warm sensation came from above her head, followed by Shifeng's encouraging words.
She abruptly lifted her head, her eyes wide open, staring directly at Qifeng in front of her. And the moment their eyes met, time seemed to freeze.
After a moment, Li Shuefu's
lips slowly curled up, blooming into a smile as radiant and warm as spring flowers. She softly replied, her eyes rekindling with a spark of confidence.
Seeing that Li Shuefu was in much better spirits, Qifeng smiled as well. I'll take you to a place tonight.
But first, we need to go to the mall.
Let's go. With that, the two of them left the company, one after the other.
SK Mall, one of the most bustling and upscale shopping centers in the city, was currently filled with people, lively and vibrant.
Half an hour
later, a luxurious Maybach slowly pulled up at the mall entrance. The car door opened, and a tall, elegant man stepped out. It was Qifeng. Following him, a beautiful and enchanting
woman gracefully exited the car. This was Li Shuefu.
Qifeng was quite familiar with SK Mall, as he often frequented the place. Today, he had specifically brought Li Shuefu here for one purpose: to select a luxurious and expensive outfit for her. A grand business event was to be held at 8 o'clock tonight, where many big names from the business world would
be dressed to the nines.
This event was significant for Li Shuefu, not only to broaden her horizons and gain experience but also to potentially enhance her visibility.
In the fiercely competitive business world, a good personal image is a crucial aspect. However, Qifeng was well aware that although he could provide Li Shuefu with an exquisite exterior, whether she could seize this rare opportunity, successfully make a name for herself, and become a well-regarded designer in the industry ultimately depended on her own strength and talent. After all, true charm comes from inner cultivation and professional competence. Here, choose whatever you like. Don't worry about it, this is for tonight's business event.
Which is very important, Qifeng said in a calm tone. He knew that Li Shuefu was not a woman who valued money. If he didn't explain that this was a significant event, she would
never agree to spend in a luxury store.
But if he mentioned the importance, Li Shuefu would not hesitate, even if it was for him.
Okay. I understand. Li Shuefu nodded. They then stepped into the incredibly luxurious boutique.
The store was filled with a dazzling array of internationally renowned brand items, overwhelming and breathtaking.
The brilliant lights reflected off the exquisite and lavish garments, transforming the entire space into a dreamlike fashion palace. Qifeng did not have much in-depth knowledge about women's
clothing and had always viewed these matters through a straightforward male perspective. Therefore, as they walked through the store, he remained silent, not easily offering any
opinions despite the many unique styles and designs.
Meanwhile, Li Shuefu was completely immersed in this world full of charm and temptation. At first, since this was her first time stepping into such a high-end luxury store, she inevitably felt a bit flustered. Every time her gaze fell upon the astonishingly high prices on the tags of certain clothes, she
couldn't help but gasp in surprise, secretly marveling at them.
Initially, she merely observed these stunning garments cautiously, not daring to try anything on.
However, just as she
hesitated, Qifeng noticed her inner unease and tension. So, he gently cast her a firm and encouraging look. It was this gaze that felt like a warm spring breeze gently brushing against Li Shuefu's heart, instantly filling her with a powerful sense of strength and support. Inspired, Li Shuefu quickly adjusted her mindset, her initially timid expression gradually replaced by confidence. She took a deep breath, mustered her courage, and walked towards the stunning dress that had captivated her for so long, reaching out to pick it up without
hesitation, ready to step into the fitting room to try it on. Time quietly slipped away without her noticing. About half an hour later, they had roughly browsed through 5 luxury stores. Of course, Li Shuefu still couldn't shake the habit of checking prices in the fitting room. After all, her life had always required her to save money. Suddenly, being able to buy things without looking at the price was something she needed time to adapt to. Fortunately, with Qifeng's encouragement, her mindset adjusted quickly. Gradually, as she strolled through the luxury stores, the initial awkwardness faded away. Qifeng led her directly to a high-end fashion store. The staff, upon seeing Qifeng, immediately greeted him warmly, clearly recognizing this esteemed guest. "Mr. Shi, welcome. Shall I select something for this lady as usual?" Qifeng waved his hand, let her choose what she likes. Li Shuefu was a bit taken aback, carefully weaving between the hangers. She finally picked out her evening gown for tonight. In the end, she chose a simple yet elegant light blue evening dress adorned with tiny diamonds that sparkled like stars. Qifeng nodded in satisfaction, and after paying, the two headed to the makeup room. An hour later, after careful grooming, Li Shuefu looked like a fairy descended from the heavens. Qifeng looked at her, his gaze filled with a hint of amazement and tenderness. "Let's go, we have an event to attend."
Li Shuefu smiled sweetly, her heart filled with anticipation for tonight's business event. The two walked out of the mall and got into a Maybach, heading towards the event venue. This was her first time walking side by side with Shifeng, and Li Shuefu was filled with excitement for the unknown journey ahead. In the bustling center of the city, the financial hub, a place brimming with money and opportunities, was crowded with people and cars. Suddenly, a deep and powerful engine roar approached, attracting the attention of many passers-by. A sleek and stylish Maybach sped in like a black lightning bolt, then came to a steady stop by the roadside. The lines of this Maybach were smooth and natural, resembling a fine piece of art. Its unique front design and sharp headlights combined to exude a commanding presence. The gleaming metallic wheels were the finishing touch, making one instantly feel its nobility and luxury. As the car door slowly opened, a tall and athletic figure appeared before everyone. A young man dressed in a meticulously tailored, high-quality black suit elegantly stepped out of the car, his extraordinary features seemingly sculpted with care, every line perfectly outlining his flawless profile. Beneath his high-nose bridge, his lips slightly curled up, revealing a hint of calm smile. Walking beside him was a young woman in a light blue evening gown. She resembled a fresh and elegant lily, quietly blooming in this bustling and noisy world. The woman was beautiful, her skin as fair as snow, and her sweet smile seemed capable of melting all the world's ice. Beneath her gently arched willow brows, a pair of sparkling big eyes shone like brilliant stars in the night sky, radiating enchanting light. Her petite and delicate nose was perfectly set on her exquisite face, enhancing the three-dimensional beauty of her features, her rosy lips slightly upturned, revealing a touch of gentleness and shyness. Looking at her figure, she was petite and charming, like a lovable little bird nestled beside the man. The slender waist could barely be grasped in one hand, swaying gently with each step, graceful like a willow branch dancing in the wind. The long legs were partially concealed by a light blue skirt, yet still exuded elegance and vitality. A cascade of jet black hair fell like a waterfall over her shoulders, adding a touch of softness to her presence. It was Shifeng and Li Shuefu. These two seemed to have stepped out of a painting, standing out brilliantly amidst the bustling crowd. They walked side by side, each step radiating a unique charm and aura, attracting the gazes of many passers-by who paused to stare, their eyes filled with endless envy. Some young people unconsciously gaped, staring blankly at their retreating figures. Some couples, hand in hand, couldn't help but cast glances at this pair of golden boy and jade girl. Even the hurried office workers slowed their pace just to catch another glimpse of this stunning scene. However, as the two figures gradually entered the elevator of the financial exchange building, those envious gazes had to come to an abrupt halt. The elevator doors slowly closed, seemingly separating two worlds, but the impression of this outstanding couple lingered in the hearts of the crowd for a long time. As soon as Li Shuefu stepped into the elevator, she finally let out a sigh of relief in the quiet environment. She had never been so focused on before, and a blush still lingered on her cheeks. "Classmate, I feel like this moment is unreal." Li Shuefu looked at the luxurious and exquisite light blue dress she was wearing, feeling for a moment that it was still somewhat unreal. Shifeng, however, understood Li Shuefu's reaction very well. He remembered how, with the help of the system, he had also struggled to adapt to a wealthy lifestyle. Sometimes, lying on the expensive bed in the villa, gazing at the lavishly decorated ceiling, he too had moments when it felt somewhat unreal. Shifeng smiled calmly. He reached out and gently pinched Li Shuefu's soft, pink cheek. "Silly girl. Is it real now?" When he felt that something was unreal, he would slap himself to feel the pain, confirming it wasn't a dream. Of course, this method was only for himself, so he merely pinched Li Shuefu's cheek. Li Shuefu's cheeks turned even redder from Shifeng's pinch. She softly murmured, "It feels even less real." With a soft ding, the elevator doors slowly opened, revealing the top floor of the financial exchange. It seemed like another world, a space filled with luxury and nobility. The entire top floor had been meticulously designed and crafted, becoming a resplendent banquet hall, with dazzling crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling like twinkling stars, illuminating every corner. The floor was covered with thick, exquisite carpets, soft and comfortable underfoot, as if walking on clouds. The banquet hall was bustling with people, elites from various fields, gathered here. They were dressed in splendid attire, some in suits and ties, exuding elegance, others in flowing skirts, displaying various postures. These business luminaries from different sectors clustered in groups, quietly discussing business matters. Some held champagne glasses, elegantly swirling the golden liquid, others exchanged business cards with smiles, their eyes revealing anticipation for collaboration opportunities. The air was filled with a faint scent of perfume, and the aroma of cigars mingled with the soft murmur of conversations, creating a lively yet elegant scene. Here, every glance could signify the beginning of a significant deal, and every soft word contained endless business opportunities. At this moment, Shifeng and Li Shuefu both felt a surge of tension. The relaxed smiles on their faces vanished, replaced by professional smiles. For Shifeng, aside from the gathering at the villa owner's place, this was his first time attending a business event as the head of a group. For Li Shuefu, this was her first time wearing formal attire, standing side by side with Shifeng, and also her first opportunity to raise her profile in a business setting. Go, tablemate. Shifeng gave an encouraging glance. Go for it. Li Shuefu nodded affirmatively. Both of them suppressed their inner unease and anxiety. Sir, miss, please show your invitation. The receptionist, dressed in professional attire, greeted them with a smile, and Shifeng immediately handed over the invitation. Upon receiving it, the receptionist's expression instantly turned to one of surprise. President of Confronting Group. Mr. Shi. Sorry, Mr. Shi, this is my first time seeing you in person. I didn't expect you to look even younger and more handsome. Welcome to Confronting Group. Welcome, Mr. Shi. Please enter. The receptionist was so astonished that her jaw nearly dropped. Confronting Group had recently made quite a name for itself in the business world, and Mr. Shi had become a hot topic of conversation among people. Realizing her gaffe, the receptionist's face turned as red as a ripe apple, and she quickly apologized and guided the guests inside. Once in the venue, numerous gazes instantly focused on Shifeng and Li Shuefu. Some looked on with curiosity and inquiry, while others were filled with jealousy. Isn't that Mr. Shi from Confronting Group? Confronting Group has been quite active in the business world lately. I didn't expect the president to be so young. Ha, it really is the young who can be so restless, but just like a gust of wind, it will blow over. Isn't that right? Did you think the business world is that easy to navigate? Just watch the show, that Mr. Shi thinks he can change the environment and be a great benefactor, but he has to be able to sustain it. I bet within 6 months, Confronting Group will go bankrupt due to severe losses. Faced with such attention, the entire venue erupted in waves of discussion. Shifeng calmly navigated through the crowd with Li Shuefu, his mood and expression unaffected by the murmurs. These mocking voices posed no real harm to him. He had seen through the high and mighty faces of these capitalists. Not a single one of them wished for Confronting Group to thrive. After all, his group had taken a slice of the pie. Moreover, it would inevitably seize an even larger piece in the future. The key point was that he did not want to be a capitalist who only exploits. What he aimed to do was unique. To provide security for employees, to offer benefits, to create healthy competition. Such a mindset and starting point were forever beyond the reach of the capitalists who mocked him at this moment. They only knew how to obsess over making more money. But how can one ever reach the end of making money? Earning 100 million today isn't enough, earning $1 billion tomorrow still isn't enough. Their desires are insatiable. After earning more, they want to earn even more. These capitalists would never lower their heads to look at the workers who toil for them. They would only look down on them in their hearts and endlessly exploit them in action. Shifeng felt that he had nothing more to say to these capitalists, nor did he need to explain. If it weren't for the system's help that brought him to today, he wouldn't even catch the eye of these high and mighty capitalists. Therefore, after receiving the system's assistance, he wouldn't think any higher of these capitalists. His thoughts were entirely focused on how to manage his group well, and for that, he needed to attend business events and seek potential business partners. To run the group, he had to deal with these capitalists, but it was limited to mere pleasantries in the business arena. At that moment, a middle-aged man of medium build, with a slightly weathered face, was seen steadily holding a glass of red wine in his hand, smiling as he walked leisurely towards them. When he approached, he slightly bowed and spoke in a respectful yet warm tone. Hello, Mr. Shi. It's truly an honor to meet you. I've long heard of your esteemed group's recent development momentum, which is indeed astonishing. Upon hearing this compliment, Shifeng wore a humble smile, quickly waving his hand in response. Oh, not at all, you flatter me. It's just good luck. Although he said this, he was well aware that it was merely common courtesy in social situations. Then, the middle-aged man straightened up, still beaming with a friendly smile, and continued to introduce himself. I am Huoluan, the head of Chongqing Company. It is indeed a great fortune for me to meet you here today. After saying this, he extended his right hand to Shifeng as a gesture of goodwill. However, behind the seemingly lively banquet, there was a pervasive sense of irony. Yet, in such an atmosphere, Mr. Huoluan did not hide his eagerness, the reason for which was self-evident. His Changqing Company had recently encountered unprecedented difficulties, with a broken capital chain leading to operational struggles, and several important projects were on the verge
of stagnation due to lack of funding.
Therefore, Huoluan's sole goal in attending the banquet was to seek as many business partners as possible. For Changqing Company at this moment, regardless of the reputation of the other enterprises in the industry, as long as they could provide help, it was as precious as a drowning person grasping the last straw of hope. Shifeng nodded slightly, wearing a warm smile, and softly replied, Changqing Company, I have certainly heard of it.
Your company is quite renowned in our industry and has always enjoyed a good reputation.
His words were like a spring breeze, making people feel comfortable upon hearing them. To receive such high praise and recognition from you, Mr. Shi, is indeed a great honor for our Changqing Company. Huoluan laughed heartily, then raised his glass high, enthusiastically saying, Come, let us toast to a hopeful
future of cooperation.
After saying this, he looked at Shifeng, his eyes filled with expectation. Seeing this, Shifeng also raised his glass without hesitation, his movements elegant
and composed.
He gently clinked his glass with Huoluan's, producing a crisp and pleasant sound. Then, he tilted his head back and drank the fine wine in one go, displaying a
bold and carefree demeanor.
After putting down his glass, Huoluan seized the opportunity and directly asked, Mr. Shi, I have heard that your group has been vigorously expanding into
the art market recently. I wonder if you are interested in collaborating with our Changqing group in this area?
You know, we have accumulated a certain amount of resources and unobstructed sales channels in the art market, and if we can reach a cooperation, it would surely bring considerable support to your group. After hearing this, Shifeng did not
immediately respond but pondered for a moment.
The earlier pleasantries were merely formalities in the business world, pleasant to hear but nothing more.
When it came to actual
cooperation, Shifeng would not be easily swayed. He had his own considerations. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, as if quickly weighing the pros and cons in his mind.
After a while, he slowly spoke, The cooperation proposal your group has put forward is indeed quite attractive.
However, after all, cooperation is not a trivial matter.
Before we
finalize anything, I think it is necessary for both sides to gain a deeper and more comprehensive understanding of each other's business scope and specific needs.
Only in this way
can we ensure that this cooperation can proceed smoothly and ultimately achieve a win-win situation. Of course, that is to be expected. We can arrange a detailed meeting for both teams to communicate and exchange ideas in depth, Horan quickly replied. Alright, then it's settled, Shifeng said with a smile. In the following time, the two discussed some topics about industry development and market trends, and both expressed appreciation for each other's insights. Finally, Horan raised his glass again and said, Mr. Shi, I hope our
cooperation goes smoothly and we can create a wonderful future together.
Shifeng also raised his glass in response, saying, I look forward to working with your company and believe
we will achieve success.
Suddenly, the brightly lit hall was plunged into darkness, as if a mysterious black curtain had enveloped the entire space.
At that moment, a dazzling
beam of light pierced through the darkness like lightning, shining directly on the center of the stage. Accompanied by this beam of light, a host dressed in a gorgeous gown elegantly
stepped onto the stage.
With a smile on his face, he scanned the audience and then announced in a loud, magnetic voice, Dear distinguished guests, tonight we will welcome a
unique and eye-catching special auction segment. The item up for auction is the highly sought-after exhibition rights for the Beauty Mirror Design Exhibition.
The host paused for a moment, and a slight stir and murmur arose from the audience. Once the venue quieted down, he continued, On behalf of the organizers, I warmly welcome all of you to tonight's
grand business banquet.
I hope everyone can have a pleasant and fruitful evening here.
As his words fell, the venue erupted into warm applause once again.
The host then raised his voice, passionately shouting, Now, let us officially kick off this exciting auction segment. At this moment, everyone's gaze was tightly focused on the stage, eagerly awaiting
the developments to come.
The host cleared his throat and continued, As we all know, the Beauty Mirror Design Exhibition is held only once every 3 years, and its influence and
importance are self-evident. I believe all of you have been eagerly anticipating this exhibition. However, who will successfully win the precious exhibition rights this year? The answer is about to be revealed. Shifeng's eyes lit up.
This Beauty Mirror Design Exhibition, held every 3 years, was exactly what he had been looking forward to. This exhibition is the pinnacle of the design world, highly coveted by industry insiders. To participate in the exhibition or to become the organizer means that one's strength is also
top-notch. However, he knew the competition would be fierce. Shifeng turned to Li Shuefu and whispered, Are you ready to face the challenge?
Li Shuefu nodded firmly, her heart racing, her hands clenched tightly due to nervousness.
For a designer with artistic aspirations, how could Li Shuefu not be moved by the beauty mirror design exhibition? At the same time, she was also intimidated by Shi Feng's ambition. She looked at the spark in Shi Feng's eyes and clearly understood his ambition for this exhibition. Shi Feng's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, dazzling like a shooting star across the night sky. It turned out that the beauty mirror design exhibition, which had captivated his dreams and longings, was about to be held, and this exhibition only takes place once every 3 years. It is known that this exhibition stands at the pinnacle of the entire design world, holding an unparalleled status, a sacred place that all industry insiders yearn for. If I could be fortunate enough to participate, or even become one of the organizers, it would be enough to prove that I possess the highest level of strength and talent. However, Shi Feng knew very well that standing out among so many competitors would not be easy. After all, this opportunity was too tempting and would undoubtedly attract elites from all over the world to compete. Thinking of this, Shi Feng couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly, but soon relaxed. Again. He understood that as long as he gave his all to fight, he would not have any regrets. At that moment, Shi Feng slowly turned his head, his gaze gently landing on Li Shuefu beside him, and then lowered his voice to ask softly, "Are you ready to face this huge challenge?" Upon hearing this, Li Shuefu nodded without hesitation, even though her heart was racing like a runaway horse, so nervous that her palms began to sweat, and she instinctively clenched her fists tightly. But as an excellent designer with a lofty artistic pursuit, how could she not be moved by such a globally watched event, the Beauty Mirror Design Exhibition? At the same time, Li Shuefu was indeed shocked by Shi Feng's burning ambition. She gazed into Shi Feng's bright eyes, clearly seeing the intense light and unwavering determination within them. She knew that this man had poured all his energy and effort into this exhibition, vowing not to rest until he achieved his goal. 3, 2, 1, the bidding session officially begins. As the host's exciting words fell, the entire venue seemed to be illuminated by a bright flash of lightning, and in an instant, the lights shone brilliantly, illuminating every corner. At this moment, an elegantly poised hostess gracefully walked onto the stage as if a fairy had descended to the mortal world, capturing everyone's attention. She carefully held up a delicate sign that clearly displayed the words Beauty Mirror Design Exhibition Organizing Rights. This sign not only represented power and honor but was also the goal that countless people dreamed of. This meant that in this grand and intense banquet, the person who could successfully bid for the organizing rights would obtain this precious sign and become the recognized organizer without a doubt. "I bid 30 million. A shout broke the brief silence like thunder, and everyone turned to see a wealthy businessman confidently raising his bidding paddle, his expression suggesting he was already certain of victory. However, before people could recover from their shock, another voice rang out, "I bid 50 million. This time, the bidder was a well-known art collector whose love for the Beauty Mirror Design Exhibition was evident, clearly determined to win. The atmosphere in the venue grew increasingly tense, everyone holding their breath, waiting for the next round of even more astonishing bids. Just then, a third voice came like a bombshell, "I bid 80 million. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. In a short time, more and more people shouted out high prices. This was enough to prove the value of the organizing rights for the Beauty Mirror Design Exhibition. Ding! Time-limited task, bid for the organizing rights of the Beauty Mirror Design Exhibition. Task time, 1 hour, task reward, 100 billion, the system prompt sounded. Winning the organizing rights for the Beauty Mirror Design Exhibition would earn 100 billion. The rewards for this task were quite substantial. Previously, the system had issued a challenge task requiring a market value of 100 billion to enter the top 100 enterprises list, while his Storm Group currently had a market value of 5 million. He still needed 5 million, and Shi Feng really needed this money, and it just so happened that he also intended to bid for this exhibition to elevate Storm Group to the next level. After making up his mind, Shi Feng declared loudly, "I bid 5 billion. What? 5 billion? Who is destroying the market? How did it go from tens of millions to 500 million all of a sudden? This is simply an astronomical price." So it turns out to be that General Shi from the Confronting group. He is simply too arrogant. They were all astonished and envious of the young man's displayed resolve. In the bustling crowd, a sharp and venomous gaze, like a poisonous snake, was fixated on Shi Feng. "General Yu, the last time I accidentally ran into Li Shuefu at that Guo Restaurant, she was with Shi Feng. Shortly after, Li Shuefu actually took the initiative to resign from our company and join Shi Feng's Confronting group." The speaker's tone was filled with indignation. "In my opinion, there must be some unspeakable relationship between these two. It's utterly despicable.
Today, Shifeng actually wants to show off here. His behavior is simply bullying our Huiyun design, showing no respect for you at all. At this moment, Chang Yingguo's eyes were fixed on Shifeng, and the speaker's words were filled with disdain and resentment, revealing endless hatred in his gaze. His jealousy towards Shifeng had reached its peak. Just as the banquet began, when he first laid eyes on the meticulously dressed Li Shuefu, adorned in magnificent attire, looking as beautiful as a fairy descending to the mortal realm, the affection that had always existed deep within him surged like a tidal wave. However, when he saw Shifeng standing beside Li Shuefu, chatting happily with her, memories of the humiliation he suffered at Guo Restaurant involuntarily flooded his mind. He had been severely reprimanded by Shifeng. Thus, the intertwining of new grudges and old hatreds deepened his resentment towards Shifeng, and he could only think of how to find an opportunity to take revenge. But who would have thought that at this very moment, in this important business banquet, Shifeng not only showed no signs of restraint but instead stole the spotlight, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. How could Chang Yingguo tolerate such a situation? He secretly clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, vowing to make Shifeng taste the bitterness of humiliation. Therefore, he slightly narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling up, revealing a sly smile, secretly plotting how to stir up trouble. He then took a deep breath, feigning a righteous indignation, and began to pour out his grievances to his superior, President Yu Yan of Huiyun Design. Boss, you really need to keep an eye on that Shifeng. He is simply lawless and arrogant. The more Chang Yingguo spoke, the more agitated he became, his voice unconsciously rising by 8 degrees, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Every word he said was carefully crafted and deliberately exaggerated, like dropping heavy bombs into a once calm lake, instantly stirring up waves. Chang Yingguo's words caught Yu Yan's attention. At this moment, Yu Yan frowned slightly, quietly listening to Chang Yingguo's account. Initially, he did not pay much attention to these complaints, but as the other party continued to embellish and exaggerate, his expression gradually darkened. Finally, under Yu Yan's sharp gaze, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. He decided to give Shifeng a warning in front of everyone. 600 million. With this bid, the entire venue was instantly thrown into an uproar. Yu Yan smiled, his gaze firmly fixed ahead, his loud and confident voice resonating like thunder in people's ears. For a moment, exclamations of surprise erupted. What? It's actually President Yu from Huiyun Design. Isn't Huiyun Design usually known for being stingy and miserly? Why are they suddenly so generous today, daring to spend lavishly? Could it be that our design industry is really going to undergo a tremendous change? Everyone was discussing animatedly, their faces filled with disbelief. It is important to note that just acquiring the exhibition rights for this beautiful mirror design exhibition had already cost a fortune, and the subsequent investment required was even more incalculable. For most ordinary companies, such a huge expense was simply astronomical, something they could never afford. However, Yu Yan did not hesitate to raise the original 500 million by a full 100 million, just to secure these exhibition rights. Speaking of Huiyun Design, it is undoubtedly the top giant in the design industry of Donghai City. However, this company also has a rather unflattering nickname in the industry, Huangpu Military Academy. It is not called this because of its excellence in talent cultivation, but rather due to its harsh requirements for employees and high-intensity work arrangements. At Huiyun Design, employees often endure immense pressure, working day and night, just to help the company reach its peak and become the top design firm today. Therefore, when everyone saw Huiyun Design, known for its stinginess and exploitation, that its president personally stepped in and made such a generous bid, the shock in their hearts was unimaginable. Who would have thought? Just today, everyone was fortunate enough to witness President Yu of Huiyun Design throwing money around like this. Shifeng's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile. And then he elegantly and unhurriedly raised the sign in his hand high, clearly and firmly shouting, 700 million. His calm voice was like a stone thrown into a lake, instantly stirring up waves in the entire auction hall. A chorus of gasps and discussions erupted around. Wow, he can actually raise it by another 100 million. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Isn't that right? President Shi of the Confronting group is really bold. He didn't even blink, another person echoed. Meanwhile, people began to speculate. Do you think these two companies have some past grievances? Otherwise, why would they be so at odds? At this moment, Yu Yan, sitting on the other side, felt a chill in his already sharp gaze after hearing Shifeng's bid. He stared intently at Shifeng, his eyes like two bolts of lightning, seemingly wanting to penetrate the other's body and reach deep into his heart. This naked confrontation was nothing less than a silent declaration of war. Without any hesitation, Yu Yan suddenly stood up, vigorously waving the sign in his hand, and
shouted loudly, 800 million.
As soon as this number was announced, the entire hall erupted again. Everyone was shocked by Yu Yan's decisiveness and boldness. However, facing Yu Yan's aggressive momentum, Shifeng remained calm and composed, his smile even more relaxed than before.
He gently raised his hand and steadily lifted the sign again, 900 million. With Shifeng's bid, the atmosphere in the room instantly became exceptionally tense.
Everyone unconsciously held their breath, their eyes wide open, fixated on the two competitors, filled with anticipation for the outcome of this fierce auction.
Seeing this, Yu Yan couldn't help but take a deep breath. He knew very well that this was
a critical moment, and every decision could affect the overall outcome. After a slight hesitation, he seemed to have made up his mind, gritted his teeth hard, and then shouted
with all his might, 1 billion. When this astronomical figure was shouted from Yu Yan's mouth, the entire auction hall fell into a deathly silence. Even Shifeng, who was usually calm, showed a barely perceptible change in his smile at this moment. He slightly furrowed his brows, thoughtfully looking at Yu Yan, while his peripheral vision caught sight of Cheng Yingbo standing next to Yu Yan, looking smug and arrogant. Seeing Cheng Yingbo's fox pretending to be a tiger, Shifeng suddenly understood, so the Huiyun Design Company was determined to go against him to the end today. The corners of Shifeng's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a barely noticeable sneer. These people really overestimate themselves, thinking they can compete with him, who has strong system support. It's simply a delusion.
Since that's the case, he might as well play along in this thrilling game.
With that thought, Shifeng unhesitatingly shouted an astonishing price, 1.1 billion.
His voice was neither loud nor soft, but it rang like thunder throughout the auction hall, instantly
capturing everyone's attention. Among them, the most nervous was undoubtedly Yu Yan, who was competing with Shifeng. At that moment, beads of sweat began to form on Yu Yan's forehead, sliding down his cheeks. He could clearly feel the determination and formidable strength that Shifeng was displaying, and a hint of panic arose in his heart. However, faced with the many fiery gazes around him, those looks that seemed to want to devour him, Yu Yan knew he could not easily concede. If he were to back down like this, what awaited him would be endless ridicule and mockery, and at that point, he would truly be humiliated and unable to show his face. So, despite feeling anxious, Yu Yan gritted his teeth and raised his paddle high again, calling out in a slightly trembling voice, 1.2 billion. Upon hearing this bid, a flicker of surprise crossed Shifeng's eyes. However, this emotion lasted only a moment before disappearing without a trace, replaced once again by his calm and composed demeanor. After a brief moment of contemplation, he gently raised his hand, slowly and firmly lifting his paddle, and said in a steady and powerful tone, 1.5 billion. This time, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by Feng's astonishing bid. Even the usually composed host was left speechless. Yu Yan's face turned as pale as paper, his whole being standing there as if his soul had been sucked out. He never expected Shifeng to place such a ruthless bet, giving his opponent no chance to breathe. After a fierce internal struggle, Yu Yan finally chose to give up helplessly. He dejectedly lowered his paddle, his face filled with despair and unwillingness. At this moment, he knew clearly that this auction had been a complete failure for him. Not only had he failed to acquire the item he desired, but he had also allowed the previously obscure Quangfeng group to shine brightly through this opportunity, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Yu Yan's eyes seemed to shoot flames as he glared fiercely at Cheng Yingbo, who was now pale and trembling slightly. His fists unconsciously clenched, his nails digging deep into his palms, as if he wanted to vent the surging anger within him in this way. At that moment, Yu Yan had made up his mind. As soon as he returned to the company, he would immediately have the Human Resources Department draft a layoff notice to kick this incompetent Cheng Yingbo out. It was all because he had listened to this detestable guy's instigation and provocation that he had lost his head and recklessly engaged in fierce bidding with Shifeng, ultimately buying the item at a jaw-dropping high price and losing face in public. Just then, the auctioneer's loud and passionate voice echoed throughout the venue, 1.5 billion once, 1.5 billion twice, 1.5 billion three times. Sold. As the final heavy hammer fell, the crisp sound struck Yu Yan's heart like a heavy blow, announcing the end of the auction and Shifeng's victory. Yu Yan slowly turned his head, his gaze complex, as he looked at Shifeng, who was not far away, beaming with joy and full of spirit. After the initial regret and disappointment gradually faded, he couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. He had to admit that, despite losing miserably in this auction, Shifeng had indeed demonstrated extraordinary wisdom and remarkable courage. This auction was not merely a simple price competition, it resembled a war without gunpowder, with both sides engaging in fierce confrontations on psychological and strategic levels.
And Shifeng, with his exceptional insight and decisive decision-making ability, became the undisputed victor. As the auction was finally concluded, a system prompt immediately sounded in Shifeng's mind. Ding! Successfully acquired the exhibition rights for the beautiful mirror design exhibition. Task completed. Reward 100 billion. Ding! Congratulations! Host's negotiation talent plus 10%, talent experience, negotiation talent 30%, the system prompt echoed in his mind, followed by a flood of insights about negotiation pouring into his consciousness. Shifeng furrowed his brows slightly, falling into a brief contemplation. He understood the significance of this auction. After careful consideration, he resolutely decided to invest a massive sum of 15 billion and successfully acquired the exhibition rights. According to the task requirements, having completed this task smoothly, he received a staggering reward of 100 billion, thus, after the gains and losses, he currently had 190 billion in disposable personal funds. However, he felt a bit of pressure because, although the company's market value remained stable at 500 billion, his negotiation talent had only increased by 30%. There was still a full 70% gap to reach the urgent goal of maxing out his negotiation talent within the 5-day time limit. Reflecting on the recently concluded intense commercial auction, despite giving it his all, his negotiation talent experience had only increased by a mere 10%. Such a slow progress rate clearly could not meet his needs to achieve the goal within just 5 days. He knew very well that if he wanted to complete the task on time, he had to find a more efficient and quicker way to improve. What other avenues could rapidly boost his negotiation talent experience? At that moment, a thought flashed through Shifeng's mind like lightning, instantly igniting a spark of hope within him. His eyes suddenly brightened. Locking onto the figure of General Yu from the Huiyun Design Company, who appeared somewhat dejected after just experiencing a Waterloo, engaging in a sharp business negotiation. With this General Yu would surely significantly increase his talent experience. But why did he always choose to target Huiyun Design? Shifeng subconsciously glanced at Li Shuefu, standing beside him, a faint, barely noticeable bitter smile appearing on his lips. It turned out that there was somewhat of a personal grudge involved, which could be described as a small act of public revenge. Having made up his mind, Shifeng dared not delay for a moment, quickly picked up his phone, and dialed Fu Erma's number. As soon as the call connected, Shifeng couldn't wait to speak. Fu Erma, there's an urgent matter that needs your help. His tone sounded somewhat anxious, even carrying a hint of worry. It was important to note that reaching out to Fu Erma for help was entirely a spur-of-the-moment decision, and he truly felt uncertain about whether this matter would ultimately succeed. On the other end of the line, Fu Erma's calm and steady voice came through. President Shi, please go ahead. Shifeng took a deep breath and quickly said, can I ask you to investigate the vulnerabilities in the Huiyun design within just 5 minutes? As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt that this request was utterly absurd and ridiculous. Although he knew very well that Fu Erma was exceptionally capable and had relied on him many times to obtain important intelligence, getting a detailed and accurate report in such a short time was simply more difficult than reaching the sky. However, to Shifeng's surprise, Fu Erma answered without hesitation, no. Hearing this answer, Shifeng felt a slight disappointment in his heart, but he quickly let it go. He thought to himself that it was indeed a bit excessive to propose such a harsh condition, and it was understandable for the other party to refuse. So, he pretended to be relaxed and said, that's fine, then I'll hang up. Just as he was about to press the hang up button, he suddenly heard Fu Erma speak again. No need for 5 minutes. Fu Erma's voice remained calm as water. Shifeng was instantly stunned, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Then, he heard Fu Erma. Fu Erma hung up the phone without changing his expression, as if it were just an ordinary matter. However, Shifeng was completely shocked, to the point that he stood there like a wooden chicken for several seconds, unable to recover from this sudden news. 3 minutes? Shifeng muttered in disbelief, his voice trembling with astonishment. He widened his eyes, staring intently at the phone that Fu Erma had just put down, as if trying to confirm whether he had heard wrong. It should be known that for such a complex and tricky case, 3 minutes was simply a fantasy. But Shifeng knew very well that Fu Erma never spoke without confidence. Whatever came out of his mouth was guaranteed to be reliable. Thinking of this, Shifeng's heart began to race uncontrollably, a surge of indescribable excitement flooding over him. Could he really have such extraordinary abilities to complete the investigation in just 3 minutes? Shifeng pondered, filled with anticipation and curiosity. This feeling made him both excited and extremely nervous, as the outcome was still an unknown. Classmate? What's wrong with you? Accompanied by a crisp and pleasant inquiry filled with concern, Li Shuefu's charming face appeared before Shifeng. He saw her big, watery eyes fixed on him, revealing a hint of worry. At this moment, Shifeng's expression was fluctuating, sometimes his brows furrowed, showing a trace of concern, other times, the corners of his mouth lifted, as if he had a bit of joy. This strange expression puzzled Li Shuefu, who wondered what could make the usually composed Shifeng so out of sorts. However, Shifeng quickly realized his own loss of composure. He took a deep breath, trying to gather his thoughts and restore his usual calm demeanor. He understood that his rich expressions were likely due to his surprise, and fortunately, he adjusted in time, not embarrassing himself in front of Li Shuefu for too long. So, Shifeng slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a faint smile, and softly said to Li Shuefu, "I'm fine, I just suddenly thought of something interesting." Then, as if he remembered something, he glanced towards a nearby spot and turned to Li Shuefu, suggesting, "How about we go over there and try some of that delicious food?" Upon hearing this, Li Shuefu's eyes brightened, and a radiant smile blossomed on her face like spring flowers, excitedly nodding in agreement. "Sure. Let's celebrate your successful acquisition of the exhibition rights for the beautiful mirror design exhibition." The two walked towards the table filled with a dazzling array of delicacies. Their steps were light and full of joy, as if they were not stepping on a hard surface, but on soft clouds. When they finally stood in front of the feast, they exchanged smiles, their eyes sparkling with excitement and pride. Just a short while ago, through relentless effort and fierce competition, they had successfully secured the rights to host the highly anticipated mirror design exhibition. This achievement represented a significant breakthrough in their careers. At this moment, all the pressure dissipated, leaving only pure joy and relaxation. They leisurely sat in comfortable chairs, beginning to indulge in the culinary feast before them, each dish exquisite and delicious, with colors, aromas, and flavors that made one salivate. As they savored the delightful dishes, they whispered to each other, sharing their joy and dreams for the future. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, the entire world belonged only to the two of them, the surrounding noise and bustle forgotten. Beep beep. The phone notification suddenly rang. Shifeng almost instinctively reached for the phone beside him and quickly unlocked the screen to check the message. Sure enough, just as he had anticipated, only 3 short minutes had passed, and the crucial investigation email from Fu Irma appeared in his inbox. Shifeng's heart raced a little faster, an indescribable excitement swelling within him. He took a deep breath, calming himself slightly before beginning to read the email carefully. As the words lined up before his eyes, Shifeng's expression grew increasingly serious. Soon, he quickly skimmed through the entire email, fully aware of the vulnerabilities present in the Huiyun design. At that moment, Shifeng felt as if he held a key that could unlock the door to success, a confidence and composure rising from deep within. With the detailed information provided in this email as a solid backing, he felt he had taken a significant step closer to successfully acquiring Huiyun design. He squinted slightly, his eyes shining with a sharpness like that of a hawk, fixated on a point ahead, as if he could already see the dawn of victory on the horizon. In this moment, his determination for this acquisition grew even stronger. No matter the difficulties and obstacles he faced, he vowed to bring Huiyun design into his grasp, not stopping until he achieved his goal. Ding, time limited. Task, acquire Huiyun design, task duration, 1 hour, task reward, 10 billion, the system notification sounded. Shifeng received a time-limited task from the system, requiring him to acquire Huiyun design, with a reward of a full 10 billion upon successful completion. Upon seeing this message, an uncontrollable wave of surprise surged within Shifeng. After all, this was an incredibly tempting fortune. At that moment, Shifeng had just successfully secured the rights to host the mirror design exhibition through his exceptional abilities and relentless efforts. He had high hopes and ambitions for this exhibition. However, relying solely on existing resources was clearly not enough to ensure its tremendous success. Just then, the time-limited task released by the system seemed like a perfect opportunity bestowed upon him. Because if he could successfully acquire a top-tier company like Huiyun Design, it would inject a continuous stream of fresh vitality and innovative power into the upcoming mirror design exhibition. With the brilliant works and unique ideas brought by the talented designers of Huiyun Design, this exhibition would undoubtedly attract countless eyes, becoming a remarkable artistic feast. Thinking of this, Shifeng couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Classmate, next, I plan to talk to Huiyun Design about related matters. My goal is very clear, I want to acquire their entire company. Shifeng picked up a napkin and gently wiped a corner of his mouth, then slowly set down his utensils. Sitting across from him, Li Shuefu was instantly stunned upon hearing this. At tonight's banquet, the fact that the Guangfeng group successfully secured the hosting rights for the Beijing Design Exhibition was already an extremely unexpected and exhilarating event for her. However, what she never anticipated was that Shifeng had such an ambitious plan to acquire Huiyun Design. It should be noted that although Huiyun Design unfortunately lost in the fierce bidding process just now, its deep roots and strong capabilities in the industry should not be underestimated. Moreover, acquiring a company is no easy task, involving many complex and tedious processes and details. Are you really sure you want to do this? Li Shuefu blinked her beautiful, captivating eyes, revealing a hint of hesitation as she quietly asked Shifeng. Shifeng's gaze was firm and confident. He nodded without hesitation and calmly replied, "Of course, I'm certain." Looking at Shifeng's composed and assured demeanor, Li Shuefu suddenly seemed to understand something. She gazed into Feng's eyes, as if seeing a relentless courage and determination within. Thus, all the concerns and worries that had lingered in her heart vanished at that moment. "All right, since you are determined, I am willing to accompany you," Li Shuefu said with a smile. At this moment, she knew that the man before her was no longer the naive boy of the past. He had grown into an all-capable elite in the business world. As long as he was determined to achieve his goals, nothing could hinder his progress. Therefore, no matter how difficult the road ahead might be, she firmly believed that ultimate victory would belong to them. She knew that today was different from the past. There was nothing he couldn't achieve. Li Shuefu closely followed Feng's footsteps as they wove through the bustling crowd at the banquet, their eyes scanning the surroundings. Before long, they successfully spotted the president of Huiyun Design, Yu Yan, and his assistant, Chang Yingbua, engaged in conversation. Surprisingly, standing beside them was Huo Luan from Chongqing Company. Without hesitation, Shifeng walked confidently towards the group, a self-assured smile on his face. When he reached them, he stopped and looked directly at Yu Yan, saying, "Mr. Yu, to be honest, I have always had a strong interest in your company, Huiyun Design. After careful consideration, I sincerely hope to have the opportunity to acquire your company." Shifeng's straightforward and direct words were like a heavy bomb, instantly changing the expressions of the three people present. The originally relaxed and joyful atmosphere was suddenly enveloped by a tense air. Yu Yan was momentarily taken aback, then smirked, revealing a dismissive smile, responding in a sarcastic tone, "Oh, Mr. Shi, you really have quite the audacity. Do you really think Huiyun Design is some small company that can be casually acquired by others?" Cheng Yinghua, standing next to Yu Yan, quickly chimed in with a mocking expression, "What a ridiculous boast. Huiyun Design is not so easily bullied." It was clear that since losing to Shifeng in the previous bidding, Yu Yan and Chang Yinghua's dissatisfaction and disdain for him had only intensified. Hearing the other party arrogantly proclaim their intention to acquire his own company naturally made him furious, his face turning ashen and looking extremely unpleasant. However, at that moment, Horan, who had been silent beside him, suddenly turned his gaze towards Shifeng. He carefully examined the imposing and extraordinary man before him, secretly feeling delighted. It turned out that from the very beginning of the banquet, Horan had keenly sensed the powerful aura and potential commercial value emanating from Shifeng. So, he had decisively chosen to befriend Shifeng, attempting to establish a good relationship with him. Unexpectedly, such a situation would arise at this moment. It seemed that his initial decision was indeed incredibly correct. Horan was pleasantly surprised. He had made the right move by trying to curry favor with Shifeng. At this moment, Horan still maintained a calm demeanor on the surface, but deep down, he had already begun to calculate his own plans. If the intense bidding that had just concluded was not enough to fully showcase Shifeng's astonishing strength, then hearing Shifeng express his intention to acquire Huiyun Design made Horan's understanding of Shifeng's financial power and capabilities unshakable. Could this not clearly indicate his immense strength? Perhaps this was an excellent opportunity to cleverly guide Shifeng's attention towards his own Chongqing group and facilitate its acquisition. In this way, he could successfully escape the imminent and heavy commercial crisis looming over him like a mountain. With this thought, a glimmer of hope suddenly sparkled in Horan's eyes as he quickly walked towards Shifeng with a beaming smile, slightly bowing, and said in a flattering tone, "Hello, Mr. Shi. I wonder if you still remember me." Seeing Shifeng's puzzled look, Horan hurriedly introduced himself. "I am Horan from Chongqing Group, Mr. Shi. I heard you are interested in acquiring a company. I wonder if you could consider our Chongqing Group." Immediately after, as if afraid Shifeng wouldn't believe him, he hurriedly continued, "Mr. Yu from Huiyun Design and I have been old friends for many years. Our two companies have frequent business dealings, so they are well aware of the true strength of our Chongqing Group. It is no exaggeration to say that our Chongqing Group is definitely worth your investment." At the end, Horan deliberately gave Yu Yan a glance, hinting for him to say a few good words in support. Yu Yan immediately understood, knowing full well that Huiyun Design was currently thriving and had no intention of selling the company. However, he was well aware of the economic difficulties faced by Changxing Group, though this matter had not yet been known to the outside world.
If he could take this opportunity to
get Shifeng to acquire Changxing Group, taking on this hot potato would not only allow him to retaliate against Shifeng for his previous suppression of Huiyun Design during the bidding but
would also be a significant favor to Horan.
This two birds with one stone plan was too good to pass up. Thus, a warm smile quickly appeared on Yu Yan's face as he nodded in agreement,
saying, that's right. Mr. Shi, Changxing Group indeed has impressive strength and is worth your in-depth understanding.
Shifeng, whose brows had been relaxed, now slightly furrowed, forming a shallow crease.
He pondered inwardly, what is going on with Yu Yan?
Why has his attitude suddenly made a complete turnaround, becoming friendly and even actively
recommending Changxing Group?
Logically, Yu Yan should be gritting his teeth in hatred towards him.
If there were really any good news, why would he kindly recommend it to himself?
The answer was clearly negative. There must be some hidden schemes and intrigues behind this. Thinking of this, Shifeng knew that this moment was the time to demonstrate keen insight and decisive decision-making in the business world. Therefore, he remained silent, quickly picked up his phone, and his long fingers deftly tapped on the screen, composing a concise and crucial message: please investigate Changxing Company. After confirming the information was correct, he unhesitatingly pressed the send button, and the message, laden with questions and
expectations, flew like an arrow to the recipient named Fu Erma. Mr. Shi, you must believe me. This Changxing Company is something I have poured countless efforts into building. Over the
years, we have been working hard and have gained a bit of fame in the industry. Although there is still a gap compared to Mr. Yu's Huiyun Design, we also have a clear and definite development
plan, Yu Yan said earnestly.
Then, he slightly lowered his head, revealing a helpless and pained expression. Alas, it is truly regrettable.
To be honest, I have had some health issues
this year, and the doctor advised me to take a good rest for a while, so I really cannot bear to let the company stagnate because of me. There's no other way, I have to reluctantly
part with it and want to entrust the company to someone capable and responsible like you.
Of course, my greatest wish is for the company to thrive and do better in the future.
As Yu Yan
spoke, he secretly observed Shifeng's reaction.
In fact, he knew better than anyone that today's negotiation would definitely not go smoothly. Fortunately, only he and Mr. Yu understood the true state of Changxing Company, while others were completely unaware, and he firmly believed that Mr. Yu would fully cooperate with him to set this trap and give the other party a hard hit. At that moment, Shifeng suddenly received an email from Fu Erma. He opened the email without changing his expression and quickly skimmed through the content. In an instant, he
understood everything. Changxing Company was currently mired in a severe economic crisis, and if he took over at this critical moment, it would be like taking on a hot potato.
Thinking of this, Shifeng couldn't help but sneer, secretly thinking, do these guys really take me for a fool? It's a pity their calculations are about to fall through.
The corners of Shifeng's mouth slightly lifted, revealing a faint smile as he softly said, Mr. Hua, look at how well your Changxing Company is developing, with strong capabilities and bright prospects.
If it could merge with Huiyun Design, wouldn't that be a strong alliance, taking it to the next level?
Upon hearing this, Huoluan's face darkened, thinking to himself that this guy actually dared to mock him so openly. Just as he was about to retort, he saw Shifeng change the subject, turning his gaze to Yu Yan and smilingly asking, Mr. Yu, what do you think about this
matter?
Yu Yan was completely unprepared for Shifeng to suddenly throw this tricky question at him, leaving him momentarily at a loss. He knew that Changxing Company was now a mess and not worth acquiring. However, in front of everyone, it was inappropriate to refuse directly, so he could only force a somewhat awkward smile and respond,
Mr. Shi's proposal is indeed quite interesting.
However, this matter still needs to be considered carefully. Seeing this, Shifeng's smile deepened, and he continued in a sarcastic tone, Oh, Mr. Yu, you are too
polite. I will remember your good intentions. I just wonder if we should have a good talk about the acquisition of Huiyun Design next?
Yu Yan paused for a moment, a trace of cunning flashing in his eyes. He thought to himself that Shifeng was so arrogant today that he had to be shown a lesson. Since he didn't fall for the trap set earlier, he might as well play along to the end and see who was truly more skilled. Then, Yu Yan cleared his throat and slowly said, Mr. Shi, since you were so interested in acquiring our Huiyun Design, could you first tell
me about your company's specific acquisition plan and related conditions? It would help me have a clearer understanding. Mr. Yu, how could you? Chang Yingbo couldn't hold back, wondering how Mr. Yu had agreed to sell the company so easily.
If the company fell into Shifeng's hands, his job would be at risk. Huoluan, standing nearby, looked anxious and almost blurted out, how could Mr. Yu be stealing his business? However, Shifeng was indifferent to their attitudes, merely smiling faintly. Mr. Yu, I know Huiyun Design has its pride, but the conditions I offer are surely irresistible. Even if the conditions are extraordinary, I would still refuse. Yu Yen retorted, not expecting Shifeng to take such a bold step after being given a chance. Shifeng continued, Mr. Yu, why not take a look at this first? As soon as he finished speaking, he calmly took out his phone from his pocket, tapped the screen a few times, and handed over the detailed investigation report that Fu Erma had sent him earlier to Yu Yen. Yu Yen took the phone with suspicion, quickly glancing at the content displayed on the screen. In an instant, his face turned as pale as paper, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, and the calm demeanor he had moments ago vanished without a trace, replaced by sheer terror and panic. Yu Yan's eyes widened, his lips trembled, repeatedly uttering this. But he couldn't piece together a complete sentence. Cheng Yinghua, standing next to Yu Yen, witnessed his boss's loss of composure and felt a tightening in his chest, an ominous premonition rising within him. He desperately wanted to sneak a peek at the phone screen to see what astonishing secret it held, but the angle was poor, making it impossible to see clearly. However, at this moment, Cheng Yinghua's heart was filled more with astonishment and shock. If Shifeng truly held a deadly secret that could threaten his boss, then the situation of this negotiation would likely undergo a dramatic reversal. Not only was his job at stake, but even the beautiful Li Shuefu, whose gaze had been fixed on Shifeng, seemed to be drifting further away from him. Just then, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Shifeng's mouth, a barely noticeable expression. He slowly retracted his phone, his movements elegant and composed. Then, he raised his head, his sharp gaze locking onto Yu Yen, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable weight as he asked, Mr. Yu, in your opinion, can we continue discussing this business? At that moment, Li Shuefu, who had been silent and quietly observing the changes in the situation, finally spoke slowly, Mr. Yu, you can be considered my old employer. We all know that while Huiyun Design has a solid foundation, it is undeniable that its development has recently encountered obstacles, which is an indisputable fact. After saying this, she paused slightly, her gaze fixed intently on Mr. Yu's reaction. Then, Li Shuefu continued, if you choose to join us, we can work hand in hand to carefully create the beautiful mirror design exhibition. You must know, this is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss this chance, it will be hard to find such a good opportunity again. When she mentioned the obstacles in Huiyun Design's development, she deliberately emphasized her tone, as if wanting to stress the seriousness and urgency of the issue. In fact, Li Shuefu did this because she suspected that Shifeng's phone contained some important leverage against Huiyun Design. After all, she had worked at Huiyun Design for a long time and was well aware of the various management issues and the excessive exploitation of employees within the company. A company that appears glamorous on the surface but is riddled with internal issues can be easily controlled once its weaknesses are exposed. It was only at this moment that Li Shuefu truly understood the intentions behind Shifeng's previous maneuvers. She couldn't help but secretly admire Shifeng's intelligence and strategy, feeling utterly impressed. Yu Yen pondered for a long time. In the past, with his character and status, how could he have been so easily manipulated by others? Back in the day, he was a powerful figure in the design industry. With the talented and creative employees of his own company, their team had surged ahead, firmly occupying a top position in the industry. Outwardly, he was imposing and authoritative. Who wouldn't give him some face? However, only he knew that internally, his treatment of employees was extremely harsh. Not only did he fail to treat those who worked hard for the company well, but he also intensified the oppression against them. Now, all those regrettable past actions had become his fatal weakness. Because Shifeng had somehow obtained solid evidence, Yu Yen didn't dare to show even the slightest hint of resistance. Thinking of this, Yu Yen let out a deep sigh of resignation and slowly spoke, Mr. Shi, I agree to your acquisition proposal. Although his voice was not loud, it revealed endless frustration and compromise. Upon hearing this, a satisfied smile immediately appeared on Shifeng's face. He nodded slightly and said, very good, Mr. Yu is indeed a person who knows the times. Making such a wise decision is truly admirable. Shifeng extended his hand, Mr. Yu, I am glad we can reach a cooperation intention. I believe this acquisition will bring great benefits to both of us. Seeing this, Yu Yan's face turned pale as paper. After hesitating for a moment, he still managed to force a smile and trembled as he raised his arm to shake hands with Shifeng. He weakly responded, Mr. Shi, I sincerely hope this acquisition can proceed smoothly. After all, this is also our mutual expectation. Despite saying this, it was clear from his dim eyes that he was filled with unwillingness and compromise.
I will invest 5 billion for the acquisition. If you agree, we can immediately
arrange for the employees to sign the contract, Shifeng said with a smile, his tone firm. However, his words were like a heavy bomb, instantly stirring up waves of shock in Yu Yan and the others.
What?
Yu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, his face filled with astonishment, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside.
5 billion? He repeated the number in
disbelief, his voice trembling. It should be known that Huiyun Design is a company of considerable scale and strength, with a total market value reaching as high as 100 billion. Moreover, the entire operation of Huiyun Design had been quite stable, and the business was steadily expanding, indicating a bright future. In such a favorable situation, not to mention selling at half price, even a slightly lower price would be absolutely impossible.
Are you deliberately toying with us?
Yu Yan's face turned ashen with anger as he pointed at
Phone and shouted.
At this moment, he felt greatly insulted and mocked.
Cheng Yinghua, beside him, could no longer contain his inner fury.
He jumped up excitedly and shouted loudly, Mr. Yu.
This is simply too much. How can this be justified? Our Huiyun Design is doing just fine, why should he be able to buy it for a mere 50 billion? Isn't this just taking advantage of our weaknesses to rob us?
Cheng Yinghua became increasingly furious as he thought about the situation before him. No matter what, he could not accept this scenario.
How could Shifeng dare to attempt to acquire Huiyun Design at half price? After all, if Shifeng really succeeded in acquiring Huiyun Design at such a low price, he would have to obey this new boss from now on. For the proud Cheng Yinghua, this was undoubtedly a tremendous humiliation.
Therefore, he had to find a way to stop this deal from happening.
With this thought, Cheng Yinghua turned
around as if grasping at a last straw, staring intently at Li Shuefu, and then quickly walked up to her, his face full of flattery and pleading.
Li Shuefu, we were colleagues after all. I used to take care of you, so please, don't let Shifeng go too far.
As he spoke, Cheng Yinghua clasped his hands together in a bow, looking as humble as possible.
However, in response to
Cheng Yinghua's desperate pleas, Li Shuefu frowned slightly, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. She coldly laughed and said, Cheng Yinghua, is your so-called care just your harassment
of me in the workplace? I haven't reported you, which is already showing mercy, and you still have the face to ask me for help. Truly shameless. Hearing Li Shuefu mercilessly expose his
past misdeeds, Cheng Yinghua was instantly filled with rage and embarrassment, his face turning crimson.
He angrily pointed at Li Shuefu and shouted, well, look at you, Li Shuefu. Now that you're with a wealthy man, you've started to act arrogant. Back when you worked under me, you wouldn't dare to talk back like this.
Just then, Shifeng, who had been watching
coldly, finally spoke.
His originally deep and sharp eyes were now even more chilling, as if they could freeze a person instantly.
Shifeng looked expressionlessly at Yu Yan and said lightly,
Mr. Yu, I'm sorry, my conditions have changed.
Yu Yan was taken aback and quickly asked, what? Changed? How could it suddenly change?
Shifeng's lips curled into a cold smile.
As he continued, 3 billion plus immediately firing Cheng Yinghua, Mr. Yu, I wonder if you can agree.
Shifeng's words were like a bolt from the blue, leaving both Yu Yan and Cheng
Yinghua dumbfounded, their vision darkening. They could never have imagined that things would devolve to such an unbearable extent. Wasn't this taking advantage of a crisis? Yu Yan glared
at Cheng Yinghua with fury, shouting, it's all your fault.
Just a few words have cost me 10 billion. Cheng Yinghua felt as if he had been struck by lightning, completely collapsing. He pleaded desperately, Mr. Yu, please don't agree. I beg you. If I get fired, I'll really be out of a job. Faced with Cheng Yinghua's pleas, Yu Yan shook his head and sighed repeatedly. He was now like a clay Buddha crossing a river, unable to protect himself. How could he protect an employee?
Moreover, this employee had caused him to lose 10 billion in such a short
time. If he didn't agree quickly, he feared Shifeng would put another 10 billion pressure on him. After thinking for a moment and weighing the pros and cons, Yu Yan ultimately decided to choose the lesser of two evils. He weakly said, I agree. Without further delay, neither Shifeng nor Yu Yan wanted to wait for the other to backtrack, so they quickly signed the contract. Under Yu Yan's watch, Shifeng also destroyed the email. After doing this, neither Yu Yan nor Cheng Yinghua felt like continuing at the gathering, and they left through the back door in a dejected manner. Shifeng acquired Huiyun Design, valued at 100 billion, for 30 billion, and as the acquisition process was completed, a prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Acquisition of Huiyun Design, task completed, reward, 100 billion. Ding! Congratulations to the host, negotiation talent plus 20% talent experience, negotiation.
talent 50% a prompt from the system echoed in his mind, followed by a flood of insights about negotiation pouring into his consciousness. Tonight's banquet was like a magnificent feast, and he was like a brave warrior, successfully completing 2 time-limited tasks from the system, acquiring the exhibition rights for the beautiful mirror design exhibition for a staggering 1.5 billion and extravagantly spending 3 billion to acquire Huiyun design. This series of actions was like a thrilling commercial war, and he was the victor who laughed last. At this moment, his personal funds grew like a snowball, reaching an astonishing 26 billion, and his negotiation talent skyrocketed to 50%. Shifeng's mood was as bright as the sun, as if the whole world was cheering for him. Li Shuefu also keenly captured the obvious relaxation and contentment on Shifeng's face, teasingly laughing, "Classmate, tonight's surprises are truly as brilliant as the stars. If I were to congratulate you, it would be like the endless flow of a river." Ha ha. Shifeng felt a bit embarrassed by the teasing, his face slightly flushed, unable to hide his joy. However, the gains of this night were not just the enormous wealth of 20 billion, but also those 2 top-notch business resources, like 2 brilliant pearls, illuminating his future business path. Thinking of this, the joy in Shifeng's heart surged like a tide, and he couldn't wait to share his plans with Li Shuefu. Who would have thought that at this moment, an unappreciative person would spoil the mood nearby? Mr. Shi. Congratulations on achieving your wish and successfully acquiring it. Mr. Shi, I wonder if you are interested in considering my Chongqing company? I firmly believe that your business acumen and decisiveness will surely make Chongqing company thrive. You are truly the chosen one. Huo Luan flattered him. Having just witnessed the verbal sparring between Shifeng and Yu Yan, his admiration for Shifeng was like an endless river. This was a rising star. Even an old fox like Yu Yan could stumble in front of Shifeng, and he secretly rejoiced that he had always flattered Shifeng and never offended him. Moreover, Shifeng was clearly a wealthy person, tens of billions were just a drop in the bucket for him. Compared to Huiyun Design, his Chongqing company was like a small fry, not to mention that Huiyun Design was being sold off cheaply, while his Chongqing company was already a mess. As long as he could break even, it would be a blessing. No matter how you looked at it, this deal was a sure win. Mr. Shi, you must believe in my sincerity. My admiration for you is like an endless river, and acquiring Chongqing company will definitely cost much more than Huiyun Design. Huo Luan thought happily about the good deal that was about to be made, continuing to tirelessly promote the acquisition. Ha! Shifeng curled his lips slightly, letting out a disdainful sneer. He was as clear as a mirror in his heart. How could he not understand Huo Luan's little schemes? This calculation was really loud and clear. If it weren't for the information he had received from Fu Erma beforehand, understanding the current dire situation of Chongqing company, he might have fallen into this trap. After all, on the surface, Chongqing company still seemed passable. Moreover, Huo Luan was so sincere in requesting the acquisition, even stating that the price for acquiring Chongqing company would definitely be much higher than that of Huiyun Design, which meant that the acquirer could take the opportunity to lower the price. This was simply a windfall for the acquirer. Unfortunately, Chongqing company was already terminally ill. He would never take on this hot potato. Nor would he be foolish enough to let himself be played for a fool. Do you want me to acquire your Chongqing company? Shifeng raised his sword-like eyebrows, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he asked softly. Yes, he. Huo Luan, seeing that Shifeng had finally responded, quickly smiled ingratiatingly like a lapdog. The price for acquiring Chongqing company is definitely more than what Huiyun Design would calculate, right? Of course, he. If Huo Luan had only a flicker of hope burning in his heart earlier, now he felt a sense of assurance, as if he could see the dawn of success. After all, at tonight's banquet, he had witnessed Shifeng's financial power like a mountain of gold, and now Shifeng had opened the conversation about price. Once the price was mentioned, it was like taking a solid step on the road to success. In that case, Shifeng feigned deep thought, resembling a sage contemplating the mysteries of the universe, pausing for a moment. Huo Luan dared not breathe, waiting like a statue for Shifeng to state the next offer. Then he would immediately agree, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. He was terrified of saying the wrong thing now, fearing that Shifeng would become displeased, and his fortune would fly away like a bird. I offer $1. Shifeng said nonchalantly, as if that dollar was as insignificant as dust. Huo Luan felt as if struck by lightning, thinking he must be hearing things. Mr. Shi. You can't be joking, right? Do you think I would joke? Shifeng retorted. Huo Luan's face turned as pale as paper, and he suddenly realized, as if waking from a dream, that he had been played like a clown. However, he couldn't understand why, despite his obsequious flattery, Shifeng would mock him.
He, Mr. Shi, may I ask what I did wrong? Huo Luan, having navigated the business world for many years, was naturally adept at reading the room. He quickly lowered his posture and asked in a humble tone. Hoof. Shifeng let out a cold snort from his nose. As if filled with disdain and contempt for Huo Luan, not wanting to entangle himself further with this person. Mr. Shi, what do you mean by this? You should know, I always thought you were a good person, which is why I chose to cooperate with you. I didn't expect you to be so heartless. If you don't want to cooperate, just say so. Why make it difficult for me and let me suffer this humiliation? My Chongqing company is a hot commodity. If you don't want it, there are plenty of people outside eager for it. Don't be unappreciative. Huo Luan deliberately raised his voice, putting on a pitiful act of having suffered great injustice and humiliation. Sure enough, his act successfully attracted the attention of those around them. Shi Feng's gaze was as cold as 1,000-year-old ice, piercingly sharp. If he didn't know the dire situation of Chongqing company, he might have been skinned alive by Huo Luan today. At this moment, since the other party was being so unreasonable, he no longer needed to be polite. He opened the email on his phone containing the operational status of Chongqing company. This is the operational status of your company? The Chongqing company you lead has recently fallen into dire straits, with its cash flow breaking like a dam, and its operations are like a candle in the wind, with multiple important projects on the brink of stagnation due to lack of funds. And you are here lamenting that I not acquiring your company is making you suffer. If I really did acquire it, wouldn't I be a fool? I want to ask you, what exactly are you planning? Huo Luan's face turned as white as paper, suddenly exposed by Shifeng in public, and he became stammering and incoherent. This isn't, God. Is Chongqing company about to go bankrupt? No wonder Huo Luan has been looking for investors everywhere for their company today. Fortunately, with the recent economic downturn, it's not easy for our company to operate steadily, so we didn't agree, which is a lucky escape. That was close, I didn't agree. It seems that President Shi of the Confronting group really has some skills. This President Shi doesn't lack money, he actually saw through Huo Luan's scheme. Shifeng had no intention of listening to Huo Luan's excuses and interrupted mercilessly, so I say, spending $1 is enough. After saying this, he left with Li Shuefu like a gust of wind. Only the whispers of mockery from the surrounding crowd and Huo Luan's embarrassment remained. In the banquet hall, at that moment, the band began to play a soothing dance tune. After exposing Huo Luan's scheme, Shifeng was in a great mood. Hearing the gentle melody, he looked at Li Shuefu with a hint of expectation in his eyes. May I have this dance? Li Shuefu's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded gently. All night, she had been following Shifeng, silently observing everything. She could clearly feel the confidence radiating from him, a confidence that came from a strong person. This strong confidence made her even more captivated. Normally, Shifeng would never take the initiative to invite her to dance, that was not something his reserved personality would allow. This meant he had truly changed from the past. However, just as Li Shuefu agreed, she suddenly felt troubled. She couldn't dance. Moreover, dancing at a banquet was something she had only seen on television. As she was struggling with this, Shifeng leaned closer and whispered in her ear. Don't be afraid, just follow my lead. Shifeng's words felt like a flame, instantly burning away her worries. It seemed that this one sentence was enough for her to believe without hesitation. Li Shuefu looked up, her eyes reflecting Shifeng's handsome face as he smiled at her, waiting for her response. Okay. Li Shuefu smiled and nodded, then gently placed her hand on Shifeng's shoulder. The two stepped into the center of the dance floor, and the gazes of the surrounding people focused on them. They looked like a perfect couple, their dance steps light and harmonious. After becoming wealthy, Shifeng had taken the time to learn how to dance, so he moved with ease. Encouraged and led by Shifeng, Li Shuefu, though she had never learned, was able to follow his steps perfectly. You dance beautifully. Shifeng couldn't help but praise her. Thank you. Li Shuefu blushed at the compliment. Seeing her shy demeanor made Shifeng's heart warm. He turned his face to feign casualness and looked around to distract himself. He thought about the important exhibition rights for the beautiful mirror design exhibition captured at tonight's banquet. This was a significant exhibition. And for the Confronting group, it was the first time hosting such an important level of exhibition, so it had to be grand and impressive. Do you have any thoughts about the beautiful mirror design exhibition? Shifeng recognized Li Shuefu's design abilities and thought asking her might yield some insights. Li Shuefu took this question seriously. After all, what had happened in the office today made her vow to grow and become a truly famous designer.
That way, she wouldn't be the subject of gossip and wouldn't feel unworthy of Shifeng. Therefore, she
absolutely wouldn't take shortcuts through this design exhibition.
Only true ability could help her win Shifeng's genuine affection. So, this beautiful mirror design exhibition was a
great opportunity.
Currently, the design department of the Confronting Group has no head. This exhibition can be an opportunity for internal employees to compete.
Whoever can come up
with a good plan and has the ability to run the exhibition well will become the new head. In this way, it can stimulate everyone's initiative, encouraging them to work hard to make the exhibition successful for the position of head, while also electing a truly capable new head. After pondering, Li Shuefu articulated her thoughts with reason and evidence.
Upon hearing this, Shifeng's eyes sparkled with surprise as he linked the election for the new minister's position with the hosting of the beautiful mirror design exhibition. Indeed, it was a brilliant
idea that served two purposes.
This idea is simply fantastic,
Shifeng praised. Overwhelmed with excitement, he accidentally fumbled his dancing steps, stepping on Li Shuefu's foot
with his left foot. Ouch!
Li Shuefu, who had been in a good mood from Shifeng's compliment, suddenly cried out in pain as he stepped on her foot in his excitement.
I'm sorry, are you okay?
Shifeng, already flustered, became even more flustered after stepping on Li Shuefu. The result was that as he intended to take a step back, he inadvertently moved forward instead, his
steps becoming chaotic, and he accidentally pressed against Li Shuefu's leaning body.
A fragrance scent wafted towards him, and Shifeng immediately felt the softness of her body.
At that moment, it felt as if he was embracing Li Shuefu, a warm current flowing between them. Classmate.
Li Shuefu's face turned red, her beautiful eyes sparkling. She felt herself pressed against Shifeng's sturdy body, the thin fabric of her dress unable to block the warmth radiating from him. Ahem, Shifeng felt even more uncomfortable under Li Shuefu's gaze, as if he were
being burned by fire. He had to cough twice to cover his embarrassment and took a step back to maintain a rational distance between himself and Li Shuefu.
The heat that had just existed between them immediately dissipated with this distance.
Pfft, ha.
Li Shuefu came back to her senses and found Shifeng's awkwardness amusing. Then, she lowered her gaze, as if reminiscing about the heated moment just now, or perhaps regretting the separation at this moment. This little episode came to an end, and their dance steps returned to a normal rhythm.
As the
two spun perfectly, the music also approached its conclusion.
The dance ended.
The surrounding crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause.
Looking around, the onlookers seemed to be watching
the two as if they were enjoying a spectacle.
President Xi's demeanor is truly elegant.
President Xi is so wealthy and charismatic. With such means, he is indeed a rising star in
our design industry.
The woman beside President Xi is also so beautiful.
TSK, the woman next to President Xi must be extraordinary.
I heard she also comes from a design background. Very talented and capable. I just heard she helped Shifeng negotiate. It seems their relationship.
Tonight, Shifeng stole the spotlight at this business banquet, and naturally,
Li Shuefu beside him could not escape the attention of the crowd.
Thank you all for your support.
No need to guess, her name is Li Shuefu. She previously worked at Huiyun Design and is now
an employee in the design department of Confronting Group.
She has great artistic design talent, and I hope everyone pays more attention to her. Shifeng smiled, having long been accustomed to the envious and admiring gazes from others. He calmly nodded to all sides. He also took the opportunity to promote Li Shuefu's reputation in the design circle, which was one of his
purposes for attending the banquet. The crowd's admiration and discussions were due to their respect for Shifeng's abilities, and upon hearing his words, their gazes towards Li Shuefu held even more appreciation.
However, Li Shuefu felt very nervous. This was her first time attending a banquet, her first time dancing at a banquet, and being the center of attention.
Everything was new and exciting for her.
Fortunately, she quickly adjusted her nervousness and shyness, adopting a calm demeanor like Shifeng.
Hello everyone, I am Li Shuefu. Please pay more attention to me in the design circle in the future.
She smiled and nodded to all sides. The sky looked as if someone had knocked over a paint box, with streaks of orange-red light, like lively brushes freely painting the sky. Shifeng opened his eyes, waking up in a soft and luxurious bed.
It was already late after the banquet last night. After sending Li Shuefu home, he returned to the villa.
Before they parted, Li Shuefu earnestly told him that she would work hard in the future, striving to showcase her outstanding abilities for the beauty mirror
design exhibition and to secure the position of department head.
After saying that, Li Shuefu playfully blinked and stuck out her tongue, looking very cute.
Ha! Shifeng recalled Li Shuefu's expression and couldn't help but smile. However, he was unaware of the sweetness in that smile. Shifeng picked up his phone and glanced at the time. It was 9 in the morning. Today was the second day of attending business events, and he checked the schedule. The business event today started at noon. There was still time. He had gained a lot from last night's business banquet, and now his personal funds amounted to 26 billion, with a negotiation talent of 50%. He hoped to gain even more from today's business event. With that thought, he got up to wash up. In the morning, he still needed to go to the Storm Group to inform the design department about the acquisition of Huiyun Design and the exhibition rights for the beauty mirror design that he had secured last night. After washing up, he went to the dining room. The table was filled with delicious food, tempting his taste buds. He thoroughly enjoyed his breakfast. Next, he headed to the garage. Today, he drove a different Rolls-Royce. At 11 in the morning, he arrived at the Storm Group. After getting out of the car, he headed straight for the design department. Following the incident yesterday where he dismissed Kang Yuan, the employees in the design department were even more enthusiastic towards him. Hello, President Shi. We're so happy to see you, President Shi. Please let us know if you need anything, President Shi. The employees were all eagerly speaking. Their enthusiasm almost made Shifeng, who was originally reserved, want to turn around on the spot. I have good news to share with everyone. Unable to resist the employees' enthusiasm, Shifeng announced loudly. As soon as the employees heard there was good news, their eyes lit up. After all, other general good news might not be good news, but President Xi's good news was definitely good news. Li Shuefu, as the only informed person, already knew the upcoming content, but she still looked at Shifeng with anticipation and excitement. The first piece of good news is that I have acquired Huiyun Design. For a long time, the president of Huiyun Design, Yu Yan, has been exploiting the employees, and I am very much against this style. Now that Huiyun Design is merged into the Storm Group, I will treat them equally and hope everyone can learn from each other. I believe the outstanding abilities of the old employees from Huiyun Design can continue to shine in the Storm Group. Among the crowd, the old employees from Huiyun Design who had just joined this morning were moved to tears. President Xi, we have long heard that you are a good boss. We are very happy to join the Storm Group. The days of being exploited are over, now we will cherish our work at the Storm Group. The old employees of the Storm Group's design department also warmly welcomed the new employees. Welcome to the Storm Group. In the past, we all came from various companies, but they all had one name, exploitation companies. And now, we are fortunate to work in such a welfare-rich company as the Storm Group. In the future, let's unite and work hard. After saying that, a round of applause erupted. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, Shifeng felt very gratified. Next, the second piece of good news is that the Storm Group's design department has the exhibition rights for the beauty mirror design exhibition, which occurs every 3 years. As soon as Shifeng announced this, the employees instantly erupted in excitement. Wow! The exhibition rights for the beauty mirror design exhibition. That's a top-tier design exhibition. The Storm Group has just been established and can obtain the rights to such a prestigious exhibition. Chairman Shi, you are truly magnificent. As a designer, I have always dreamed of having my work showcased at the Beauty Mirror Design Exhibition. Now that our design department has such an opportunity, I will not let it go to waste. Yes. Me too. I won't waste this chance, I want to create the best work. The employees buzzed with excitement, all filled with anticipation and longing for the Beauty Mirror Design Exhibition. And now for the last piece of good news. I have finalized the election rules for the new head of the design department. As soon as these words were spoken, the employees' reactions were completely different from the previous 2 times. The entire office fell silent and eerie quiet because this new head position was significant for every employee. Whoever can provide a good plan for the Beauty Mirror Design Exhibition, has the capability to run the exhibition well, will be the new head. I look forward to everyone working hard to make the exhibition a success for the head position. Let's elect a truly capable new head. After Shifeng finished speaking, he nervously watched the employees' reactions. He felt that linking the Beauty Mirror Design Exhibition with the election of the new head was a brilliant idea proposed by Li Shuefu. Thinking of this, he turned his gaze to Li Shuefu. She smiled and nodded at him encouragingly from the crowd. Thank you, Chairman Shi, for providing such a fair election plan for the head. The Beauty Mirror Design Exhibition is the most authoritative proof of strength. If someone can successfully run the design exhibition, they certainly deserve the head position, and everyone will be convinced. Right. Ha ha. Let's let our abilities speak for themselves.
Yes, we are all professionals with qualifications and capabilities. This beauty mirror design exhibition will serve as a touchstone for electing the head, and I believe we will choose a truly capable head.
You've got me fired up. From now on, I will work even harder for the head position. This atmosphere is igniting my passion.
This spontaneous effort and enthusiasm is something I have never experienced before.
It's not forced exploitation. It's the effort to realize self-worth and pursue dreams.
Shifeng looked at everyone, who showed no opposition to the proposal for electing a head, and even ignited a fire in their hearts.
Each person was brainstorming ideas for the beauty mirror design exhibition, and he breathed a sigh of relief.
His gaze turned to Li Shuefu again. Seeing the employees' enthusiastic reactions made her very happy, so when Shifeng looked at her again, she sweetly smiled at him, her eyes sparkling. With her gaze, she conveyed that she would also work hard for the head position. Shifeng understood her expression from her eyes.
He smiled and nodded back. Let's go, everyone.
After arranging many affairs of the Storm Group, it was nearly noon.
At 12 o'clock, a business event awaited him. He knew he couldn't
linger at the company, so after informing the employees that he was about to leave, he swiftly departed like a gust of wind.
As he left, the employees in the office called out to keep
him, as if he were the center of attention, their admiration for him evident.
Of course, he also caught a glimpse of Li Shuefu's expectant gaze turning to disappointment, like a brilliant star suddenly losing its light.
However, time was pressing, and he had no time to explain.
Shifeng drove his Rolls-Royce like a shining meteor, speeding smoothly to the location of the business event.
As soon as he stepped into the venue, Fu Erma appeared like a timely rain, bringing him a detailed cooperation partner information. Shifeng had his eye on a project from Subai Company, but it was being contested by the female president of another company, Fenghua. Shifeng frowned slightly, he would not easily give up on this project.
Just then, the
female president of Fenghua Company walked towards him, a hint of cunning in her eyes. She wore a red, form-fitting long dress that showcased her graceful figure.
Hello, Mr. Shi, I am Yi,
the president of Fenghua Company. Shifeng looked up at the female president and saw her exquisite makeup and the confidence in her eyes that suggested she was determined to win.
Hello. Shifeng did not show any signs of timidity, instead, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He walked towards Yi, the female president of Fenghua Company, and Wang Shang, the representative of Subai Company, holding the documents.
Ladies, I am determined to win this project, Shifeng said in a steady and powerful voice.
Yi smiled disdainfully.
Mr. Shi, the business world is like a battlefield, there are no rules of priority. Yi spoke first. Mr. Shi, I know you are very interested in the Subai Company's project, but this project is also very important to us at Fenghua Company. Shifeng smiled slightly and replied, I understand your company's position, but we also have our own advantages and plans.
Yi
frowned and said, our Fenghua Company has rich experience and resources in this field, I believe we can complete this project better. Shifeng replied leisurely, I have also heard of your company's strength, but our team possesses professional knowledge and skills as well. The two exchanged words, neither yielding, both striving for the project.
Wang Shang, the representative of Subai Company, stood in the middle with a troubled expression.
Mr. Shi, I am determined to win this project.
Yi said in a charming voice, deliberately leaning closer to
Shifeng, the scent of her perfume wafting towards him.
Shifeng stepped back calmly and politely responded, in the business world, it's all about capability. Yi's lips curled into a
slight arc as she gently placed her hand on Shifeng's arm. Mr. Shi, being so handsome and wealthy, if our two companies cooperate, the benefits will surely be plentiful.
And with a partner like me, wouldn't you be tempted?
Shifeng discreetly shook off her hand, his gaze firm. I only focus on the value of the project itself, let's avoid such underhanded tactics.
At that
moment, Shifeng took out a unique proposal, which not only had a more perfect plan for the project but also included a series of generous additional terms for Subai Company's future
development.
The representative from Subai Company's eyes lit up, clearly intrigued. The female president's expression changed slightly, and just as she was about to retort, Shifeng added, my Confronting group can drive the entire industry chain's upstream and downstream development together, something your Fenghua Company might find difficult to achieve.
The female president was momentarily speechless.
Although her expression changed slightly, she was still unwilling to give up and was about to say something when Wang Shang from Subai Company approached
Shifeng to discuss the cooperation details.
Shifeng crossed his arms, his gaze resolute, that said, what Subai Company values most should be a win-win situation.
My Confronting group
can not only provide strong financial support but also bring broader market channels, which Fenghua Company might find hard to reach.
The female president's expression changed slightly.
But she still forced herself to say, "Mr. Shi, don't just talk big, our Fenghua is not to be underestimated." At this moment, the representative from Subai Company spoke up, "We are all clear about both of your strengths, but Mr. Shi's proposal is indeed more enticing." The female president became anxious upon hearing this and was about to argue further. Shi Feng suddenly took out a new plan and handed it over, which contained a more detailed profit model and risk response strategies. After reviewing it, the representative from Subai Company's eyes brightened, and he immediately made a decision. "Mr. Shi, we will hand this project over to your Guangfeng group." Seeing this, the female president could only glare at Shi Feng in frustration and angrily leave. Shi Feng put on a confident smile again and began to discuss the project details further with the representative from Subai Company. In the end, the representative of Subai Company chose to cooperate with Shi Feng. "Today's negotiation was wonderful, and I hope we have more opportunities to collaborate in the future," Subai Company said with a smile. Shi Feng returned the smile, "Definitely." With the valuable experience gained from attending the business event yesterday, coupled with the strong support from Fuerma, Shi Feng's performance in this business event was nothing short of remarkable. He was like a keen cheetah, quickly identifying several highly potential partners and cleverly presenting his business proposal during the event. Shi Feng resembled a brilliant strategist, accurately predicting the other party's needs and proposing terms that were hard to resist. Immediately after, Shi Feng put forth an innovative cooperation plan, like a dazzling pearl, capturing the attention of all the business partners present. His plan was like a master key, receiving widespread recognition, with several companies expressing their willingness to collaborate on the spot. Shi Feng's outstanding performance not only yielded fruitful business cooperation but also earned him thunderous applause from the audience. As the event came to a close, Shi Feng successfully reached cooperation intentions with multiple companies, and his Gale Group thus gained a once-in-a-lifetime development opportunity, laying a rock-solid foundation for his business empire. His brilliant performance left everyone in awe. Ultimately, Shi Feng shone brightly at the event, showcasing extraordinary business insight and negotiation skills, achieving a glorious victory in the business activity while also establishing numerous invaluable connections. Ding! Congratulations, hosts. Negotiation talent plus 10%, talent experience, negotiation talent 60%, a prompt from the system echoed in his mind, followed by a flood of insights about negotiation pouring into his consciousness. After participating in the noon business event, Shi Feng's negotiation talent increased by 10%. There were still 3 days of business activities ahead, and he needed to increase his negotiation talent by 40% to reach the maximum talent value. However, Shi Feng was not in a hurry. He was already able to skillfully utilize the resources provided by the system to secure substantial benefits for himself during the business activities. Yet, compared to the business activities, Shi Feng was more concerned about the collusion between the Sha gang and the Sheng Kun. He had been busy with the group's affairs for the past 2 days, and now that he finally had some free time, he planned to contact Qi Mengwei and Zhuo Zhanghao to inform them of the situation and discuss the next steps in their response. Previously, Fu Erma had learned about the plans of the Sha gang and Shang Kun, and if they succeeded, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for Donghai City, which must be stopped in time. Thinking of this, Shi Feng picked up his phone without hesitation. "Hey, Howsy. Hey, crazy guy. I have something important to discuss with you. Let's meet at the No Romance Bar at 8 tonight. Okay. Hey, Qi Mengwei. Hey, Xiao Fengfeng, I have something important to discuss with you. Let's meet at the No Romance Bar at 8 tonight. Sure." After hanging up the phone, Shi Feng couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Why choose a bar for such an important matter? Shi Feng felt somewhat helpless. He knew that if he wanted to invite Qi Mengwei, the bar would definitely be her first choice. However, why did he realize Qi Mengwei's thoughts from the very beginning? A hint of surprise surged in Shi Feng's heart. He was unexpectedly concerned about Qi Mengwei's fondness for the bar. With several hours still to go before 8 o'clock, after attending the business event, Shi Feng felt utterly bored. Rather than sitting idly, he decided to go out and relax, exploring the surroundings. So, he drove his Rolls-Royce, racing through the streets of Donghai City like a wild horse. As the car passed the skyscrapers, the towering commercial building, standing tall in the center of Donghai City, resembled a majestic giant overlooking the city's prosperity. Shi Feng slowly got out of the car and stood under the skyscraper, his thoughts surging like a tide. Not long ago, he was still like a destitute boy. But now, his life had undergone a tremendous transformation. Like a phoenix reborn, he had successfully transformed into a president who controlled a conglomerate worth hundreds of billions. He lived in a luxurious villa, drove top-tier luxury cars, and enjoyed a carefree life to the fullest. In the future, he would surely navigate the business world of Donghai City with great prowess, leading the way. Hey! Everyone, step aside. Step aside. All bystanders, clear the way quickly. Lin Chu. Chu, I love you. Wow, that's the big star Lin Chu. There are no celebrity events at the skyscraper today, how could she appear here? Lin Chu looks like a celestial being, stunningly beautiful. I heard she is the apple of the Huaning Group's eye. It's a pity she has no interest in the business world, so she resolutely stepped into the entertainment industry. Lin Chu is a hot star in the entertainment circle. Shifeng stood under the skyscraper, lamenting the unpredictable twists of fate. At that moment, he was roughly shoved aside by a group of black-clad men, like a leaf caught in a whirlwind. From this group of men, a woman in a red dress, charming and alluring, stepped out. She shone like a dazzling pearl, attracting everyone's attention and inciting cheers and shouts. Lin Chu? The woman's face was all too familiar to Shifeng. He had met Lin Chu once at a banquet in the Tianqiang No. 1 villa. She was Lin Yu's sister. Shifeng clearly remembered that Lin Yu and Lin Chu had a significant conflict at that time. Shifeng? Lin Chu, wearing sunglasses, gently took them off, revealing her enchanting and beautiful eyes, which seemed like two bolts of lightning, fixated on Shifeng, who was about to be swallowed by the crowd. Shifeng never expected Lin Chu would spot him in the sea of people. He was caught off guard by her sudden shout, turning red with embarrassment, especially since he was an introvert enduring the intense gaze of the crowd. Moreover, he and Lin Chu were merely acquaintances, having exchanged only a few words. He. A hint of an awkward smile appeared on Shifeng's lips. Lin Chu was quite dissatisfied with Shifeng's reaction. As a big star, she could call out his name in public and take the initiative to be friendly. Yet, he acted so aloof? Lin Chu didn't harbor any romantic feelings. For Shifeng, she knew he had connections with her sister, and on the night of the banquet, she had witnessed Shifeng going to Lin Yu's villa. This matter lingered in her mind like a fog that wouldn't dissipate, but since she had not ventured into the business world, Lin Yu and Shifeng had no recent interactions, so she naturally had no way of knowing the details. What brings you here? Although Lin Chu felt displeased, she forced a smile. Nothing, just taking a stroll. Shifeng casually replied. Lin Chu's displeasure intensified. Shifeng was like a block of wood, unable to speak, so why not just keep his mouth shut? His response made Lin Chu feel utterly humiliated. Her expression darkened instantly as she quickly put her sunglasses back on. If Lin Chu wasn't trying to gather news about Lin Yu from Shifeng, why would she bother to ask him? Unexpectedly, she failed to gather any information and instead got infuriated by Shifeng. Who is that man whom Lin Chu took the initiative to greet? How could he win her favor? The key is, he is so indifferent. Who on earth is that man? How dare he give Lin Chu a cold shoulder? Why is that man so dull? He's simply asking for trouble. How could he provoke our big star? In 3 seconds, I want all the information. On that man, I want him to be criticized online. Sisters. Something big has happened. He is the president of the Confronting Group, President Shi. What? He is President Shi? The one who advocates for the welfare of workers, who doesn't exploit or deceive. Yes. That's him. Oh my. President Shi. I deeply regret my earlier reckless words. I apologize too. Me too. Although Lin Chu is a big star, the shock she brings is nothing compared to the welfare you have fought for, President Shi. As the discussions among the crowd shifted, Lin Chu's expression darkened like a sky covered by dark clouds. When had she ever lost face in front of this group of fans? In the past, she was like a brilliant star, radiating endless light, with the Huaning Consortium as a solid backing, making her thrive in the industry. Her status in the eyes of outsiders and the admiration she received were the sources of her confidence. However, only she knew that within the Huaning Consortium, she was like a trivial speck of dust, with no status to speak of. Because she had a more dazzling sister, Lin Yu. Thinking of this, the eyes hidden behind her sunglasses seemed to burn with intense hatred, growing stronger. Shifeng. Lin Yu. Humph. Lin Chu silently cursed in her heart, quietly. Watching the crowd surge towards Shifeng. This scene involuntarily reminded her of countless painful experiences from the past. Whenever Lin Yu was by her side, the crowd's gaze would shift like a magnet, quickly moving from her to Lin Yu. Thus, her heart felt as if it were being gnawed by thousands of poisonous insects, pain and hatred intertwining. 8 o'clock. In the evening. The unrelated Wind and Moon Bar. Shifeng had long been sitting like a statue in a slightly quiet corner, waiting quietly. Although he was in the bar, his heart seemed to Still be in that towering skyscraper, unable to forget that experience for a long time. He had been passionately pursued by a crowd of onlookers at the base of the skyscraper, running 3 large laps. Only then did he escape like a rabbit, quickly running away. Those onlookers were indeed fervent. They all yearned to enter the Confronting group, their feelings burning like a raging fire, so intense that when they finally saw the president of the Confronting group in person, they pounced on him like hungry tigers, trying to get Shifeng to arrange positions in the group. Shifeng expressed that he understood this enthusiasm for the Confronting group, but getting a job in the group still needed to follow the established procedures. However, that group of onlookers seemed deaf, completely unable to listen. It was truly frustrating. Wow, where did this handsome guy come from, like a brilliant star descending to the mortal realm? Why is he here drinking alone? Is the lonely liquor searching for its companion? Want to join us for this intoxicating night feast? Shifeng, like a lonely god of wine, silently savored the drink in his cup in the bar, like a silent statue. However, suddenly, 3 charming women surrounded him like a surging tide. They were like a group of mischievous fairies, starting to tease and provoke Shifeng with various flirtatious remarks, their words brushing against him like feathers, making him, usually reserved, feel as if he were sitting on pins and needles, awkward as if ants were gnawing at his whole body. Shifeng tried to shake off their entanglement, but it was like sinking into a swamp, getting deeper and deeper. The women surrounded Shifeng, continuously saying some ambiguous words, as if they were a blazing flame, even touching him playfully like a mischievous breeze. This little handsome guy's face is truly stunning. Like a finely crafted work of art. Absolutely. Just look at the muscles hidden beneath his suit, wow. It's like a slumbering lion, I just want to tear off his disguise right now. Hey, handsome, come have some fun with the sisters. Let's dance to this passionate melody together. Shifeng raised his eyes to look at the 3 women in front of him. Smiling politely, thank you, beautiful ladies, but I'm used to drinking alone. One of the women in a red short skirt, like a blooming flower, pouted and said, why so cold, handsome? Do you have someone special? Shifeng glanced around at the 3 women, speaking politely yet coldly, sorry, I'm waiting for someone. However, the 3 women exchanged glances and showed no intention of leaving. The woman in the red dress giggled and placed her hand on Shifeng's shoulder, handsome, who are you waiting for? Isn't it better if we keep you company? Shifeng gently brushed her hand away, frowning slightly, I said I'm waiting for someone, please behave. The other 2 chimed in with giggles. Shifeng's face turned as red as a ripe apple, he didn't know how to handle the situation. This was the first time he had been teased by a group of women, and he tried to seek help from those around him, but it felt like a traveler lost in the desert. The other guests in the hotel seemed oblivious to his predicament. Please step aside, Shifeng said, unable to endure any longer, his voice tinged with irritation. What? Handsome, open your eyes and take a look. One of the women, with a fiery personality, immediately exploded in anger, her fury erupting like a volcano, not expecting the man she had her sights on to be so unreasonable. Get out of the way. Shifeng's gaze turned icy, as if it could free someone, he had exhausted all his patience. Seeing this, the fiery woman immediately swung her fist like a hammer. Don't be angry, Sister Hong, watch me. However, at that critical moment, the sweet-looking woman in the red dress swiftly pressed down on the fist that was about to strike. Handsome, don't be angry, my Sume is just curious about you, the woman in the red dress spoke in a soft, charming voice, like a yellow oriole emerging from the valley, and didn't forget to throw a captivating glance, resembling a reincarnated fox spirit. Yes, don't argue with Sister Hong. My dance sister has a great temperament. Another woman in a pink dress, as alluring as a fox spirit, slithered closer, her delicate hand gently stroking Shifeng's chest. Faced with the soft and hard tactics of these 3 women, Shifeng's gaze grew darker like a cold pool. They had miscalculated. He had already reminded them twice to step aside. If it weren't for his disdain for hitting women, would he have any pity? Shifeng reached out, easily prying the alluring woman's delicate hand from his chest like a pair of iron pincers. This action ignited the anger within the 3 women, and they immediately revealed their fierce, demonic expressions. As Shifeng rejected them again, the 3 women showed their true colors. Suddenly, someone nearby shouted, he's the president of the Storm Group, don't get any delusions. This shout silenced the entire bar. The 3 women were first taken aback, then their eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. The woman in the red dress spoke first, are you really President Shi? Oh my, then we must keep you company. Saying this, she leaned towards Shifeng, as if the previous arrogance had vanished. The woman in the pink dress clapped her hands and said, I didn't expect the president of the Storm Group to be so young. So handsome. The fiery woman said, so he's the president of the Storm Group. No wonder he has a bit of temper, Shifeng frowned tightly. Even after he had taken action, the moment they heard he was the president of the Storm Group, they immediately changed
their attitude. These three women were truly like sticky candy.
Just when he was at a loss, the bar manager hurried over to mediate. Ladies, Mr. Shi has reserved this place for a business
meeting today, so I kindly ask you to leave.
The three women glared at the manager unwillingly, twisting their waists as they continued to surround Shifeng.
Seeing that the three women were indifferent to his intervention, the bar manager's expression turned awkward until Shifeng shot him a glance. He finally let out a long breath and left. Shifeng's face was cold. Once he calmed down and thought about it, he realized that the three women he encountered at the bar tonight were indeed too suspicious. Just now, in the brief touches, he sensed that these three women were all martial artists. Their skeletal structure and muscles were clearly different from ordinary women. Moreover, regardless of whether he distanced himself or others reminded them to stay away, these three women still clung to him tightly. There must be something going on. Shifeng's face was as cold as water, but his heart was like a vast ocean, secretly on guard. He pondered to himself, deciding to test what kind of purpose these three women had. Since you are so enthusiastic, please have a seat, and let's speak freely, Shifeng said, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The three women exchanged glances, a hint of doubt flashing in their eyes, but they still sat down with cheerful smiles. May I ask where the three ladies work?
Shifeng casually inquired. Hong Jie smiled sweetly and said, we sisters are just carefree wanderers, not engaged in any proper business.
Meeting Mr.
Shi today might mean we have a big tree to rely on in the future. Shifeng secretly sneered in his heart, but on the surface, he said lightly, then your skills must be extraordinary, as you look so agile and graceful. This remark was like a sharp sword, piercing the hearts of the three women, and their expressions instantly turned a bit ugly.
Sume forced a smile and said dryly, Mr. Shi, you really know how to joke. We don't understand any martial arts.
Of course, I was just making a small joke. The martial arts I speak of are vastly different. From what you understand, Shifeng smiled slightly at the three women, his smile like the warm sun in spring, gentle and soothing. The three women immediately showed shy expressions,
giggling like blooming flowers. Since you are so hospitable, why don't we change places and have some fun? Shifeng pressed on, closing in step by step.
The three women exchanged glances. Again, a hint of doubt flashing in their eyes, but soon they were consumed by greed. They followed Shifeng closely, heading towards a small private room at the back of the bar.
As soon
as they stepped into the room, Shifeng, like a swift leopard, suddenly turned around, quickly closing the door, his gaze sharp as an eagle's as he looked at the three.
Speak, who sent you?
The smiles on the three women's faces instantly froze like cold ice, and they looked at each other. After exchanging glances, Hong Jie feigned calmness, crossing her arms and said,
Mr. Shi, what do you mean? We are completely in the dark, like being lost in a fog. Shifeng snorted coldly, do you think you can deceive me?
From the very beginning, your approach was filled with purpose. Your skills, your relentless entanglement with me, and your reaction upon hearing my identity are all abnormal. Wu Mei gritted her teeth, Mr. Shi, we really just
admire you and want to get to know you. Then why did you become even more eager when you heard I am the president of the Storm Group? If you don't tell the truth, I will call the police. Right now for harassment.
Sume panicked a bit, tugging at Hong Jie's sleeve. The three women were startled but quickly calmed down. Hong Jie took a deep breath and sneered, as expected of the president of the Storm Group, quite clever. But knowing too much won't do you any good. After saying that, the three women assumed an attacking stance. Shifeng raised an eyebrow, humph, as expected. He showed no fear, having anticipated this outcome long ago. He quickly sidestepped to avoid Hong Jie's punch and seized Wu Mei's wrist, twisting it.
Seeing
this, Sume attempted a sneak attack from behind, but Shifeng seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, lifting his leg to sweep backward, causing Sume to fall to the ground. After a few rounds, the three women gradually found themselves at a disadvantage.
At that moment, applause echoed from outside the door. Shizong is indeed impressive. I just wanted to see if you were qualified to be my opponent, and it seems interesting.
A masked man slowly walked in, and Shifeng watched him warily. Holding a dagger, Shifeng took a defensive stance. Who
are you? Why are you targeting me? The masked man laughed heartily. You don't need to know, you just need to know that today is your day of death. Just then, a commotion erupted at a bar entrance. A group of men in black rushed in, standing behind the masked man, awaiting orders. The masked man waved his hand. It's him, capture Shifeng. A greater crisis seemed to be unfolding. Shifeng looked astonished. Things were becoming more complex and bizarre, but he knew that there must be an unspeakable conspiracy behind this inexplicable entanglement. After
Receiving orders, the group of men in black immediately launched an attack on Shifeng. Shifeng calmly surveyed the group, his mind racing. He moved like a swallow, agile as a cheetah, engaging in a thrilling battle with the swiftly moving men in black. The men attacked fiercely, like venomous snakes striking, each blow carrying a deadly threat. However, he showed no fear. Relying on his keen reflexes like a hawk and his superb martial arts skills like a dragon, skillfully dodging their attacks and launching fierce counterattacks. His punches and kicks fell like a torrential storm, clashing with the men's moves, producing dull thuds. In the intense confrontation, he seemed to embody a war god, gradually gaining the upper hand, while the men in black began to show signs of fatigue, like a bowstring that had been drawn too far. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he unleashed a round of fierce attacks like a storm, causing the men in black to become flustered and expose numerous flaws. With lightning speed, he landed a heavy blow on the vital points of the men in black, who fell to the ground like trees being chopped down. He stood in place, looking at the fallen men, filled with the joy of victory. The masked man, witnessing this scene, was horrified. He never imagined that the elite he had brought with him today would be unable to deal with Shifeng alone. Seizing the moment, Shifeng pounced on the masked man like a hungry tiger, convinced that this person must be the mastermind. In a flash, he swiftly removed the mask. "It's you? Zhang Kun?" Shifeng's gaze was as cold as a biting wind, fixated on Zhang Kun. He never expected Zhang Kun to act so quickly, secretly plotting to put him to death. Zhang Kun's face turned pale as paper when his mask was suddenly removed, panic-stricken, completely losing the arrogance he had just displayed. He had specifically set an ambush here today to eliminate Shifeng in one fell swoop, but he never anticipated that the group of men in black would be so easily defeated before. Shifeng! This matter absolutely could not be exposed, but now his mask had been taken off. Shifeng seemed relentless in his pursuit, charging at him. Just as Shifeng was about to pounce, the window of the private room suddenly shattered like a broken mirror, and several smoke bombs flew in like locusts. In an instant, the room was filled with thick smoke, obscuring all visibility. In the smoke, Shifeng vaguely saw a mysterious figure approaching the masked man like a ghost, and the two seemed to be engaged in a fierce argument. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the masked man had vanished without a trace, as if he had evaporated into thin air, and the group of black-clad figures retreated swiftly like a receding tide. Shifeng looked at the empty room, filled with confusion and disbelief. "Madman! Where are you, madman? Xiao Fengfeng! Where have you gone, Xiao Fengfeng?" Shui Zhenghao and Qi Mengwei were frantic, their shouts echoing through the thickening smoke like sudden thunder, standing out starkly in the chaotic environment. The two rushed to the unrelated romance bar, only to be met with this heart-stopping scene upon entering. The bar was in disarray, tables and chairs strewn about, shattered glasses and bottles scattered like fallen soldiers, clearly having just endured a harrowing battle. At that moment, the entire space was shrouded in thick smoke, the visibility blurred, as if they were in a misty fairyland, making it impossible for them to see where Shifeng was. Zhuo Zhenghao clenched his fists and shouted into the fog, "Shifeng, if you're still alive, make a sound." Qi Mengwei bent down, trying to find a clue among the debris on the floor. Suddenly, she touched something wet, and upon bringing it to her eyes, she realized it was blood. Not good, he might be injured. Just then, a faint cough came from the smoke. "I'm here." A slightly hoarse voice emerged from the depths of the fog, as if it were a soul-calling song from the underworld. The two exchanged glances, and immediately rushed toward the sound. Hearing that familiar voice, Zhuo Zhenghao and Qi Mengwei felt a surge of joy, like rain after a long drought, and hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. They saw Shifeng slowly emerging from the smoke, his steps unsteady, like a candle flickering in the wind. "Madman! What happened? Who did this?" Shui Zhenghao dashed to Shifeng's side, worry etched on his face, his gaze scanning him up and down like a scanner, concern evident in his expression. "Xiao Fengfeng, you're not hurt anywhere, are you?" "Ah, you really scared me to death," Qi Mengwei asked angrily, her face filled with worry. She rushed forward like a bird returning to its nest, throwing herself into Shifeng's arms. She held him tightly around the waist, as if he were the most precious treasure in her life, fearing that if she loosened her grip, he would vanish like a phantom. Her heart raced like a drum, as if it would burst from her chest. The fear and guilt of not being able to find Shifeng had consumed her, constantly blaming herself for not rushing over like a bird. If only she had been a bit faster, perhaps Shifeng wouldn't have faced this nightmarish danger. "Xiao Fengfeng, are you hurt?" Qi Mengwei suddenly lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes resembling rain-soaked pear blossoms, delicate and sorrowful, evoking pity. Her voice trembled like a candle in the wind, as if it could extinguish at any moment. When she saw Shifeng standing unharmed before her, her Heart, which had felt like it had fallen into an ice cellar, began to warm slightly, but she still felt lingering fear.
However, because Chi Mengwei was holding on too tightly, she
felt his breathing becoming increasingly difficult, as if an invisible hand was gripping his throat, nearly choking him. He couldn't help but cough violently, the sound like a sudden storm, cough, cough. He tried to break free from Chi Mengwei's embrace, but her arms were like iron clamps, holding him tightly, making it difficult for him to escape.
Xiao Fengfeng. What's wrong with you?
Chi Mengwei released her hold, her face filled with worry, her gaze warm and gentle like the spring sun, as if it could melt 1,000 years of ice.
It's nothing. Nothing.
Shi Feng gasped for fresh air, looking at Chi Mengwei's worried expression, forcing a smile and pretending to be relaxed as he replied.
What on earth happened here? Shua.
Zhang Hao's face was as pale as frost, his voice tense as if it could penetrate a person's soul, making one shudder involuntarily.
Who is so bold as to ambush you? I will not let him off. Lightly.
The beautiful gaze of Chi Mengwei shot out a bone-chilling cold light, like a sharp arrow, as if it could freeze a person instantly, making one feel a chill down their spine.
It's
the Sha Gang, Zhang Kun, Shi Feng said calmly, his voice as tranquil as water, yet containing endless power.
Zhang Kun? The guy you defeated so thoroughly on the beach last time? Chi
Mengwei's eyes were filled with astonishment, as if she had heard the most absurd thing in the world. Her gaze flickered with sparks of anger, as if she wanted to burn Zhang Kun to
ashes.
Exactly, Shi Feng nodded, his tone firm and resolute, showing no sign of fear. He's a defeated foe who can't win openly, so he resorts to insidious tricks to deal with you.
Don't
be afraid, Xiao Fengfeng, I'll go take revenge for you. After saying this with indignation, Chi Mengwei immediately turned and walked towards the bar's exit. Her steps were firm and powerful, each one like a stomp on the enemy's heart, as if she wanted to crush all the injustices in the world. Her figure was like a burning flame, shining with dazzling light in the darkness, illuminating the path ahead.
Wait.
Shi Feng had not anticipated that Chi Mengwei would be so impulsive, his heart raced as if it would leap out of his throat. He hurriedly reached out, tightly grasping Chi Mengwei's hand, trying to stop her. The moment Chi Mengwei's hand was held by Shi Feng, her body felt as if struck by a powerful current, suddenly freezing in place. Her cheeks turned as red as a ripe apple, instantly flushed with a brilliant hue, like the evening glow, as if burning with a fierce flame. It was then that Shi Feng realized he had grabbed her hand in a moment of urgency. The warmth from her palm felt like a warm current, making him feel somewhat embarrassed. His throat felt blocked, and he could only emit a few awkward coughs. Cough, cough, the sound echoed in the silent air, as if it were a reflection of his inner turmoil, like a chaotic melody playing in the atmosphere.
We can't rush this. We need to handle it properly.
Shi Feng's gaze was like a deep starry sky, seriously looking at Chi Mengwei, his eyes shining with determination. But Xiao Fengfeng, how can I just stand
by when he treats you this way?
Chi Mengwei's eyes revealed a hint of stubbornness, like a flower swaying in the wind, fragile yet resilient.
If you rush in, you'll only fall into
his trap. He must be on guard now, we need to plan carefully. Shi Feng's words rang like a warning bell in Chi Mengwei's ears. Chi Mengwei bit her lip, she knew he was right, but the anger in her heart was hard to quell.
So what do we do next?
Chi Mengwei's voice carried a hint of reluctance.
A glint of cunning flashed in Shi Feng's eyes, like stars twinkling in the
night sky, mysterious and full of anticipation. Actually, I invited you all to this bar today for a matter of utmost importance, which is related to the Sha Gang, Shi Feng said solemnly. Upon hearing this, both Chi Mengwei and Zhuo Zhanghao's expressions grew serious. The Sha Gang is in cahoots with the Xingchuan group, namely Li Chao and Zhang Kun. They are plotting to take down the Fengyun Gang, attempting to ascend to the throne of the number one gang. Shi Feng's face was as pale as frost, extremely grave.
What?
Zhuo Zhanghao exclaimed, his face filled with shock, as if struck by lightning. He never expected that his own mother's Fengyun Gang would be coveted by such petty villains.
What? Chi Mengwei's expression was comical.
Like a clown, as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. With her being the strongest force in the world, how could that ragtag group of the Sha Gang dare to set their sights on
the Fengyun Gang?
The true instigator of this matter is Li Chao. This person harbors ulterior motives, a truly insidious and cunning villain, despicable and shameless.
Li Chao of the
Xingchuan group relies on his wealth, his ambition burning like a raging flame, unquenchable. He spares no effort in supporting the Sha Gang and over a dozen other gangs attempting to crush the Fengyun Gang, the number one gang. If they truly manage to defeat the Fengyun Gang, then the Sha Gang will undoubtedly ascend to the throne, and the financial backer quietly supporting the Sha Gang is none other than Li Chao's Xingchuan group. In this way, Li Chao's Xingchuan group can manipulate the Sha Gang from behind the scenes, thus controlling the entire underworld of Donghai City. If his scheme to support the Sha gang succeeds, it will surely make the gang a powerful arm of the Xingchuan group in the business realm. At that time, the black market will wreak havoc in the business world of Donghai City like a storm. Shifeng slowly laid out the entire incident. After he finished speaking, Qi Mengwei and Zhuo Zhanghao's expressions changed dramatically, as if facing a great enemy. This scheme is truly as vicious as a snake or scorpion. Zhuo Zhanghao couldn't help but exclaim. Li Chao's audacity is indeed greater than a leopard. How dare he set his sights on the gang? I will make him understand why the flowers are so red. Let's see if he dares to be so rampant. Qi Mengwei asked angrily. By the way, did they come to ambush you today because of this? Zhuo Zhanghao pressed. Exactly, it's because I revealed my strength on the beach last time. That Zheng Kun fought me like an egg hitting a stone, overestimating his abilities, so today they set an ambush in the bar, trying to put me to death. Unfortunately, his abilities are truly insignificant. Shifeng's gaze was as cold as ice. That's right, Xiao Fengfeng's strength is well known. With their mediocre skills, they dare to think they can defeat you? It's simply a pipe dream. Qi Mengwei instantly transformed into his #1 fan. Zhuo Zhanghao, seeing his cousin in such a lovesick state, was both shocked and amazed. He never expected that his good brother could make his cousin value him so highly. By the way, madman, do you have a good plan? Zhuo Zhanghao quickly shifted the focus of the conversation. Of course I do. Shi Feng's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident demeanor as he continued. This is also the reason I invited you today. I need your cooperation because a tough battle is about to begin. Alright. You say, I listen. Zhuo Zhanghao patted his chest. Xiao Fengfeng, I'll follow your arrangements. Qi Mengwei threw a flirtatious glance. Tomorrow night, I will attend a business banquet. I've already investigated in advance. Li Chao from the Xingchuan group will be there, which is a great opportunity. First, at the banquet, I will promote my Guangfeng group's new business project extensively, attracting numerous investors and shaking the partnerships Li Chao originally sought to establish. Secondly, during the business event that night, I will casually chat with various business tycoons, intentionally or unintentionally revealing some rumors about the Xingchuan group secretly funding gangs. This news will be like a boulder thrown into a lake, inevitably causing ripples, and many upright entrepreneurs will express concern and reconsider their partnerships with the Xingchuan group. Shifeng spoke calmly, his eyes sparkling with wisdom as he decided to disrupt Li Chao's investment plans through the business event. Brilliant! This move to cut off the source will definitely catch Li Chao off guard. Zhuo Zhanghao said excitedly. Qi Mengwei crossed her arms confidently. Xiao Fengfeng's mind is truly sharp. But what if those guys are ungrateful? Shifeng sneered. Then they can't blame me for being rude. I have also prepared some materials about their business underbelly. If anyone insists on standing with Li Chao, I will expose these materials. This is also my trump card. I will use the evidence I've gathered to publicly expose the misdeeds of the Xingchuan group. At that time, it will definitely cause a plummet in Xingchuan group's stock price, and as a result, the Sha gang will lose financial support, leading to internal divisions. Li Chao's dream of domination will shatter, and he will only be busy dealing with pressures from all sides. Meanwhile, my Guangfeng group will gain fame due to my wise decisions, attracting more resources and steadily moving towards a scale of hundreds of billions. Shifeng calmly laid out this chess game. Beside him, Qi Mengwei and Zhuo Zhanghao were both shocked. They hadn't expected Shifeng to grow so quickly. Now, he was already a strategist in the chessboard. Qi Mengwei clapped and laughed. Wonderful, little Fengfeng. So what should Zhuo Zhanghao and I do? You are responsible for ensuring my safety, Shifeng replied. Qi Mengwei patted her chest. Don't worry, with me around, no one can hurt you. Ha ha ha. Shifeng laughed out loud. With his martial prowess and experience, why would he need Qi Mengwei's protection? It was just a joke to lighten the mood. Actually, I can protect myself well, and you and Zhuo Zhanghao have more important tasks. Shifeng became serious again. He said to Zhuo Zhanghao, use your connections to quietly spread unfavorable rumors about the Xingchuan group before the banquet starts, to tilt the public opinion in our favor. Zhuo Zhanghao nodded. No problem, leave it to me. Then, Shifeng turned to Qi Mengwei and said, after tomorrow night's business event, due to my assistance, Xingchuan group's partners will gradually distance themselves, causing their stock price to plummet. Li Chao will only be able to take care of himself, and without funding, the Sha gang will inevitably fall into internal strife. Zheng Kun will definitely be gnashing his teeth in hatred. He will, like today, secretly ambush us with his men. At that time, it will be up to you, Feng Yun gang, to take action. Qi Mengwei snapped her fingers and laughed. I'm just afraid they won't make a move. At 8 o'clock in the evening, at the financial exchange. The business event was bustling with activity. Shifeng entered the venue in an exquisite suit, immediately becoming the center of attention. In the previous 2 days, Shifeng had attended several business events and, although he had only participated in 2, his performance in those events had made a significant impact in the business world. Everyone knew that Shifeng was a negotiation expert and a talented businessman with vision and courage. As soon as Shifeng walked into the venue, many people with wineglasses gathered around him. One slightly plump middle-aged man spoke first. "Mr. Shi, I've long admired your name. I heard you are very interested in the emerging technology industry. I happen to have a project I want to discuss with you." Shifeng smiled politely, responding, "It's a pleasure to meet you, but the emerging technology field has many subdivisions. May I ask which area your project focuses on?" At this moment, a young lady nearby joined the conversation. "Mr. Shi, no matter which direction, as long as you invest in guide, it will surely shine." Shifeng gently shook his head, his gaze steady. "One cannot say that. Investment requires precise positioning and consideration of prospects." Just as everyone wanted to continue chatting, the lights in the venue suddenly flickered, followed by a melodious violin sound. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. It was a performance arranged by the organizers. Taking advantage of this moment, Shifeng quietly moved towards a corner. He wasn't just here for socializing. His main purpose for attending this business event was to stir up trouble, disrupt the Xingchuan Group's business collaborations, and expose their schemes in front of the business community. However, from the moment he entered, he had been searching for the president of Xingchuan Group, Li Chao, but he had yet to see him. As the violin piece ended, the lights in the venue instantly returned, illuminating the entire space. At that moment, Li Chao slowly arrived, confidently striding into the venue. Li Chao wore a gray shirt and a blue tie, looking quite casual. His expression appeared spirited. Xingchuan Group, with a market value of 1 trillion, topped the list of the top 100 enterprises, a powerful conglomerate. And Li Chao, as the newly appointed young president, was naturally in the spotlight. As soon as Li Chao entered, all eyes in the venue turned to him. A middle-aged man with graying hair approached with a smile. "Mr. Li, we've finally been waiting for you. It's not often we get to see you. How is the progress on the project we collaborated on?" Li Chao casually glanced at the middle-aged man, recalling who he was, and replied, "The progress is going smoothly. We've completed most of the work, just a few details left to handle." The middle-aged man nodded and said with a smile, "That's great. I really hope we can complete this project soon. Let's aim for an early listing." Upon hearing this, Li Chao's expression changed instantly. And in an extremely impatient tone, he said, "Our group has been working overtime. We will not let you down. You must believe in Xingchuan Group's efficiency." The middle-aged man swallowed his frustration and continued, "Mr. Li, actually, I wanted to discuss something with you. I think our collaborative project needs some reforms to develop better." Li Chao frowned upon hearing this and said, "Reform? Isn't our project doing well right now? Why do we need to reform?" The middle-aged man earnestly replied, "Although our collaborative project is developing well now, we cannot be complacent. We must continuously innovate to remain undefeated in the fierce market competition." Li Chao said, "I understand, but reform requires a significant cost. Will our employees oppose it?" The middle-aged man responded, "I've already considered this issue. We will take measures to alleviate the burden on employees. At the same time, we will strengthen communication with them to help them understand the necessity and importance of the reform." Li Chao was thoroughly annoyed by the middle-aged man. His expression was irritated. "Do you think reform is an easy thing? I've already made up my mind. Let's stick to the previous plan. I don't want to hear any more nonsense." He had come to the business event in a good mood, but unexpectedly encountered a persistent person right at the start, going on about reform, which he did not agree with. Moreover, the most important thing for him right now was dealing with the Feng Yun gang and the Confronting Group. He had no energy to reform past projects. The middle-aged man wanted to persuade him further, but at that moment, a voice broke in. "Mr. Li, long time no see." The speaker was Shifeng, who wore a calm smile, his sharp gaze fixed on Li Chao. Shifeng had been looking for Li Chao and had waited until now, because he saw Li Chao enter but was chatting with the middle-aged man. "It's you!" Li Chao stared at Shifeng in surprise, not expecting to run into him at this business event. Could it be that last time Zhang Kun ambushed Shifeng at the bar and he went to rescue him, leading Shifeng to discover his scheme? Thinking of this, Li Chao feigned shock and smiled. "Mr. Shi, what brings you here?" In the bustling business metropolis, Shifeng and Li Chao, two prominent figures in the business world, young talents, seemed poised to engage in fierce competition. At this event, Instantly, the attention of everyone present focused on the two of them. As everyone's gaze fell on them, comparisons were inevitable. People looked at Shifeng, a business genius rich in wisdom and decisiveness, who had transformed his company into an industry leader through keen market insight and exceptional leadership skills. As everyone looked at Li Chao, the impression was that he was just a young rich heir who inherited the family business, lacking any unique business talent of his own. Mr. Li, what projects have you been busy with lately? Shifeng asked, seemingly making small talk. I haven't been busy with any projects, but you seem quite busy lately, Mr. Shi? Li Chao replied in kind. Shifeng sneered. Inwardly, he had no energy for small talk here, and his earlier words were merely a formality. After all, everyone was watching. Next, he was going to launch his attack. Has anyone heard a recent piece of news? Shifeng asked the crowd. What news? The crowd shook their heads in confusion. A little rumor about Xingchuan Group, Shifeng smiled. As soon as he said this, the crowd that had just been shaking their heads began to whisper among themselves, gossiping. They scrutinized Li Chao with their eyes, questioning and pointing. Everyone, shut up. Why? Doesn't Mr. Shi just say it clearly? Li Chao shouted angrily, his gaze threatening Shifeng. Since taking over Xingchuan Group, Li Chao had always maintained a high and mighty attitude. This was the first time he had been publicly questioned and pointed at, and he couldn't stand it. Xingchuan Group is secretly funding gangs. Once Shifeng finished speaking, the entire venue fell silent, instantly turning cold. He spares no effort in supporting the Sha gang and over a dozen other gangs, attempting to crush the Fengyun gang, the #1 gang. If they really manage to defeat the Fengyun gang, then the Sha gang will surely ascend to the top, and the financial backer quietly supporting the Sha gang is none other than Li Chao's Xingchuan Group. In this way, Li Chao's Xingchuan Group can manipulate the Sha gang from behind the scenes, thus controlling the entire Donghai city's underworld. If his conspiracy to support the Sha gang succeeds, it will undoubtedly turn the gang into Xingchuan Group's right-hand man in the business world. This news was like a giant stone thrown into a lake, causing ripples. Many upright entrepreneurs expressed their concerns and planned to reassess their cooperative relationship with Xingchuan Group. Mr. Li, is what Mr. Shi said true? Mr. Li, you actually colluded with the gang. Xingchuan Group is a top 100 group. How could you, Mr. Li, make it so chaotic? Nonsense. It's all nonsense. Do you have evidence? If you can't provide evidence, it's just nonsense. You cunning old merchants, how can you question me and Xingchuan Group based solely on Shifeng's few words? You are truly foolish. Li Chao's face turned angry as he was accused by the crowd, his gaze furious, as if he had been wronged, and Shifeng was slandering him. Yes. Everyone, don't jump to conclusions. Mr. Shi, do you have evidence to wrongfully accuse Mr. Li? We need to see evidence, otherwise, we'll sue you for defamation. A middle-aged man who had previously cooperated with Li Chao spoke up to stop the spread of public opinion. His action was also for his own sake, thinking of his company's ongoing cooperation with Xingchuan Group. If Xingchuan Group fell, he wouldn't have a good outcome either. So, no matter what the truth was, today, he was there to help Li Chao. Right. Everyone, let's calm down. After all, how can Xingchuan Group's years of glory be easily questioned? Let's have Mr. Shi provide evidence first. What kind of thing is it if he doesn't present evidence? More and more people in the crowd began to speak up for Li Chao, following the middle-aged man's lead. There was no other reason, it was just that after the middle-aged man took the lead, they suddenly remembered that they were not bystanders but people who had cooperation with Xingchuan Group. They were all in the same boat. If the boat capsized, none of them would have a good outcome. Therefore, this group of people united their targets against Shifeng. Of course, I have evidence. Shifeng showed no fear on his face as he spoke, revealing the evidence he had gathered to expose the misdeeds of the Xingchuan Group. This is indeed evidence of Xingchuan supporting the gang. Li Chao, how ruthless you are. You actually plan to support the gang to control it, and then control the business world. Li Chao, do you know what consequences your actions will bring? You will disrupt the entire order of the business world in Donghai City. The Xingchuan Group dreams of reaching the pinnacle of the business world, yet resorts to such underhanded tactics. The crowd was once again shocked. This time, even those who had just been on the same side as Li Chao could not speak in public. What do you old fogies know? Stop the pointless bickering. I, Li Chao, have my vision, my ambitions, my ideals for my career. Those who do great things should not be bogged down by trivialities. My cooperation with the gang is to ensure that the Xingchuan Group can unify both the underworld and the business world in the future. When that day comes, you will naturally benefit as well. Think about it, in the past, our cooperation was mutually beneficial, and in the future, when I succeed, it will still be mutually beneficial, and
you will not be left out.
Li Chao's expression was calm. Under the crowd's accusations, he was not angry but rather more spirited, even discussing future plans.
Because Li Chao understood that businessmen prioritize profit.
Even if he was currently cooperating with the gang, as long as the Xingchuan group grew stronger in the future, these people would still continue to
cooperate with Xingchuan and rely on it for their livelihoods. Everyone, don't get lost in Li Chao's sweet promises. Now, I want to announce something. In the past, any company
that has cooperated with the Xingchuan group, as long as you cancel your cooperation with Xingchuan and come to me, the Confronting group, I will give you double the profits.
Xifeng also understood the principle that businessmen prioritize profit.
Therefore, after Li Chao extended an olive branch, he revealed his trump card and pressed the attack. He would not give Li Chao a chance to breathe. Xifeng aimed to recruit all those companies that had previously cooperated with Li Chao for his own use. This was also the purpose of his discreet conversations with various business tycoons during commercial events, intentionally or unintentionally leaking rumors about the Xingchuan group secretly funding the gang.
The sudden loss of these cooperative partners would severely weaken the Xingchuan group. President Xi actually offered such good conditions? Is everyone tempted? I'm definitely tempted. After Xingchuan cooperates
with the gang, they will only dominate the market, and who knows how they will deal with us then.
What cooperation can we expect?
The Confronting group, like us, operates according to the
rules in the business world. It's healthy competition.
Moreover, President Xi is offering such good conditions, so I will definitely choose to cooperate with President Xi.
I choose President Xi too.
In an instant, the crowd's stance shifted, choosing Xifeng. Even those who had just spoken up for Li Chao now opted for Xifeng. They knew better how disgusting it was to cooperate with a rich second generation like Li Chao. If it weren't for the previous lack of options, they would have endured it just to make money.
And now, being able to
distance themselves from Li Chao and choose Xifeng meant they would not only not lose but also gain more profit.
Why not? Li Chao watched as the crowd turned against him, anger rising in his heart. You ungrateful bunch. You all can get lost. Let me tell you, you will definitely come begging to cooperate with Xingchuan in the future.
Hey!
You! Weren't you just asking me about cooperation? Didn't you want to reform? I agree with your reform. I agree.
Li Chao's dream of domination shattered, leaving him to deal with pressure from all sides. No merchant paid any attention to Li Chao. Everyone was busy queuing up to discuss the upcoming cooperation matters with Xifeng. Xifeng's Gale Group had gained fame due to his wise decisions, attracting more resources and steadily moving towards a scale of hundreds of billions.
Ding!
Congratulations, hosts negotiation talent plus 20%, talent experience, negotiation
talent 80%, a prompt from the system echoed in his mind. Following that, some insights about negotiation flooded into his brain. The night fell like a huge black satin curtain enveloping the entire Donghai city.
However, this bustling metropolis did not fall into silence. Instead, it was adorned with countless dazzling lights, making it dreamlike and resplendent.
Outside the financial exchange building, a brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom sped out of the parking lot like a silver lightning bolt.
Behind the wheel sat Xifeng, his handsome face appearing particularly stern under the soft glow of the car's interior lights. Tonight was supposed to be the last night of a 3-day business event, but he had left midway.
The reason was simple.
He had already achieved his purpose for coming. After a tough investigation and gathering evidence, Xifeng successfully confirmed that the Xingchuan group was attempting to support the
Sand Gang in a little-known conspiracy.
Not only that, but he also cleverly snatched a key business partner from his competitor Li Chao.
As a result, the Xingchuan group would undoubtedly suffer a heavy blow, possibly even becoming incapacitated.
At this moment, Xifeng was anxiously driving towards the luxurious villa located at Tianxiong No. 1. All the way, the vehicle sped along, the street scenery rapidly retreating on both sides. Finally, the Rolls-Royce smoothly entered the villa gate, stopping in the spacious courtyard.
As soon as the car came to a
halt, Xifeng couldn't wait to jump out, striding towards the villa.
He took 2 steps at a time and quickly arrived at the study door on the 2nd floor.
Without pausing to catch his breath, he pushed the door open and walked straight to the desk to sit down. He quickly picked up the phone on the table and dialed a familiar number.
Fermo, how's everything going? Feng asked directly as soon as the call connected, his voice revealing a hint of urgency.
Mr. Xi, everything is prepared as you instructed, came Fermo's calm reply from the other end.
Hearing this response, Shifeng felt a bit relieved and continued, "Great, can you pass the dirt on Xingchuan Group to the major business media as soon as possible?" "Of course, Mr. Shi." Fermo responded without hesitation. "That's good. Remember, I want to see news of Xingchuan Group's stock price crashing by tomorrow morning." Shifeng emphasized, his eyes sparkling with confidence and determination. "No problem, Mr. Shi." Fermo replied briefly before hanging up. After arranging this matter, Shifeng was about to turn off his phone to rest. At that moment, the phone rang suddenly. Shifeng looked closely and saw that both Qi Mengwei and Zhuo Zhanghao were calling at the same time. His finger hovered uncertainly between Qi Mengwei and Zhuo Zhanghao, but in the end, he chose Qi Mengwei's number. "Sorry, Haozi, but I can't help it. If I don't answer Qi Mengwei's call, I'm afraid he..." Shifeng quickly answered the phone. Hearing Qi Mengwei's warm and caring voice like a spring breeze, "Xiaofengfeng, have everything been handled properly? I'm really worried about you facing that stormy crisis alone. Are you okay now? Are you exhausted?" The corners of Shifeng's mouth lifted slightly, like stars twinkling in the night sky. "Don't worry, it's just an ordinary business event. Moreover, Xingchuan Group will soon pay a painful price for their actions." Qi Mengwei chuckled softly, her laughter as clear and pleasant as a warbler leaving the valley. "I knew you would definitely succeed. However, don't push yourself too hard, you must take good care of your health." Shifeng felt his cheeks flush like the evening glow at Qi Mengwei's praise. "Little Fengfeng is shy again, huh?" The cheerful laughter of Qi Mengwei rang from the other end of the phone. "I'm not." Shifeng denied vehemently, and as soon as he finished speaking, he hung up amidst Qi Mengwei's laughter. After hanging up, his phone rang again immediately. It was Zhuo Zhanghao calling. Shifeng hurriedly answered the call. "Crazy. You really prioritize romance over friendship." Zhuo Zhanghao's booming voice came through the phone. Shifeng quickly pulled the phone away from his ear, rubbing his sore ear from the noise, and said, "Haozi, don't blame me. If you received calls from both me and Qi Mengwei at the same time, would you dare not answer hers first?" Zhuo Zhanghao was momentarily speechless, unable to refute. "Ahem, by the way, crazy, I heard you were like a war god at the business event, making the Xingchuan Group lose their armor and flee in panic. Such tactics are truly remarkable." Zhuo Zhanghao's tone was filled with admiration. "Humph, they dared to collude with the gangsters, they should have expected such an outcome." Shifeng scoffed, his disdain evident, as if his voice could shatter the bones of his enemies. "Thanks to the intelligence you provided, we were able to take the initiative in this gang crisis. As your brother, I feel very proud." Zhuo Zhanghao did not hide his praise, his words flowing like a gentle stream, refreshing to the heart. The connection between gang issues and business poses a great threat to Donghai City. "I'm just doing my part." Shifeng remained calm, not getting lost in Zhuo Zhanghao's compliments. "Just for that sentence, my admiration for you is well deserved." Zhuo Zhanghao's tone grew even more respectful. "It's getting late, get some rest. We have another battle tomorrow." "Okay." After hanging up, Shifeng leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. He knew that this operation was of great significance for both himself and the company. If everything went smoothly, they would achieve a great victory in this fierce business war. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but squint slightly, a barely noticeable smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Today, in this intense business confrontation, Shifeng successfully dealt a heavy blow to the Xingchuan Group. However, for Shifeng, this was merely a beginning, far from his goal. He understood that to completely crush this powerful opponent, he needed to apply more force and add a raging fire. By tomorrow morning, when the first rays of sunlight shine on Donghai City, major newspapers and news media will be shocked by a series of astonishing scandals regarding the Xingchuan Group. At that time, without a doubt, the stock price of the Xingchuan Group will plummet like a flood breaking through a dam. Once the stock price of the Xingchuan Group crashes, Li Chao will undoubtedly find it difficult to remain calm. Already short on funds, he will be eager to join forces with the leader of the Sha gang, Zhang Kun, in a desperate attempt to respond to this crisis. However, Shifeng had anticipated this and had already warned Qi Mengwei and Zhuo Zhanghao in advance, urging them to closely monitor the movements of the Sha gang in the coming days. Now, they just needed to wait for the Sha gang to make a move, and they could strike with overwhelming force to capture them all, thus completely eliminating this hidden danger. As night fell and the lights came on, Shifeng, who had been busy all day, returned home after finishing his business activities, dragging his slightly weary body. Although exhausted in body and mind, he still forced himself to stay alert and tirelessly handled all related matters. Once everything was arranged, the clock had already pointed to the late hours of the night. At this moment, Shifeng was leaning on the bed, various scenes of what was to happen tomorrow constantly flashing through his mind. Tomorrow marked the fourth day of the commercial event, and at exactly 12 noon, the event would resume.
Early tomorrow morning, after following the plan to release the damaging information about the Xingchuan group, the stock price of Xingchuan group would inevitably plummet. In this case, Li Chao and Zhang Kun would surely be unable to contain themselves and
would quickly take action. It was foreseeable that a thrilling and intense battle was about to unfold. Xifeng quietly contemplated the events of tomorrow, and before he knew it, drowsiness gradually crept in and his eyes became increasingly hazy. In the spacious and brightly lit conference room, light poured through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, casting mottled shadows on the mirror-like floor. However, at this moment, the atmosphere in the conference room sharply contrasted with the bright environment. Zhang Kun and Li Chao sat facing each other, their expressions extremely grim, as if heavy dark clouds were looming over the sky before a storm, making it almost impossible to breathe. What? Zhang Kun suddenly widened his eyes, his already sharp gaze now shooting like two bolts of lightning towards Li Chao across from him. His face was filled with disbelief, and his voice involuntarily rose to a near screaming pitch. You mean to say that tonight, at that crucial commercial event, your longtime business partner was actually snatched away by Xifeng? Li Chao gritted his teeth, his jaw slightly bulging with anger. He nodded vigorously, his eyes blazing with fury as he said through clenched teeth, "That's right. And it's not just that, the trap we painstakingly set up, which we thought was foolproof, was actually seen through by that damn Xifeng, who ruthlessly exposed it to everyone. How on earth did that guy obtain this confidential information?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Kun's expression changed instantly. The initial shock quickly receded like a tide, replaced by deep worry and unease. His hands, which had been tightly clenched into fists, now gripped the armrests of his chair so hard that his knuckles turned white, and the veins on his forehead bulged, as if they might burst at any moment. He muttered to himself, I really underestimated that kid. I never expected he would have such astonishing means and abilities. Today, our Xingchuan group has suffered a heavy blow because of that Xifeng. Li Chao gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with anger and resentment. But fortunately, our Xingchuan group is still a prominent top-tier group, although we have been severely impacted this time. It is not enough to shake our foundation. However, to fully recover, it will probably take at least half a year. At this point, Li Chao's gaze became increasingly sinister, as if Xifeng were standing right in front of him, making him wish he could immediately tear him to pieces to relieve his hatred. In that case, does that mean our original plan will have to be postponed for half a year before we can continue executing it? Zhang Kun furrowed his brows, looking worried as he asked Li Chao. Is there even a need to ask? Li Chao replied irritably, the anger in his heart flaring up again. Everything was progressing smoothly, but because you made a mistake, the entire plan has had to come to a halt. How can you blame everything on me? Zhang Kun, upon hearing this, instantly exploded with rage, standing up abruptly and glaring as he retorted. When we made the decision, we all discussed it together. Why should I bear the entire responsibility just because something went wrong? For a moment, the conference room was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder, as the two faced off against each other, neither willing to back down or admit fault. It's all because of you last time, rushing recklessly to the bar to ambush Xifeng. Although I didn't show up at the time. Unfortunately, you were discovered by Xifeng. You must know that Xifeng is not a simple character, he is very meticulous. Once he sensed something was off, he would definitely conduct a thorough investigation in secret. As for how he found out about our confidential plan, to be honest, I am just as puzzled. However, one thing is certain, if it weren't for your reckless actions that raised his alertness and attention, he would never have discovered our plan. Li Chao frowned, deep in thought, and the more he pondered, the more he felt that his deduction was the most reasonable. Otherwise, given their originally meticulous arrangements, it was hard to imagine why the plan would suddenly be exposed. After hearing Li Chao's detailed analysis, Zhang Kun couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Upon careful reflection, it seemed that it was indeed that seemingly inconspicuous ambush that made Xifeng, like a startled bird, instantly heighten his vigilance and begin investigating them. What Zhang Kun never expected was that Xifeng's abilities were so formidable that he could trace back to the entire plan that he and Li Chao had meticulously crafted. Faced with this harsh reality, although his heart was filled with shock and disbelief, Zhang Kun also clearly realized that he had to accept it calmly. Thus, with a worried expression, he anxiously asked, "So, what should we do next?" Li Chao's already narrow eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a chilling and sinister look, and he smirked coldly. It's truly unexpected. Who would have thought that this time we would encounter such a tough opponent, a real formidable enemy? After a brief pause, he furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze revealing a hint of seriousness, and then slowly said, after tonight's thrilling battle, due to the series of cunning schemes designed by that
Treacherous Shifeng, our Shang Kun group has suffered an unprecedented heavy blow. This situation is truly heartbreaking. He sighed slightly, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists, as if wanting to vent his inner frustration, but he still suppressed his emotions and continued to analyze. Therefore, the urgent task is that we must temporarily set aside our current affairs, keep a low profile, and take some time to rest and recuperate. After all, only by allowing ourselves to fully rest and recover, to gather our strength, can we have enough energy and power to face the more difficult and complex situations that may arise next. At this point, Li Chao took a deep breath, the sound of his inhalation particularly clear in the quiet room. His chest rose and fell violently, as if he were trying to forcefully suppress the anger and resentment burning within him. After a while, he adjusted his breathing and continued with a firm and powerful tone. But please believe me, I will definitely remember this debt, and sooner or later, I will settle it clearly with them. Finally, he raised his head, his gaze piercing as he looked into the distance, speaking each word deliberately. Now, all we can do is patiently wait for the best opportunity to come. Once the time is right, it will be our moment to launch a counterattack and redeem ourselves. In the morning, sunlight poured like a light veil into the dining room of Villa Tianxiong No. 1, where Shifeng was leisurely enjoying a delicious breakfast. He looked at his phone with a pleasant smile on his lips. At this moment, the headlines of major news websites were like a storm sweeping in, and at the center of the storm was the scandal of the Xingchuan group. While Shifeng enjoyed this moment of peaceful breakfast, the stock market, like a flood breaking its dam, saw the Xingchuan group's stock price plummet within half an hour of opening. The sharp decline in stock prices seemed to be the fuse for a series of blows, triggering an uncontrollable chain reaction. Last night, he had used a scheme at a business event to deal a heavy blow to Li Chao's Xingchuan group, and then he instructed Fu Erma to expose the scandal of the Xingchuan group. This morning, with the news of the scandal breaking, the Xingchuan group's stock price fell sharply, and even if Li Chao had a steady mindset, he would surely be furious at this moment, impulsively seeking revenge against him and the Fengyun gang. Shifeng had long anticipated this and had set up a trap, just waiting for Li Chao and Zhang Kun to walk right into it. As Shifeng elegantly set down his knife and fork, he moved like a graceful cheetah towards the garage. Among the many luxury cars, he resembled a discerning king, selecting a black Bugatti. He gently opened the car door, as if unlocking a mysterious door to the unknown, then drove away from the villa, speeding towards the venue of the business event he was attending on the fourth day. At the financial conference, upon arriving at the destination, Shifeng headed straight for the event venue. After participating in 3 consecutive business events, his negotiation skills had reached 80%, and today, he aimed to max out his experience points and complete the task a day early. The moment Shifeng stepped into the venue, it was as if a spotlight shone on him, instantly making him the focal point of the entire gathering. This business event was a rare opportunity for people from various sectors, and Shifeng, with his outstanding appearance and charisma, attracted everyone's attention. He wore a well-tailored, finely crafted bespoke suit, the smooth lines perfectly outlining his tall figure. A confident and composed smile was always on his face, warm and infectious like the spring sun, making people unable to resist being drawn to him. With Shifeng's appearance, the previously calm atmosphere of the venue suddenly became lively. Representatives from different companies quickly gathered around him like bees drawn to nectar. Each person's face was filled with enthusiastic smiles, eagerly greeting him and expressing their keen desire to establish a cooperative relationship. In the face of such a scene, Shifeng appeared at ease and composed. Every word he spoke was just right. Neither overly familiar nor too distant, like carefully placed chess pieces landing steadily on the board. The company presidents looked at him with eager eyes, sparkling with anticipation. They knew very well that if they could successfully reach a cooperation intention with this extraordinary figure, it would bring unprecedented business opportunities to their companies. Thus, they seized this rare opportunity, actively introducing their companies in various projects they were promoting, doing their utmost to showcase their unique advantages and limitless development potential. Shifeng, on the other hand, maintained a focused listening posture, slightly tilting his head, his expression serious and attentive. Whenever he heard something crucial, he would nod in agreement or pose some constructive questions and suggestions. From his deep and bright gaze, one could clearly sense his strong interest and heartfelt anticipation regarding the cooperation matters. Thus, at the entire event venue, Shifeng engaged in in-depth and detailed exchanges and discussions with the presidents of various companies. He passionately shared his unique business philosophy and the valuable experiences he had accumulated along the way, while also fully concentrating on listening to and understanding the detailed development plans and practical needs of each company. During this back-and-forth communication, like pieces of a puzzle, potential points of cooperation gradually surfaced, becoming clear and visible. These discoveries were like sparks, instantly igniting their infinite aspirations and firm beliefs in future collaboration. On today's fiercely competitive business stage, where opportunities and challenges are inseparable, Shifeng shone like a dazzling star, becoming the focus of attention in the industry with his outstanding talents and
remarkable achievements.
Because of this, letters of intent for cooperation poured in like snowflakes, all expressing a strong willingness to collaborate. These letters of intent were like a treasure chest filled with rare gems, containing endless possibilities. Each one seemed like a mysterious door leading to the pinnacle of success and glorious honor, quietly waiting for him to push it open and unveil the hidden surprises behind it. However, faced with such a multitude of enticing opportunities, Shifeng did not lose himself or become dizzy with the
joy of victory.
On the contrary, he maintained his usual calmness and steady composure. He took his time to pick up each letter of intent, carefully examining it word by word and using his years of accumulated deep business wisdom and keen insight to comprehensively assess the potential value it contained and the various risk factors that might accompany it.
He understood
deeply that only wise choices made after careful consideration could truly serve as a reliable guide to lead him down the broad road to a brilliant business future.
In this bustling crowd, one figure stood out remarkably: Shifeng.
He moved with a strong and light step, like a nimble fish, calmly weaving through the crowd. His sharp eyes, like those of a hawk, never rested, constantly scanning every corner around him, as if he wanted to take in the entire world. He was searching for those who might help his career, whether potential partners or industry veterans who could impart more valuable experiences to him.
Time passed quietly, second by second, yet Shifeng showed no signs of impatience or unease. He knew well that opportunities
are always reserved for those who are prepared. Just then, a bright light suddenly flashed in his eyes. He finally discovered the target he had been desperately seeking, a recently
returned investment tycoon laden with honors.
This tycoon, stepping into the domestic market for the first time, was like an uncut jade, appearing plain on the outside but containing endless
potential waiting to be unearthed.
At this moment, a fierce fire ignited in Shifeng's heart. He was eager to connect with this tycoon and gain more valuable information and resources
about the investment field.
Without hesitation, Shifeng stepped forward, heading straight towards the tycoon. As the distance between them closed, a confident and friendly smile appeared on Shifeng's face, and he extended his right hand in a gesture of sincere greeting. Initially, the two merely exchanged polite small talk, but soon their conversation deepened.
Shifeng fully utilized his innate sharp business acumen, skillfully guiding the direction of the conversation.
At the same time, he showcased his outstanding eloquence, articulating his meticulously conceived business plan in concise, clear, and compelling language, methodically laying out his ideas. As he spoke, the blueprint that had only existed in his mind gradually
became clear, making one's eyes light up.
His words flowed naturally like a gentle stream, with clarity and rigorous logic that was impeccable. Meanwhile, the passion that burst forth from his speech seemed like a blazing flame, possessing a strong infectiousness that moved people deeply. The renowned investment tycoon, on the other hand, was like a steady mountain, fully
focused on listening to the other's words.
He occasionally nodded slightly, indicating his agreement with a point. At times, he furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before offering his unique and profound insights. Thus, the two engaged in a lively exchange, with sparks of thought continuously colliding and intertwining. Their communication became increasingly
smooth and unimpeded, with the topics growing broader and deeper.
As time quietly passed, the atmosphere in the room gradually warmed, shifting from an initial slight awkwardness to a more
harmonious and enthusiastic rapport.
Unbeknownst to them, these two originally unfamiliar individuals had become as if they were longtime close friends, chatting joyfully and freely.
The investment tycoon felt a deep sense of genuine admiration for the extraordinary wisdom and exceptional talent displayed by Shifeng,
especially when he heard Shifeng elaborate on the highly innovative and forward-looking business plan. A flash of light suddenly sparkled in his deep-set eyes, as if he had discovered a brilliant gem in the darkness.
He couldn't help but
silently cheer in his heart, filled with boundless expectations for the potential and prospects of this plan.
After careful consideration and weighing the pros and cons, the tycoon resolutely made the decision on the spot to engage in a more in-depth and comprehensive close collaboration with Shifeng.
Immediately, both teams sprang into action, like a highly efficient
and precise machine, methodically diving into the busy preparations.
Whether it was the careful drafting of contract terms or the repeated deliberation of specific details, every step reflected the hard work and dedication of many individuals. Fortunately, with a resourceful, capable, and decisive leader like Shifeng at the helm, the advancement of all matters appeared
orderly and smooth. After many twists and turns and hardships, the important agreement, which carried both parties' earnest expectations and willingness for deep cooperation, was finally signed in a solemn and dignified atmosphere.
At that moment, the brilliant and warm sunlight seemed to sense the immense significance of this historic moment. It gently penetrated the window, spilling onto the wide table where the agreement documents were placed. The golden light flowed like water, perfectly reflecting the uncontrollable and heartfelt smile of joy on Shi Feng's face. At that moment, he resembled a dazzling star, radiating an undeniable brilliance. From this moment on, Shi Feng was about to walk alongside the wealthy and renowned investment tycoon, embarking on a brand new journey together. They were filled with ambition and determination to boldly advance towards a grander, more magnificent and splendid business empire. Shi Feng stood firmly in the center of the venue, his posture as upright as a pine tree, his demeanor as imposing as a mountain. He smiled, calmly accepting the enthusiastic applause and sincere blessings from all directions. At this moment, he resembled a lofty king, surveying his vast territory from a high vantage point. He was very clear in his heart that in this bustling, noisy, fiercely competitive modern metropolis, where countless challenges and valuable opportunities were hidden everywhere, every business competition was a war without gunpowder. However, with his extraordinary wisdom and unyielding will, he once again successfully defeated his opponent, winning the final victory in this crucial battle. Nevertheless, Shi Feng knew that the victory before him was merely a new starting point. Because soon, when this grand business event came to a successful conclusion, he would need to be on high alert, waiting for Li Chao and Zhang Kun to make a comeback. These two scheming individuals had been eyeing him, trying to find an opportunity for revenge. But Shi Feng was already fully prepared, waiting for the right moment to decisively strike, completely defeating and annihilating them, thus ensuring that the business community in Donghai City could continue to maintain a healthy and stable development trend. The business event concluded amidst warm applause and cheers, and Shi Feng, with a victorious smile, stepped onto the return journey with a light and confident stride, his heart overflowing with the joy of success. As the business event came to a successful end, Fu Erma called to report, "Mr. Shi, it seems that Li Chao can no longer contain himself. He has secretly colluded with Zhang Kun and gathered a large group of ruthless thugs. According to reliable sources, this group is gathering at an abandoned factory, plotting to launch a surprise attack on the Fengyun gang and you tonight." Upon hearing this news, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Shi Feng's mouth, revealing an almost imperceptible cold smirk. He murmured to himself, this is just what I was hoping for. Ding! Congratulations, hosts negotiation talent plus 20%, talent experience, negotiation talent 100%. A prompt from the system echoed in his mind, followed by insights about negotiation flooding into his consciousness. Shi Feng's negotiation talent successfully reached 100%. Ding! Negotiation talent maxed out, task completed, reward 10 billion, Shi Feng's personal funds amounted to 36 billion, with a market value of 50 billion. The atmosphere in the headquarters of Xingchuan Group was unusually tense and oppressive. In the spacious and bright conference room, Li Chao was furiously roaring at a group of silent employees. "You bunch of useless fools! How did the group's dirty laundry get leaked? Who can tell me?" All morning, Li Chao paced back and forth in the conference room like an angry lion, constantly berating the dejected employees before him. The employees looked ashen, as if their faces were smeared with black coal, not daring to breathe a word. Li Chao stared wide-eyed at the various negative reports about Xingchuan Group displayed on the desk, his hands trembling with rage. Due to the exposure of these negative messages, Xingchuan Group's stock price plummeted like a dam bursting, spiraling out of control. As the company faced such a severe crisis, Li Chao felt dizzy, his head buzzing, nearly fainting. Just then, a sudden urgent ringtone shattered the suffocating silence. Li Chao's heart skipped a beat and his face instantly turned extremely anxious. After hesitating for a moment, he tremblingly pressed the answer button. A familiar voice, filled with anger and disappointment, came from the other end of the line. "You worthless thing! How could you hide from me and create so much dirty, filthy business in Xingchuan Group? I am so disappointed in you." Ah! Hearing this, Li Chao's heart tightened, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. However, before he could explain, a shocked voice came from the other end. Sir, what happened to you? This is bad, call an ambulance quickly." Immediately, a flurry of frantic shouts and a cacophony of background noise erupted. Li Chao stared blankly at the already hung-up phone, his face as pale as paper. He never expected that his father would learn the truth from the scandalous news, nor did he anticipate that his father would collapse from anger upon discovering it. At that moment, Li Chao felt as if his heart was being cut by knives. A deep sense of guilt and regret surged within him. For him, this was undoubtedly a blow too heavy to bear. He had always been an extremely arrogant person, taking over the massive Xingchuan Group from his father at a young age. This should have been an excellent Starting point, as long as he proceeded steadily and cautiously, the Xingchuan group would surely thrive, with a bright future ahead. However, his ambitious heart could not tolerate the slow pace of development, and he felt deeply dissatisfied with merely ranking 100 on the list of top enterprises. In order to elevate the Xingchuan group to a higher position at an extraordinary speed, he chose a dangerous and radical path, colluding with the notorious Xia gang. He attempted to leverage the power of the Xia gang to help him ascend to the top of the underworld, thereby bringing this powerful force under his control, making it completely obedient to him. Thus, he gradually fell into a dark abyss, going further and further. Just when everything seemed to be smoothly falling into place according to his plan, an unexpected event occurred. The situation, which had seemed to be in his favor, suddenly took a sharp turn, catching him off guard. The stock price of Xingchuan Group plummeted like a dam bursting, continuing to fall without stopping. Li Chao was furious, his eyes blazing with fire, and in a fit of rage, he swept the mountain of documents piled on the table to the ground. As the papers scattered across the floor, he gritted his teeth and squeezed out a resentful remark. Through clenched jaws, "It must be that damn Shifeng stirring up trouble behind the scenes." The secretary standing nearby was terrified by Li Chao's sudden outburst, tremblingly asking, "Boss, what should we do now? The stock price is still dropping." Li Chao's face was so dark it seemed like it could drip water, and he coldly replied, "Contact Zhang Kun immediately. Tell him we can't just sit back and wait any longer, it's time to launch a counterattack." After saying this, he turned and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, arms crossed, his cold gaze fixed on the bustling city outside, secretly calculating his next move. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shifeng, who had just concluded a grand business event, was walking out of the venue with a calm and confident stride. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang, receiving an urgent tip-off. The informant reported that Li Chao had sensed a change in the situation and had joined forces with Zhang Kun to take corresponding action. However, Shifeng seemed to have anticipated this. He smiled slightly, the corners of his mouth lifting in a barely noticeable arc. It turned out that he had long been meticulously planning, arranging for his capable subordinates, Xi Mengwei and Haozi, to closely monitor every move of Li Chao and Zhang Kun. At this moment, he only needed to quietly wait for the other side to make the first move, then he could seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Shi Feng's lips curled slightly, revealing a disdainful sneer, and then he smoothly got into his incredibly cool Bugatti sports car. As the engine let out a deep and resonant roar, the car sped towards the designated location like an arrow released from a bow. That place was an abandoned factory long forgotten, surrounded by an air of decay and desolation. However, beneath this seemingly barren land lay a thrilling conspiracy. Xi Mengwei and Zhuo Zhanghao had long led their subordinates to set up an ambush here, holding their breath and quietly waiting for the target to appear. When they saw Shi Feng's vehicle speeding towards them like a gust of wind, both of their eyes lit up, and they hurriedly went to meet him. "Madman, what should we do now?" Shua Zhanghao asked anxiously, unable to contain himself. He rubbed his hands together while nervously watching the surroundings. "Xiao Fengfeng, we've been lying in wait here since early morning, just waiting for your orders," Qi Meng said with a playful pout, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. Despite being in a perilous situation, she maintained her composure and calmness. Shifeng took a deep breath and slowly spoke, "According to the intelligence I've gathered, this abandoned factory is the meeting point for Li Chao and Zhang Kun, who have summoned several other small gangs from the underworld. Due to the recent heavy blows suffered by the Zhang Kun group, their financial chain has completely collapsed. These guys must hate us to the bone, so they will definitely gather here to discuss how to attack our Fengyun gang." At this point, Shifeng paused, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "If the Fengyun gang is caught off guard, we might really be caught in a dire situation, unable to defend ourselves. But fortunately, we have foreseen their plot in advance and carefully set up this ambush. As long as they dare to step into this area, we can take them all down in one fell swoop." Shi Feng's words were resolute, revealing a chilling confidence. At that moment, he resembled a tiger poised to pounce, waiting for its prey to fall into the trap before striking mercilessly. Not long after, Li Chao and Zhang Kun hurriedly arrived with several other smaller gangs from the underworld. At this moment, Shifeng stood alone, isolated. Zhang Kun spotted Shifeng in this predicament and secretly rejoiced, thinking it was a perfect opportunity, so he shouted loudly, "Shifeng, today is your doomsday." Zhang Kun's hatred for Shifeng was deeply rooted, gnashing his teeth in fury. Especially after the last failed ambush at the bar, this resentment had grown like wild grass. For him, not being able to defeat Shifeng in a one-on-one fight was one thing, but even gathering a group to attack and still failing was a tremendous humiliation. That was why he was willing to ally with over a dozen other gangs to launch an offensive against the Fengyun gang and Shifeng, driven by his deep-seated grudge. As for Li Chao, when he realized that their actions had been detected by Shifeng, his heart tightened and an ominous premonition surged within him. Reflecting on the recent events, Shifeng always seemed to have foreknowledge, as if he could accurately perceive all of Li Chao's intentions. Faced with this situation, Li Chao dared not act as recklessly as Zhang Kun. Instead, he remained unusually calm, even breaking out in a fine layer of sweat on his back. Although he couldn't guess what methods Shifeng would employ, there was no turning back now. He could only brace himself and charge forward. Shifeng's lips curled slightly, revealing an extremely disdainful smile, as if the threats posed by these people were nothing more than a performance. By clowns. He slowly spoke, is that so? In that case, why not give it a try? Just as his words fell, a cacophony of noise erupted around them, as Qi Meng and Zhuo Zhanghao led a tide of subordinates emerging from all directions. Li Chao and Zhang Kun's faces instantly turned as pale as paper, their eyes filled with despair and fear as they looked at the suddenly appearing crowd. The members of the small gangs that had originally followed them were also pale and panicked. Some of the more timid ones had already begun to feel their legs weaken, wanting to turn and flee. Li Chao widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at Shifeng, tremblingly questioning, You actually plotted against us? Shifeng shrugged indifferently, crossing his arms over his chest and disdainfully replied, What? Did you really think I would be unprepared for a bunch of rabble like you? He then sneered and continued, You have committed countless evils, colluding with gangs to manipulate corporate operations at will, and severely undermining the good atmosphere of the entire industry. Today is the day of your complete destruction. Standing beside them, Qi Mengwei lightly covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, TSK, my title wasn't earned for nothing. You bunch of ignorant little scoundrels actually think you can take down our Fengyun gang? What a delusion! As she spoke, she swayed her body and took a few steps forward, her eyes revealing a strong sense of contempt. Meanwhile, Zhuo Zhanghao also shouted loudly, unwilling to back down, Humph. Do you think you can dominate the business world with these underhanded methods? It's utterly ridiculous. After saying that, he waved his hand sharply, signaling his brothers behind him to prepare for battle. Although Li Chao and Zhang Kun were already extremely anxious and unsettled, they still refused to easily admit defeat. After exchanging a glance, the two gritted their teeth and put on a posture of fighting to the death. Li Chao's face twisted in rage, his eyes wide, teeth grinding as he squeezed out a sentence, Even if I unfortunately fall into your hands today, I will never let you have an easy time. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly shouted, Kill! At the same time, he quickly gave a subtle glance to a younger brother beside him. The younger brother understood immediately, discreetly reaching into his pocket, suddenly pulling out a smoke bomb and without hesitation, throwing it forcefully to the ground. With a loud bang, the smoke bomb exploded, and in an instant, thick smoke filled the surroundings, obscuring the sky and blocking visibility, making it difficult to see the situation around them. Taking advantage of this sudden chaos, Li Chao and Zhang Kun decisively led a portion of their men to charge forward, attempting to break through the enemy's encirclement. In an instant, the sounds of shouting and fighting echoed through the air as both sides surged and collided like a tide, plunging into a fierce melee. On this chaotic battlefield, Shifeng moved swiftly and agilely, darting through the crowd like a ghost. His movements were fluid, each strike sharp and precise, hitting the enemy's vital points with accuracy, leaving opponents defenseless and crying out in pain. On the other side, Qi Mengwei and Zhuo Zhanghao also displayed bravery, leading the charge and fighting fiercely. Their many subordinates were inspired, their morale soaring, each one charging into the enemy ranks as if they had been injected with adrenaline. However, on Li Chao's side, since they were merely a makeshift small gang, the members lacked sufficient coordination and unity. Now faced with such a sudden ambush, everyone was thrown into disarray, completely losing their composure and fighting spirit. Zhang Kun saw the situation was dire and secretly devised a plan. Taking advantage of Shi Feng's unpreparedness, he quietly circled behind him, attempting to launch a deadly sneak attack. But Shifeng was no ordinary opponent. Just as Zhang Kun was about to succeed, Shifeng seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, suddenly spinning around and delivering a powerful kick that struck Zhang Kun in the chest. Zhang Kun let out a scream, his body flying back like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the crumbling front line and the brothers falling one after another, Li Chao's face was filled with despair as he unwillingly let out a piercing howl to the sky. At this moment, the situation of the battle was already very clear. Li Chao's side was obviously at a disadvantage, and defeat was inevitable. On the roof of the abandoned factory, the night enveloped the entire land. The stars in the sky sparkled like brilliant gems embedded in the night, emitting a faint yet incredibly enchanting glow, as if countless eyes were watching over the earth. Oh dear! What a thrilling day it is! Zhuo Zhenghao was so excited that his face turned red, waving his hands and loudly proclaiming, "We finally caught that group of ignorant little rascals all at once! Ha 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 ha!" As he laughed, he gave a thumbs up, his eyes filled with pride and satisfaction. "Crazy, you have no idea. After I told your brilliant plan to the old lady, she couldn't stop praising you. She kept saying how clever and resourceful you are." At this point, Zhuo Zhenghao laughed even more joyfully, his chest puffing out a bit more. The old man heard about this and even asked if he should come help, but I decisively refused. "After all, this is our time to shine as young people." Zhuo Zhenghao shouted excitedly, his voice echoing in the vast night sky like rolling thunder. Hee, isn't that right? If it weren't for Xiao Fengfeng coming up with such a brilliant strategy, how could we have so easily resolved these troubles? Qi Mengwei nodded repeatedly in agreement, smiling as she praised him, her gaze towards Shifeng filled with admiration and gratitude. If it weren't for Xiao Fengfeng's wisdom and strategy, the Fengyun gang would have a hard time getting through this crisis. At this moment, a proud and determined smile blossomed on Qi Mengwei's beautiful face, as radiant as a blooming flower in spring. She playfully parted her red lips and said, and as soon as she finished speaking, she reached out her delicate white hand and affectionately patted Shifeng's broad and sturdy shoulder. Seeing this, Shifeng could no longer contain his emotions and quickly interjected, "Oh dear, you two are such a perfect match, it's really unbearable for me." He shook his head helplessly as he spoke, but a hint of an uncontainable smile shone in his eyes. "The Sha gang and over a dozen small gangs have been thoroughly defeated by our Fengyun gang, left in a state of disarray, and in the end, they could only surrender. And that arrogant Li Chao? Well, now that he has lost the powerful support of the gang, the Xingchuan group he controlled has also collapsed, unable to recover. Now, they have completely exited the stage of history, becoming undeniable failures on the road of life. To put it simply, our actions this time were truly like divine assistance, executed beautifully. This not only dealt a heavy blow to the enemy's arrogance but also proved to everyone that we young people are fully capable of taking on all difficulties and overcoming every challenge. This glorious achievement definitely deserves a grand celebration." After Shifeng finished speaking, Qi Mengwei and Zhuo Zhenghao nodded in agreement, expressing their strong support for his words. They then eagerly began discussing how to celebrate this hard-won great victory. At that moment, a series of crisp and loud clang-clang sounds rang out. It turned out that Zhuo Zhenghao had boldly brought out an entire box of fine wine. With a joyful expression, he shouted, "Tonight we won't return until we're drunk. There will be plenty of wine." Seeing Zhuo Zhenghao's generosity, Qi Mengwei was not to be outdone and followed suit with two crisp clangs, bringing out a full box of wine as well. She smiled charmingly and echoed, "That's right. Let's drink to our heart's content tonight and fully enjoy the joy of victory. I knew we would definitely win big. Look, I've even prepared the celebratory drinks in advance." Qi Mengwei laughed heartily. However, Shifeng stood by, his face full of astonishment, as if he were lost in a fog, unsure of what to do. He stared blankly at the awkward, yet polite smirks on Qi Mengwei and Zhuo Zhenghao's faces, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. After a while, he finally regained his senses and stammered, You two didn't plan this in advance, did you?" Qi Mengwei shook her head with a smile, playfully retorting, "Of course not, I'm just someone who loves to drink." As she spoke, she mischievously poked Shifeng with her finger, putting on a pitiful and harmless expression. At that moment, Zhuo Zhenghao quickly stepped in to smooth things over, adopting a serious demeanor as he self-reflected. "Oh dear, I'm really sorry, Shifeng. You can only blame me for not knowing that my cousin had already brought the drinks. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have brought more." Seeing this, Shifeng, though still somewhat suspicious, couldn't say much more in light of their sincere attitudes. He could only smile wryly and sigh, well, I really have no way to deal with you two. But with just these 2 boxes of drinks, are we really going to drink without food? You know how my drinking capacity is." Upon hearing this, Zhuo Zhenghao nodded in agreement, pondering aloud, if that's the case, it does seem like we're missing something for the celebration. Just as everyone was feeling troubled by this, Qi Mengwei's eyes suddenly lit up, and she excitedly clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Oh, I just thought of something. What we're missing is delicious food. Yes. Drinking without food is really too boring," Zhuo Zhenghao exclaimed as if awakening from a dream. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately showed a troubled expression and asked with a frown, "But where are we going to find delicious food now? We were so focused on drinking that we didn't even think about eating." At that moment, the 3 of them simultaneously looked at the 2 large boxes. of drinks, their faces reflecting a sense of helplessness. Just then, Chi Mengwei seemed to have a brilliant idea flash in her mind. She excitedly clapped her hands and said sweetly, "Oh. Right. I can call Xiao Fufu. She would definitely love to come celebrate with us on such a happy occasion." Upon hearing this, Shifeng shook his head helplessly, resting his hand on his forehead and sighing, I see your true intention in calling her over is actually to have her bring some good food along, right? Chi Mengwei, caught in her thoughts, stuck out her tongue playfully and replied with a grin, hee, so what if you see through me? I just know Xiao Fufu will definitely come. And she cares about me so much, how could she bear to let me drink on an empty stomach? After hearing this, Shifeng shook his head and smiled wryly again, continuing to support his forehead and muttering, sigh, I really don't understand when you two became so close. Did I accidentally miss some exciting plot? Before Chi Mengwei could respond, Zhuo Zhanghao, unable to contain his curiosity and confusion, eagerly asked, what exactly is Xiao Fufu? And what kind of relationship do you two have that you're so close? Oh my, I feel like I'm completely out of the loop. Did I really miss a lot of important plot points? Shoo. I'm making a call. Chi Mengwei quickly put her finger to her lips, signaling for silence, and swiftly took out her phone from her pocket, skillfully opening her contacts and dialing Li Shuefu's number without hesitation. Soon, a gentle voice came from the other end of the line. Hello? Li Shuefu asked softly. Chi Mengwei smiled like a blooming flower and cheerfully said, Xiao Fufu, I have a super awesome piece of news. We just had a huge victory. A huge victory? What did you win? Li Shuefu asked curiously. Then, Chi Mengwei anxiously said to the other end of the phone, oh, never mind about the victory for now. There's something very, very important. Li Shuefu blinked her bright eyes and asked curiously, what's the important thing? Hurry up and tell me. Chi Mengwei took a deep breath and slowly said, we're happily celebrating here at the abandoned factory. Do you want to come over? Oh, by the way, if it's convenient, could you bring some delicious food with you? Upon hearing this, the smile on Li Shuefu's face instantly vanished. I can't, I'm going to sleep. In response, Chi Mengwei wore a heartbroken expression, as if she had suffered a great injustice. She pitifully mumbled, are you really going to sleep already? Is it inconvenient for you to come? As she spoke, her originally bright eyes gradually dimmed, looking like a little dog abandoned by its owner. Shifeng, who was nearby, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at Chi Mengwei's appearance. First, it was already quite late, and if Li Shuefu were to come to the abandoned factory now, it would indeed be too much trouble. Second, just thinking about the awkward and tense atmosphere when the three of them were together last time made Shifeng feel a pang of anxiety. Therefore, at this moment, deep down, Shifeng actually hoped that Li Shuefu would refuse to come. Unfortunately, fate did not align with his wishes. Just as Shifeng was secretly relieved, Chi Mengwei continued, lovely little Fufu right now, it's just me and Xiao Feng here, with only fine wine for company if a lonely man and woman are in the same room, and with the aid of fine wine, I really can't make any promises. Chi Mengwei blinked her big, watery, seemingly innocent eyes staring intently at Shifeng, her gaze revealing a hint of subtle cunning. Suddenly, Li Shuefu's crisp yet slightly anxious voice came from the phone. Okay, I'll be right over. You guys wait for me. Upon hearing Li Shuefu's response, Chi Mengwei's face instantly blossomed with a triumphant smile, as if everything was under her control. She excitedly exclaimed, what? Xiao Fufu, you're not going to sleep? And you're coming over right away? Even bringing delicious dishes you cooked yourself? Ah, that's just great. After saying this, she happily hung up the phone, playfully winked at the phone screen, and her lips curled up slightly, revealing a cunning expression that only a victor would have. Hee, Xiao Fufu, if you want to challenge me, you're still a bit too inexperienced. This statement struck Shifeng like a bolt from the blue, instantly shattering the slight sense of relief he had just felt. Shifeng repeatedly pressed his hand against his forehead, silently lamenting. Faced with the back and forth, subtle rivalry between these two women, he truly felt helpless and didn't know how to respond. Just then, not much time had passed when Li Shuefu hurriedly arrived, carrying several large bags of food. As she placed the bags on the table and opened them one by one, a rich and enticing aroma immediately filled the air, making one's mouth water. Upon closer inspection, the bags were packed full of various delectable dishes. The first thing that caught the eye was the small lobsters, their bright red color resembling jewels, exuding a fragrant and spicy aroma as if they were telling everyone about their deliciousness. There were also the roasted chicken wings, their skin golden and crispy, oozing with grease, each one perfectly cooked, making it hard to resist swallowing just by looking at them. In addition, there were a variety of exquisite snacks, some small and delicate like works of art, while others had unique shapes that drew attention. Wow, Shuefu, you're simply our savior. At the sight of the food, Zhuang Zhanghao, sitting at the table, immediately lit up, his eyes shining like a hungry wolf spotting its prey. He could no longer contain his excitement and desire, eagerly reaching out his hands and pouncing on a fragrant chicken wing like a hungry tiger. He clumsily brought the chicken wing to his mouth and took a big bite, a satisfied smile instantly spreading across his face. Seeing Zhuang Zhanghao's eager demeanor, Li Shuefu couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, her laughter crisp and pleasant, like the sound of silver bells. At that moment, Shifeng also slowly walked over, smiling gently as he said, "Thank you, Shuefu." His voice was soft and sincere. However, standing beside them, Qi Mengwei pouted, feigning dissatisfaction as she complained, "Shuefu, why are you only smiling at him? Am I not worthy of a smile too?" She even deliberately blinked her eyes, putting on a pitiful expression. Li Shuefu rolled her eyes at her helplessly and replied irritably, all right, stop messing around, everyone hurry up and eat." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone began to dig in, enjoying the lavish feast. For a moment, the abandoned factory was filled with laughter and joy, as everyone immersed themselves in the happiness brought by the food. At 3 in the afternoon, Shifeng woke up. The celebration held in the abandoned factory the previous day had lasted until 2 in the morning. The night was deep, and he was weary. Shifeng dragged his tired body back to his room and fell asleep immediately, sleeping soundly and sweetly. When he finally woke up, sunlight had already streamed through the gaps in the curtains and onto the bed. Glancing at the clock on the bedside table, he realized it was already afternoon. At that moment, his stomach felt as if it were being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, protesting with a series of gurgling sounds. The hunger surged like a tide, making him eager to fill his empty stomach. Fortunately, the well-trained and attentive servants in the villa always prepared a variety of delicious dishes in advance for the master to enjoy. After quickly washing up, Shifeng walked with a light step toward the dining room. The dining table was filled with food that was not only visually appealing but also fragrant and delicious. He sat down joyfully and began to indulge in this sumptuous lunch. Each bite of food felt like a feast for his taste buds, intoxicating him to the point of being unable to extricate himself. Today marked the 5th day of his participation in this business event. In fact, as early as yesterday, on the 4th day of the event, he had already successfully accumulated all the required talent experience points. However, even so, he still decided to attend today's business event. The reason was simple: after 4 days of honing and tempering, he had already begun to stand out and gain fame in the business world. Nowadays, facing any commercial event is just a piece of cake for him. Looking back to when he first entered the business world, he would feel nervous and uneasy every time he attended an event, but what about now? Not only can he handle various occasions with ease, but he also moves through them like a king in control of the situation. This earth-shattering change even makes him secretly marvel at himself. Today is also the last day of the entire plan. According to the schedule, he doesn't have many important matters to deal with. He approaches the commercial event with a casual mindset, as if just going to chat. At this moment, looking out at the bright sunshine and bustling street scene, Shifeng thinks perhaps unexpected surprises or opportunities await him ahead. At this moment, having just enjoyed a hearty meal, Shifeng is leisurely lounging on the sofa, showing no intention of getting up to leave. After all, this highly anticipated commercial event doesn't officially start until 8 o'clock in the evening, and it's only 4 in the afternoon. There's still plenty of time. After a brief rest, Shifeng stands up slowly and walks towards the spacious and luxurious private swimming room in the villa. As soon as he steps into the swimming room, he can't wait to leap into the crystal clear pool. He swims freely like a lively fish, his cheerful laughter echoing throughout the room. Just like that, Shifeng enjoys the pleasure and relaxation of swimming, and before he knows it, an hour has passed. He swims back to the edge, climbs out neatly, and casually grabs the exquisite white bathrobe that has been prepared beside him. Next, he walks out of the swimming room with a light step, heading straight to the luxurious media room on the 3rd floor of the villa. Upon entering the media room, Shifeng first takes a bottle of aged, rich-colored, top-quality red wine from the wine cabinet, then selects several enticing exquisite desserts to place on the coffee table. Once everything is ready, he comfortably sinks into the soft leather sofa, savoring the delicious red wine and desserts while eagerly watching an extraordinary movie. Time flies by unnoticed, and soon it is nearly 7 o'clock in the evening. Only then does Shifeng leisurely rise from the media room, strolling calmly towards the garage. When he arrives at the garage, his gaze is instantly drawn to a dazzling, powerful red Maserati. Without hesitation, he opens the car door and sits in the driver's seat. With a deep, powerful roar of the engine, the Maserati speeds away like a red lightning bolt, racing towards the venue of tonight's commercial event. Before long, Shifeng arrives at his destination. He steps out of the car with style, walking directly towards the entrance of the commercial event.
With elegant and composed strides.
However, as soon as he steps through the entrance, Shifeng immediately senses that something feels off about the atmosphere around him.
The venue,
which is usually bustling with noise and excitement, is now filled with a strange, oppressive air. All eyes turn to Shifeng, who has just entered, their expressions revealing a mix of
complex emotions.
Some are filled with raw jealousy, as if they wish to claim everything Shifeng possesses for themselves. Others show deep respect, harboring a sense of wariness towards this exceptionally capable business elite.
Well, isn't this the famous Mr. Shi?
With an exaggerated exclamation, Zhou Zhang suddenly appears before Shifeng like a ghost. He wears what seems to be a friendly smile, but behind that smile lies an unmistakable hint of sarcasm. You should know that in recent days, Shifeng has truly shone in the business world, making
a name for himself.
Various business collaborations have come pouring in, and media coverage has been overwhelming, his reputation at its peak.
Meanwhile, Zhou Zhang can only watch Shifeng
bask in such glory, with jealousy burning fiercely in his heart. Therefore, as soon as he arrived at the venue today, he couldn't wait to start spreading negative rumors about Shifeng, embellishing his so-called evil deeds to those who were unaware of the truth, and even fabricating some baseless stories with great detail. However, that was not all. Zhou Zhang had meticulously planned this visit. Besides his silver tongue, he had also prepared a special gift for Shifeng. At this thought, a sinister glint flashed in Zhou Zhang's eyes, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled up into a chilling smile. In the face of Zhou Zhang's provocation, Shifeng appeared unfazed. He smiled slightly and replied, "Hee, Mr. Zhou.
What a coincidence. In truth, how could Shifeng not detect Zhou Zhang's sarcasm?
He just didn't expect Zhou Zhang to be so impatient, jumping out so quickly."
In fact, during a previous
gathering at a villa, Shifeng had already sensed that Zhou Zhang was a true smiling tiger. On the surface, he was friendly, but behind the scenes, he was plotting something sinister.
Since
then, Shifeng had been quietly observing, patiently waiting for Zhou Zhang to reveal his true colors. Now, the opportunity had finally come, and Shifeng naturally would not let it slip
away.
Since Zhou Zhang had come to him, it was the perfect chance to bring his buyout group under his wing.
"Ha, Mr. Shi, you have been truly magnificent lately." Although Zhou Zhang's heart
was already filled with hatred, he still forced a smile, saying with a fake grin, "Indeed." Shifeng beamed with confidence, graciously accepting Zhou Zhang's praise. However, this only fueled Zhou Zhang's anger, making him tremble with rage. Zhou Zhang cursed inwardly, "This guy is truly shameless and brazen." But on the surface, he held back his anger, trying hard to maintain his composure. However, Zhou Zhang secretly thought, "Let you be proud for a while, just wait, you'll see what happens later.
Let's see if you can still smile like this."
With that in mind, Zhou Zhang quickly adjusted his emotions, once again putting on a hypocritical smile, and politely said to Shifeng, "Mr. Shi, you were so busy, so I won't
disturb you any longer."
As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Zhang turned around and hurriedly left, quickly disappearing into the bustling crowd. At that moment, a graceful and elegant woman slowly walked towards them. She was followed closely by a group of tall, serious-looking bodyguards, exuding an imposing presence. As she approached, Shifeng focused his gaze and
couldn't help but exclaim, "Lin Yu?"
It turned out that this beautiful woman was indeed Lin Yu. At that moment, she was dressed in a stunning gown that perfectly accentuated her graceful
figure, resembling a blooming flower, radiating enchanting charm.
Unfortunately, her stunning face remained cold and expressionless. Lin Yu's bright, star-like eyes fixed intently on Shifeng,
revealing a hint of authority and dissatisfaction. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke, "Do you know?
Your recent performance in the business world has been too dazzling, seriously disrupting the original balance here." Hearing these words, Shifeng couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly, but he showed no signs of fear. Instead, he straightened his back and retorted with righteous indignation, "In the marketplace, it's always the survival of the fittest, and the competition is incredibly fierce.
Everything I do is merely based on my own true talents and skills."
In Lin Yu's deep, autumn-like eyes, a bright light suddenly flashed, and that hint of admiration was like a shooting star streaking across the night
sky, instantly illuminating her entire face.
At the same time, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, sketching a mysterious and elusive smile. It should be noted that recently, Shifeng had been making waves in the business world. His outstanding performance had caught the attention of people like Zhou Zhang, and even the discerning Lin Yu couldn't help but take
notice.
From that moment on, the name Shifeng lingered in Lin Yu's mind like a spell, making her involuntarily develop a strong interest in this rising business star.
Initially, Lin Yu had no intention of participating in today's business event.
However, upon learning that Shifeng would be attending, she unhesitatingly changed her mind and decided to go in person to find out more. Not only that, but the meticulous Lin Yu also took into account the jealousy that many in the business world felt towards Shifeng. To help him establish a foothold in this complex environment and take it a step further, she carefully planned and prepared a special gift. Just as everyone was immersed in the lively atmosphere of the event, the tension reaching its peak, suddenly, all the lights went out without warning, plunging the entire venue into darkness. In an instant, gasps arose from the crowd, but they were soon drowned out by a melodious and graceful piece of music. As the music gradually became clearer, a soft spotlight slowly rose in the center of the stage, revealing a graceful and beautiful woman before everyone. The woman held a delicate microphone, her red lips parted as she solemnly announced in a clear and pleasant voice, "A significant and meaningful cooperation project is officially launched." Under the focus of many gazes, she directly named Shifeng as the primary partner for this project. At that moment, Shifeng looked astonished, clearly not expecting such a situation to occur. However, before he could collect his thoughts, Lin Yu, standing beside him, softly said, "A gift for you." It turned out that all of this was a surprise that Lin Yu had quietly arranged behind the scenes. She understood the pressure and challenges Shifeng was facing at that moment, so she devised this plan, which could both cleverly defuse potential crises aimed at him and help him reach new heights in his career. It should be known that in the business world, successfully establishing a relationship with the Huaning Consortium is like finding a solid and reliable support in the turbulent sea of commerce. Lin Yu's proactive gesture of presenting a gift at the business event undoubtedly opened up a vast sky for Shifeng. "Thank you." Shifeng felt a sense of relief. His iron-willed, straightforward personality made it difficult for him to express too many sweet words, so he could only utter these two brief yet sincere words. "No need." Lin Yu clearly felt a bit unaccustomed to Shifeng's sudden kindness. Her frosty face showed no change as she unhesitatingly rejected him. However, Shifeng gladly accepted this unexpected joy, and under the envious gazes of the crowd, he walked towards a new journey like a warrior clad in golden armor, taking firm steps in the spotlight of everyone's attention. He resolutely accepted this significant cooperation project, as if he had taken hold of a golden key that opened the door to success. However, at that critical moment, Shifeng's keen eyes caught sight of a few sneaky figures in the corner. His intuition was like a precise radar, telling him that something was amiss. At that moment, a waiter approached slowly with a tray of wine but accidentally bumped into him. Shifeng was about to lose his temper when he caught a glimpse of the waiter's evasive eyes, as if hinting at something. Immediately, the waiter quickly handed him a note. Shifeng opened the note, which boldly read, "Beware of Zhou Zhang, he wants to frame you." A wave of doubt surged in Shifeng's heart. Who was secretly warning him? He slowly raised his head, his gaze like two bolts of lightning, coincidentally meeting Lin Yu's worried eyes. That glance was like a shooting star streaking across the night sky, brilliant and dazzling, instantly illuminating the entire world. Shifeng's heart jolted, as if struck by that gaze, and he immediately understood everything. There was no time to savor Lin Yu's deep concern for him. Suddenly, a sense of alertness surged within him. Could it be that Zhou Zhang, unwilling to accept his previous failure, was attempting to make a comeback? Ding, time-limited task, expose Zhou Zhang's conspiracy, task duration, 1 hour, task reward, 10 billion, time was pressing, like a burning fuse, urging Shifeng to act every second. Shifeng calmly blended into the crowd, his figure like a cheetah lurking in the shadows, agile and nimble. He quietly observed Zhou Zhang's every move, missing no detail. He saw Zhou Zhang with a beaming smile, like a blooming flower, whispering something to a few people, yet that smile revealed a hint of cunning, as if hiding countless secrets. Just then, the lights began to flicker, like stars twinkling in the night sky, bright and dim, dazzling to the eyes. Following that, the big screen displayed some forged evidence of Shifeng's business fraud, like a heavy bomb detonating in the crowd. The audience erupted in an uproar, like boiling water, with noise and discussions rising and falling, echoing throughout the venue. However, Shifeng remained exceptionally calm, his gaze like a deep lake, undisturbed. He knew that all of this was Zhou Zhang's meticulously planned conspiracy, like an impenetrable net trying to bind him tightly. He quickly took out his phone, his fingers dancing rapidly across the screen, like a general with a well-thought-out strategy commanding thousands of troops. 30 seconds later, Shifeng received an email. The documents displayed in the email were like a sharp sword, piercing through Zhou Zhang's conspiracy. The documents clearly recorded audio and video materials of Zhou Zhang sending someone to threaten the forger of the evidence. Every word, every image was like irrefutable proof, leaving Zhou Zhang nowhere to hide. Shifeng immediately projected this evidence onto the big screen, and as soon as the real evidence was revealed, everyone instantly understood what was happening. It turned Out Zhou Zhang was framing Shifeng, trying to tarnish his reputation. Zhou Zhang's face instantly turned pale, like a canvas that had lost its color. His conspiracy was completely exposed. At that moment, like darkness dispelled by sunlight, with nowhere to escape, he could only flee the venue in disgrace, leaving behind chaos and discussions. Ding! Exposed Zhou Zhang's conspiracy. Task completed. Reward obtained, 10 billion.
Mr. Shi. You're amazing. Mr. Shi, you are truly brilliant. Your performance just now was absolutely incredible. Who wouldn't be impressed by such decisiveness and means in the business world? If I were framed, I would have panicked long ago, but you, Mr. Shi, although looking young, truly have unparalleled skills and reflexes. With his wisdom and courage, Shifeng earned the admiration of everyone present. Mr. Shi, I have good news. May I know if you have time to listen? Wang from Shishing Investment and Wu from Changyan Investment approached Shifeng with wine glasses in hand, wearing flattering smiles. Shifeng's first reaction upon seeing the two was that there were indeed many neighbors at tonight's banquet. Previously, at the villa owner's banquet, he had business dealings with the two and had gained insights into investment trends. At this moment, the two were looking at him with flattery. Could it be that they had something else to discuss? Mr. Wang, Mr. Wu, what do you have to say? Shifeng smiled, thinking it wouldn't hurt to listen. If it was good news, a win-win situation would be nice. As soon as Wang and Wu heard that Shifeng was willing to listen, they immediately perked up, as if they had been injected with enthusiasm. Mr. Shi, our two investment firms provided you with investment insights at the owners' meeting, which must have earned you quite a bit, right? Now, our two firms have a new collaboration, and this investment project, if you invest, the returns will definitely be much higher than before. Wang explained passionately about this business investment project. Yes, yes. We value you, Mr. Shi, because you are capable and bold. Nowadays, many people in the business world are truly unworthy of their positions. This investment project can only involve a select few high-caliber individuals, not just anyone can participate, Wu added in agreement. The two were in perfect sync, and Shifeng couldn't help but feel that they had a bit of acting talent. Unfortunately, having watched Zhang Hao and Shi Mengwei perform every day, he had become immune to such antics. Meanwhile, Shifeng quickly opened his phone and sent a text to Fu Erma, asking him to investigate what kind of collaborative investment project these two were talking about. After all, no matter how grand their words were, they couldn't compare to a report email from Fu Erma. Mr. Shi, do you have any interest in participating in the investment? Wang asked, noticing that Shifeng had been silently listening. Without speaking. How much does this investment project require? Shifeng inquired, not genuinely interested but merely passing the time while waiting for Fu Erma's email. Just as he finished asking, Fu Erma's email arrived. Not much, not much. Just 500 billion, Wu replied, and after saying that, he smirked disdainfully to show that 500 billion was a trivial matter. It felt as if he was saying that if Shifeng couldn't come up with 500 billion to invest, he wasn't worthy of being the group president. Hearing what the two said, Shifeng sneered inwardly. If he hadn't seen the email from Fu Erma stating that this investment project was a huge pitfall, he wouldn't have felt so repulsed by the two. Ding! Time-limited task, acquire Shishing Investment Bank and Changyan Investment Bank, task duration, 1 hour, task reward, 200 billion, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. These two actually thought of him as a fool. He was wealthy, but that didn't mean he was stupid. At this point in his career, Shifeng had gained a certain reputation in the business world, yet there were still people trying to pull a fast one on him. Ha! Mr. Shi? Mr. Shi? Wang asked, noticing Shifeng's expression had turned cold but received no response. He questioned in confusion. Is Mr. Shi worried about not having enough money? Wu added, trying to stir the pot. During their conversation, Shifeng sent another text to Fu Erma, asking him to investigate any dirt on Shishing Investment Bank and Changyan Investment Bank, and he quickly received an email. Ha! Shifeng sneered coldly. As the two were puzzled by Shifeng's cold smile, he reached out and placed his phone in front of them. They immediately saw the evidence of the dirt on the screen, and their faces darkened. The flattering expressions they had just worn vanished in an instant. What does this mean, Mr. Shi? Wang asked with a fierce gaze. Acquisition. Shifeng was unwilling to say another word to these treacherous individuals. All right. Acquire our two companies for 1,000 billion. Wu's eyes darted as he tried to take advantage of the situation. Ah, ridiculous. Shifeng felt extremely disdainful and couldn't understand why these two thought they could raise the price. Then how much do you say? Wu asked, extremely unconvinced. 5 billion. Shifeng said coldly. What? 5 billion. You
Both President Wang and President Wu exclaimed in shock, but when they saw Shifeng's determined gaze, they reluctantly compromised.
Because they really had no choice. With so many
incriminating pieces of evidence against them, Shifeng could easily bankrupt their two investment firms. Yet, Shifeng did not do that. Instead, he offered to buy them out, although the amount he offered was far from what they had in mind. However, it seemed that the two were grateful to Shifeng.
Alright, it's a deal. Alright, it's a deal. President Wang and President Wu exchanged glances and agreed to Shifeng's acquisition terms. Ding!
Acquisition of Shisheng Investment and Changyan Investment completed, task accomplished, reward obtained, 20
billion. After acquiring Shisheng Investment and Changyan Investment, the system rewarded him with 20 billion. In addition, exposing Zhou Zhang's conspiracy earned him another 10 billion.
Now, Shifeng's personal funds amounted to 60 billion with a market value of 50 billion.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host, business talent plus 20%, talent experience. Business talent 80%, a prompt from the system echoed in his mind, followed by a surge of insights flooding into his consciousness. After a long time without an increase, his business talent unexpectedly rose by 20% at this moment. Having dealt with the petty people and received his rewards, Shifeng felt instantly happy and relaxed.
Upon entering the venue, he hadn't even taken a bite of the delicious food yet. Thinking of this, he turned his gaze toward the food area and strode over. Just as he arrived at the food area, a stunning and elegant figure caught his eye. Lin Yu's gaze revealed a hint of admiration. Not bad at all. Shifeng was taken aback by Lin Yu's sudden compliment and momentarily didn't know how to respond. What's not bad?
Lin Yu, facing Shifeng's question, showed rare patience. You exposed Zhou Zhang's scheme to frame you, perfectly avoided the traps set by those two, and even managed to acquire them in the process. Hearing Lin Yu recount his actions as if they were precious memories, a flicker of surprise crossed Shifeng's mind. He had no idea when Lin Yu had started paying attention to him and how closely she was following his actions. Reflecting on it, he recalled his initial confusion upon seeing Lin Yu when he entered the venue. I remember this business event didn't have your name on the list and it wasn't prestigious enough to invite someone like you to attend. So, how did you end up here? After Shifeng asked, he noticed a hint of pink appear on Lin Yu's face. Her eyes seemed to reveal a hidden concern, evading and flustered. Ahem. In her fluster, Lin Yu picked up her wine glass and tilted her head back to drink, but clearly, it was not a good time to drink, or else she would choke. Seeing Lin Yu choke, Shifeng's expression turned anxious, and he quickly took the wine
glass from her hand.
In his urgency, he gently patted Lin Yu's smooth, delicate back, which was not covered by any fabric. He found the sensation extremely enjoyable, but seeing Lin Yu cough continuously, he couldn't focus on his hand. Cough. After a few more coughs, Lin Yu finally recovered, feeling Shifeng's warm palm against her back. Surprisingly, she did not feel repulsed. However, her face was flushed red, so she had to prevent the situation from escalating, otherwise, it would be utterly embarrassing.
Thank you, I'm much better.
Lin Yu's expression returned to calm, with only the blush on her face proving that something had just happened.
That's good to hear. Seeing that Lin Yu was fine, Shifeng immediately withdrew his hand, and at that moment, a faint blush appeared on his face as well. The sensation had been truly astonishing. By the way, you still haven't answered my question. Shifeng recalled his own question, feeling quite puzzled. For you, Lin Yu answered with a stiff resolve, unable to believe that someone could be so oblivious. Shifeng remained silent, his expression already conveying his confusion. Lin Yu came to this business event for me? He had never considered that possibility. Actually, I heard from someone that Zhou Zhang would be here today to set you up, so I thought I'd give you a heads up. Lin Yu rarely spoke so much or explained so thoroughly, but she felt compelled to do so because she worried that Shifeng might not understand due to his naivety. Thank you so much for your concern. By the way, do you also know about General Manager Wang and General Manager Wu trying to set me up? Shifeng's eyes suddenly lit up. He found it very touching to be cared for and worried about by someone. Oh, that's not the case. That was a trap you set for yourself. Lin Yu's expression returned to its usual coolness. Ha. Regardless, I really appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedule to help me. Shifeng scratched his head, feeling that Lin Yu must have a great admiration for him, like peers in the business world appreciating each other. So, he never thought too much about it, nor would he. No need to thank me. However, Lin Yu felt a strange sense of disappointment at Shifeng's reaction. It seemed like something was off. But she couldn't quite put her finger on it. After all, she was busy making money every day and had never paid much attention to human emotions. I also have something to discuss with you. Please tell me what it is, and I will do my best. Upon hearing that Lin Yu had something to discuss, Shifeng instantly became serious. After all, if Lin Yu had something to say, it must be important. I want to invest in your storm group. 10 billion. Shifeng looked at Lin Yu's cool expression, astonished to the point of questioning whether this was real. He was actually going to receive Lin Yu's investment. 10 billion. It was hard to believe that when he first met Lin Yu, she was a money-driven capitalist, and now, this money-driven capitalist was actively seeking him out to invest in him. Shifeng rubbed his eyes. Oh, it was still Lin Yu's cool and stunning beauty. He rubbed his eyes again at Lin Yu's cool and stunning beauty. Oh, it was still warm and vibrant. What the hell did he just do? Shifeng came back to his senses, about to apologize to Lin Yu for his earlier bewildering actions. She must be very angry. Would the investment slip away just like that? But he saw Lin Yu's face. Slightly flushed, her expression no longer cool, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement. The headquarters of Storm Group towered into the clouds, and in the president's office on the top floor, there was a serene and peaceful atmosphere. Sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows onto the desk, illuminating Shifeng's handsome and confident face. Having just concluded a 5-day intense and busy business event, Shifeng was now sitting in a comfortable executive chair, reflecting on the remarkable achievements he had made during this time. Through relentless effort and precise decision-making, he had successfully accumulated a personal fortune of up to 700 billion. This figure was astronomical for anyone. It's worth noting that the current market value of Storm Group was only 500 billion. However, a highly challenging task lay ahead of them, making it onto the top 100 list and claiming the top position. Once the goal was achieved, an astonishing reward of 1,000 billion would await them. But achieving this seemingly unattainable dream was no easy feat, as only when the company's market value surpassed 1,000 billion would they qualify to enter the top 100 list. It is worth mentioning that prior to this, the insightful and skilled Shifeng had, through a series of clever maneuvers, acquired numerous large and small group enterprises to varying degrees. These actions had caused the market value of the Confronting Group to rise steadily, and as of now, it had successfully reached an astonishing 80 billion yuan. Only 20 billion yuan remained to reach the coveted 100 billion mark. Despite the fact that in the past 5 days, Shifeng had been tirelessly shuttling between various banquet venues, experiencing many unexpected twists and challenges along the way, surprisingly. When he woke up this morning, he felt not the slightest bit of fatigue. Instead, he appeared radiant and full of energy. It was as if no difficulty could hinder his forward momentum. Without hesitation, Shifeng quickly made a decision and resolutely invested 20 billion yuan from his personal funds into the group. This massive influx of capital was like a powerful source of motivation, sure to propel the Confronting Group towards the grand goal of a 100 billion market value. Ding! Ranked among the top 100 enterprises, task completed, reward obtained, 100 billion, ding! Congratulations, hosts business talent plus 20%, talent experience, business talent 100%, a prompt from the system echoed in his mind, followed by a flood of insights and experiences pouring into his consciousness. Shifeng immediately picked up his phone and opened Huahai Bank. He widened his eyes, as if his eyeballs were about to pop out. Staring intently at the dazzling array of numbers on the phone screen followed by countless zeros. Shifeng felt his breath quicken and his heart raced violently. Indeed, this money truly existed in his bank account, and it was the highest balance he had ever had. However, Shifeng knew well that this was just the beginning. His journey of wealth would not stop here. At this moment, his personal funds had reached an astonishing 150 billion yuan, and the market value of his enterprises had also surpassed the 100 billion mark. Such achievements filled him with immense pride and excitement. Just as Shifeng was immersed in joy, suddenly, the enormous screen occupying an entire wall of the office lit up without warning and quickly broadcast a financial news report. At the same time, a clear and passionate voice of the broadcaster thundered into his ears. Breaking news! After fierce competition, the 100th spot on the Donghai City Top 100 list has ultimately gone to the Confronting Group. Here, we extend our warm congratulations to the Confronting Group. It is well known that since the once glorious Xingchuan Group unfortunately fell from the top 100 list, the market landscape has undergone tremendous changes. Unexpectedly, in a short period, the Confronting Group has emerged like a dark horse, sweeping up with lightning speed, successfully landing on this list that symbolizes strength and glory. Without a doubt, this has set the record for the fastest company to make it onto the list in history. Next, let us take a look back at the magnificent rise of the Confronting Group as a new entrant to the top 100 list. Please stay tuned to this channel.
The business world of Donghai City has always been so captivating. Every change in ranking triggers a huge uproar, becoming a hot topic of conversation. Now, the Confronting group, led by Shifeng, has undoubtedly become the focal point in this commercial ocean. Just recently, he decisively invested a full 20 billion yuan, successfully transforming his controlled enterprises into a massive group with a market value of several hundred billion and smoothly making it onto the eye-catching top 100 list. This astonishing act was like a heavy bomb, instantly causing a huge uproar in the business world and society at large.
Almost at the same moment, major media outlets like sharks sensing blood flocked in droves, launching an overwhelming and all-encompassing wave of coverage. Those media that had once held a skeptical attitude towards the Storm Group and had openly belittled it now seemed to have completely changed their tune, showering it with praise and flattery. Regarding this dramatic shift, Shifeng couldn't help but secretly sigh. These media really know how to read the situation and adapt. However, it wasn't just the media that were adapting. In the next moment, Shifeng's phone suddenly erupted with a flurry of notifications and ringing sounds. He picked up his phone in confusion and saw countless missed calls, text messages, and friend requests flashing on the screen. It turned out that various celebrities and wealthy individuals had somehow obtained his contact information and were eager to get in touch with him. Some called directly, expressing their intentions eagerly. Others chose to send polite and sincere text messages. Even more went so far as to use various connections to add him on WeChat, just to have a word with this new tycoon. If Shifeng hadn't taken a closer look at the specific content of these requests and found them to be polite, almost flattering inquiries for future business cooperation, he might have mistakenly thought he was under a terrible online harassment attack. Surprisingly, even those once arrogant CEOs who had lived in the Tianxiong No. 1 villa now lowered their proud heads and took the initiative to curry favor with Shifeng. Back then, they had looked down on others, believing themselves to be above everyone else due to their status as top 100 companies. Now, the tides had turned, and it was their turn to flatter Shifeng, this newly emerged business giant. Yet now, they were inquiring about future cooperation matters. So politely, wasn't that equivalent to bowing down and admitting defeat? This shows that in this world, things often work this way. As long as you are excellent and powerful enough, like a blooming flower, you will naturally attract countless butterflies. Shifeng expressionlessly turned off his phone, ignoring the flood of inquiries and requests. At this moment, he had become incredibly powerful enough to no longer care about others' opinions. Even if he put on a disdainful and rude face like those detestable capitalists, there would still be people rushing to flatter and bow to him. However, Shifeng knew very well that he absolutely despised such despicable behavior. Because such actions would be akin to having once suffered through storms but still ruthlessly tearing apart someone else's umbrella that shields them from the rain. Therefore, when faced with these inconsequential people, he chose to simply ignore them. He quickly stuffed his already turned-off phone into his pocket and no longer paid attention to the various noises coming from the outside world. The most important thing at that moment was to quickly convey this monumental good news to every employee within the group. Thus, he decisively called for all employees to gather. The location was chosen to be the spacious square where the celebration event was held when the Storm Group was first established. Looking back, this place witnessed the joy of the Storm Group's birth, and today, once again here, everyone would celebrate the glorious moment of the Storm Group successfully surpassing a market value of 100 billion and making it onto the top 100 companies list. Shifeng stood firmly in the center of the spacious square, his bright, star-like eyes sparkling with uncontrollable excitement, filled with abundant hope. Looking around, one could see the square packed tightly with company employees, each face blooming with a brilliant and hopeful smile. At this moment, Shifeng slightly tilted his head back, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Today, our Confronting group, after countless hardships and challenges, has finally succeeded in entering the ranks of trillion-dollar enterprises and has made it onto the top 100 list. This glorious achievement is inseparable from the hard work and relentless efforts of all of you present." As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. Then, Shifeng continued passionately, "Here, I want to sincerely thank everyone for your unwavering support and selfless dedication to Confronting Group. It is because of you, our outstanding partners, that Confronting Group has achieved such remarkable results." Another wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. After a brief pause, Shifeng raised his voice to emphasize, "It is worth mentioning that the reason Confronting Group has made it onto the top 100 list is not due to ruthless exploitation, cruel oppression, or any despicable means like cutting corners. What we rely on is the powerful force formed by all employees working together and striving in unison." At this moment, the employees below nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with immense pride. Subsequently, Shifeng intentionally built suspense, lowering his voice slightly to say, "So, today I have a truly great piece of news to announce to everyone.
Upon hearing this, the already excited employees fell silent, all holding their breath, eagerly waiting for what would come.
Next.
Now, Confronting Group has successfully upgraded to a trillion-level enterprise, but please rest assured, the benefits and treatment provided to everyone will not only remain unchanged but will actually increase significantly. I have decided to further increase the investment in employee benefits. Before Shifeng could finish his sentence, the long-suppressed enthusiasm of the employees was ignited to the extreme.
They could no longer contain their surging emotions and shouted in unison, "Thank you, President Xi." In an instant, the entire square was immersed in a sea of joy and excitement.
President Xi, I have truly never experienced such heartfelt care and attention. In my previous jobs at other companies, I was always treated as dispensable, but here at Confronting Group, you treat me as a truly respected employee. This respect inspires me and gives me a strong sense of belonging. I swear, I will stay at Confronting Group for a lifetime and contribute my utmost strength to it. The speaker's voice trembled with excitement, tears shimmering in their eyes.
Woo woo woo. President Xi, I am so grateful to you. To receive the respect and importance from you and the entire Confronting Group for us ordinary workers is something I never even dared to dream of. Since I started working at Confronting Group, every day has been fulfilling and happy. This time has undoubtedly been the happiest and most unforgettable period of my life. Another employee was already in tears, tightly clenching their fists as if trying to express the surging emotions deep within. President Xi, please make sure to manage our group with care. A company as outstanding as Confronting Group is hard to find even with a lantern.
Here, not only is there a good working atmosphere, but more importantly, there is a good leader like you who cares for
employees and is dedicated to the people. So, no matter what, I sincerely hope to continue working here until the end of my days.
Another person stood up and spoke loudly, their words filled with sincerity.
In today's society, entrepreneurs like you, President Xi, who genuinely think of employees and do real work, are truly rare.
Chairman Xi, to speak from the heart, sometimes I can't help but worry about your safety, fearing that those with ill intentions
might envy your achievements and bring harm to you.
The murmurs in the crowd rose and fell, each person expressing their respect and gratitude to Shifeng in their own unique way.
Faced with the tidal wave of enthusiasm from the crowd,
Shifeng maintained a smile, quietly listening to every word. He deeply felt that this enthusiasm was not born of insincerity or flattery, but stemmed from a genuine sense of happiness within each employee. At this moment, a warm current surged within him, incredibly comforting and full of strength. To thank everyone for their sincere hearts towards Confronting Group, and to celebrate Confronting Group becoming a trillion-dollar company, I will now announce the
new benefits of Confronting Group. From previously working 4 days and resting 3, to now working 3 days and resting 4. Woohoo! Chairman Xi, you are my god.
Chairman Xi, I love you so much.
From previously
a 10,000-person group to now expanding to a 1,000,000-person group.
Oh my god. I'm calling my wife right now. I also need to call my 7 aunts and 8 uncles immediately. I need to hurry and call my from
previously a 16-month salary to now a 20-month salary.
I feel like I'm about to faint from happiness. Quick, help me. I'm about to faint too.
I'm seeing golden lights in front of me, and the situation can't get any better. From previously having a paid team building trip once every 6 months to now having it once every 3 months.
Chairman Xi, you are a deity descended to earth. I've grown tired of saying awesome. I can't find
any words in this world to describe how great Chairman Xi is. Ultimately, the grand and passionate celebration of Confronting Group making it onto the top 100 list ended with the happy smiles of everyone.
The end.